I've heard people say it already. My son Xiangyang only got into trouble because he went to look for your girl. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll fight you with my life. Ai's sister-in-law Li, if you want justice, you must at least speak reasonably. I too grieve for your Xiangyang, but you know his health was always frail. For him to collapse so suddenly, how can you blame someone else for that? Besides, wasn't Xiangyang's cousin right there at the time? He can testify that Xiangyang suddenly collapsed on his own and never— What do you mean my Xiangyang was frail to begin with? Zhao, let me tell you, it's not your child who died. Say one more shameless word, and it'll tear your mouth apart. Amid the clamor, Li Xiangyang woke up. He stared blankly at the scene before him. This is the mourning hall, he muttered. He continued to survey his surroundings and the place where he was lying. Li Xiangyang was filled with astonishment. It's my own mourning hall. Before he could make sense of it, a wave of dizziness swept through his head and countless memories surged into his mind. He had transmigrated. He had crossed over into the body of another Li Xiangyang sharing his name. This Li Xiangyang was 19, born in this barren little village called Shixia, tucked away in western Sichuan. The mourning hall and the uproar outside were all because he had gone out this very morning and died suddenly. Though there was an element of accident in this, human factors weighed even heavier. From the memories in his mind, the quarrel he had just heard was between his mother Zhang Guifang and a fellow villager Zhao Dequan. Zhao Dequan's daughter was called Zhao Shui. She was a beauty, as her name suggested, skin as fair as snow and a fine figure. Among the village girls, her looks were especially fresh and striking. The former Li Xiangyang was utterly infatuated with Zhao Shui. Calling him a bootlicker would not have been an exaggeration. He racked his brains to fulfill Zhao Shui's every little request. With no income of his own, he could only think of ways to wheedle money from his mother to satisfy her. His mother, seeing that her son had always been frail and sickly, did her best to comply. Over time, Zhao Shui accepted quite a lot from Li Xiangyang, yet she never gave him a clear answer. This very morning, Li Xiangyang finally could not hold back and confronted Zhao Shui, directly asking what she truly meant. But between the lines of what she said, she made it clear she had only ever treated him as a friend. He immediately pressed her if she saw him only as a friend, why had she accepted so many things from him? Zhao Shui merely chuckled and said that everything he had given her was of his own free will. She had never said anything about being together with him. She only fell short of uttering that classic line from his former world, my accepting it does not mean I agree. Listen to that. What kind of logic is that? She had taken full advantage, after all he had given, what he received in return was a single weightless sentence. Yet even then, the former Li Xiangyang still did not take it as a catastrophe. With the mindset of a bootlicker, he could always conjure up some reason or hardship to excuse his goddess's every action. But what Zhao Shui said next finally extinguished the last trace of hope in his heart. There had been another person present, then Li Xiangmin, the cousin Zhao Dequan had just mentioned. Pointing at Li Xiangmin and slanting a glance at Li Xiangyang, Zhao Shui, her expression full of impatience, spoke the words that plunged his former self into utter despair. To tell you the truth, I've long since fallen for your cousin Li Xiangmin, she said. He's going to be a future university student. Compared to him, what does a sickly wreck like you have to offer? Li Xiangmin was something of a rising star in Shixia village. Though born a farmer's son, he had a high school education far surpassing Li Xiangyang, who had only finished junior high. Because of this, he had long been mingling with the educated youths sent down to the countryside. Every so often they would gather to hold so-called poetry salons. Recently, word had started to spread from above that the college entrance examination would soon be restored. Li Xiangmin had once ranked near the top of his class at school, and among the educated youths he was widely acknowledged as the best student, the one with the greatest hope of getting into a university. For a time, Li Xiangmin became the favorite subject of village gossip over tea and meals. Compared side by side, the former Li Xiangyang could not help but feel both despair and anger. He despaired because he could not match Li Xiangmin, and he burned with rage because Zhao Shui had long harbored such intentions, yet kept him in the dark. In that moment, at last, the former Li Xiangyang awakened to the truth. In Zhao Shui's eyes, he had never been anything more than a walking ATM. Despair and fury interwove, and with his body already weak as a reed in the wind, he simply could not catch his breath. Thus, he died on the spot, and so the current Li Xiangyang took his place. In a certain sense, Li Xiangyang's transmigration could indeed be traced back to Zhao Shui, but he felt no gratitude toward her whatsoever. This enmity Li Xiangyang had no intention of letting go just like that. At the same time, he felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, the customs of this little village did not forbid setting up a mourning hall for someone who had not yet married. Otherwise, if he had transmigrated only to find himself already buried in the earth, to whom could he possibly appeal for? Thinking of this, Li Xiangyang abruptly sat up. Not far in front of him stood a big iron pot, paper money burning fiercely within. The flickering flames cast dancing light over the room as wisps of smoke curled upward. Crouched in front of the pot was a little girl of about 7 or 8. It was his younger sister Li Yaya. Her hair was tied into 2 braided pigtails, and she was carefully feeding paper money into the flames. As she burned the paper, she wiped at her tears and sobbed softly. Second brother, you were perfectly fine this morning. How could you just go out once and never come back? You've always treated me the best. With you gone, there will be one less person in this world who loves me. Crying in grief, Li Yaya tossed another handful of paper money into the iron pot. Li Xiangyang was just about to say something, but the acrid smoke from the burning paper made him cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough. The noise immediately caught Li Yaya's attention. She lifted her head suspiciously and first glanced back over her shoulder. Seeing no one, she looked left and right, but finding nothing unusual, she lit another handful of paper money, preparing to toss it into the pot. Li Xiangyang had no choice but to cough twice more. Cough, cough. At the sound, Li Yaya shuddered all over, then cautiously turned her gaze toward him. In that instant their eyes met. Li Yaya froze in place. Only when the paper money in her hand burned down and scorched her fingers did she finally react. Flailing her small hands and feet, she stumbled backward, her voice quavering as she cried, "He's risen from the dead. Second brother has risen from the dead." Li Xiangyang was about to explain when he saw Li Yaya already scramble to her feet and bolt toward the door on all fours like a startled kitten. At the same time she shouted even louder, "Mom! Big brother! Second brother has risen from the dead." At her cries the noisy voices outside the house abruptly fell silent. The people outside rushed toward the morning hall. In an instant a dark mass of bodies packed the room. At that moment a gray-haired woman standing at the front of the crowd suddenly flung herself at Li Xiangyang. "Xiangyang, my son, you're alive again." The one speaking was Li Xiangyang's mother, Zhang Guifang. Her rough work-worn hand seized Li Xiangyang's palm, and she stamped her feet over and over in agitated excitement. "You scared me half to death just now. The doctors at the health clinic all said you were gone. Luckily you came back to life, otherwise I truly wouldn't have known what to do." As she spoke, Zhang Guifang's gaze swept up and down over Li Xiangyang again and again. With an anxious expression she asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere right now, eh?" Her concern pulled Li Xiangyang back to his senses, and he hurriedly waved his hand. "No, I'm fine." Hearing this, Zhang Guifang still could not rest easy and said, "How about letting the doctors at the health clinic take another look at you?" Li Xiangyang shook his head. From the memories just now he knew very clearly that with the current situation at home there was no money left to see doctors. "Mom, I really am fine now. Going to the health clinic would just be a waste of money." Seeing the resolute look on Li Xiangyang's face, Zhang Guifang had no choice but to nod while clicking her tongue and muttering, "That damned health clinic is a bunch of quacks. You're standing here alive, and well, yet they insisted on telling me you were gone. No, I have to go and properly talk to them about this." At this moment, Li Xiangyang's younger sister Li Yaya poked her head out from behind Zhang Guifang, her lively eyes fixed on Li Xiangyang. The terror on her face had already turned into concern as she asked Li Xiangyang, "Second brother, you didn't turn into a corpse and come back, did you?" Zhang Guifang slapped Yaya lightly on the head and scolded, "You wretched girl, can't you watch your tongue? What corpse coming back? Your second brother is just fine right now." Zhang Guifang hadn't actually used much force, so Li Yaya didn't feel any pain. She only stuck out her tongue at her mother in mock annoyance before turning her gaze back to Li Xiangyang. "Second brother, it's so great that you're fine. I was scared to death just now." Li Yaya was about to say more when Zhang Guifang waved her hand. "All right, your second brother just woke up. Stop bothering him." Seeing that Li Xiangyang's face was still a bit pale, Zhang Guifang's concern rose again. "Xiangyang, go back to your room and rest first. You just woke up, don't go causing any more trouble." Just then another voice, "Sister-in-law Li, now that Xiangyang has woken up you can't pin anything on me anymore, so I'll be going. Oh right, remember to take down the morning hall. It looks terribly inauspicious." On the surface these words did not sound like much, but it all depended on who was saying them. Li Xiangyang heard clearly and recognized the speaker. It was the very man who had been trading curses with his mother just now, Zhao Shui's father Zhao Dequan. As a rural woman, Zhang Guifang naturally heard the dripping sarcasm in his tone. Her face darkened and she retorted without the slightest politeness, "Zhao Dequan, stop talking to me in that snide, two-faced way. What do you mean I can't pin anything on you? My Xiangyang waking up doesn't mean you bear no responsibility." Hearing that Zhang Guifang still had no intention of letting him off, Zhao Dequan grew so angry, he almost jumped. Dropping the affected sarcasm, his voice rose sharply. "Responsibility? What responsibility do I have? Zhang Guifang, don't be so unreasonable." But Zhang Guifang did not yield at all. Instead she replied, even louder than Zhao Dequan, "How is it that you bear no responsibility? My Xiangyang got into trouble while he was with your girl." While cursing him out, Zhang Guifang's hands did not stay idle. In a few quick steps, she rushed up to Zhao Dequan and grabbed him by the collar. After Li Xiangyang's father passed away a few years earlier, the burden of the family had fallen entirely on Zhang Guifang's shoulders. Years of hard physical labor had truly built up her strength. With Zhao Dequan's extremely thin frame, he actually could not break free for a moment. In an instant, Zhao Dequan's face flushed bright red. No one could tell whether it was from the humiliation of losing a contest of strength to a woman in front of so many people, or simply from straining too hard. After quite some time, not only did Zhao Dequan fail to break free, he actually felt Zhang Guifang's grip on his collar tightening to the point that he could barely breathe. He could only flail his hands about, signaling for her to let go. Seeing Zhao Dequan give in, Zhang Guifang loosened her hold on his collar slightly and dipped her head, signaling for him to speak. Zhao Dequan sucked in several deep, rasping breaths in a row before he finally recovered. All right, blame it on my bad luck. Just tell me, how can we consider this matter settled?" Zhang Guifang narrowed her eyes quickly, making a calculation in her heart. 20 yuan. You compensate me 20 yuan, and this matter will be over." Zhao Dequan stared at Zhang Guifang in disbelief. His face was filled with shock. He thought he had misheard and blurted, 20 yuan. "Yes, 20 yuan. Not a single cent less. Why don't you just go rob someone?" With her firm reply, Zhao Dequan, if Zhang Guifang hadn't still been holding his collar, Zhao Dequan would probably have leaped straight off the ground. In these days, 20 yuan was no small sum. All of them were farmers scraping food from the mud. Take Shixiao village for example. A commune member worked 3 workdays in one day and at best earned 10 work points. Converted to cash, it was only about 50 cents, and that was in years of bountiful harvests. In ordinary years, such income was unheard of. But Zhang Guifeng paid no heed to this and tightened her grip on Zhao Dequan's collar once more. Stop spouting useless nonsense to me. If others can't pay doesn't mean I don't know your situation. Your girl works at the supply and marketing cooperative. That's a fat post. Zhao Dequan felt like crying without tears. How had he ended up entangled in such a mess? Yet with a guilty conscience, he knew that if he didn't bleed a little, Zhang Guifeng would never let him go. Steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and said, 20 yuan is too much. My family really can't come up with that. At most we can give you 10. Zhang Guifeng shook her head with a sneer. 10 yuan. Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Your family raises plenty of laying hens. Add a few more old hens on top of that, and then we're talking. Zhao Dequan's heart bled. Those were all egg-laying hens. They were counting on those eggs to subsidize the household. But seeing Zhang Guifeng's posture, he knew that if he didn't add something, this matter would not end today. What? A few hens? No way, at most I'll give you one. As the saying goes, ask for the sky and settle on the ground. Zhang Guifeng had never truly expected Zhao Dequan to fully accept her initial terms. Now that Zhao Dequan had agreed to 10 yuan plus one old hen, it was clear he had already reached the price in Zhang Guifeng. However, Zhang Guifeng did not show it on her face. She only said calmly, give me the money first, then I'll go to your house to take the old hen. I'll stew it to nourish Xiangyang's body. Hearing that she meant to kill the old hen he had just agreed to hand over and use it to nourish Xiangyang, Zhao Dequan cried out, wasteful in his heart. In these days, any old hen that no longer laid eggs had no right to eat for free. It would have long since been taken to the munitions factory in the back hills, relocated there during the third line construction, to be sold. The factory was full of workers. Unlike their group of mud-leg peasants, those workers could afford to spend. With his heart aching, Zhao Dequan gritted his teeth, pulled out a wad of bills, and counted out 10 yuan. Before he could say anything more, the money was snatched out of his hand by Zhang Guifeng. She carefully counted it, then, without a second thought, handed it to Li Xiangyang standing behind her. Xiangyang, keep this money. Just treat it as your usual spending money. For Li Xiangyang's family, this sum was by no means. Given the current circumstances, Li Xiangyang was about to refuse when a voice sounded by his ear, causing his slightly parted lips to fall silent. Received 10 yuan from villager Zhang Guifeng. Current total money 10 yuan. As the prompt ended, a semi-transparent panel surfaced before Li Xiangyang's eyes. Name Li Xiangyang, identity villager, level 00100, skills none. Money 10. Money can be used to improve skills or level. Gazing at the translucent panel before him, Li Xiangyang ultimately could not bring himself to utter the words of refusal. Seeing this, a hint of a smile curled at the corners of Zhang Guifeng's lips. That's more like it. Xiangyang, there's nothing much to do now. You've just woken up, so go back to your room and rest. They'll stew an old hen for you when I get back. Listening to the exchange between Li Xiangyang and his mother, Zhao Dequan's heart ached so much that the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Yet Zhang Guifeng cared not a whit for what was on Zhao Dequan's mind. She grabbed Zhao Dequan by the collar and dragged him out of the Li family courtyard. Li Xiangyang fingered the wad of scattered bills in his pocket, his heart a turmoil of mixed emotions. Zhang Guifeng's recent behavior could almost be described as shrewish and unreasonable. But in Li Xiangyang's memory, in the years before when his father was still alive and their life was prosperous, many had envied them. His mother's temperament was not so overbearing back then, on the contrary, she was quite kind. Her current state was a necessity born of desperation. In the rural villages of this era, without an adult male in the household, one had to become ruthless to prevent others from riding, otherwise there would be endless grievances to endure. It was only this year that Li Xiangyang's elder brother Li Xiangqian met a benefactor and became an apprentice in a military factory's canteen, slightly improving the Li family's circumstances. But it was truly just a slight improvement, nothing more. Li Xiangyang himself had always been frail, a chronic invalid, unable to work in the fields. Along with his younger sister Li Yaya, who was still young, it meant that out of the 4 members of the Li family, only his mother and elder brother could be considered laborers. Furthermore, Li Xiangyang had no intention of telling his mother Zhang Guifeng about this. He was not a child of 2 or 3 who would run home to tattle to his mother after suffering a minor grievance. That said, what his mother had just done was not wrong. Over the years, Zhao Shui had taken quite a few things from Li Xiangyang, so this 10 yuan and the old hen were just collecting a bit of interest. Just as Li Xiangyang finished his thoughts, Li Yaya, standing beside him, spoke up. Second brother, you should go back to the house and rest. Mother said you've just woken up and need to take care of your health. Meanwhile, Li Xiangqian, who had been busy and hadn't had a chance to speak with Li Xiangyang, finally saw off the last villager. Without even catching his breath, Li Xiangqian walked up to Li Xiangyang and said with deep concern, Xiangyang, go inside and rest. Leave everything else to your big brother. Li Xiangqian was a burly man, his appearance marking him as a reliable Sichuanese fellow. Standing next to Li Xiangyang's frail figure, the contrast was stark. Feeling tired himself, Li Xiangyang nodded. All right, thank you for your hard work, big brother. He'll go rest for a while. A smile tugged at the corners of Li Xiangqian's mouth as he gently patted Li Xiangyang's shoulder. We're brothers, no need for such formalities. Li Xiangqian paused, then continued. Well, I'd better go dismantle the mourning hall. It's an ill omen to keep it around. Zhao Dequan had said the same thing earlier. But unlike Zhao Dequan's sarcastic tone, Li Xiangqian's words were filled with genuine sincerity. Watching his brother start bustling about again, Li Xiangyang turned and walked into the bedroom. Li Yaya, who had been specifically instructed by their mother, naturally followed him in. The bedroom's furnishings were incredibly simple, even shabby. Two wooden planks placed on a pair of benches covered with a thick layer of straw and a bamboo mat on top. That was the bed. As for other furniture, Xiangyang gave a cursory glance and decided it was best not to dwell on it. He lay down on the bed, and the plank let out a dull thud as it met the bench. Judging by the sound, Xiangyang had no doubt that the makeshift bed would collapse with a little more force. And this was with what would happen if he ever got married. Li Yaya watched Li Xiangyang lie down, found a small stool, and sat guard by his bed. In Li Xiangyang's memory, Li Yaya was not a quiet girl. She was usually a chatterbox full of energy, spending her days with other kids, tormenting frogs in the fields, catching shrimp in the water, and raiding birds' nests in the trees. But that was normal in this era. What else would mischievous village children do? Now Li Yaya remained silent, and Li Xiangyang knew it was because she was worried about disturbing his rest. Lying down, Li Xiangyang looked at his well-behaved and sensible little sister and let out a soft sigh. Fate had brought him here through transmigration, and surely the days ahead would get better. It could give out at any moment, leading to another incident like today's. Fortunately, with the cash panel system, the problem of his physical constitution could eventually be solved. Li Xiangyang pillowed his head on his hands, closed his eyes, and summoned the panel in his mind. Name: Li Xiangyang. Status: Villager. Level 0, 100. Skills: None. Money: 10. Li Xiangyang looked at the system panel and chose not to convert all 10 yuan into experience points immediately. After all, as he had just thought, this 10 yuan was no small sum for the Li family. So he tentatively added 1 yuan to the experience. In an instant, a faint warm current flowed through Li Xiangyang's body, making him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The warmth swept away all the fatigue left from the earlier commotion. Li Xiangyang clenched his right fist, carefully sensing the change. His physical strength had increased slightly. It's not an illusion. It really works. After this simple test, Li Xiangyang looked at the panel again. Name: Li Xiangyang. Status: Villager. Level 0, 1100. Skills: None. Money: 9. Li Xiangyang scanned the lines, and when he saw the experience bar, he couldn't help but frown slightly. That 1 yuan had only increased his experience by 1 point. To level up, he would need 99 more yuan. By Li Xiangyang's estimate, even selling the entire Li family wouldn't raise that much money now. And this was just for the level stat. In the future, if he acquired useful skills and wanted to raise their levels. Well, the cash panel system certainly lived up to its name. Fortunately, the experience feedback wasn't only granted upon leveling up. Each added point gave him a slight boost. That at least was reassuring. Moreover, Li Xiangyang believed that with his knowledge from the future, he could definitely make a name for him, let alone with the help of the panel. Everything will be fine. After adding a bit of experience points, Li Xiangyang chose not to continue allocating them. The remaining 9 yuan were kept aside for unforeseen needs. Most importantly, at present, the Li family relied solely on his mother Zhang Guifeng to earn work points in the production team. Moreover, these work points weren't earned every day, as they were divided between the busy farming season and the slack season. Though unclear about other places, in Shixiao village a man could earn 5 points by noon, while a woman earned 4 and children earned between 1.5 to 2 points, depending on their contribution. Then from noon until sunset, the same calculation applied. In other words, a man could earn a maximum of 10 work points. His mother Zhang Guifeng was exceptionally skilled at labor, surpassing all but a few robust men who were willing to exert. In this way, she managed to earn the same work points as a man. Li Xiangyang understood that his mother bore all the hardships for the sake of their family. As for his elder brother Li Xianqian, he was now working in the cafeteria of the military factory up in the mountains. However, he was merely an apprentice, receiving only meals as daily compensation, without any wages, though occasionally he was allowed to bring some food home. That alone was considered a boost to the Li family's meals. Apart from this, the Li family had no other income. Coupled with Li Xiangyang's constant need for medicine, these years had essentially drained the savings their father had left behind. Not to mention Zhao Shui, a scheming woman who had been exploiting his predecessor. Thus, spending this money felt heavy for Li Xiangyang. Yet this didn't mean he intended to keep the remaining funds untouched. The money would indeed be spent, but the question was how. Finding a suitable venture could turn it into startup capital. After mulling over these thoughts, Li Xiangyang opened his eyes and saw Li Yaya. She was sitting on a small stool, her cheeks cupped in her hands, already fast asleep. Occasionally, she smacked her lips with drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Li Xiangyang smiled, gently guessing she must be dreaming of something delicious. Having just added experience points, he now felt full of energy, without any trace of his earlier fatigue. He decided not to remain lying down, stood up, and gently carried Li Yaya to the bed. Li Yaya didn't wake, as the day's major events had taken a toll on the household. Though young, she had been busy helping out for quite a while. She was truly exhausted from the ordeal. Once placed on the bed by Li Xiangyang, she slept even more soundly. Since it was summer and the weather was warm, there was no need to cover her with a blanket. After glancing at Li Yaya, Li Xiangyang turned and walked out of the room. As he entered the main hall, he saw his mother returning. She moved briskly, having gone and come back quickly. In her hand, she held an old hen, and she had already reached the Li family's courtyard. The earlier commotion at the Li residence had subsided. Zhang Guifeng first stepped into the main hall, and upon seeing Li Xiangyang standing, was momentarily taken aback, before quickly saying, "Xiangyang, didn't I tell you to rest? Why are you up again?" Her voice was exceptionally gentle, filled with concern, a stark contrast to the fierceness she had displayed during the quarrel. His mother's care warmed Li Xiangyang's heart, and a smile spread across his face. "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine." When Li Xiangyang had added experience points earlier, the system had slightly enhanced his body and restored his stamina. Now he indeed appeared full of vitality. Thus Zhang Guifang scrutinized him carefully several times, but found no trace of anything unusual. Yet she couldn't help muttering, "Xiangyang, you're good in every way except for that stubborn streak. You never listen to me. But you must take better care of yourself. Don't give me another scare like today." Faced with Zhang Guifang's nagging, Li Xiangyang felt no irritation. With his mother caring so much for him, what more could he? Li Xiangyang also knew that when his mother called him stubborn, she was referring to the matter with Zhao Shui. In the past, she had advised him countless times, but to no avail. But things were different now. Li Xiangyang looked at his mother's sun-darkened cheeks and rough hands, saying, "Mom, rest assured from now on, it'll have nothing to do with Zhao Shui. From now on, I can share the family's burdens. Let's live well together." Zhang Guifang was utterly astonished, then broke into a delighted smile. Good, Xiangyang, you've finally come to your senses. Earlier, I was worried you'd take the compensation I got from Zhao Dequan and give it straight to Zhao Shui. Now it seems I was worrying for nothing. This unexpected joy brought tears to Zhang Guifang's eyes. Her second son had always been frail, and she had no idea why he had become so infatuated with Zhao Shui. If it had been any other girl, it might have been acceptable, but Zhao Shui was calculating and had been treating Li Xiangyang like a fool. Over the years, he had tried every means to win her favor, even going to great lengths, yet she had never made her stance clear. Zhang Guifang, being perceptive, had long seen that Zhao Shui was merely stringing her son along, using him as a pawn. If not for her son's constant objections, Zhang Guifang, with her fiery temper, would have stormed into the Zhao residence. After today's incident, she never expected her son to suddenly see the light. Perhaps this was the profound awakening that comes from facing life and death. To hold the family together, Zhang Guifang, who had always maintained a strong front, couldn't help her eyes reddening. She quickly turned away, not wanting Li Xiangyang to see her like this. "Oh, it's good that Xiangyang has come around. Leave the family matters to me and your elder brother. Focus on recovering your health first. That's the most important thing." As she spoke, Zhang Guifang blinked her reddened eyes several times, and once she felt they were normal again, she turned back. "All right, enough of that." With that, she raised the old hen in her hand, saying, "They'll go slaughter this chicken and make you some chicken soup." Li Xiangyang glanced at the hen in his mother's hand. It weighed about 5 jin and was in its laying prime. If it were heavier, its fatness would reduce egg production. Eggs were quite rare in those days, costing about 5 cents each. The villagers generally couldn't afford them, but thanks to the military factories behind the village, eggs had no trouble finding buyers. If they kept this hen with stable egg-laying, they could earn an extra 5 cents daily. However, Li Xiangyang didn't stop his mother from slaughtering it. Though his mother was strong in labor, Li Xiangyang knew it was all sustained by sheer willpower. His younger sister was also very thin, much frailier than other children her age in the village. Even his elder brother had been gaunt before, only gaining some flesh after starting work in the military factory's cafeteria. So slaughtering the hen to nourish the family wasn't a loss. Moreover, since the chicken came from the Zhao family, it couldn't be kept. Eating it was the best choice. After all, with Li Xiangyang being a transmigrator and having his panel, he could quickly change the Li family's current situation. Without hesitation, Li Xiangyang hurried after her. "Mom will go boil some water." Since Li Xiangyang's father passed away, all household affairs, big and small, had been managed by Zhang Guifang. Due to his frail health, Li Xiangyang was generally exempted from any labor at home. Hearing Li Xiangyang's words, Zhang Guifang refused without a second thought. "Xiangyang, go and rest. Killing a chicken is nothing, I'll handle it." Li Xiangyang shook his head. "Boiling water isn't tiring, I'll leave it to me." Seeing that Zhang Guifang was about to say, "Besides, I really need to move around a bit, or my health might only get worse." Zhang Guifang pondered for a moment. His words did make sense. The old Taoist physician at the temple on the back hill had said the same thing. Li Xiangyang needed moderate exercise, so she let him be. In those days, apart from a fortunate few who could use honeycomb briquettes, most people cooked with earth and stone. As for gas and natural gas, which ignited with a single spark, they were even rarer. It wouldn't be until 1987, after the establishment of the National Petroleum and Natural Gas Corporation, that their use would slowly begin to spread. However, Li Xiangyang had also grown up in the countryside in his past life, so earthen stoves were no novelty to him. As long as there was kindling, getting a fire going was easy. In Shixiao village, located in western Sichuan, bamboo groves flourished around every house. The fallen leaves and bamboo sheaths were the perfect kindling. Li Xiangyang used tongs to pick up some dry yellow bamboo leaves and lit them with a single match. Then he fed a few bamboo segments into the stove. Under the blaze, the bamboo soon began to crackle and pop. The dancing flames cast flickering shadows across Li Xiangyang. Just then, Li Xiangyang walked in carrying a bundle of birch branches. Xiangyang used these. They burn longer than bamboo. Life in Shixiao village was indeed simple and hard, but at least firewood was plentiful. The rolling hills and mountains behind the village were covered with birch trees. Li Xiangyang worked in the cafeteria of the military factory. Every time he came home, he would pick up a bundle of firewood. "By the way, Xiangyang, are you sure there's nothing wrong with you?" As he spoke, Li Xiangyang set down the firewood and looked at his brother with concern. In Li Xiangyang's memory, his elder brother was a man of few words. Perhaps it was the strong family genes. Like Li Xiangyang, he was handsome. Many village girls had taken a liking to him, but he had put off starting a family to care for his ailing younger brother. Before his transmigration, Li Xiangyang's family had not been harmonious. On the contrary, they often quarreled over trivial matters. Now he couldn't help but sigh at his predecessor's foolishness. Even with his frail health, the inheritance left by their father should have been enough to keep the family from such dire straits. But his predecessor had been infatuated with the scheming Zhao Shui, led around by the nose only to end up with nothing, an ATM for all those years. Li Xiangyang let out a soft sigh, then looked at his elder brother and said, "Brother, you've worked hard all these years." Seeing the look in Li Xiangyang's eyes, Li Xianqian felt that his younger brother had truly changed after his brush with death. Faced with such sincere gratitude, he was momentarily at a loss. Waving his hands and scratching his head, he finally managed to stammer out, "I'm your big brother. What's this about hardship?" Uncomfortable with the atmosphere, Li Xianqian quickly changed the subject. "Oh Xiangyang, I asked you something, and you haven't. If you feel unwell, they'll take you to the military factory's hospital. The facilities there are much better than the township clinic." Seeing his brother bring it up again, Li Xiangyang felt a bit helpless. Having just boosted his stats, he knew his body was fine. Although he was still far from being in peak condition, at least the kind of sudden death his predecessor had suffered from emotional agitation would no longer happen. Moreover, as long as he had enough money, his physical condition would quickly return to normal or even surpass it. Of course, he couldn't tell his brother about the system panel. In response to his brother's concern, Li Xiangyang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I've come to terms with some things now. I feel much better than before. You don't need to worry about me so much." Li Xianqian was naturally reserved and taciturn, the type who silently gave without knowing how to express his feelings. He had only asked so many questions today because he had been so worried. Now that Li Xiangyang was truly fine, he simply nodded. "Good, that's a relief. You keep the fire going. They'll wash the leftover mushrooms we didn't sell. They'll be perfect for the chicken soup." "Mushrooms?" Li Xiangyang asked, puzzled. "Where did we get mushrooms?" Li Xianqian had already taken a clay pot from the cupboard and was pouring out a pile of dried mushrooms. "I picked them from the mountains behind the village. The workers there sometimes buy these wild goods. These are what was left from the last batch. I dried them and stored them away." Li Xiangyang's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a godsend? He had just been worrying about how to make money, and here was the perfect opportunity. The most crucial part was that while this path was ordinary, there weren't many people competing for it. Selling these mushrooms was a cost-free business, but it couldn't compare to a steady job like earning work points in the village. Even during the slack season, few were willing to do it. Daily farm work drained most people's energy. Only families like the Lees who were truly struggling would have someone go up the mountain to try their luck in their spare time. For Li Xiangyang, however, it was the opposite. In his current physical state, he simply couldn't handle the intense labor of earning. Although trekking through the mountains wasn't easy either, it was just right for him now. The key was that converting work points into cash was too slow. Settlements only happened at the end of the year, and they were first paid out in grain. Only the surplus could be exchanged for money. And how much a single work point was worth depended entirely on the village's total. If yields were high and collective livestock sales were good, the work points were valuable. If yields were low and sales were poor, the value of work points would plummet. In short, it was a gamble on the weather. But the method of gathering wild goods from the mountains to sell for money was perfectly suited to Li Xiangyang's current situation. As soon as he saved up 1 yuan, he could immediately convert it into experience points to improve his physical fitness. This made the investment to return cycle much shorter. As his physical condition improved, it would create a virtuous cycle. He could explore deeper into the mountains, increasing his chances of finding rare items, and thus he would earn more money. As for the valuable rarities in the mountains, there were plenty. In Li Xiangyang's memory, back in the 1970s, the mountains still teemed with many animals. Common pheasants and wild hares, leopards and tigers, and even the national treasure, the giant panda, could all be encountered. Various medicinal herbs, such as chuanxiong and chuanbei, were also visible. Unlike later times, many things could now be legally sold to supply and marketing cooperatives for money. Take tigers, for instance. From tiger bones to tiger skins, everything could be sold, and at a good price. However, Li Xiangyang was quite self-aware. Tiger bones and the like were out of the question for now. Using tigers as an example, even with a shotgun, hunting one down was beyond his current physical capabilities. One misstep, and it was uncertain who would be the hunter and who the prey. Tiger bones and pandas were also not something Li Xiangyang dwelled on. He had already made up his mind to head up the mountain tomorrow, gather some mushrooms and other wild goods, and sell them at the military. As the saying goes, live off the mountain. This first pot of gold would start from the endless forest behind the village. While Li Xiangyang was lost and thought the water in the pot had begun to steam and hiss, Li Xiangyang stopped adding firewood to the stove. The water for killing the chicken couldn't be too hot, or it would spoil the meat. The temperature was just right for plucking feathers. Using a gourd ladle, Li Xiangyang filled a bucket with hot water and handed it to Zhang Guifang, who had already slaughtered the chicken. Zhang Guifang placed the hen into the scalding water and began plucking the feathers. With Li Xiangyang's help and her nimble hands, it was done in no time. Finally, they lit a bundle of straw to burn off the remaining fine feathers. Li Xiangyang, having grown up in the countryside, was no stranger to such tasks. Though his body was temporarily weaker and his movements less agile than Zhang Guifang's, he still had the basic know-how. At this point, Li Xiangyang picked up the knife Zhang Guifang had used to slaughter the chicken and slit the hen's belly, gutting it. He then swiftly pulled out the chicken's innards with his hands and placed them into a clay bowl that had been set aside. Though the giblets might not look appealing now, once cleaned, they would become a delicacy. With just a few seasonings and a quick stir-fry over high heat, they would make a perfect addition to noodles. Li Xiangyang was about to wash the giblets when Zhang Guifang wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and waved him off. "Xiangyang, these giblets are messy. Let me handle them. Take the chicken back inside, and he'll cut it up and put it in the pot later. Oh, and keep an eye out for cats," Zhang Guifang instructed as she worked. Li Xiangyang's family didn't keep cats or dogs, as she was warning him about stray cats stealing the food. In these times, it was hard enough for people to get enough to eat, let alone cats and dogs. With their keen noses, if one wasn't careful the whole chicken could be snatched away. Xiangyang nodded and didn't insist on cleaning the giblets himself. Though it was still early, the free-range chicken from the countryside had firm flesh and would take a while to stew. Stonebox Village had no electricity, so no electric lights. Nestled against the mountains, the sun set early and darkness fell quickly. Candles and oil lamps were rarely used except in special circumstances. Usually after dinner, everyone went to bed early. To avoid delaying the meal, Xiangyang went inside, placed the chicken on the cutting board, and began chopping it with a cleaver. In his past life, Xiangyang's family wasn't harmonious. Though both parents were alive, they often quarreled over trivial matters. Over time, he became very independent and developed excellent cooking skills. A rhythmic thumping sound rang out as the chicken was cut into even pieces, making it easier to stew until tender. Meanwhile, his elder brother Xianxian was meticulously washing the sand from the mushrooms. Given the Li family's current circumstances, they couldn't even afford chicken for the new year. Now that there was a hen to nourish Xiangyang, he couldn't bear to let a bit of sand in the mushrooms ruin the precious chicken soup. After washing them repeatedly and thoroughly, Xianxian finally finished. He placed the mushrooms in a bamboo basket and carried them inside. Fresh ingredients rarely require complex preparation or seasonings. Xiangyang rinsed them once with clean water and added the mushrooms to the pot along with the chicken. The stove still had embers from the hot water. Xiangyang added a few dry bamboo sticks, and soon the blazing flames licked the bottom of the pot. Before long, the pot began to bubble, and large plumes of white steam escaped from the gaps in the wooden lid. With it came the enticing aroma of chicken soup. In this era, everyone's stomachs lacked grease. Many in Stonebox Village couldn't boast of having enough to eat at every meal, let alone the Li family's current state. This rich, fragrant chicken soup was incredibly comforting. The scent wafted through the cracks in the door, tickling the nose of Li Yaya, who was asleep, and waking her. Children tired quickly, but also recovered swiftly. After a nap, Li Yaya regained her usual liveliness. Opening her eyes, she turned over and sat up. Her little feet dangled off the bed for a moment before slipping precisely into the shoes placed beside them. She then dabbed. Li Yaya's first sight was Li Xiangyang tending the fire. Inhaling the increasingly rich aroma deeply, she raised her head and said to him, "So fragrant. Second brother, what are you cooking?" Li Xiangyang fed firewood into the stove, gazing at Li Yaya with affectionate eyes, and replied, with a smile, "Chicken soup. Are you tempted? You'll have to wait a bit longer. I'll serve you some once it's done." Chicken soup. Li Yaya suddenly realized and quickly shook her head. "No, I can't eat it." This answer surprised Li Xiangyang. The little girl had looked so eager just a moment ago. Why would she refuse upon hearing it was chicken soup? Just as Li Xiangyang was about to ask, why, Li Yaya continued, "Mom brought this chicken from the Zhao family to help you recover. I can't eat it." Children from rural backgrounds in this era were generally sensible, but few could match Li Yaya's restraint. Li Xiangyang sighed and patted Li Yaya on the head. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed from this angle a woman approaching the Li family from outside the door. He recognized her at a glance as Zhao Shui. His mother had only just collected some interest from the Zhao family today. Couldn't she wait? Coming to find him so soon. This was only the beginning. "Yaya, keep an eye on the fire," Li Xiangyang said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, then stepped outside. Li Xiangyang was walking out of the house. At that moment, Zhang Guifeng had just finished cleaning the chicken gizzards. She stood up, gently massaging her slightly sore lower back, and saw Zhao Shui approaching from nearby. Zhang Guifeng had been in a fairly good mood because of Li Xiangyang's earlier words. But the instant she saw Zhao Shui, her smile froze and her expression darkened. Zhang Guifeng, who had managed to hold the Li family together after her husband's death, was far from foolish. She had long seen through what Zhao Shui had been doing all these years. So when she saw Zhao Shui, Zhang Guifeng naturally showed no kindness. Especially since Li Xiangyang had just said he would have nothing more to do with Zhao Shui. Zhang Guifeng was genuinely afraid that Li Xiangyang would be fooled again by Zhao Shui's sweet talk. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Get out now." Zhang Guifeng's tone was harsh, showing no goodwill toward Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui, who had been wearing a smile, paused upon hearing Zhang Guifeng's rebuke. Then she saw Li Xiangyang walking toward them. Zhao Shui bit her lip gently, then lowered her head and said, "Auntie Zhang, I heard Xiangyang woke up, so I came to see him." As her words faded, Li Xiangyang had already reached them. Stopping, Li Xiangyang said to Zhang Guifeng, "Mom, go inside and rest. He'll handle this." Zhang Guifeng looked at him with concern, still uneasy about her son. Opening her mouth, Zhang Guifeng ultimately said nothing. Li Xiangyang, seeing his mother's expression, knew she was worried he might be taken advantage of. Li Xiangyang understood this well. The impression he had left on his family over the years was too deep. His few words just now were not enough to fully reassure his mother. Without speaking, Li Xiangyang gave Zhang Guifeng a look, signaling her to relax. This time she said no more, but before entering the house, Zhang Guifeng shot Zhao Shui a sharp glare, making no effort to hide her warning. In the past, she had let Zhao Shui take small advantages. Yet this morning, after Li Xiangyang visited Zhao Shui, he almost made Zhang Guifeng suffer the loss of her child. Though she still didn't know exactly what happened, she was sure Zhao Shui was involved. Once Zhang Guifeng was inside, Li Xiangyang finally turned to Zhao Shui. To be fair, Zhao Shui's jet black hair was tied into a long ponytail. She wore a white knee-length dress with blue floral patterns and white shoes on her feet. Not to mention her looks, just her outfit outshone all the village girls her age. Before Li Xiangyang could say anything, seeing Zhang Guifeng go inside, Zhao Shui stopped, lowering her head and pursing her lips. She lifted her chin, slightly squinting at Li Xiangyang, and said, "Li Xiangyang, your mom swindled my family out of 10 yuan and a hen earlier. Did you know that? Zhao Shui was quite aggressive in front of Li Xiangyang, her words pressing hard. She immediately accused Zhang Guifang of, if this were the old Li Xiangyang, he would have been so flustered he couldn't speak. Without Zhao Shui needing to say more, he would have returned the money and the hen at once. He might even have rummaged through the house for anything valuable to give her. Zhao Shui expected this, so she stopped talking. She just crossed her arms, watching him coldly, waiting for him to apologize meekly and return the items. But Li Xiangyang was no longer the same person, and naturally things didn't go as Zhao Shui had planned. Zhao Shui's aggressive stance didn't faze Li Xiangyang in the slightest. He remained completely calm. Of course I know about. Hearing his reply, Zhao Shui pressed on. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and give me back the money and the hen. Li Xiangyang grinned and said, I'd like to return them, but... Before he could finish, Zhao Shui cut him off. Don't you smirk at me, but what? Li Xiangyang shrugged, looking helpless. It's just that you're too late. The hen's already been butchered and put in the pot. Zhao Shui was taken aback, then confirmed, butchered. Of course. The feathers from the chicken had been gathered by Zhang Guifang into a bamboo basket. These feathers weren't trash, they were useful for scattering in the garden to keep birds away from the crops. Li Xiangyang gestured toward the feathers and said, the feathers are right here. Do you think I'm lying? Seeing the feathers, Zhao Shui was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhang Guifang to be so willing. A hen that was still laying eggs killed without a second thought, just to nourish Li Xiangyang. But since Zhao Shui had come, she wouldn't let it go just because he said it was butchered. Fine. Your family killed my hen. You have to compensate me, and you must return the 10 yuan your mom swindled from my... Otherwise, don't even think about speaking to me again. Zhao Shui's threat would have been devastating to his former self. But to the current Li Xiangyang, it was utterly ridiculous. The reason Li Xiangyang had come out was simply to see what charm Zhao Shui possessed that had so captivated his predecessor. Now that he saw her, she was nothing special. Li Xiangyang lost interest in playing along with her act and said directly, first, you've got one thing wrong. The hen and the money were compensation from your father to me, not something my mom swindled. Second, who do you think you are? A celestial maiden. Don't even think about speaking to me again. In the past, Li Xiangyang had always tried to please Zhao Shui, afraid of upsetting her. Not to mention Li Xiangyang. Given Zhao Shui's looks and her job at the supply cooperative, everyone spoke to her with the utmost. Zhao Shui had long grown accustomed to this treatment. She had never heard Li Xiangyang speak to her in such a tone. Upon hearing his disdainful and sarcastic words, Zhao Shui's mind exploded, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, and her breathing became rapid. You dare speak to me like this? Li Xiangyang clicked his tongue, amused by Zhao Shui's fury. Tisk tisk, I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already this upset. Zhao Shui glared at him, nearly grinding her teeth. Say it. Li Xiangyang, I want to see what else you can possibly say. Zhao Shui's voice abruptly rose in volume. She was clearly provoked by Li Xiangyang's words. Staring at Li Xiangyang standing before her, Zhao Shui took several deep breaths. In the end, she managed to calm herself. She didn't want to completely sever ties with Li Xiangyang. Not because she harbored any... It was simply that she didn't wish to lose such an obedient meal ticket. Li Xiangyang, I know you've just woken up and your mind is... I'll give you one more chance. If you apologize to me and return the money, they'll pretend nothing happened. As for the hen, you can pay me back slowly at market price. Though her tone remained harsh, Zhao Shui believed she had made the greatest concession. If it weren't for the many gifts Li Xiangyang had given her in the past, she wouldn't have offered him this chance. Li Xiangyang, however, was thoroughly amused. Just moments ago, Zhao Shui had urged him to speak his mind, yet before he could utter a word, she had already turned it into giving him another opportunity. Did Zhao Shui truly think he was still the same fool she could manipulate? Unable to contain himself, Li Xiangyang burst. Haha. Hearing his laughter, Zhao Shui frowned and demanded, Li Xiangyang, what are you laughing at? Still smiling, Li Xiangyang tilted his head and looked at her. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at where you get the confidence to give me another chance. Li Xiangyang. You. Zhao Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Her proud heart was deeply wounded. She had taken the initiative to compromise and offered him a way out. Yet instead of apologizing as she expected, he mocked her even more relentlessly. Zhao Shui tried to speak further, but Li Xiangyang raised his hand to stop her. Enough. Stop your you. I have no feelings for you anymore. Don't act like you're some celestial maiden with irresistible charm. Do you really think everyone has to obey you just because you're a woman? Zhao Shui was about to flare up, but then she recalled the morning's events. It must have been those words that caused Li Xiangyang. With that thought, her expression shifted. She forced a smile and spoke in a gentle tone. Xiangyang, I think you've missed. What I said this morning was meant to motivate you. Look at your cousin Xiangmin. He's a high school student in our village with a real chance of getting into university. You, on the other hand, do nothing all day and lack any ambition. I was worried for you. As she spoke, Zhao Shui lowered her head, bit her lip, and after glancing at Li Xiangyang's face, continued. If you work hard and get into university, you're not entirely without hope. Watching Zhao Shui's aggrieved expression, Li Xiangyang couldn't help but shiver despite the scorching heat, goosebumps rising. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Yet despite his revulsion, Li Xiangyang felt a grudging admiration for Zhao Shui. In such a short time, she had concocted this story to fool him. Paired with her pitiful expression, if this were his former self, even after the morning's incident, he would have believed it was all a misunderstanding. He would have thought Zhao Shui was merely frustrated with his lack of progress, and said those things to spur him on. But unfortunately, her scheme had backfired. Having lived two lives, how could Li Xiangyang not see through Zhao Shui's true intentions? Oh, you never thought I lacked ambition before, but now that the document restoring the college entrance exam has come down, suddenly I do. Isn't it just because you've latched onto Li Xiangmin the villages? He paused, shook his head, and continued. No, he's the most promising candidate in the commune, even the entire county, to get into university. That's why you're so eager to distance yourself from me. Zhao Xue's innermost thoughts were precisely exposed by Li Xiangyang. At that moment, a storm raged within her. How could this be? How could Li Xiangyang, that fool, know all this? Had Zhang Guifeng told him? Without time to dwell on it, Zhao Xue looked up and said, Xiangyang, I am really not what you think. You've misunderstood. Li Xiangyang had lost all patience with her. He waved his hand dismissively and said wearily, enough. I've told you I have no feelings for you anymore. Since you've now hitched your wagon to Li Xiangmin, that's fine. From now on you go your way, and he'll go mine. Li Xiangyang paused, looked at Zhao Xue, and grinned. Also, let me warn you, I'm not so easily taken advantage of. Today's 10 yuan and the hen are just the interest. Zhao Xue was seething with hatred. If not for Zhang Guifeng forcefully taking a hen and 10 yuan from her father. If not for Zhang Guifeng's obvious favoritism toward Li Xiangyang suggesting he still had considerable value, she wouldn't have come to the Li household at all. Not only did she fail to retrieve her belongings, but after going to such lengths and making such sacrifices, she was humiliated by Li Xiangyang instead. Zhao Xue ground her teeth in fury and stomped her foot heavily. Li Xiangyang, you bastard. You'll never find a wife. Li Xiangyang was amused by her outburst. Whether I find a wife or not is none of your concern. Even if I don't, I will. Furious, Zhao Xue felt her head about to explode. She knew that if she stayed any longer, she would surely be driven mad by... She turned and ran out of the Li household. What a joke. Who would fancy a sickly wretch like Li Xiangyang? Could his claim of not considering her be a game of playing hard to get after being rejected? The thought crossed her mind, and suddenly everything seemed to make sense. Zhao Xue had long figured out Li Xiangyang's personality. How could he change so abruptly, losing all interest in her? And his final remark, even if I don't find a wife, I wouldn't consider you. Wasn't that the epitome of playing hard to get? Zhao Xue glanced back at Li Xiangyang, who had already entered the house. Since that was the case, she wouldn't speak to him for a week and see who was more anxious. Meanwhile, Li Xiangyang, lacking mind-reading abilities, was naturally unaware of Zhao Xue's thoughts. Even if he had known, it wouldn't have stirred any emotion in him. At most, he would have cursed under his breath, overconfident, and as he approached the door, Li Xiangyang heard a commotion from behind the half-closed door. Upon entering, he saw his mother, eldest brother, and little sister squeezed behind it. Li Xiangyang was speechless. Did they really have so little trust in him that they had to eavesdrop like that? Mom, big brother, what are you doing? He asked, feigning ignorance. Embarrassed by her second son's question, Zhang Guifeng stammered, nothing much. Li Xiangqian, always a man of few words, mumbled incoherently. As for Li Yaya, the little girl was brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Li Xiangyang, she even waved her tiny fists. Brother, you were amazing. That was so satisfying. I've hated that woman for a long time and wanted to give her a piece of my mind. You finally avenged me. Li Xiangyang was amused by Li Yaya's unrestrained enthusiasm. He gave her a gentle flick on the forehead. At your age, you should learn good things, not cursing. Ow, ow. Big brother, that hurts. Li Yaya winced dramatically. Li Xiangyang had barely used any force. He couldn't bear to hurt the girl. He ignored her exaggerated antics. The fragrant aroma of chicken soup filled the entire house. It was about time to eat. Time for dinner. The Li family's earthen stove held 2 pots, both billowing steam. One simmered chicken soup, while the other steamed rice in a wooden steamer. Shixiao village nestled in western Sichuan, backed by rolling hills and mountains. The fields primarily yielded rice, wheat, along with some corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. High-yield hybrid rice had yet to emerge, and given Shixiao village's climate, only one crop of rice and wheat could be cultivated annually. Rice and wheat flour, being fine grains, held considerable value. Each year, the village prioritized delivering them to the commune in exchange for more coarse grains, leaving even less rice for each household. Thus, the Li family typically subsisted on coarse grains. It was only out of concern for Li Xiangyang's health that Zhang Guifeng had cooked a pot of steamed rice today. As the saying goes, food is the paramount necessity of the people. This adage never grows outdated, especially in an era where filling one's stomach proves difficult. So the steaming chicken soup and drained rice in the pot were incredibly comforting. Li Xiangyang stood before the earthen stove, lifted the wooden lid, and poked the chicken with chopsticks. Indeed, after slow simmering, the chicken had turned tender and soft. The rice in the other pot was also cooked through. After ladling out the chicken soup and rice, the family gathered around a small wooden table. The spread was sparse. Besides the stewed chicken, only a bowl of pickled vegetables. Noticing his mother still lost in thought, chopsticks untouched, Li Xiangyang picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in her. Mom, the chicken is tender, have a taste. Zhang Guifeng was preoccupied. Caught eavesdropping earlier, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, but more so joy. Since her husband's death, Zhang Guifeng hadn't felt such happiness in a long time. Her constant worry had always been Li. He had been frail since childhood and inexplicably developed feelings for Zhao Xue. Fortunately, Li Xiangyang had just clarified things, with Zhao Xue lifting a heavy burden from Zhang Guifeng's heart. As long as he distanced himself from Zhao Xue, their family could look forward to better days. Lost in thought, Zhang Guifeng heard Li Xiangyang's voice. Snapping back to reality, she saw Li Xiangyang placing a large piece of chicken in her bowl. She quickly shook her head. Xiangyang, this chicken is too greasy for me. You need nourishment, so eat more. Li Xiangqian and Li Yaya nodded in agreement. Seeing his mother, elder brother, and younger sister's expressions, Li Xiangyang saw through their intentions. It wasn't that they disliked it. They simply couldn't bear to eat it, wanting to save the chicken for him. Without a word, he picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece in each of their bowls. Before they could refuse, he declared in an unquestioning tone, If we're eating this chicken, we all eat. Otherwise, I want it. Zhang Guifang opened her mouth to protest, but Xiangyang interrupted with a smile. Mom, don't overthink it. It's just a chicken. Now that I've cut ties with Zhao Shui, we won't lack for food like this. Hearing this, Zhang Guifang, though the Li family's current life wasn't affluent, with Xiangyang distancing himself from Zhao Shui, their fortunes would surely improve. Just then, Xianqian spoke up. In a while, I'll be confirmed in my position. The head of the factory mess hall told me he'll earn 18 yuan a month after that. We'll be able to buy a hen every month to nourish Xiangyang. In those days, income from farming was pitifully low. Li Xianqian's 18 yuan salary after confirmation was substantial, and working in the mess hall meant a free meal, a dream for many. But Li Xiangyang shook his head. Brother, I've held you back all these years, delaying your marriage. Keep the money for yourself. Find me a sister-in-law and let mom hold a grandchild soon. Li Xianqian's face stiffened. Xiangyang, I don't like hearing that. How have you held me back? I'm your elder brother. This is my duty. Say that again and he'll truly be angry. Li Xiangyang had already devised a way to earn money and no longer intended to rely on his mother and brother. However, he couldn't directly mention foraging in the mountains to avoid worrying them about his health. So he deftly changed the subject. All right, brother, I understand. I won't say that anymore. For now, let's eat before the food gets cold. Zhang Guifang, seeing the harmony between her sons, felt an indescribable joy and relief. Yes, eat up, eat up. With their mother's encouragement, the three siblings finally began. Li Xiangyang picked up a piece of chicken which quivered on his chopsticks. Bringing it to his lips, he blew gently and took a large bite. The skin was soft and sticky, chewy in his mouth with a hint of firmness from the meat. The texture was simply exquisite. As he chewed, the delicate fragrance of chicken and the savory essence of mountain mushrooms burst upon his palate. Taking a sip of the lightly salted chicken soup, the aroma intensified, swirling in his throat and nose. Li Xiangyang felt every cell in his body rejoice, a primal craving for protein and fat. After several more pieces of chicken, he picked up some sour long beans to cut the richness. Though lacking chili oil, they remained crisp and refreshing. For the Li family's current circumstances, this meal was a supreme delicacy. Soon the chicken was devoured entirely. Even the oil droplets in the bowls were rinsed with hot water and consumed. Zhang Guifang had intended to save some chicken for Li Xiangyang's next meal, but under his insistence, nothing was left. After eating, Li Xiangyang helped Zhang Guifang clear the dishes. Li Xiangqian went to the yard to chop firewood, while Li Yaya sat on a stool contentedly patting her round belly. She licked her lips, still craving more. By the time chores were done, dusk had fallen. Evening entertainment was scarce in this area. Apart from the county's film projection team visiting the village, the only option was to sleep with one's wife. Tonight there was no film, and Li Xiangyang had no wife. After washing up, he went to bed early. It was only early June, not yet hot. Listening to the chirping insects and croaking frogs outside, Li Xiangyang closed his eyes, coaxing sleep. Though unaccustomed to retiring so early, he hadn't forgotten the plan to gather mountain goods at dawn. The next day arrived. Li Xiangyang opened his eyes. A gentle breeze swept through the half-open window, causing it to creak and groan. Li Xiangyang gazed outward. A ray of sunlight streamed through the narrow, dilapidated window into the room. This faint light barely illuminated the dim interior. He could clearly see specks of dust floating. Just as he rose from bed and dressed himself, he heard the bedroom door creak open a crack and a small head poked in. "Second brother, you're finally awake. Come eat breakfast." Coming. Li Xiangyang replied as he slipped on his shoes, then walked out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. By then, Li Yaya had already set the table with bowls of food. Li Xiangyang noticed only 2 bowls on the table and asked, "Why is it just you and me? Where are mother and eldest brother?" Li Yaya pulled over a stool for Li Xiangyang, arranged it, and said, "When I got up, I didn't see anyone. They probably went out." It was now the height of summer, so dawn came early. Although the sun was already visible, Li Xiangyang hadn't risen too late. But Zhang Guifang and Li Xiangqian had gotten up much earlier than Li Xiangyang. For the family's daily rations, their mother had to rush to the production team at dawn to earn work points. As for eldest brother, he also had to go to work at the military factory's cafeteria. He was at a critical juncture and couldn't afford a trivial mistake like being late to jeopardize his job confirmation. Li Xiangyang remembered well how much their mother and brother had sacrificed for him. He wasted no more time, sat down, and began his breakfast. Compared to last night's dinner, the morning meal was much simpler. The chicken had been completely devoured the previous evening. Only some chicken broth remained. Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya soaked their rice in the broth paired with a bit of pickled cowpea and ate with great satisfaction. After the meal, Li Xiangyang quickly washed the dishes and instructed Li Yaya, "Yaya, I'm planning to go out. Stay home and don't wander off or mother won't find you when she returns." Li Yaya's eyes widened with excitement upon hearing he was going out. She said eagerly, "Second brother, where are you going? Can you take me?" Li Xiangyang saw her enthusiasm and knew the girl was terribly bored staying home alone. Since his body couldn't handle venturing into the deep mountains, he planned only to go to the nearby hilly terrain, which posed no danger. So he decided to bring Li Yaya along. Li Xiangyang nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take you." Children of Li Yaya's age are easily pleased. Hearing that Li Xiangyang would take her, she jumped up from the ground in joy. She grabbed Li Xiangyang's hand, her lively eyes fixed on him, and cheered. "I knew second brother would take me. You're the best." Though Li Xiangyang doted on Li Yaya, he still warned her sternly. "First, you must promise to be obedient once we're out. Otherwise, I won't take you." Without a second thought, Li Yaya nodded her head like a pestle pounding garlic. "Second brother, don't worry. He'll definitely listen to you. If you say go east, I won't go west." If you say chase the dog, I want chase the chicken. Li Xiangyang's forehead instantly creased with a line of exasperation as he waved to cut her off. Enough, enough. At your age, I wonder where you picked up such talk. With that, Li Xiangyang locked the door, shouldered a basket, and set off toward the back mountain with Li Yaya. The path was far from easy. In those days, the village roads were still dirt tracks, not the concrete paths that later reached every home. At most, the main road had a thin layer of gravel. Coupled with a night rain, the road became even more treacherous. But the rain was a blessing for Li Xiangyang. It was summer, and after a night of rain, mushrooms would sprout eagerly from the ground. Besides, it was the busy farming season with fieldwork consuming everyone's daylight hours, meaning almost no one would compete with Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang's body hadn't fully recovered, and with Li Yaya in tow, he couldn't move quickly. It took about half an hour to reach their destination. Li Xiangyang looked out at the endless chain of small hills stretching beyond sight. This was the back mountain of Shi, yet calling them mountains was an exaggeration. They were more like hills, extensions of the Longmen mountain range. To truly enter the mountains, one had to cross several hills and reach the military factory area. The June sun, though not as harsh as in July or August, was still warm enough to feel hot. Li Xiangyang took Li Yaya's hand and plunged into a birch forest. Shaded by the trees, he immediately felt. He pulled out a gourd of water, handed it to Li Yaya, and said, "Here, drink some water." Li Yaya, used to roaming freely in the village, wasn't tired from the walk, but under the sun she was indeed thirsty. Li Yaya took the gourd, took a sip, and asked Li Xiangyang, "Second brother, you've just recovered a bit. Why are you bringing me into the mountains? If mother finds out, she'll scold me for not stopping you." Li Xiangyang chuckled and said, "Now you're scared. Who was it that insisted on tagging along earlier?" Li Yaya pouted. "That's because you didn't tell me we were going into the mountains." Li Xiangyang took a sip of water to quench his thirst. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. I came to the mountains today to gather some wild goods to sell and supplement the family income. Don't just play around later. You need to help me work." Young as she was, Li Yaya understood this was serious business. She had watched their mother and brother toil every day, and now she could finally help. It made her happy. "Second brother, don't worry. They'll help you gather." Li Xiangyang nodded and led the way. Traces of previous searches were visible along the path, but thanks to last night's rain, he still spotted many mushrooms. Some wild mountain mushrooms were poisonous, so Li Xiangyang wasn't greedy. He ignored any he didn't recognize. Along the way, he gathered a good haul of porcini, matsutake, and morels. With eyes fixed on the ground, listening to the birds and cicadas, the siblings searched for about an hour. At first, signs of human activity were common, but later they had to use a machete to carve a path. Li Xiangyang looked up at the increasingly dense forest, then at the bounty in his basket. He called to Li Yaya, who was still searching a few meters away. "Yeah, take a break. We're heading back." Li Yaya wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. "Got it, second brother. He'll pick these last few mushrooms and come over." "All right, I'll wait here. Don't go too far." Li Xiangyang set down his basket and began sorting through the haul. The main find today was mushrooms, but such a large mountain offered more. There were also a few bird eggs, black fungus, and a large handful of mulberries. Though not fully ripe, these sweet and sour berries were a rare treat in those times. As he sorted, Li Yaya suddenly called out from nearby, second brother, come quick." Li Xiangyang pushed aside some branches and walked toward her. Li Yaya pointed ahead excitedly. "Second brother, what's this big patch? Is it Chuanxiong?" "It looks a bit like it." Li Xiangyang didn't need her to point. He recognized it as Chuanxiong the moment he approached. Looking at the vast patch, he estimated it would yield several dozen jin when dug up. Today's greatest prize wasn't the half basket of mushrooms, but this field of Chuanxiong. In this era, Chuanxiong had not yet been cultivated on a large scale. Every year, there was a considerable shortfall in the domestic supply of this herb, although its value still fell short of precious medicinal materials like ginseng or lingzhi mushrooms. However, as a traditional Chinese medicine, it possesses the efficacy of promoting blood circulation and moving qi, as well as dispelling wind and alleviating pain, commanding a much higher price than ordinary mushrooms. Li Xiangyang never expected that on his very first trip up the mountain to gather wild goods, he would encounter such a vast patch of wild Chuanxiong. After a surge of joy, he set down his bamboo basket, picked up his small iron hoe, and began to dig. The medicinal parts of Chuanxiong are buried underground, making the digging a delicate task. He had to be careful with the hoe not to damage the rhizomes, or it would affect their appearance and fetch a lower price. It took Li Xiangyang a full hour to unearth the entire patch of Chuanxiong. Meanwhile, Li Yaya was not idle either. With every root he dug up, she helped shake off the clinging soil. After all this exertion, Li Yaya was thoroughly exhausted, sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet her small face showed not a trace of fatigue, but instead was brimming with excitement. "Second brother, these Chuanxiong roots are so plump. How much money can we get for them? We were lucky today, and it's a good thing these herbs grew in such a hidden spot, otherwise they wouldn't have been waiting for us." Li Xiangyang's tone was calm, but gazing at the large pile of Chuanxiong, his heartbeat quickened considerably. This was, compared to the mushrooms in his basket, selling the Chuanxiong would be far easier. The supply and marketing cooperative had a standing purchase order for it, with no limit on quantity. Next, Li Xiangyang poured out some of the mushrooms from his basket, placed the Chuanxiong inside, and then covered them tightly with a layer of mushrooms. He checked again to ensure nothing was visible from the outside, then found a rock to sit on and rest. The reason for all this trouble was simply to keep his wealth hidden. In this era in the mountains, if anyone saw Li Xiangyang carrying so much Chuanxiong, it would be hard to guarantee that others wouldn't harbor ill intentions. After all, in these dense woods, burying one or two people was not a difficult task. Even if the police were called with the investigative techniques of the time, it might not be possible to determine who did it. That was why Xiangyang was so cautious. Having done all this, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. Due to his physical condition, his stamina was not much better than Yaya's. Having scurried around the mountain for so long and dug up so much Chuanxiong, Xiangyang was truly exhausted. However, he hadn't forgotten about the existence of his panel. He immediately summoned the panel in his mind. Namely, Xiangyang status villager level 0, 1100 skill, gathering money 9, compared to before the panel, had now changed with the word gathering appearing under the skill column. But for now it appeared gray and could not be upgraded. However, Xiangyang was not disappointed. After all, this was only his first time up the mountain. The skill hadn't fully formed yet. He figured that with a few more trips he could practice it into a formal skill. The matter of skills was not the priority now, so Xiangyang didn't dwell on it. Earlier he had considered keeping the remaining 9 yuan for emergencies, but with today's bountiful harvest there was no longer any need to hold on to that 9 yuan. After all, he had personally experienced the benefits of increasing his level's experience points. Not only could it improve his physical fitness, but it could also restore his stamina. Without hesitation, Xiangyang spent 8 yuan to boost his level experience. Just like last time, a warm current instantly surged through his body, completely washing away his fatigue. At the same time, Xiangyang felt his physical constitution improve once again. Compared to the 1 yuan spent last time, this enhancement was much greater. The information on the panel also changed accordingly. Namely, Xiangyang status villager level 0, 9100 skill, gathering money 1. Now Xiangyang had only 1 yuan left, which he kept to restore stamina when needed just in case. Just as Xiangyang closed the panel, Li Yaya sitting beside him spoke up. Second brother, I'm rested. Let's go sell these chuan. Xiangyang nodded, stood up, and shouldered his basket while instructing, don't tell anyone about the chuanxiong we dug up today. When we get back, if anyone asks, just say we only picked some mushrooms today. Got it. Li Yaya immediately replied, second brother, don't worry, I understand. If others find out we dug up chuanxiong, who knows if they'll get greedy. They'll definitely come up the mountain to compete with us for wild goods. I'm not that foolish. Xiangyang couldn't help but chuckle at how mature Li Yaya sounded for her age. Right. Our Yaya is very clever. I don't even need to explain these things to you. Instead of being shy from the Li Yaya squinted her eyes triumphantly and put her hands on her hips. Of course, second brother. Don't you know who I am? Seeing her mischievous look, Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh and scold. You little rascal, no matter how clever you are, you're still my little sister. With that, he waved his hand and continued. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go sell the chuanxiong early so mom won't worry when she gets off work and can't find us. Xiangyang led Li Yaya as they set off. The journey out of the forest went quite smoothly. Although the spot where they dug the chuanxiong was very hidden and hard to find following the trail they had made, and the markers Xiangyang had left, the two soon returned to the small path leading into the mountains. Xiangyang planned to take Li Yaya along the path toward the military factory. Although going directly down the mountain to the supply and marketing cooperative near the commune would be faster, the half basket of mushrooms would not be as easy to sell there. Compared to the purchasing power of the factory workers, the commune was mostly made up of peasants from various villages. Xiangyang himself, a peasant, naturally understood that for them spending money on fresh mushrooms was not as practical as buying rice flour or cooking oil. Another reason was that he was more likely to run into acquaintances at the commune, including Zhao Shui, who worked there. If he swaggered over there, keeping a secret would be impossible. After crossing several mountain ridges, Xiangyang and Li Yaya finally caught sight of the military factory in the distance. After another 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at their destination. This place was originally called Qingshigu, a remote mountain area with few inhabitants. It wasn't until the mid-1960s that, due to special circumstances, the nation proposed the policy of Third Front Control. Peng County, where Shixiao village was located, nestled against the Longmen Mountains with numerous hills and ranges, was naturally well suited for implementing this policy. Initially, only one military factory was relocated here, with just a few hundred people in the entire plant. Gradually, several more military factories were moved in, forming a cluster of industrial compounds. Over the years of development, tens of thousands of people now lived here. With such a large population, various supporting facilities naturally sprang up. From kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, and technical schools to hospitals and supply cooperatives, everything was available. It was essentially a small society. It was almost as well developed as Peng County's county seat. The military factories maintained strict internal management, and since Xiangyang was not an employee, he naturally couldn't enter. However, Xiangyang only needed to sell his goods, not enter the factory area directly. He just had to follow the outer wall into the residential zone. The roads here were much better. The muddy dirt paths, softened by last night's rain, had all been replaced with cement-paved surface. Along one side of the road, ancient cypress trees lined the wall, creating a serene atmosphere. Combined with the red brick buildings of the family quarters within the walls, the scene was steeped in nostalgia. On the other side flowed a natural stream 4 to 5 meters wide. Its waters were crystal clear, and many people in the residential area liked to wash clothes there. It was work hours now, so the road was mostly empty. Xiangyang led Li Yaya forward. In the distance, they could already see the small square of the residential area. It wasn't yet noon, but the small square was already bustling with vendors setting up stalls. Some sold eggs from their own hens, others offered fresh vegetables from their private plots. Although the military factories had their own canteens, the population was too large. Not everyone ate at the mess hall, so business at these stalls was quite good. Eager to sell his chuanxiong, Xiangyang didn't linger here. He headed straight for the nearby supply cooperative. The cooperative here had a storefront much larger than the one in the commune. The variety and supply were on an entirely different level. Many sought-after items that required both money and ration tickets in the commune were available here almost without limit. This was Li Xiangyang's first visit, and he knew no one. Entering the cooperative, he approached a random clerk and asked Comrade, "Hello. I have some chuanxiong to sell. Who should I see?" In those days, jobs at supply cooperatives were highly coveted. The staff often looked down on others almost as if they were looking through their noses. However, due to the unique nature of the military factory area with many workers and high-ranking officials, the service here was notably better than elsewhere. So the clerk didn't make things difficult for Li Xiangyang. Adjusting his glasses, he replied readily, "Chuanxiong, is it? First, let me take a look at the goods." Following the clerk, Li Xiangyang entered the dedicated purchasing room. Li Xiangyang set down his basket and brushed aside the layer of mushrooms covering the top. The clerk bent down, picked up a piece of chuanxiong, and examined it carefully in his hand. "Just dug up from the ground, right?" Li Xiangyang replied, "Yes, just harvested wild chuanxiong from the mountain." The clerk nodded and continued, "Good quality, clearly aged. The current purchase price for chuanxiong is 1 yuan and 20 cents per caddy, but since yours is raw, it'll lose a lot of moisture after processing. So the price will be lower. I can offer you at most 70 cents per caddy." After speaking, the clerk noticed Li Xiangyang's simple attire and the child Li Yaya beside him and advised, "I suggest you take it home to dry in the sun first. The weather's hot these days with strong sun. It'll only take a few days." Li Xiangyang understood the clerk's meaning. He was hinting that drying it first would fetch a much better price. But a small amount of chuanxiong would be fine, and the issue was that he had dozens of caddies. Wealth stirs the heart, and it would inevitably invite trouble. So Li Xiangyang shook his head and said, "Thanks for the advice, but my family is in urgent need of money. Please just wait." The clerk didn't know Li Xiangyang and had only made a casual suggestion. Since Li Xiangyang insisted on selling, now he didn't press further. Turning around, he took a scale from the counter behind him. By then, Li Xiangyang had already emptied the chuanxiong from his basket because Li Yaya had cleaned the soil off the chuanxiong thoroughly while digging. The weighing process went smoothly. After weighing, the clerk put away the scale, clicked away at an abacus, and said to Li Xiangyang, "You have 45 caddies of chuanxiong in total. At 70 cents per caddy, that comes to 31 yuan and 50 cents. With that, the clerk handed over the prepared money and added, "Count it." The banknotes in circulation at the time were of small denominations, and the 30-plus yuan felt substantial in hand. After counting carefully, Li Xiangyang smiled gratefully and said, "The amount is correct." Then he scooped several handfuls of mushrooms from his basket and placed them on the counter. "I really appreciate your help. These mushrooms are freshly picked from the mountain. If you don't mind, they're excellent for stewing or stir-frying." The clerk adjusted his glasses, eyeing the generous pile of mushrooms with some temptation, but let out a dry chuckle. "How can I accept this? Purchasing is my job. It's only what I should do." Though the clerk said this, Li Xiangyang knew the score. Even though it was their duty, these were all iron rice bowls. Some state-run restaurants even had signs reading, "No beating customers without cause." It was good enough that the clerk hadn't made trouble for a first-timer like him. Besides, the mountains were full of good things, and he'd have many more chances to come. A little bit of mushrooms was nothing. Li Xiangyang smiled and continued, "Just take it as a small token of my appreciation. Besides, these are just wild mushrooms from the mountain. They're not worth much." The clerk was already tempted, and with Li Xiangyang's urging, he didn't insist further. He grabbed a bamboo basket from behind, packed the mushrooms, and said, "You're too kind. My surname is Yan. If you like, just call me Old Yan. If you have anything else to sell in the future, you can always come to me." Li Xiangyang then took a good look at the shopkeeper, who introduced himself as Old Yan. He was around 40-something, not tall, barely over 1.6 meters. Dressed meticulously, but his lean frame and the broken glasses taped together at the bridge gave him an air of shrewdness. The shopkeeper had told Li Xiangyang to call him Old Yan, but seeing the man's age, Li Xiangyang couldn't bring himself to do so. Instead, he smiled and said, "They'll be troubling you often, Brother Yan." Old Yan habitually pushed up his slipping glasses. He was growing fonder of Li Xiangyang by the minute. The lad was sensible enough to gift him mushrooms on his first visit. He wished Li Xiangyang would come every day. His face crinkled into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. "No trouble at all. Come to me anytime you need anything." Li Xiangyang still had plenty of mushrooms left to sell. Though they weren't as valuable as ligusticum, every little bit counted, and he knew how hard it was to earn money now. To give his family a good life, he couldn't afford to be lazy, especially with his panel, a voracious consumer of funds. Since the supply and marketing cooperative's purchase list didn't include mushrooms, there was no point in lingering. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Old Yan, Li Xiangyang left the cooperative. The place to sell mushrooms was nearby in the small square beside it. He had already scouted a spot when he arrived. Moving 2 rocks, he sat down on one without minding the dirt, and Li Yaya took the other. Then he began to hawk his wares. Fresh mountain mushrooms. Perfect for soup or stir-fry. The military factory area was well off, so many were willing to buy some to try. Li Xiangyang sold out quickly. After packing up, he tallied the day's earnings. The ligusticum had sold for 31.5 yuan, while the mushrooms, much cheaper, brought in only 6.83 yuan. Feeling the weight of his bulging purse, his heartbeat quickened. Good heavens! He had earned a whopping 38.33 yuan in a single day. Earning that much through work points on the team would take months. Even a worker at the military factory would need a month to make that much. But Li Xiangyang knew luck had played a big part. First, the rain last night had made the mushrooms sprout abundantly, and finding over 40 gene of ligusticum. Moreover, it was the busy farming season, so few villagers were going up the mountain, leaving no competition. in normal times when there was no fieldwork or rain. Setting aside the ligusticum as a special case, earning this much again would be unrealistic. But Li Xiangyang wasn't disheartened. After all, the skill column on his panel now included foraging. With a few more trips up the mountain, once foraging was fully formed as a skill, he could invest points in it. It would surely yield greater rewards. More importantly, if foraging existed, could hunting appear later? For now, he was only exploring the periphery, but deep in the mountains, many wild animals still roamed. Leopards, tigers, and even the national treasure, the giant panda, were present. Once he boosted his physique with points and combined it with a hunting skill, he might even be able to take on a leopard or tiger. In short, there were many ways to make money, but Li Xiangyang still felt he was thinking this. He couldn't help but sigh softly. It all came down to money. With money, he could make more. He shook his head helplessly. Dwelling on it now was useless. His initial goal was to improve his health and give his family a better life. He had earned a good sum today, though it was still far from his long-term objectives. But it was more than enough to improve the family's meals. This was still an era of ration tickets, aside from a few item staples like rice, flour, oil, and pork required coupons. Li Xiangyang made another trip to the cooperative, asking Old Yin to help exchange money for meat and sugar tickets. Old Yin, though shrewd, delivered when given favors. Without making him wait long, Old Yin procured the tickets. When Li Xiangyang bought meat, he even helped pick out a fatty, thick. Don't look down on fatty meat. In those days, everyone's stomachs craved grease. Lean meat was far less sought after than the fat-rich cuts. After buying the meat, Li Xiangyang also got some malt candy for Li Yaya. She had been a great help in earning today's money. If not for her, he might never have found so much ligusticum. By the time he finished, it was already 2 in the afternoon. In the mountains, night fell early, and traveling after sunset was far more dangerous. Li Xiangyang didn't dare delay, so he headed back with Li Yaya. Though the return journey was also on mountain paths, his basket was now empty, making his steps light and quick. They made it back to Shitsuan village just before dark. As they approached their doorstep, their mother Zhang Guifang had already returned from work and was standing at the entrance looking out. Though the sky hadn't darkened, yet Zhang Guifang's face fell when she saw Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya. When they stepped into the yard, she could no longer hold back. "Xiangyang, where have you two been all day? I haven't seen you." Li Yaya, seeing her mother's expression, hid behind Li Xiangyang. Zhang Guifang noticed Li Yaya's furtive move and turned her anger on her. "Hiding? You think I can't see you? Tell me, where did you go with your brother today?" Li Yaya knew her mother's temper well. If she didn't confess, she'd get a beating. Peeking out from behind Li Xiangyang, she stammered, "Tea today, second brother, and I went up the mountain to pick mushrooms, then sold them at the King Shigu military factory." Following Li Xiangyang's instructions, she didn't mention the ligusticum, only the mushroom picking. Zhang Guifang exploded like an enraged lioness. "What? You went that far?" After her shock and anger, her gaze snapped to Li Xiangyang. "Xiangyang, you nearly scared me to death yesterday, and today you're running around again. Do you have a death wish?" Li Xiangyang knew her anger stemmed from worry. He quickly explained with a smile, "Mom, I know my own body. I felt much better since I woke up yesterday." Li Yaya then pulled the meat from her basket, showing it off to Zhang Guifang. "Mom's second brother isn't lying. Usually he gets tired after 2 steps, but today he was way stronger than me. See, this is the meat we bought with the mushroom money. We didn't goof off." As Li Yaya spoke, she walked over to Zhang Guifang and handed her the pork she was carrying. "Mom, don't be angry anymore. Tonight we can have meat again." Zhang Guifang looked at Li Yaya, who wore a smug expression, and felt a complex mix. She wasn't angry because Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya had been running around recklessly. If she truly wanted Li Xiangyang to work and contribute to the household, why would she have exhausted herself all these years to support the family? She was worried about Li Xiangyang's health. "Xiangyang, if you want meat, just tell me. They'll find a way. Running up the mountain without a word makes me so worried." Li Xiangyang shook his head. "Mom, I have hands and feet. I can't rely on you forever." Zhang Guifang opened her mouth to say something, but Li Xiangyang interrupted her, continuing to reassure her. "I know you're worried about my health, but look at me now. I'm perfectly fine. If something were wrong, could I have walked such a long mountain path?" Zhang Guifang examined Li Xiangyang carefully. As he had said, after walking so far on the mountain, his face showed no signs of fatigue. He looked full of energy, a stark contrast to his former frail and sickly self, as if he were a completely different person. Zhang Guifang finally let go of her worry and admonished him. "Xiangyang, let's forget about today. But don't ever go running up the mountain again." Li Xiangyang slowly shook his head. Although his mother meant well, not going up the mountain meant losing their source of income. "Mom, don't worry about me going up the mountain. I know what I'm doing." A mother knows her son best, as Zhang Guifang was well aware of Li Xiangyang's temperament. Since he had said that, she knew she couldn't stop him from going up the mountain anymore. Zhang Guifang sighed helplessly. "Xiangyang, I know you gather mountain goods to earn money for the family, but your health really worries me." After a moment's thought, she continued, "How about this? Come with me to see Master Su tomorrow. Let him examine you. If he says it's fine, then I won't object to you going up the mountain anymore." Li Xiangyang had a faint memory of the Master Su that Zhang Guifang mentioned. Master Zu's temple was not far behind Shixiao village, and he was a renowned Taoist physician in the area. He had previously treated Li Xiangyang's ailments many times. Otherwise, given the former Boda's health, it was questionable whether it could have held on until Li Xiangyang transmigrated. However, now that Li Xiangyang had a system panel to strengthen his body, visiting Master Su was unnecessary. Still, a trip to the temple wouldn't take much time. To put his mother's mind at ease, Li Xiangyang nodded in agreement. "All right, well, go see Master Su first thing tomorrow morning." Only then did Zhang Guifang feel completely relieved. She nodded at Li Xiangyang and took the piece of pork from Li Yaya. Then she smiled at the 2 siblings and asked, Xiangyang Yaya, how do you want to eat this meat? They'll cook it for you. Zhang Guifang had worked all day, and even her smile couldn't hide the exhaustion. Although Li Xiangyang had walked the mountain paths all day, each point added to his system panel restored his stamina, so he was actually the most relaxed person in the house. In his past life, Li Xiangyang had also mastered the art of cooking. Making a simple home-cooked meal was a piece of cake. Li Xiangyang shook his head and said, "Mom, go rest. They'll take care of the cooking." Without waiting for his mother's reply, he took the pork from her hands and walked toward the house. In this era, what was the most delicious way to eat pork? The first choice was undoubtedly a plate of twice-cooked pork. The aroma alone was enough to make anyone's mouth water. With practiced ease, Li Xiangyang washed the meat and put it in a pot of cold water along with chopped white radish. With a rural earthen stove, as long as you had enough firewood, the flames blazed fiercely. Before long, steam began to rise from the pot, and the rich, savory scent of meat started to waft through the air. Li Xiangyang tended the fire while his mother, taking advantage of the remaining daylight before it grew completely dark, sat at the door, mending worn-out clothes. As for Li Yaya, after sharing the malt candy that Li Xiangyang had specially bought for her, she now sat on a small stool beside her mother, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons as she savored the candy, swaying her head in delight. As the youngest in the family, Li Yaya had been born last, and before she could enjoy a few good days, her father passed away. After that, the family's circumstances plummeted. For Li Yaya, treats like malt candy were a first-time experience, and words couldn't describe how happy she was. But just then her expression suddenly changed. Her face crumpled as if she were about to cry. Covering her mouth, she dashed over to Li Xiangyang. Second brother. Li Xiangyang had just picked up his chopsticks to check if the meat was cooked when he heard Li Yaya's wails. He quickly turned around concerned. "Yaya, what's wrong?" Li Yaya opened her mouth and pointed inside with her finger. "Second brother, I've got a gap in my teeth." The malt candy pulled. Li Xiangyang thought something serious had happened, but when he heard Li Yaya's explanation, he immediately understood. Looking at the gap where her upper front tooth had been, Li Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, no wonder you sound like you're whistling when you talk. Your front tooth fell out. That's what you get for eating so fast." Instead of comfort, Li Yaya received mockery from Li Xiangyang, and she cried even louder. "Wah! Mom's second brother won't help me, and he's laughing at me." Li Xiangyang looked at her adorable, yet comical expression, suppressed his laughter, and reassured her. "Yaya, don't cry. It's time for you to lose your baby teeth. They'll grow back." Having her tooth pulled out by malt candy, that was certainly the rite of passage for her childhood. Li Xiangyang patted Li Yaya on the head and continued, "Yaya, listen to me. When your upper tooth falls out, throw it onto the roof with all your might, and it'll grow back quickly." Li Yaya always listened to Li Xiangyang. Hearing his reassurance, she stopped crying, though her expression was still a little pissed. "Really? Second brother, you're not lying to me?" Li Xiangyang nodded and smiled. "Don't you trust me? Have I ever lied?" Li Yaya finally felt at ease, and her face lit up with a smile again. "Second brother, I'm going to throw my tooth onto the roof." With that, she dashed out of the house. At the same time, she secretly pulled a piece of malt candy from her pocket and popped it into her mouth. Watching from the doorway, their mother, usually so stern, couldn't help but smile. After comforting Li Yaya, Li Xiangyang picked up the cooked pork from the pot with chopsticks. He then ladled the radish and pork soup from the pot into a large bowl. Once the pork had cooled slightly, Li Xiangyang skillfully sliced it into uniform thin pieces. The flames in the stove, which had been restless, began to dim, and he added another handful of firewood. After waiting for a moment, Li Xiangyang stretched out his hand to test the temperature above the iron wok. Feeling it was just right, he poured in an appropriate amount of rapeseed oil. In the past, the Li family couldn't afford to use rapeseed oil so lavishly. But now, with a considerable sum of money in his pocket, improving their meals was no issue at all. Licked by the flames, the iron wok reached a high temperature, and faint wisps of blue smoke began to rise. Li Xiangyang promptly added a spoonful of broad bean paste into the wok. As the hot oil met the bean paste, it sizzled loudly. After stirring a couple of times, Li Xiangyang poured in the pre-prepared pork. Under the high heat, the boiled pork slices quickly released oil and curled up, forming beautiful little lamp bowls in the wok. With the heat perfectly timed, Li Xiangyang added garlic sprouts he had picked from the backyard plot and stir-fried them together. With this soulful addition, the aroma that had been building in the wok could no longer be contained. Just the scent alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Li Xiangyang plated the twice-cooked pork and heated the rice cooked yesterday in the wok. His elder brother Li Xianqian worked at a military factory and was usually very busy. Except for holidays, he rarely came home. So now, once Li Xiangyang finished cooking, they could start the meal. He called out to his mother, and "Yaya, Mom, Yaya, dinner is ready." Li Yaya had already caught the aroma. Before Li Xiangyang even finished speaking, she darted and took the initiative to bring stools and serve the rice. Just as his mother sat down and the family was about to start dinner, a voice came from the doorway. "Zhang Guifang, what delicious food are you having today? It smells so good." Hearing the voice, Zhang Guifang quickly stood up and replied, "Dad, why are you here today?" Before she could take a step, an old man in his 60s walked in. Li Guangcai, Li Xiangyang's grandfather. Li Guangcai scowled as soon as he entered and barked at Zhang Guifang, "What do you mean, why am I here? Are you saying I'm not allowed?" As he spoke, Li Guangcai glanced at the dining table. Seeing the twice-cooked pork, he said nothing, but his face grew even darker. Just as his mother Zhang Guifang was about to explain, Li Xiangyang tugged at her sleeve. He knew his grandfather all too well. From his earliest memories, before his father passed away, and before the family split, the household's financial reins were in the hands of his grandmother, old Lady Jia. Back then, his grandparents had often secretly given all sorts of benefits to his uncle's family. At first, they were discreet about slipping them money and grain. But later, seeing that Li Xiangyang's father was capable and earned well, they stopped pretending altogether, openly declaring that since his father was able, he should take care of his uncle's family. But was his uncle's family really struggling? His uncle had 3 sons. The eldest was a company commander in the army, sending back a considerable allowance every month. The second son, though not as accomplished as the eldest, worked at the county slaughterhouse and managed to get some pork to feast on every. As for the third son, Li Xiangmin, whom Zhao Shui had latched onto, he was the village's best hope for getting into college. What left an even deeper impression on Li Xiangyang was what happened after his father's death. Originally, his grandfather and uncle had delayed splitting the family because his father was capable and earned money. But within a month of his father's passing, his grandfather brought his uncle over, shamelessly demanding a division of the family. So Li Xiangyang held no real affection for his grandfather or his uncle's family. Now that his grandfather had shown up, Li Xiangyang directly held back his mother, who was about to speak. He wanted to see what scheme his grandfather was cooking up this time. Li Guangcai stood there for a long while without getting a response. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Guifeng and said, I'm old and useless. Even my own son's family looks down on me. It's a pity my son passed away so young, or this old man wouldn't have to suffer such cold treatment. Zhang Guifeng could clearly hear the sarcasm in Li Guangcai's words. Though Zhang Guifeng was usually sharp-tongued and even a bit domineering in public, it was only to hold the family together and keep outsiders from bullying them. Now with Li Guangcai saying this, she was at a loss. Dealing with outsiders and dealing with family elders were entirely. Being labeled unfilial would invite endless gossip and scorn. Zhang Guifeng didn't care for herself, but her 2 sons weren't married yet. How would they find wives? So Zhang Guifeng quickly waved her hands and explained, Dad, what are you talking about? How could we ever look down on you? Please sit down and eat first. As she spoke, Zhang Guifeng walked to the cupboard to get another set of chopsticks and a bowl. Li Guangcai nodded in satisfaction. He had come today for something else, not just for a meal. It was just a coincidence that he stumbled upon Li Xiangyang's family eating, and what's more, they had such a large plate of twice-cooked pork. The aroma made his mouth water. Suddenly an idea struck Li Guangcai, and he said to Zhang Guifeng, By the way, Zhang Guifeng, your mother hasn't eaten yet. Get a big bowl and pack some for me to take back to her. Zhang Guifeng's expression shifted. Eating here was one thing, but now he wanted to take food home, and in a big bowl no less. Knowing her father-in-law how much would be left for them, Zhang Guifeng didn't mind going hungry herself. She could endure it. But Li Xiangyang had toiled all day in the mountains, finally earning some money to buy meat. If their meals didn't improve, what if his health collapsed again? Zhang Guifeng opened her mouth, hesitating, but finally steeled herself and said, Dad, could you please not take it? Xiangyang's health is poor. He nearly had an accident yesterday. I want him to eat more meat to build up his strength. After saying this, fearing old man Li would disagree, she quickly added, How about I go to Big Brother's place and invite Mom over? This was the best solution Zhang Guifeng could think of. Inviting old lady Jia over meant one more mouth to feed, but compared to old man Li taking a big bowlful away, more meat would end up in Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya's bowls. At this, old man Li flew into a rage. His face fell again, and he slammed the table, shouting, Zhang Guifeng, what can't bear to part with this meat? Do you think I'm taking it back for your eldest brother's family? Li Yaya was overjoyed today. She not only savored the sweet malt candy, but also the twice-cooked pork her second brother had stir-fried, which made her salivate with anticipation. Yet now, disrupted by Li Guangcai's commotion, the young Li Yaya, unaccustomed to such a scene, stood frozen in shock. Li Guangcai, however, was not appeased by Li Yaya's expression. After hurling a few curses, he still felt it insufficient. He raised his hand and slammed the table several more times, producing loud bangs. Zhang Guifeng, others may fear you, but I do not. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, don't think this will end lightly. With that, Li Guangcai crossed his arms, sat back in his chair, and waited leisurely for Zhang Guifeng's response. Zhang Guifeng discerned the underlying meaning in Li Guangcai's words. If she didn't let him take the meat today, by tonight he would spread exaggerated and distorted rumors everywhere. She didn't mind for herself, but her 2 sons were not yet married. If they were misunderstood, it would cause many complications for their future marriages. Having such a shameless father-in-law, Zhang Guifeng felt helpless. She had no choice but to agree. Father, I truly. If you want to pretend, go ahead. Li Guangcai glanced at Zhang Guifeng, snorted lightly, and said, Humph, it's only because we're family that I'm being so lenient. Li Guangcai looked at Li Xiangyang, then back at Zhang Guifeng, and said in a casual tone, By the way, I heard about what happened to Xiangyang yesterday. Is he all right now, eh? Zhang Guifeng was momentarily puzzled by Li Guangcai's intent. Her son Li Xiangyang had always been frail, yet his grandparents had never shown concern. Had he come today out of a sudden change of heart to care for Li Xiangyang? Perplexed, Zhang Guifeng replied, Father, Xiangyang is much better now. Li Guangcai nodded. I knew it, as Xiangyang is a man not so weak and fragile. I think it's all you're spoiling. He should work more to get stronger. Saying this, Li Guangcai stroked his beard, pondered, and continued, I heard from Xiangyang's uncle that there's a vacancy at the slaughterhouse. His second son just got promoted and can put in a good word. Why not let him give it a try, eh? Zhang Guifeng looked at Li Guangcai with growing suspicion. Could she have misjudged him? Had he truly had a change of heart and wanted to find a job for Li Xiangyang? If so, giving him all the meat today would be a small. Zhang Guifeng's expression softened, and she confirmed with Li Guangcai, Father, is that true? Li Guangcai frowned impatiently. Can't you trust me? Do you think I'd deceive you? Though still doubtful, Zhang Guifeng feared that pressing further would anger Li Guangcai and make him change his mind. In these times, many in the village would fight tooth and nail for a few work points, let alone the rarity of a stable, legitimate job. Zhang Guifeng quickly urged Li Xiangyang. Xiangyang, tell your grandfather what you think. Without hesitation, Li Xiangyang said bluntly no. Anxious, Zhang Guifeng pulled Li Xiangyang up and headed outside, turning back to say, Father, don't worry. Xiangyang is just young and stubborn, I'll talk to him. Li Guangcai said nothing, merely casting an indifferent glance at Li Xiangyang. Once outside, Zhang Guifeng whispered urgently, Xiangyang, what was that about? Your grandfather finally came around to help our family and offered you a job. Why would you refuse such a golden opportunity? Do you think you'll make money picking mushrooms on the hill every day? Li Xiangyang smiled. Mom, you're overthinking. It's not that simple. Think about it. Uncle's family. The eldest is a company commander in the army, and the second has worked at the county slaughterhouse for years. They usually look down on everyone in the village. If they truly wanted to help us, would they have waited until now? Zhang Guifeng looked at him doubtfully. Then what do you think? Li Xiangyang sighed helplessly at his mother's eagerness. She was usually so shrewd, but when it came to him, her worry, Mom, you've dealt with Uncle's family for years. You know their nature. Even if the slaughterhouse job is decent given Grandpa and Uncle's ways, even if I got in, getting my monthly wages wouldn't be easy. So rather than the slaughterhouse ID, rather earn work points on the production team. It's tiring and pays less, but at least the money is guaranteed. Li Xiangyang had no intention of staying on the production team. It was just a metaphor. After his explanation, Zhang Guifeng immediately understood. Her initial enthusiasm faded. She knew Li Xiangyang's guess might not be entirely accurate, but it was at least 90. Then Li Xiangyang continued. Also, Grandpa's real purpose today isn't just about a job or some pork. There's definitely something else. Zhang Guifeng frowned, asking, what else? Then, Xiangyang, what should we do? Unbeknownst to her, since Li Xiangyang woke up yesterday, she had unconsciously come to rely on him as her pillar of support. Now, whenever faced with uncertainty, her first instinct was to seek his advice. Li Xiangyang smiled reassuringly. Mom, don't worry. I'm here. When we go back, and just enjoy your meal. Leave everything else to me. His warm smile brought Zhang Guifeng considerable peace. She nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to you. After a pause, she added, if there's anything you're not comfortable saying, let me handle it. After all, harsh words could hurt your reputation and affect your chances of finding a wife. Understand. Li Xiangyang felt a pang of helplessness. Parents everywhere were the same, endlessly worrying for their children. His mother was so good to him, always putting him first. How could he let her take the brunt of it? Without responding to her advice, he simply walked back into the house. Since you've made up your mind, he'll go talk to his uncle later. Xiangyang, don't go running around like before. Stay home and get ready to start at the slaughterhouse anytime. Li Guangcai caught sight of Li Xiangyang and Zhang Guifeng approaching from the corner of his eye, but he didn't even look up, speaking as if to himself. He hadn't even considered the possibility that Li Xiangyang might disagree. After all, Li Xiangyang might not understand the value of a job, but he was certain Zhang Guifeng did. Especially a place like a slaughterhouse where you're in contact with so much pork every day. Even just wiping a rag on some grease and boiling it in the pot at home to get oil droplets was a privilege many would envy. There was nothing surprising about it. That was just how life was in those days. So now that Li Xiangyang and Zhang Guifeng had come back inside, it meant Li Xiangyang had definitely agreed. So Li Guangcai then instructed Li Xiangyang. Xiangyang, let me tell you, this time you've taken a huge favor from your uncle. Make sure you thank him properly later. Otherwise, don't blame your grandfather for being unkind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifeng couldn't help but glance at Li Xiangyang. Now that she had calmed down, Zhang Guifeng fully understood the implication. Just as Xiangyang had said earlier, this was exactly what her father-in-law was scheming. There's no such thing as a free lunch. On the surface, he seemed genuinely willing to help Xiangyang, but behind the scenes, his abacus. In truth, Zhang Guifeng didn't think it was wrong to take some benefit for arranging a job. It was only natural. But given the appetite of Li Guangcai and Li Xiangyang's uncle, they would never be easily satisfied. That veiled warning was a calculation to make Xiangyang work for nothing. If Xiangyang really agreed to enter the slaughterhouse, who knew how much they would exploit him under that pretext? Thinking this, Zhang Guifeng couldn't help but look at Li Xiangyang. Fortunately, Xiangyang saw through it clearly and directly saw through Li Guangcai's scheme. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the trap. Li Xiangyang also met his mother's gaze and gave her a reassuring look. Then Li Xiangyang finally spoke. Grandpa, you've got it wrong. I don't plan to work at the slaughterhouse. Li Guangcai was still inwardly calculating how much income Xiangyang entering the slaughterhouse would bring to the eldest son's family. As for whether Li Xiangyang would have any objections, that wasn't for him to decide. The eldest son's second son had just been promoted at the slaughterhouse, and Xiangyang would be working under him. How much he could earn each month would be up to them. Li Guangcai was so pleased with his scheming that he didn't even hear what Li Xiangyang had. Without a second thought, he waved his hand and said, in that case, Zhang Guifeng, prepare some money and give it to me. You always need to grease the wheels to get into the slaughterhouse. Li Guangcai looked at Zhang Guifeng with a composed expression, but inwardly he was delighted at the prospect of another income. Li Xiangyang was also amused by the greedy Li Guangcai. A grin spread across his face as he said, Grandpa, you must have misunderstood. I didn't say I agreed. Although Li Guangcai's attention was on Zhang Guifeng, he heard Li Xiangyang's words clearly this time. He froze and after a long pause replied in disbelief, what? Such good terms and you refuse, eh? What are you thinking, boy? Li Guangcai put on a show of deep distress, but Li Xiangyang knew he was only lamenting his failed scheme. Nothing much. I just don't want to go. Li Guangcai was choked by Li Xiangyang's indifferent tone. He turned to Zhang Guifeng and asked Zhang Guifeng, what do you think? Now that Li Xiangyang was the backbone of the Li family, his thoughts were naturally Zhang Guifeng's as well. So Zhang Guifeng replied, "Father, I'll follow Xiangyang's lead." Li Guangcai was furious. His beard bristled as he scolded, "Zhang Guifeng, you're a grown woman. If Xiangyang wants to be reckless, are you going to be reckless too?" Li Guangcai had hoped his words would change Zhang Guifeng's attitude. But to his surprise, Zhang Guifeng showed no intention of speaking, and Li Xiangyang stood by with a nonchalant look that made Li Guangcai's eyes twitch. However, if Li Xiangyang didn't go, there was no shortage of people for this position. On the contrary, many would be fighting to get it, but the benefits to be gained would be much smaller. Though disappointed, Li Guangcai didn't dwell on the issue for long. After all, that wasn't the main purpose of his visit today. So Li Guangcai continued, "All right, since you've made your decision, I won't say more. Just remember, this opportunity only comes once. Don't regret it later." With that, Li Guangcai's expression shifted, and he asked casually, "By the way, Zhang Guifeng, I heard Zhao Dequan gave you quite a bit of compensation yesterday." The unexpected turn of events had caught Li Guangcai off guard, so after his question, he didn't pause, but continued directly, "Your family doesn't have much to spend on now, so that money is probably useless. Exactly, the third son of the eldest brother's family, Xiangmin, is about to take the college entrance exam. Going to university will cost a lot of money. I think it's best if you take the money Zhao Dequan compensated you yesterday, add a bit more, and give it to me to take back as Xiangyang." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifeng couldn't help but glance at Li Xiangyang. Just as Xiangyang had predicted, her father-in-law's sudden visit today was all about this scheme. Zhang Guifeng couldn't help but see Li Xiangyang in a new light. At the same time, she felt a bit troubled about how to respond. But Li Xiangyang's expression remained unchanged. He quickly interjected, "Grandpa, you're asking the wrong person. The money is with me now. Mom gave it to me yesterday." Li Guangcai was a bit surprised. He knew Zhao Dequan had paid 10 yuan in compensation. Don't think that's a small amount, it was no trivial sum. Was Zhang Guifeng really so trusting as to give it all to a young lad like Li Xiangyang? Li Guangcai didn't dwell on it, getting the money was the priority. "I don't care who has it, just hand it over to me." With that, Li Guangcai paused for a moment before continuing, "Zhao Dequan paid 10 yuan and a hen. Just round up the money and give me 100 yuan. Zhang Guifeng's expression changed instantly. "Father, this is too much." Li Guangcai's face hardened. "You've never missed a day of work in the team, and you've saved up quite a bit over the years. What's a..." Zhang Guifeng quickly explained, "Father, that's not what I meant. It's just that I really can't come up with that much money. Could we possibly make it a bit less?" Before Li Guangcai could speak, Li Xiangyang cut in, "Mom, why make it less?" Li Guangcai was puzzled as to why Li Xiangyang was suddenly speaking on his behalf. But a smile still crept onto his face as he praised Li Xiangyang. "See, Xiangyang is sensible. I always knew this kid was good eye." Before Li Guangcai could finish, Li Xiangyang waved his hand and interrupted, "Enough, don't get the wrong idea and praise me. What I mean is there's no need to make it less, because my family won't be paying a single cent for Li Xiangmin's tuition." Li Guangcai did not immediately erupt. Instead, he suppressed his anger and pondered inwardly whether he had gone too far. Li Guangcai reflected for an unprecedented moment, yet he did not feel he was in the wrong. Instead, he wondered if he had been too exorbitant, asking for an excessive price, causing Li Xiangyang to push back. Then, maybe I should ask for less. Li Guangcai took a few deep breaths, striving to speak in a gentle tone to Li Xiangyang. "Xiangyang, what's gotten into you? We're all family. Your cousin getting into college is a good thing. If you help with his tuition, he'll remember your kindness forever." Having said that, Li Guangcai turned his head to Zhang Guifeng's side and said, Zhang Guifeng, I didn't think it through. How about this? For Xiangmin's tuition, you only need to pay 80 yuan. Is that acceptable? This is the biggest concession." Li Guangcai's words sounded sanctimonious, as if by asking for only 80 yuan the Li Xiangyang family owed him. "Do you realize how hard it is to earn 80 yuan these days? Even most workers in the military factory earn a standard monthly wage of 36 yuan. They would have to work over 2 months to scrape together that amount, and that's without eating or drinking. For the village's average income, it would take even longer, measured in years." Li Xiangyang then spoke up, "Grandpa, you've really thought this through. Full 20 yuan less." Li Guangcai didn't catch the sarcasm in Li Xiangyang's tone and assumed he had agreed. He had noticed earlier that Zhang Guifeng now looked to Li Xiangyang as the pillar of the family. Now that Li Xiangyang had spoken, Zhang Guifeng naturally wouldn't object. Having delayed so long over money, Li Guangcai had endured the aroma of braised pork, and now he could no longer hold back. He finally lost patience and urged Zhang Guifeng impatiently, "Well, Zhang Guifeng, hurry up and give me the money." Without pausing, Li Guangcai turned to Li Xiangyang and ordered, "Xiangyang, don't waste time standing around. Give me a bowl so I can take some meat back for your grandmother." Li Xiangyang thought he had already overestimated Li Guangcai's shamelessness, but he never expected his grandfather to sink even lower. He couldn't help but see his grandfather in a new light. Li Xiangyang sneered, "It seems like you've got one thing wrong. When did I ever agree to that?" The smug smile on Li Guangcai's face froze and his expression darkened. He finally understood. "Li Xiangyang, are you playing me for a fool? I was just praising you for being sensible, and here you were twisting things and making..." Li Guangcai's face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his breathing rapid, and even the hand pointing at Li Xiangyang trembled. Faced with Li Guangcai's fury, Li Xiangyang remained utterly calm, unaffected. "So you know you're a joke yourself?" In the past, Li Xiangyang's father had held the Li family together, and now his eldest uncle's family was well regarded in Shixiao village. When had Li Guangcai ever been mocked like this, and by his own grandson? Li Guangcai cursed at Li Xiangyang. Rebellion. Rebellion. Li Xiangyang, you scoundrel. Do you really think I have no way to..." Li Guangcai's threats were futile against Li Xiangyang. Staring into his grandfather's murderous gaze, Li Xiangyang continued, "Enough, Grandpa, what era are we living in now? Don't try to pull that feudal patriarch act on me. Even if you brought Grandma and Uncle's whole family here today. They'll say it again, our family's money was earned penny by my mom in the fields. We don't take advantage of others, but don't you dare scheme to take advantage of us." Stung by the sarcasm, Li Guangcai sat in the chair panting heavily. It took him a while to recover before he pointed at Li Xiangyang's nose and cursed, "Finally, Xiangyang, you unfilial wretch." Then Li Guangcai turned his wrath on Li Xiangyang's mother. "Zhang Guifang, look at the son you've raised." Li Xiangyang, as before, didn't indulge his grandfather and retorted directly, "Are you done? If you are, then leave. Don't delay our dinner." Li Guangcai grew even angrier. Not only was he not getting the money, but as Li Xiangyang's grandfather couldn't, he even get a meal in his own grandson's house. Li Guangcai fumed, "Li Xiangyang, you're something. Just you wait. I can't handle you now, but I don't believe no one can." Li Xiangyang had just sat down to eat when he heard this and sprang to his feet. Though thin, his height of over 1.8 meters made him stand out in western Sichuan. He loomed like a mountain before the wiry Li Guangcai, grabbing his grandfather's hand. Seeing this, Li Guangcai grew bolder and shouted, "What are you doing? Li Xiangyang, don't tell me you actually want to hit me." Li Guangcai was eager to provoke Li Xiangyang. If his grandson dared to strike, Li Xiangyang's life would be ruined. A grandson hitting his grandfather. No matter where the story spread, it would be indefensible. Zhang Guifang was startled and tugged at Li Xiangyang's sleeve, worriedly calling out, "Xiangyang, don't be impulsive." Li Xiangyang was not impulsive and wasn't foolish enough to be provoked by Li Guangcai's words. He waved at his mother to reassure her, then said to Li Guangcai, "Grandpa, I wouldn't dare hit you. Didn't you say no one can handle me? Then let's go to the village committee and let the party secretary deal with me." Li Guangcai was disappointed that Li Xiangyang didn't strike. But hearing they were going to the party secretary, he perked up. Fine. Li Xiangyang, you've got guts and nerve. Since you're not afraid of shame or being cursed behind your back, let's go to the village committee." Li Xiangyang ignored Li Guangcai and said to his mother and little sister, "Mom, Yaya, you two eat dinner first. I'm heading to the village committee. They'll be back soon." Given how things had escalated, how could Zhang Guifang feel at ease letting Li Xiangyang go alone with Li Guangcai? "Xiangyang will go with you." Even little Yaya chimed in. "Second brother Yaya doesn't want to stay home. Yaya wants to go with you too." Li Xiangyang looked at Yaya's determined eyes and lovingly patted her little head. "All right then, well, all go together." Li Guangcai was already impatient and urged from the side, "If we're going, let's go. Stop wasting time with all this." Li Xiangyang ignored Li Guangcai. Using the remaining embers from the burning wood in the stove, he kept the food warm in the pot, locked the door, and then said, "All right, we can set off now." Li Guangcai watched Li Xiangyang's methodical movements, his eyelids twitching with rage. Li Xiangyang clearly didn't take him seriously at all. Nestled against the hilly terrain, the village of Shixia governed a considerable expanse of land. Yet due to the abundance of hills and mountains, arable land was scarce. Consequently, compared to neighboring villages, the inhabitants of Shixia endured a far more austere existence. This unique topography also fostered a tightly knit community among the villagers. After a brisk 10-minute walk, Li Xiangyang and his companions arrived at the entrance of the village headquarters. The village headquarters was a 2-story building flanked by several single-story houses. To the left lay the sent-down youth dormitory where the educated youths resided, and to the right was the storage room, filled with grain and various farming tools. A small square lay before the building, a place that would buzz with excitement whenever a film projection team from the county town came to visit. Though no film was playing today, the headquarters was still bustling with people. These were the leaders of each production team, gathered after a day's toil to reconcile their daily work points with the village account. Li Guangcai, despite his advanced age, had hurried for over 10 minutes, his face flushed and his breath ragged by the time he reached the headquarters. But Li Guangcai had no intention of resting. He was eager to find the village party secretary to settle scores with Li Xiangyang. Li Guangcai hurriedly crossed the small square. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, he saw the village party secretary emerging from his office, an enamel teacup in hand. The secretary appeared slightly older than Li Guangcai. Though his hair was gray and his clothes bore many patches, he radiated an energetic vitality. Walking forward, Li Guangcai called out loudly, "Secretary, you must judge fairly." The secretary, who knew Li Guangcai, frowned slightly upon hearing his words. "Li Chihua, what are you shouting about? What do you want me to judge?" Li Guangcai slapped his thigh, then pointed at Li Xiangyang and Zhang Guifang. "Secretary, I'm an old man, yet am being bullied by my own daughter-in-law and grandson. Don't you think I have a right to speak up?" "Well, that's a rare one." The old secretary glanced at Li Guangcai, lifted the lid of his cup, took a sip of bitter tea to moisten his throat, and continued, "Aren't you always telling everyone in the village how good your son, daughter-in-law, and grandson are to you? What's going on today?" Li Guangcai waved his hand and quickly explained, "It's not the eldest son's family, it's the second son's family." With that, he raised his hand, pointing towards Li Xiangyang. "It's them. Look, I've brought them here. You must judge fairly today." The old secretary was even more puzzled. He cast a questioning glance at Li Xiangyang and the other two before his gaze settled back on Li Guangcai. "That's even stranger. Your second son passed away years ago, and you came to the village to formalize the property division back then. You're not even connected now. How could they be bullying you?" Seeing the conversation finally getting to the point, Li Guangcai quickly said, "Secretary, you don't know. I went to their house today, kindly offering to find a job, but they were ungrateful, treated me like a fool, and even tried to get physical with me. My grandson said I was nothing but a joke. When it was time to eat, there was twice cooked pork on the table. They didn't even ask me to join, they just kicked me out. Tell me, is that— Li Guangcai racked his brains to list Li Xiangyang's offenses, pouring them out like beans from a bamboo tube. Having heard this, the village secretary strode over to Li Xiangyang. As he followed, Li Guangcai continued to shout, Li Xiangyang, weren't you so tough just now? You wanted to come to the headquarters. Now the secretary is here, let's see how he deals with you. The more Li Guangcai had suffered earlier, the more triumphant he felt now. Docking her work points was the least of it. From now on, Li Xiangyang would be scorned by everyone. With this stain on his record, he would have no future. Zhang Guifeng understood this all too well and cast a worried glance at Li Xiangyang. He said nothing, merely off. He had come today because he was confident. Though in disputes between the young and the old, the younger party was inherently at a disadvantage, making things more troublesome. But Li Xiangyang knew a certain truth. A great man once said, fight one punch to avoid 100 more. If he didn't seize this opportunity to lay his cards on the table, then in the future, as his income grew and his life improved, his grandparents and uncle's family would surely scheme against him endlessly. The village secretary had now reached Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, do you have any explanation for what your grandfather just said? In Shixiao village, Li was a prominent surname. The secretary was also named Li Guangjin. By seniority, he was of the same generation as Li Xiangyang's grandfather. Li Xiangyang did not try to curry favor. He said directly, old secretary, what my grandfather said is both right. Hearing this, Li Guangcai couldn't help but shout, secretary, you see, he admitted I was right. Deal with him now. Old secretary Li Guangjin ignored Li Guangcai and didn't rush to a judgment. Instead, he asked Li Xiangyang, both right and wrong. What do you mean? Li Xiangyang smiled and continued, when someone lies, if it's all fabrication, it's easily exposed. But when lies are mixed with truth, the chances of being seen through are much smaller. The old secretary stared at Li Xiangyang for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Ah, your words are quite interesting. Go on, tell me exactly what happened. Li Xiangyang remained composed, his expression calm as he continued. Let's start with the first thing my grandfather mentioned, offering a job. His offer wasn't as kind-hearted as he made it out to be. Nothing was even settled yet, and he was already expecting us to give him. I really couldn't accept such a favor. If I had agreed, I suspect that even if I got the job, my wages would never reach my hand. The village secretary turned to look at Li Guangcai. Is that so? Li Guangcai saw nothing wrong with it and said matter-of-factly, what's wrong with that? Jobs are incredibly hard to come by these days. You have to pull strings and find connections. Besides, he's so young and has no sense of money. I'm his grandfather. Isn't it only natural for me to manage his wages? Li Xiangyang gave a wry smile. We've long since divided the family property. If anyone should manage the wages, it's my mother. The secretary had a general idea, but didn't rush to a conclusion. He continued to ask Li Xiangyang, what about the other matters? Li Xiangyang went on. As for him saying I treated him like a joke, old secretary, you heard it yourself. His behavior is exactly like the autocratic, tyrannical patriarchs of the old feudal society. What era are we in now? Isn't that a joke in itself? Li Xiangyang finished and looked at the old secretary. Old secretary, is that explanation acceptable? The old secretary, shrewd enough to hold his position, dared not delve too deeply into this topic with Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, knowing he had made his point, tactfully dropped the subject. As for him saying I tried to fight him, that's even more. All I did was pull him along to come to the headquarters and ask you to judge. If you don't believe me, old secretary, just check if he has any. The old secretary turned and scrutinized Li Guangcai. Seeing him full of vigor and speaking in a strong voice, he had a fairly good idea of the situation. Li Guangcai felt a jolt of alarm at the secretary's gaze. He sensed the atmosphere turning unfavorable. Things were not going as he had anticipated. Li Guangcai quickly cried out, secretary, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid has a sharp tongue. Having grasped the truth, the old secretary waved his hand at Li Guangcai in impatience. Li Chihua, stop making a scene. Go home now. You're old, don't make a fool of yourself. Li Guangcai stiffened his neck, utterly unconvinced. Why should I? At this moment, Li Xiangyang spoke to the old secretary. Old secretary, he can't leave just yet. I still need to trouble you to judge another matter. Seeking justice. What justice do you seek? I am your grandfather, you unfilial wretch, and you think calling the party secretary will rein me in? Li Guangcai blurted out in a clamor. The old party secretary glanced at Li Guangcai, who was hopping mad. He had some understanding of Li Guangcai and knew exactly what kind of man he was. That was why he had called out Li Guangcai's nickname earlier. The old party secretary paid him no heed whatsoever. Now that Li Xiangyang was asking him to arbitrate, the old party secretary responded, it's no trouble. Handling village disputes is my duty. Just speak your mind plainly. Li Xiangyang then said, old party secretary, as you just mentioned, after my father passed, our family had long since split from my uncles. My grandparents live with my uncle's family. We each mind our own business now, right? The old party secretary nodded and replied, I know that. I was present when the division was notarized. Li Xiangyang continued, then since we've separated, all my family's property has nothing to do with my grandfather, correct? The old party secretary nodded again. Of course. Li Guangcai grew anxious as he saw the conversation being steered by Li Xiangyang. Hearing Li Xiangyang's final statement, Li Guangcai sensed something amiss. He quickly said to the old party secretary, secretary, listen to this scoundrel's nonsense. What do you mean no relation? I'm his grandfather. How is that no relation? The old party secretary hadn't seen a young man as articulate and logical as Li Xiangyang in a long time. Just as he was listening to Li Xiangyang, Li Guangcai abruptly interrupted, causing the old party secretary to frown. Li Chihua, don't confuse the issues. One thing at a time. You're his grandfather, but when the family split you chose to live with your eldest son. It was your demand, then Zhang Guifeng paid a one-time sum of 200 yuan as your old age support, and you were quits. Li Guangcai was choked by the old party secretary's words. Even though he was unwilling, he couldn't find anything to refute. Li Xiangyang unruffled waited until Li Guangcai was speechless before continuing. Since the old party secretary remembers that then about my grandfather not getting dinner at our place, is that clear now? Though this matter was somewhat unseemly, it held up under strict scrutiny, given the notarized family division. The old party secretary nodded and said, yes, that's fine too. All right, Li Xiangyang, all the issues your grandfather raised have been clarified. You asked me to arbitrate earlier. Now tell me, what do you want to report? Li Xiangyang had explained everything meticulously to avoid giving any handle for gossip. Now that the old party secretary had set the record straight, it was time for Li Xiangyang to strike back. He said, my grandfather forced my family to pay 80 yuan for Li Xiangman's tuition. I just want to ask, why should my family pay for it? Hearing the sum of 80 yuan, even the old party secretary's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Li Chuo, do you dare ask for that? Do you even know what 80 yuan means? Facing the old party secretary's interrogation, Li Guangcai looked completely indifferent. Secretary, why wouldn't I dare? Since ancient times, a grandfather asking for money from his descendants is only natural and justified. Who has the right to criticize? Li Guangcai even pointed at Li Xiangyang and barked, on the contrary, you Li Xiangyang, it's just 80 yuan. Xiangmin is your cousin, paying his tuition is nothing. Why so many words? And you bring the party secretary to arbitrate. I tell you he can't control me. Li Xiangyang sneered. You speak so loftily. What only natural? Does Li Xiangmin have no father that I have to pay his tuition? At this, Li Guangcai's eyebrows shot up. Thinking he had caught Li Xiangyang in a slip, he quickly shouted, Li Xiangyang, you bastard, are you cursing your uncle? Li Xiangyang remained calm. Exactly. My uncle is still alive. Why should my family pay for Li Xiangman's tuition? As Li Guangcai opened his mouth to argue, Li Xiangyang cut him off. Old party secretary, how is this different from eating on? Even the old party secretary with his composure showed a flicker of anger in his eyes. As Li Xiangyang said, how was Li Guangcai and his eldest son's behavior any different from preying on the vulnerable? And this was with Li Xiangyang and his brother Li Xiangqian being grown adults. If they had been young, or if there were no men left in the house, only Zhang Guifeng and Li Yaya. The old party secretary dared not imagine how excessive Li Guangcai and his eldest son would have been. Li Guangcai. He didn't even use his nickname, showing his fury. 80 yuan. You really dare to ask? The old party secretary sneered. Then turning to Li Xiangyang, he said, Li Xiangyang, don't worry. They'll give you a satisfactory resolution today. Tell me whatever you want. Li Xiangyang had already made up his mind and replied directly, Old party secretary, I don't ask for much. Just that my grandfather publicly apologize and admit his mistake. Then this matter is over. Though a public apology seemed superficial, its effect was far from simple. Knowing his grandfather and uncle's family as he did, Li Xiangyang understood that no matter how today ended, they wouldn't let. With this public apology on record, if disputes arose again, Li Xiangyang wouldn't be at a natural disadvantage due to his junior status. The old party secretary nodded and then looked at Li Guangcai. Li Guangcai, you heard what was said. Go and apologize to them, and this matter is settled. Hearing this, Li Guangcai nearly jumped off the ground before the old party secretary could react. He roared emotionally. Li Guangcai pointed at Li Xiangyang and bellowed at both of them. You want me to apologize to him? Why should I apologize? Li Xiangyang, I tell you, if I apologize to you, you'll be struck by lightning. Li Guangcai was always obsessed with face, admitting fault, and apologizing was worse than death for him, especially when the apology was to a junior like Li Xiangyang. The old party secretary, not one to suffer fools, shouted, Li Guangcai, do you think no one can handle you? Li Guangcai glanced at the old party secretary with a look of utter indifference. All you can do is dock my work points or grain rations. My family doesn't lack that bite. Do as you please. Li Guangcai spoke with unwavering confidence, his voice brimming with the authority granted by his two grandsons. One a company commander in the military, the other a minor official at the county slaughterhouse. With such standing, he truly didn't care about losing a few work points or rations. Just moments ago, his booming voice had carried clearly across the vicinity. Driven by human nature's insatiable curiosity, the commotion drew a crowd. From the sent-down youth compound, people poured out of their rooms like a swarm. A dozen or so young men and women emerged, including Li Xiangyang's cousin Li Xiangmin. Word had it that the college entrance exams would soon resume. For these sent-down youths, passing the exams was their most promising ticket back to the city. Li Xiangman's academic record ranked among the county's best, and he often studied with them. In return, Li Xiangmin needed their review books from the big cities. Thus, a mutually beneficial arrangement was struck. A sent-down youth remarked to Li Xiangmin, Isn't that your grandfather? What's all the shouting about? Li Xiangmin recognized his grandfather without needing a reminder. Without a word, Li Xiangmin pushed through the crowd and approached Li Guangcai. Grandfather, what's going on? Li Guangcai's expression softened at the sight of his beloved grandson. Xiangmin, you've come at the right time. That scoundrel Li Xiangyang tried to get the party secretary to punish me. With that, Li Guangcai glared at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. What can you do even with the party secretary backing you? The old secretary squinted at Li Guangcai. Li Guangcai's words were a direct challenge to his authority as the village party secretary. With more people watching, if he couldn't subdue Li Guangcai, his prestige would suffer a heavy blow. Yet the old secretary couldn't quickly devise a countermeasure. Docking work points and grain was the harshest penalty for ordinary families. But for Li Guangcai it meant little. The old secretary found himself at a loss. Just then Li Xiangmin stepped past his grandfather and approached Li Xiangyang and the secretary. Old secretary, cousin, isn't this all a misunderstanding? Turning to Li Xiangyang, he continued, cousin, we're family. There's no need to let a misunderstanding spiral out of control and invite ridicule. Besides, regardless of everything, he's our elder. Making a scene like this won't do your reputation any good. Li Xiangmin paused, touched his forehead in thought, and then said, how about this, you take a step back and ill-persuade grandfather. Let's pretend today never happened. This was Li Xiangyang's first encounter with Li Xiangmin since his transmigration. His cousin had a refined appearance and a soothing way with words. With glasses perched on his nose, he exuded the air of a gentleman. As he spoke, a sent-down youth praised him. Xiangmin has such a good nature. If someone bullied my grandfather, I'd have thrown a punch. Another chimed in, exactly. Look at his cousin Li Xiangyang bullying his own grandfather. What kind of person does that? He's a complete scumbag. Someone whispered, I don't know what the party secretary is thinking, siding with Li Xiangyang. Unfazed by the accusations, Li Xiangyang simply asked Li Xiangmin, and what if I refuse? Li Xiangmin's smile remained intact as he said softly, cousin, setting aside the cause of this matter with so many people watching, and you being the younger generation, I'm only thinking of your reputation. Li Xiangyang studied his cousin. Others might be fooled, but he saw through his cousin was indeed skilled. He started by dismissing the issue as a misunderstanding without addressing the facts, then emphasized family ties to paint Li Xiangyang as an unfilial descendant. Finally, he feigned concern for Li Xiangyang's reputation, offering a way out, both a carrot and a stick. For most people, this preemptive tactic would be overwhelming. Even if the truth later revealed Li Guangcai's fault, Li Xiangmin would remain blameless, still the humble and forgiving Li Xiangmin. But would Li Xiangyang be so? Earlier, the old secretary had been troubled that standard punishments couldn't intimidate Li Guangcai. Li Xiangyang had already devised a solution involving Li Xiangmin. In his memory, Li Xiangyang had rarely interacted with Li Xiangmin and bore no grudge. In fact, he was almost grateful that his cousin had drawn the attention of the shameless Zhao Shui. But now it seemed they were a perfect match for a reason. Li Xiangyang looked at Li Xiangmin and said, Xiangmin, you truly are the village's best hope for college. So articulate. With further training at university, your future would be boundless. Perplexed, Li Xiangmin shot him a questioning glance. Though unsure why Li Xiangyang had suddenly brought this up, it was a compliment nonetheless. Li Xiangmin smiled warmly, playing, cousin, you flatter me. The exams haven't even started yet, it's too early to say. His words were modest, but the rising corners of his mouth betrayed his pride. What Li Xiangmin failed to notice was the old secretary, who had been silent, suddenly brightening. The secretary raised his hand and barked at the sent-down youths, quiet down. Though his voice wasn't loud, the youths immediately fell silent. Li Guangcai might dare to defy the secretary, but they, except for those with special connections, most of their futures depended heavily on the village party secretary's goodwill. Once silence fell, the secretary addressed Li Guangcai directly. Li Guangcai, do you think I have no way to deal with you? Li Guangcai maintained his defiant stance, convinced the secretary was merely bluffing. Secretary, I've told you. Dock my pay, dock my work points, do as you please. The secretary replied, curtly, fine, since you insist, I'll grant your wish. I'm deducting 300 work points from you this year. That amount was the maximum a grown man could earn in a month. At Li Guangcai's age, he couldn't possibly earn that many in a month now. Li Guangcai felt a pang of regret, but still blustered, go ahead and deduct them. The secretary's expression remained impassive as he continued, furthermore, Li Xiangmin, I suggest you stop thinking about college. Focus more on your labor duties. The smile on Li Xiangmin's face froze. Secretary, what do you mean by that? The old secretary cast a glance at Li. Isn't the literal meaning clear enough? The old secretary's cold tone made Li Xiangmin feel as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. He could no longer maintain his composed demeanor. He hastily asked the old secretary, why won't you let me take the college in? It's simple. Your application didn't pass the review. The old secretary's voice was low, his tone indifferent, as if he were uttering something trivial. But those words weighed heavily on Li Xiangmin's ears. He was confident that with his grades, getting into a prestigious university would not be difficult. This was the first time the college entrance exam had been reinstated after so many years. Not to mention a prestigious university, even an ordinary one. If he could get in, it would be a leap in social class. A vast sky would await him to soar freely. However, all of this depended on being able to take the exam. If he couldn't take the exam, it would all be empty talk. This impoverished little mountain village would be his final destination. Wait, secretary, why did my application fail the review? The old secretary cast a glance at Li Xiangmin. That question is simple. Go ask your grandfather Li Guangcai what he did. Concerned about his exam, Li Xiangmin hurried over to Li Guangcai. Grandfather, what did you do today? Li Guangcai had never expected the old secretary to resort to such means. Seeing his precious grandson's exam qualification on the line, he stood frozen in shock. It wasn't until he heard Li Xiangmin's question that he came to his senses. I didn't do much today. Just what? Li Xiangmin urged impatiently. Li Guangcai gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and said, I was thinking you were about to go to college, so I went to Li Xiangyang's house to ask for your tuition. Li Xiangmin quickly asked, how much did you ask for? At first 100, but then I only asked for 80. Li Guangcai, that much? Li Xiangmin was startled by the figure. But Li Guangcai said bitterly, he didn't give me a single cent. He even took it to the secretary, saying my actions were like trying to inherit everything from a childless family, and demanded an apology. Of course I refused, and you know what happened next. After speaking, Li Guangcai added reluctantly this. This doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? If it hadn't escalated to this point, Li Xiangmin would have agreed it was nothing. But now that his exam qualification had been revoked, he couldn't see it that way. Li Xiangmin immediately said, "Grandfather, our family isn't short of money. Why did you have to pull a stunt like this now?" Li Guangcai no longer had any of his early. At a loss, he said, "Now that things are like this, what can we do?" Li Xiangmin grabbed Li Guangcai's hand. "Come on, let's go apologize to Li Xiangyang and his family." Li Guangcai was still reluctant, pointing at himself, and then at Li Xiangyang. "Wait, Xiaomin, are you serious? You want me to apologize to him? Where am I supposed to put my old face after this?" Li Xiangmin looked at Li Guangcai and took several deep breaths. Only then did he suppress the urge to curse. "Grandfather, what time is this? You're still worried about face." Then lowering his voice, he said, "Grandfather, just come and apologize with me. We'll deal with the rest after I take the exam. There will be ways later." Li Xiangmin didn't finish his sentence, but Li Guangcai understood. Li Guangcai nodded and followed Li Xiangmin to stand before Li Xiangyang and the old secretary. "Cousin Xiangyang, I didn't know the full story earlier. I wronged you." With that, Li Xiangmin bowed deeply to Li Xiangyang, his attitude appearing quite sincere. Li Xiangyang raised an eye. His cousin's ability to bend and stretch did earn him a bit of respect. Then Li Xiangmin said to the old secretary, "Secretary, my grandfather has admitted his mistake and is willing to apologize. I hope you can give him another chance." The old secretary didn't respond, but turned to look at Li Xiangyang. "Young boy, what's your opinion?" The old secretary's address had shifted from his full name to his nickname. Li Xiangyang knew that as long as Li Guangcai apologized, it wouldn't be enough to revoke Li Xiangmin's exam qualification. The old secretary had no personal stake in this, so today's matter would likely end here. But since Li Xiangmin's initial goal was also this, he wasn't too regretful. After all, they would cross paths often in the future, and there would be plenty of opportunities. While something more severe was unlikely, it would be easy enough to make things difficult for Li Guangcai. "Secretary, an apology is acceptable, but I have a condition." The old secretary chuckled, "Don't stand on ceremony. Speak your mind freely." Li Xiangyang then said, "The cause and process of their dispute along with the content of the apology must be written down on paper, signed and stamped with a thumbprint." Li Guangcai immediately objected. "Apologizing to you isn't enough. We have to sign and seal it too." Li Xiangyang, hoping he would refuse, said nonchalantly, "Then you can choose not to agree." Li Guangcai's face darkened. If he refused, Xiangmin's exam qualification would be lost. Though cursing inwardly, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "Fine, I agree to everything." With Li Guangcai's consent, things became straightforward. With Li Xiangmin, a high school student present, writing an apology letter took only a moment. Li Guangcai reluctantly signed his name on the letter and pressed his red thumbprint. "Here you go." Li Xiangyang took the apology letter, blew a cold breath on it to speed up the drying of the ink. Then he flicked it with his fingers, producing two crisp sounds. As he scanned the contents, he clicked his tongue and said, "Tisk tisk." A top student indeed. The handwriting is quite good. Li Xiangmin's teeth were nearly ground to dust, his hands clenched tightly into fists. Clearly he was infuriated by Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang paid little attention to Li Xiangmin's inner turmoil. With the apology letter in hand, he had more important matters to attend to. "Secretary, do you have any tune tree gum?" Tune tree gum was a natural substitute for chemical glue. In those days, chemical glue was too expensive and paste was made from grain. Since many village notices needed to be posted, natural tune tree gum was used instead. The old secretary understood Li Xiangyang's intention upon hearing his words and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This kid had a truly ruthless streak. A rare smile crept across the old secretary's lips as he pointed to his desk. "There's plenty in my desk drawer. Thank you, secretary." As he spoke, Li Xiangyang walked to the old secretary's desk, took out the tree gum, and used a brush to spread it evenly on the back of the apology letter. Then he stepped outside and stopped in front of the notice board by the door. With a smack, he pasted the apology letter onto it. Li Guangcai had never suffered such a humiliation in his life. Writing an apology letter to his grandson Li Xiangyang was already a bitter pill to swallow. Li Guangcai was about to utter some harsh words to salvage his dignity. But then he turned around and saw Li Xiangyang had posted the apology letter on the brigade's bulletin board. Li Guangcai immediately panicked. Such a trivial matter, do you have to make it known to everyone? Since Li Xiangyang had already done it, he wouldn't change his mind just because of Li Guangcai's words. "Since you dared to do it, why are you afraid of others knowing?" Li Xiangyang's contemptuous tone infuriated Li Guangcai. Fine. Li Xiangyang, since you've pushed things to the extreme, don't blame me for no longer recognizing you as my grandson." Li Xiangyang was more than happy to sever ties with Li Guangcai. Hearing Li Guangcai say this, Li Xiangyang shrugged slightly, spread his hands, and said with indifference, "That's just perfect, exactly what I was hoping for." Li Guangcai was about to say more. At this moment, Li Xiangmin quickly pulled Li Guangcai back. "Grandpa, just say less. We'd better head back quickly." Li Xiangmin had nearly been disqualified from the college entrance exam just now, so naturally, he couldn't let Li Guangcai continue making a scene here. Li Guangcai looked at Li Xiangyang with reluctant resentment. Li Xiangyang, I don't believe you can be smug forever. Your day of misfortune will come sooner or later." Li Xiangyang wasn't affected by Li Guangcai's curses in the slightest. Instead, a smile even appeared on his face as he replied, "Grandpa, you must take care of your health. Otherwise, it would be such a pity if you didn't live to see my day of downfall." Before Li Guangcai could respond, Li Xiangmin had already tightly grasped Li Guangcai's hand. For the sake of his college entrance exam qualification, Li Xiangmin didn't want any mishaps at this point. As for Li Guangcai, hearing those words, he naturally understood that Li Xiangyang was indirectly cursing him to die. But before Li Guangcai could open his mouth to speak, Li Xiangmin had already dragged him out of the office. With no outlet for his fury, Li Guangcai nearly fainted. Meanwhile, a crowd had already gathered around the bulletin board in the small square. There were educated youths and captains from various village production teams. They were all reading the contents of the apology letter. Many of them kept glancing at Li Guangcai, pointing fingers and whispering among themselves. Although Li Guangcai was at a distance and couldn't hear what was being said, he didn't need to listen closely. He could guess it was nothing good. Li Guangcai could foresee that once these people dispersed, word would spread like wildfire. By tonight, if not sooner, everyone in the village would know about this. Li Guangcai knew he had become infamous now. He immediately lost his footing and collapsed to the ground. This commotion drew even more attention. Li Guangcai's aged face flushed crimson. The strange looks from the onlookers felt like sharp little knives slicing away pieces of flesh from his face. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, Li Guangcai's vision went dark and he crumpled to the ground. Li Xiangmin let out a startled cry, "Grandpa, what's wrong? Don't scare me." This stir drew even more attention. Even the old party branch secretary came out of the office. Li Xiangyang and the other two followed behind the old secretary. Zhang Guifeng looked at Li Guangcai lying on the ground and said with some concern, "Xiangyang, nothing serious will happen, will it?" Zhang Guifeng wasn't worried about Li Guangcai's well-being. Rather, she was concerned that if something did happen to Li Guangcai, it might have a negative impact on Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang shook his head gently and said softly, "Mom, don't worry. Look, his eyeballs are still moving. How could he really be unconscious?" The old secretary and Zhang Guifeng looked closely and saw that Li Xiangyang was right. Li Guangcai's eyelids were tightly shut, but if Li Xiangyang hadn't pointed it out, most people wouldn't have noticed such a detail. The old secretary couldn't help but cast another glance at Li Xiangyang. By then, Li Xiangyang had already walked over. Li Xiangmin was crouching on the ground at a loss and panicking. "Why aren't you pinching his philtrum? What are you waiting for?" Hearing the reminder, Li Xiangmin looked up and saw it was Li Xiangyang speaking. Though a bit puzzled as to why Li Xiangyang was suddenly being so kind, Li Xiangmin had no time to think it over. He followed the suggestion, pressing his thumb firmly onto Li Guangcai's philtrum. With his eyes closed, Li Guangcai couldn't see what was happening. Caught off guard by the pinch, the pain made him cry out. Squinting slightly, he saw so many people surrounding him and felt so embarrassed he wished he could crawl into a hole. With no other option, he just tilted his head and pretended to faint again. Li Xiangyang naturally understood what was going on and shouted to Li Xiangmin, "See, it's working, isn't it? Why don't you press harder?" Without thinking much, Li Xiangmin increased the pressure. This time, unlike before, Li Guangcai was prepared. Though the pain still made him break out in a cold sweat and clench his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and endured the agony without making a sound. Seeing this, Li Xiangyang suggested again, "Oh no, it's not working. Looks like we'll need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." The crowd around was bewildered by the term. "What's mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" Li Xiangyang immediately answered, "Ask Xiangmin. He'll definitely know that." Li Xiangmin felt utterly distraught. Although the man lying on the ground was his own grandfather, mouth-to-mouth meant lips to lips. How could he possibly bring himself to do it? But with so many people watching, Li Xiangmin couldn't refuse. Forced into a corner, he steeled his heart, closed his eyes, and lowered his head. Though pretending to be unconscious, Li Guangcai had been peeking through slits in his eyelids. He hadn't expected that faking a faint wouldn't disperse the onlookers. Instead, they stayed rooted to the spot. Seeing that Li Xiangmin was about to perform mouth-to-mouth, this was the last straw for Li Guangcai. His skin wasn't that thick. Just as their faces were about to meet, Li Guangcai couldn't hold it together any longer. With a loud yell, he sprang up from the ground. Startled, Li Xiangmin still asked with concern, "Grandpa, you're awake. Are you alright?" Li Guangcai's face wasn't flushed and his breathing wasn't labored, as if he had truly just woken from a faint. After a brief pause, he replied, "No, I'm fine, just a little flustered. Xiangmin, help me back home quickly." After such an embarrassing day, Li Xiangmin was eager to leave the brigade headquarters as soon as possible. Without greeting any of the many familiar faces present, Li Xiangmin supported Li Guangcai and hurried away as if fleeing. As soon as they stepped out of the brigade's small square, Li Xiangmin felt less anxious and realized he had been walking too fast. He asked Li Guangcai with concern, "Grandpa, are you really okay?" Li Guangcai waved his hand. "I'm really fine." Li Xiangmin glanced at him. "Grandpa, you weren't faking it, were you?" That was too much of a coincidence. Li Guangcai couldn't hold back anymore. "It's bad enough that Li Xiangyang, that bastard, is disobedient. But now even you're not listening to your grandpa." With that, Li Guangcai waved his hand again and urged, enough, just help me back." Seeing Li Guangcai's intense reaction, Li Xiangmin didn't dare to press further. He could only continue supporting Li Guangcai as they walked home. Inside the brigade office, Li Xiangyang along with the two others remained standing with the old party secretary. The departure of Li Guangcai and Li Xiangmin did not plunge the room into silence. Instead, it was the old party secretary who broke the silence first. With a beaming smile, he said to Li Xiangyang, "Young boy, your heart is truly as black as coal." Coming up with the idea of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Li Xiangyang shrugged slightly, a look of helplessness on his face. "Old party secretary, I can't agree with you there. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation is still meant to save a life." The old party secretary waved his hand and said, "Don't try that with me, boy. I heard everything you said to your mother. You saw through Li Guangcai's feigned fainting long ago." Li Xiangyang scratched his head. Old party secretary eavesdropping on people's conversations isn't exactly proper. The old party secretary now found Li Xiangyang more and more to his liking. If not for Li Xiangyang's hint today, the old secretary would have been thoroughly embarrassed by Li Guangcai. Although the whole affair started because Xiangyang asked him to arbitrate, in the end it was still the old secretary's duty. He could clearly distinguish these matters. "All right, stop pretending with me, boy. Do you think I can't see that your heart is as black as charcoal?" the old secretary scolded with. "Let alone Li Guangcai, even Li Xiangmin can't outsmart you in a game of wits." That was that. Li Xiangyang knew he couldn't explain himself out of this one. "Old party secretary, what you say is unfair. I don't have any tricky schemes." Li Yaya also poked half her head out from behind Li Xiangyang and said to the old party secretary, "Old party secretary grandpa, you've misunderstood my brother. He doesn't have any schemes. He's a really good person." The old party secretary shook his head with a smile and continued, "All right, it's getting late. I won't waste any more of your time. The 300 work points deducted from Li Guangcai today will all be added to your family's account." Li Xiangyang was somewhat surprised. "Old party secretary, won't this put you in a difficult position?" The old party secretary waved his hand grandly and said with some authority, "If such a small matter could make my job difficult, then I might as well not be secretary at all." Having said that, the old secretary didn't forget to remind Li Xiangyang, "As for you, since the work points are deducted by the brigade, your uncle's family won't dare to complain even if they find out. On the contrary, if they knew these points were transferred to you, they wouldn't dare to make trouble for me, but they might well come looking for you. So it's best if you don't let anyone else know about this." Li Xiangyang nodded. "Thank you for the warning, old party secretary." Zhang Guifang also quickly expressed her gratitude to the old secretary. "Old party secretary, I'm so grateful to you today." Then she said to Li Yaya beside her, "Hurry up and thank old party secretary grandpa." Li Yaya piped up in her crisp voice, "Thank you, old party secretary grandpa." The old secretary was in a visibly good mood and smiled as he ruffled Li Yaya's hair. Then he took a piece of candy from his shirt pocket and handed it to Li Yaya. "You're Yaya, right? Here, grandpa gives you some candy." Li Yaya didn't reach for it immediately, but first looked at Li Xiangyang and Zhang Guifang. "If old party secretary grandpa gives it to you, just take it," Li Xiangyang said. With permission, Li Yaya cheerfully took the candy from the old secretary's hand. Then she deftly peeled back the wax paper, popped the candy into her mouth, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she savored it like a greedy little kitten. At that moment, Li Xiangyang looked at the sky and said to the old party secretary, "Old party secretary, it's getting late now. We won't take up any more of your time. We'll take our leave." The old party secretary nodded. Go on, go on. By the way, if you ever need help with anything in the future, you can come find me at the brigade." "Thank you for your concern, old party secretary." After expressing his gratitude once more, Li Xiangyang led Zhang Guifang and Li Yaya on their way home. After all this delay, it was already past 8 o'clock. The sun had long since set. Fortunately, there was no air pollution back. The bright moonlight illuminated the ground, clearly revealing every pebble on the path. Just like when they came, they walked for about 10 minutes. The trio of Li Xiangyang finally arrived home. Opening the door, the interior was pitch black, unlike the moonlit outdoors. Thankfully, Li Xiangyang knew his home well enough to fumble around and find the matches. By the faint light, he successfully located the stored candles. These candles, as it happened, had been prepared for Li Xiangyang, but since Li Xiangyang had woken up, they hadn't been used. Now, however, it seemed they wouldn't go to waste, they would be put to use immediately. Li Xiangyang stuck the lit candle into a hollowed-out piece of turnip. The candle flame flickered with the breeze created by the moving air. Its light cast shifting shadows across the entire room, making it alternately bright and dim. Because of the incident with Li Guangcai, the three of them still hadn't had their dinner. Before leaving home, Li Xiangyang had put the food in the pot to keep it warm. The charcoal burned for a long time, and when he took the food out now, it was still steaming hot. A bowl of fatty twice-cooked pork, a bowl of radish and meat soup, and some pickled cowpeas from the pickle jar made up the leaf. Without any further words, the three who were already famished picked up their bowls and began to devour the meal. A piece of twice-cooked pork entered the mouth with a gentle bite. The fat could no longer contain its rich oils. The profound flavor of fat instantly filled every taste bud and the entire mouth. The Buddhist primal craving for fat compelled one to swallow it down greedily. In this era of scarcity, being able to have such a bite was a pleasure that even immortals would envy. After a few pieces of fatty meat, it inevitably felt a bit greasy. Taking a piece of pickled cowpea to cut the grease offered a different kind of delight. Before finishing the meal, downing a large bowl of the radish soup, shimmering with droplets of oil, filled the remaining gaps in the stomach. This meal was truly satisfying. After dinner, there were no other activities. After washing up, Li Xiangyang retreated to his room, early, beginning to cultivate drowsiness. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to get up even earlier tomorrow. To reassure his mother about his constant trips up the mountain, Li Xiangyang had promised to accompany her to visit Taoist. Li Xiangyang was also somewhat curious about this renowned Taoist physician. He knew his own situation all too well. Given his physical condition over the years, if not for Taoist's help in regulating his health, the grass on his grave would probably be overgrown by now. Although Li Xiangyang now had a panel to enhance his physique, but mastering Taoist's exquisite medical skills would prove invaluable in many critical moments. These thoughts did not linger long in Li Xiangyang's mind. Listening to the chirping of insects outside, Li Xiangyang fell into a deep slumber. A new day dawned. Li Xiangyang rose early, but Zhang Guifang had risen even earlier. By the time Li Xiangyang dressed and stepped out of the bedroom, he saw that Zhang Guifang had already heated the meal. Today's fare was slightly more abundant than usual. The leftover lard from yesterday's twice-cooked pork was used to flavor the rice, accompanied by a bite of pickled vegetables. After a hasty breakfast, Zhang Guifang led Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya toward the rear mountain. Word of the apology letter Li Xiangyang had posted the previous night had already spread. Greetings rang out incessantly along the way, and Li Xiangyang responded to each with politeness. Many gazes directed at Li Xiangyang were tinged with skepticism and doubt, though most were filled with admiration. This was primarily because family planning had not yet been implemented, and people adhered to the belief of bearing as many children as possible even if it meant pushing the limits. This was especially true in a small mountain village like Xiangyang. The reason was not unfounded. In those days, population meant labor, particularly male labor. A family that could produce several sons could swagger among neighbors without fear of being bullied. Consequently, with many children, parents naturally had favorites, and few could balance their affection evenly. The favored ones were a minority, while most endured unfair treatment from their parents from a young age. When news of Li Xiangyang's actions the previous night reached these people, they were filled with admiration for his courage to confront familial injustice head-on. Alongside admiration, there was even a trace of fear. This Li Xiangyang showed no regard even for his own grandfather's dignity. If outsiders inadvertently offended Li Xiangyang, their fate would likely be no better than Li Guangkai's. Li Xiangyang had anticipated such reactions and was not surprised. He had spent considerable time the previous day escalating the matter, adhering to the principle of striking once to avoid a. In this small mountain village, the law of survival was thus. Only by instilling fear in others could one avoid countless trivial troubles. At the rear mountain of Xiao village, Li Xiangyang's group stopped at the entrance of a Taoist temple. From the outside, the temple appeared aged, its mottled door bearing several bullet holes. Looking up, a worn plaque above the gate read Qingshu Temple in 3 characters. As Li Xiangyang stepped inside, he saw many bamboo sieves laid out in the courtyard drying various unknown herbs. In the center of the courtyard, an elderly man in his 60s or 70s was practicing an unknown boxing form. His movements were as swift as thunder and as steady as a mountain. This elder was the very person Li Xiangyang had come to see, Master Su. Speaking of Master Su, his life story could truly be called legendary. Before the founding of the nation, Qingshu Temple had been a renowned temple with a history of over a century. It housed 20 to 30 resident practitioners, not to mention wandering monks who visited. After the full-scale invasion by the Japanese, these monks, including the youngest Master Su, resolutely left the temple. Sadly, after victory, none but Master Su returned. When he came back, the temple had been occupied by a group of monks. How Master Su later drove away those monks and reclaimed the temple remained unknown to Li Xiangyang. Though the temple was reclaimed, its former glory and bustling incense were gone forever. Just then, Master Su finished his boxing and called out to Li Xiangyang, "Why, you've come." Li Xiangyang nodded. Master Su, my mother is worried about my health. She wants you to take another look at me. Come with me, you'll take your pulse. Li Xiangyang nodded and followed Master Su into a room. The room was simply furnished with a few stools and a wooden table for consultations. Li Xiangyang was no stranger to this place. He sat opposite Master Su and extended his right hand. Master Su placed his fingers on Li Xiangyang's radial pulse. After a moment, Master Su withdrew his hand. Zhang Guifeng, who had remained silent until then, immediately asked Master Su, "How is my Xiangyang now?" Master Su stroked his beard and smiled. "Though the pulse is still somewhat feeble, overall it's much better than before." "Really?" Zhang Guifeng was pleasantly surprised, but then recalled the incident 2 days prior. She pressed on. "Xiangyang nearly died the day before yesterday. Is he really out of danger now?" Zhang Guifeng's words puzzled Master Su. He observed Li Xiangyang for a moment before continuing. "Strange. Although Yang's body is still weaker than normal, peers, his pulse suggests nothing like what you described." Li Xiangyang couldn't exactly say he had cheated. He hedged well. "I'm not really sure. But ever since I woke up that day, I've felt much more at ease, and my breathing has become smoother." Master Su pondered and nodded slightly. It's possible that Yang Hua experienced a great shock before, causing emotional instability, which led to that condition. Now the pent-up frustration in his chest may have dissipated. Given his current state, it's unlikely to recur. Li Xiangyang nodded inwardly. Master Su was indeed a renowned old Taoist physician. With just a simple pulse reading, he could grasp Li Xiangyang's condition so thoroughly. If he could learn this medical skill from Master Su, it would prove invaluable in the future. Meanwhile, Zhang Guifeng, hearing this, felt half the weight lift from her heart. "Master Su, you said Xiangyang's pulse is still a bit weak. Could you prescribe some medicine to regulate his health?" Zhang Guifeng looked at Master Su with hope, but he slowly shook his head. "Every medicine has its toxins. Given his condition, there's no need for further medication. Let him recover naturally." Zhang Guifeng was still worried. But Master Su, Xiangyang has been going up the mountain these past 2 days, saying he's gathering mountain goods to supplement the family income. You've watched him grow up, you know his stubborn streak. Once he sets his mind on something, even an ox can't pull him back. So I wanted to ask if you have any suggestions." Master Su stroked his white beard, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, there is a way. Yang's body can handle it now, or it just depends on whether he can endure the hardship." Hearing that Master Su had a solution, Zhang Guifeng eagerly asked Master Su, "What is it?" Master Su stood up and looked at Li Xiangyang. "Yang Hua, if you want to improve your physique, I have a stance practice that suits your current condition perfectly. Are you willing to learn?" "Well," Li Xiangyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had been fixated on Taoist Zu's remarkable medical skills. How had it suddenly turned into following Taoist Su to learn stance training? Yet Li Xiangyang had no intention of refusing. Taoist Zu's martial prowess had been forged through blood and fire on the battlefield. Moreover, when Li Xiangyang had entered the Taoist temple earlier, the fist technique Taoist Su was practicing had been vividly displayed before his eyes. This was a killing art, not mere superficial moves. Li Xiangyang promptly nodded in response. Taoist Su, I am willing to learn. Taoist Su cautioned, stance training is a meticulous craft that demands persistence. Since you are willing to learn, you must not give up halfway. Li Xiangyang nodded and continued, Taoist Su, rest assured, I will persevere. Taoist Su was decisive in his actions and said directly, very well, let us begin now. With that, he wasted no further words. Stepping outside to the spot where he had been training, he assumed a stance and demonstrated a series of movements for Li Xiangyang. Previously, Li Xiangyang had always believed that stance training was merely about holding a horse stance. But after witnessing Taoist Zu's movements and explanations, Li Xiangyang realized this notion was mistaken. The horse stance primarily trained leg strength and stability. In contrast, stance training emphasized the whole body, using various static standing postures to regulate breath, gather essence, and condense blood and qi. That was why Taoist Su had said it suited Li Xiangyang's current condition best. After Taoist Su finished demonstrating and explaining, Li Xiangyang began his practice. Taoist Su stood by, tirelessly correcting every flaw in Li Xiangyang's form. Under Taoist Zu's relentlessly strict demands, Li Xiangyang soon reached his limits. Beads of sweat as large as beans streamed down his temples. Even his body began to tremble slightly. Taoist Su observed this, but did not tell him to stop. Li Xiangyang gritted his teeth and persisted. After a few more breaths, he suddenly felt a wave of numbness coursing through his body, followed by a surge of renewed strength. At that moment, Taoist Su finally spoke. Xiangyang, you may stop and rest. Li Xiangyang understood that the numbness was a sign of breaking through his limits. He then summoned the panel in his mind. Name Li Xiangyang, Identity Villager Level 0, 10,100 Skills Gathering Gray Stance Training, 1100 Money 35. The panel showed that his character's experience points, originally at 9, had increased by 1 to 10. Li Xiangyang looked further down and noticed that a new skill, Stance Training, had appeared in the skills column. Unlike the gathering skill he had learned while picking mushrooms on the mountain. Unlike the gray label, next to gathering stance training came with an experience point already indicating he had immediately achieved entry-level mastery. Li Xiangyang's eyes flickered. Stance training was clearly far more difficult than gathering. Yet on his very first attempt he had managed to enter the threshold. This showed how invaluable proper guidance from a master was. Unwilling to waste time resting, Li Xiangyang directly allocated an experience point to his character level to restore his stamina. Taoist Su, I can still endure. Let's continue. Taoist Su was slightly taken aback. He scrutinized Li Xiangyang from head to toe, and seeing that he was not putting on a brave front and indeed had reserves of strength, proceeded to demonstrate the next movements. Li Xiangyang followed Taoist Zu's lead and resumed his practice. Soon he once again felt his body reaching its limit. After enduring for a few more breaths, he experienced another wave of numbness. This time, however, he chose not to allocate points to restore stamina and continue. Others might not know, but Taoist Su had taken his pulse earlier. He was fully aware of Li Xiangyang's physical condition. Once might be acceptable, but if it happened again, Taoist Su would surely press him about what had transpired. Seeing Li Xiangyang withdraw from his stance, Taoist Su said, let's stop here for today. Come back early tomorrow morning. Li Xiangyang nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble, Taoist Su. Taoist Su waved dismissively and said, I'm just an old man. Besides treating the occasional villager, I have little to do. It's no trouble at all. With that, he waved his hand and continued. All right, if there's nothing else, I won't keep you. Lately, there have been many patients and my herbs are running low. I need to head up the mountain to gather some. Li Xiangyang had also been planning to try his luck on the mountain, hoping to find some valuable wild goods. Hearing Taoist Zu's words, he quickly said, Taoist Su, I've been poking around the mountains myself lately. Why don't you tell me what you need, and I'll gather them for you. Taoist Su chuckled and said, my medical practice is different from ordinary doctors. I don't use common Chinese herbs, just some humble medicinal plants, so you probably wouldn't recognize them even if you came across them. Li Xiangyang was surprised to hear this. He then looked at the bamboo sieve laid out in the yard. The herbs drying there were indeed not the Chinese medicines he knew. Li Xiangyang had no choice but to say, that's fine, Taoist Su. When you have time, you can teach me to identify the herbs. This remark reminded Taoist Su of something. Taoist Su turned and went inside, returning with a small booklet that he handed to Li Xiangyang. You're quite thoughtful. This booklet contains my records of the growth habits and appearances of various herbs and medicinal plants. The booklet appeared aged, its pages slightly yellowed, yet it bore no stains or damage, a testament to how carefully Taoist Su had preserved it. Li Xiangyang flipped through a few pages, finding clear illustrations of the herbs' appearances, habits, and even their effects, and by now Li Xiangyang fully understood Taoist Zu's intention. He closed the booklet carefully, stowed it away, and said solemnly, Taoist Su, rest assured I will take good care of this booklet. Taoist Su said nothing, merely waving his hand before turning to go inside and prepare his gear for the mountain. Li Xiangyang's day had been remarkably fruitful. Simply by learning stance training, he had gained 2 experience points. It was as if he had earned 2 yuan without doing anything. The small booklet was even more significant. Even without stance training, he could improve through spending money. But this booklet represented Taoist Zu's recognition. Taoist Zu's medical expertise was not something one could learn simply with money. Learning medicine was a long-term endeavor requiring years of accumulated experience. But that applied only to others. For Li Xiangyang, as long as he could enter the threshold, he could rapidly advance his medical skills. Of course, all of this hinged on having money. This added 2 more avenues for spending. Li Xiangyang suddenly felt that the 30-odd yuan fortune he had earned yesterday seemed utterly insignificant. There was never enough money to spend. After a visit to Master Su, Li Xiangyang had 2 more places to spend money. Now Master Su was about to head out to gather herbs. Li Xiangyang also planned to go up the mountain again to search for wild goods. Li Xiangyang then said to his mother beside him, "Mom, are you relieved now?" With Master Zu's diagnosis, just now Zhang Guifeng finally let go of the worries that had been weighing on her heart. "Xiangyang, since Master Su said there's nothing wrong with your body, I won't object to you going up the mountain to gather wild goods to supplement the family income. Just remember to be careful, don't go too deep, and watch out for getting lost." Hearing his mother's caring nagging, a smile spread across Li Xiangyang's face. "Don't worry, your son knows what he's doing." Li Yaya, listening to their conversation nearby, rolled her eyes mischievously, planted her hands on her hips, and chimed in, "Mom, my brother is right, you can rest assured. Besides, with me by his side, nothing will go wrong." Zhang Guifeng took one look at Li Yaya's expression and knew exactly. She scolded with a hint of amusement, "You little clever one. Do you think I don't know you're bored at home alone and want to follow your brother into the mountains to play at?" Li Yaya hadn't expected her mother to see through her little scheme so easily. Her delicate brows knitted together in a frown. She pouted and cast a pitiful look toward Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh. However, Li Yaya had indeed been a great help yesterday when they went up the mountain. Even the most valuable Chuanxiong herb had been discovered by her. So Li Xiangyang came to Li Yaya's defense. "Mom, Yaya isn't just being playful. She really helped me a lot up the mountain yet, so let her come with me again today." Zhang Guifeng thought it over. Although Li Yaya was young, she had been running around the village. Letting her accompany Li Xiangyang up the mountain would mean they could look out for each other. So Zhang Guifeng finally nodded. "All right, you can go with your second brother." "Great. I get to go up the mountain again." Upon hearing her mother's agreement, Li Yaya's expression brightened from gloom to joy, shifting as fast as a Sichuan opera mask change. Zhang Guifeng cut off Li Yaya's cheers. "First, you must listen to your second brother on the mountain. No running off, and don't cause him any trouble. Otherwise, there won't be a next time." Without a second thought, Li Yaya agreed. "As long as you let me go up the mountain, no problem." Watching Li Xiangyang practice his stance earlier had already taken up a lot of time. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Guifeng continued, "Xiangyang, be careful. I won't say much else. I have to hurry back, or he'll miss the morning work points." Zhang Guifeng was always brisk in her actions, and with that she turned and walked back toward the village alone. Li Xiangyang looked at his mother's slightly stooped figure. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Yesterday, he had earned over 30 yuan from the mountain. Even if his mother stopped working now, it would be enough to support the family for several months. But she was used to a life of hardship and had long developed a thrifty mindset. This ingrained habit wasn't something that could be changed overnight, nor could he easily convince her to take it easy. On the contrary, it would only invite a long lecture from her. Li Xiangyang didn't dwell on it too much, as thinking about it was useless. For now, he just needed to focus on earning more money. Once his income reached another level, this problem would naturally resolve itself. Li Xiangyang shook off his thoughts, picked up his gear, and led Li Yaya straight into the forest. The two of them trampled over fallen leaves and rotten branches for over half an hour. The surrounding birch trees grew denser and denser, but there were still many signs of recent foraging nearby. Li Xiangyang knew these were left by people who came into the mountains to pick mushrooms. It had rained 2 nights ago, perfect for mushroom growth. Yesterday, many people were busy earning work points during the day. But after finishing work, some who were struggling still came up the mountain to try their luck. However, Li Xiangyang's level experience had now reached 10 points, much stronger than the single point he had yesterday. He had planned to venture deeper today anyway, so the fact that this area had already been scavenged didn't affect him much. Li Xiangyang cleared the path ahead with a machete, walking for another 40 or 50 minutes. Pushing aside the obstructing branches, Li Xiangyang looked back. The vast Qingshu temple was now just a tiny dot in the distance. He turned to Li Yaya and said, "Yaya, we've come this far. Let's rest here for a bit." After a full day in the mountains yesterday, followed by a rush to the Qingshuan military factory to sell the wild goods, he had gone hungry all day, skipping lunch and only drinking water to fill his stomach. With yesterday's experience in mind, Li Xiangyang came fully prepared today. He brought plenty of water and dry rations. Sitting down to rest, he took a baked potato from his bag and handed it to Li Yaya. "Hungry? Have some potato to tide you over." Li Yaya shook her head. "Brother, I'm not hungry. You eat first." Li Xiangyang pulled another potato from his bag. "Hey, you little one, being polite now? Don't worry, I have more. I prepared well today. Neither of us will go hungry." Li Yaya didn't know that Li Xiangyang could use attribute points to restore his stamina. Her stomach had been growling with hunger for a while. Seeing that Li Xiangyang still had more, she couldn't hold back any longer. She took the potato from Li Xiangyang's hand, didn't even peel off the skin, and broke it in half with her hands, devouring it ravenously. Watching the sweat on Li Yaya's face, Li Xiangyang felt a pang of sympathy. It wasn't right for such a young child to be running through the mountains with him. He had to think of a reliable way to settle Yaya down as soon. Just then Li Yaya finished her potato. She wiped her dark lips with her little hands. "Second brother, I'm done. Let's get..." Li Xiangyang nodded and led Li Yaya onward. The June weather was already quite hot, but the cool mountain breeze along the... As they walked, Li Xiangyang's basket was already more than half full. Most of it was filled with wild mushrooms, followed by some tree fungus and a few bird eggs. Along the way, Li Xiangyang also discovered several plump Gastrodia elata plants. Gastrodia could fetch even more money than Chuanxiong. Unfortunately, even after searching the entire area, Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya only found a few plants. It seemed that finding another large patch of Chuanxiong like yesterday's wouldn't be so easy. Just as Li Xiangyang finished tallying the contents of his basket, he heard Li Yaya suddenly exclaim, "Second brother, look over there." Li Xiangyang looked closely. In the direction Li Yaya pointed there was indeed a deer, a sika deer. It was robust, over a meter long, with a pair of large antlers on its head. Li Xiangyang knew that every part of the sika deer was valuable. The antlers, blood, and penis all fetched high prices. If he could hunt it down, it would surely bring in a fortune. This mountain forest was truly a treasure trove. Li Xiangyang tightened his grip on the hatchet, his eyes fixed intently on the sika deer. The deer's only offensive weapon was its antlers. The mountain forest was thick with white birch trees. If he could exploit this, the antlers posed no real threat. Yet to be safe, Li Xiangyang silently summoned his system panel. Name: Li Xiangyang, status villager, level 0, 10,100 skills gathering, gray stance training, 1100 money, 35. This time Li Xiangyang held nothing back. He set aside 5 coins to restore stamina. He poured the remaining 30 coins directly into experience points. A familiar warmth, far more potent than before, began to surge through him. Li Xiangyang knew the enhancement had begun. It came swiftly and faded just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the panel completed the upgrade. Li Xiangyang clenched his fists. Even a brief assessment told him his physical strength had vastly improved. Yaya, wait here. Don't wander off, Li Xiangyang whispered. Li Yaya nodded emphatically and replied in a hushed tone. Okay, second brother. I won't move. You be careful too. Without further hesitation, Li Xiangyang crouched low. Mindful of the dry twigs underfoot, he crept slowly toward the shielded by branches and weeds. Li Xiangyang advanced to within 10 meters of the deer. Having just allocated his points, his physical prowess had been greatly enhanced. A few more steps, and he was certain he could capture the deer. Li Xiangyang edged forward with increasing caution. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He was nearly at the planned position. But then a gust of mountain wind swept through. A dry branch from the white birch beside Li Xiangyang snapped with a sharp crack and fell onto the thick carpet. A rustling sound erupted. The sudden disturbance alerted the sika deer. It turned its head and spotted Li Xiangyang. With a startled cry, the deer bolted its 4 legs, carrying it down the ravine. Li Xiangyang, already prepared, gave chase without a moment's delay. Man and deer. He pursued but fled. The commotion startled countless birds from the trees. Li Xiangyang sprinted at full speed after the deer. But the deer born and raised in these woods had boundless endurance. Soon Li Xiangyang's stamina began to wane. His pace gradually slowed. The deer glanced back at Li Xiangyang, lifting its antlers slightly, as if in mockery. Watching the distance grow, Li Xiangyang summoned his panel. He quickly spent a coin to add an experience point, instantly restoring his stamina. His running speed surged once more. The deer realized that Li Xiangyang was not only keeping pace, but drawing closer. Though bewildered, it accelerated its another round of pursuit. As his stamina faded again, Li Xiangyang unhesitatingly added another experience point. The distance between them shrank once more. But the deer, unfazed, increased its speed again to pull away. After running a while longer, sensing Li Xiangyang slowing, it even stole a moment to look back, letting out a cry and casting a taunting glance at Li Xiangyang. Unperturbed, Li Xiangyang opened the panel again, spending a coin to add a point. His stamina restored, and his physique further enhanced. Li Xiangyang's running speed became subtly faster than before. As the distance closed once more, the deer's panic turned to desperation. All thoughts of mockery vanished. It ran for its life, wishing it had more than 4 legs. Seeing Li Xiangyang draw nearer, the deer fled blindly. Though it was only a small hollow, the sloping path was steep, and the deer nearly stumbled several times. Finally, in its haste, the deer crashed headlong into a white birch as thick as a bowl. The impact was tremendous. With a crack, the tree split apart. But force is reciprocal. If a tree that thick could split, the deer's fate was no better. One of its antlers was snapped off. Li Xiangyang ran closer and saw the deer lying on the ground, utterly still. It was clearly in dire straits. Indeed, after a few convulsions, the deer went silent. Even in death, it could not understand why the human's stamina seemed inexhaustible. Each time it thought it had shaken him off, the human somehow found the energy to relentlessly pursue. Li Xiangyang stared at the scene at a loss for words. Wasn't this the same creature that had taunted him? It had run straight into a tree and killed itself. Well, it saved him the trouble. After waiting a moment, Li Xiangyang kicked the deer a few times. Confirming it was dead, he finally relaxed. The deer had hit the tree hard. After the antler broke off, it had slid down the ravine. Though old antlers weren't as valuable as new velvet, it was a free find, and wasting it would be a shame. Li Xiangyang followed the ravine down almost to the foot of the mountain. There he spotted the antler embedded in the soil. The ground was soft, and the antler had slid down naturally. Li Xiangyang pulled it out with ease. As he turned to leave, he noticed the color of the antler's tip was unusual. The hills behind Shircha village were covered in brittle yellow soil, but the end of the antler was stained with black powder. Li Xiangyang rubbed it with his fingers, then a thought struck him. He used the antler to dig into the yellow earth. As he dug into the ravine slope, the loose soil slid away, revealing a patch of black beneath. Coal slag. Even with his steady demeanor, Li Xiangyang was stunned. He crouched down hesitant and reached out to touch it. The familiar texture confirmed it. This was coal. He repeated the process in several other spots, each time unearthing more. Li Xiangyang finally confirmed that this was indeed a coal seam. Unlike deep-seated deposits that were hard to mine, what he had discovered was a shallow coal seam. In fact, it was practically an open-pit mine. The difficulty and cost of mining such a deposit were vastly reduced. Li Xiangyang gazed upon all before him, his heartbeat quickening slightly. There was no need for words. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally knew how many billionaires were made from a single coal mine. And this coal mine before him, unlike the deep and difficult to extract middle layers, required only simple investment to yield generous returns. As for why a shallow coal mine appeared here, Li Xiangyang had a preliminary guess. Shixiao village was located in the Longmen mountain range, where geological activity was frequent. In Li Xiangyang's memory, a major earthquake had occurred just last year. Thus the emergence of this shallow coal seam was not, but soon Li Xiangyang calmed his excited heart. In this era of planned economy, the policy of land contracting had yet, even having discovered such a large coal mine, Li Xiangyang alone lacked the capacity to bite off this chunk of fat. Therefore this matter required careful planning. Of course, before the plan was made, the existence of a shallow coal mine behind Shixiao village's back mountain had to be kept secret, never to be known by a second person. The good news was that although this area fell within Shixiao village's jurisdiction, this stretch of old mountain forest was extremely remote with no dwellings nearby. Even the mountain foragers who gathered wild goods never ventured this deep. So as long as Li Xiangyang kept silent, the chances of discovery were virtually zero. Li Xiangyang did not let his guard down. Instead, he meticulously restored each pit he had dug to its original. After a final thorough inspection to ensure no issues remained, Li Xiangyang hoisted the sick deer onto his shoulder and followed the footprints he had left while chasing it, heading back toward Liaya. Chasing the sick deer had cost Li Xiangyang considerable time, and the subsequent discovery of the coal mine had caused further delay. Now hearing the commotion, Liaya hurried toward him. "Second brother, I've been waiting for you for ages. You're finally back? I was so worried." As she spoke, Liaya had already run up to him and was scrutinizing him closely. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Li Xiangyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course not. How could this silly deer possibly hurt your second brother?" Liaya, reassured by his affirmative answer, finally relaxed. After letting out a long sigh, she looked up at the sick deer on his shoulder and said with admiration, "Wow, what a big sick deer. Second brother, you're amazing. So you only just realized how amazing your second brother is?" Li Xiangyang said with a chuckle. Liaya stared intently at the deer, reaching out curiously to touch its antlers, and flattered him. "No, my second brother has always been amazing." "You little flatterer," Li Xiangyang teased affectionately. Then he set down the deer, used his hatchet to cut some sturdy vines, and securely tied the deer to the bamboo basket. Fortunately, the basket was sturdy enough, otherwise it might not have borne the weight of this nearly 200-pound adult male deer. Today's harvest was already plentiful, so Li Xiangyang wasted no more time. He hoisted the deer onto his back, oriented himself by the sun, and set off with Liaya. The journey was a rugged trek over mountains and hills, made even harder by the deer he carried. It was fortunate that Li Xiangyang had used the panel to enhance his physique. Otherwise, for him and Liaya alone, getting this deer back to Qingshe Bay would have been nearly impossible. After trudging along, Li Xiangyang finally reached Qingshe Bay. Unlike the overgrown chaos of the mountain, this place was remarkably serene. Ancient cypress trees stood, as always, on both sides of the path, casting a cool shade over Li Xiangyang as he walked. The distant, unknown chirping of birds and the nearby babbling of water created a paradise-like tranquility that uplifted the spirit. Just then a faint cry for help came from the small stream on his left. "Help! Help!" Hearing the voice, Liaya quickly turned to Li Xiangyang and asked, "Second brother, did you hear that? It sounds like someone calling for help." Though faint, even Liaya had heard the cry. Li Xiangyang, whose senses had been sharpened through several enhancements, naturally, "Help! Help!" Another cry reached Li Xiangyang's ears. This one was already very weak. Li Xiangyang walked to the riverbank, looking in the direction of the sound, and saw a woman struggling in the water. Seeing the woman about to sink beneath the surface, Li Xiangyang set down the basket and said to Liaya, "Watch our things and wait for me here." Liaya hesitated. "Second brother, are you sure it's okay for you to go into the water?" Shixiao village was located in western Sichuan, rich in water resources, with several small streams in the village. In such circumstances, even though Li Xiangyang had been frail since childhood, he had still learned to swim. Now, with his physique enhanced by the panel, he was much stronger. Moreover, given Li Xiangyang's cautious nature, he had even kept back 2 yuan when catching the sick deer to restore stamina in an emergency. So Liaya's worries were entirely unnecessary. Don't worry, when has your second brother ever done something he wasn't sure of? While reassuring Liaya, he quickly took off his shirt. In a few strides, he stepped down the embankment and plunged into the water with a dive. Once in the water, Li Xiangyang quickly noticed that although it was deep and bottomless, the current was not swift. This was undoubtedly good news, meaning the rescue would be much easier. Li Xiangyang swam swiftly toward the woman. By the time he reached her in that brief moment, she had already lost consciousness. This actually saved Li Xiangyang a lot of trouble. When a non-swimmer falls into water, they thrash violently. Such struggles are not only futile, but can disrupt the rescue rhythm and even drag the rescuer into danger. Now that the woman was unconscious, Li Xiangyang hooked his arm around her neck and began swimming back to shore. Although burdened with a person, the smooth current made the entire process quite smooth. Upon reaching the shore, Li Xiangyang carried the woman on his back and climbed the embankment. Though the embankment was not extremely steep, the ascent was trickier than the descent, and he had to take a small detour to reach the path. Li Xiangyang returned to where he had left the basket and turned to check on the woman. To his surprise, she had already woken up. Their eyes met. "Aunt." The woman let out a soft exclamation, her delicate face flushing all the way to her neck. Then, in a voice hoarse from swallowing water, she quickly explained, I just woke up too." After speaking, she turned her head away, not daring to look at Li Xiangyang. Feeling the rapid heartbeat against his back, Li Xiangyang didn't bother about when she had woken up. He said matter-of-factly, "Should I put you down?" Upon hearing this, the woman blushed even more and murmured a soft in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. Li Xiangyang then set her down. "Are you all right now?" The woman quickly nodded and said, I am fine. I originally came here to wash clothes because the water upstream is cleaner, but I didn't expect to fall in. If it weren't for you, Xiangyang waved his hand, put on his shirt, and casually wrung the water from his trousers, saying, the water is indeed very deep here. Probably because river sand was excavated during the construction of the factory. Such a dangerous place. You should avoid coming here to wash clothes in the future. I won't come again, the woman nodded. Then she quickly added, I haven't thanked you for saving me yet. Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively and hoisted the basket onto his back. It was just a small favor, no need for thanks. But, Xiangyang had already started walking with Liao. Enough no buts. You're soaking wet. You should go change your clothes. Seeing that Xiangyang showed no sign, the woman bit her lip in slight disappointment. But as she caught sight of the sick deer on his basket, something occurred to her. She also began walking toward the dormitory buildings of the military factory. Walking along the road, Liao clearly hadn't yet recovered from the excitement of Xiangyang's rescue moments ago. Second brother, you were so amazing just now. I only heard you tell me to watch something good, and before I even reacted, you had already saved that person. Xiangyang scolded with a smile. You're so young, who taught you to flatter? Am I really that capable? Liao nodded firmly. In Yaya's heart, second brother is the most capable person. Then without waiting for Xiangyang's reply, Liao shifted the topic and continued, second brother, that sister was so beautiful just now. Doesn't this count as a hero saving a beauty? By the way, she said she wanted to thank you. Upon saying this, Liao slapped her thigh. Oh no. Second brother, you lost out, big time. When a hero saves a beauty, isn't she supposed to pledge herself to you in gratitude? Why did you just leave like that? After speaking, Liao turned to look at Xiangyang and said seriously, second brother, if we go back now to find that pretty sister, is it still too late? Xiangyang was speechless. This girl was simply, what was all this nonsense? Seeing Liao about to continue, Xiangyang reached out and gently pinched her ear. What's going on in that head of yours? Who told you about pledging oneself in gratitude? Oh, isn't that how it always goes? And second brother, be gentle, it hurts. Liao exclaimed dramatically. Xiangyang said with exasperation, stop pretending with me, I didn't even use any force. Liao chuckled and said, I knew second brother loves me the most. Xiangyang shot her a glare. He had never realized before that this girl was so mischievously clever. As for the rescue itself, Xiangyang didn't think much of it. In his eyes, it was merely a matter of convenience, a small episode. The immediate priority now was to go to the supply and marketing cooperative and sell the cicadeer for money. At the entrance of the cooperative, having learned from his last experience, Xiangyang went straight inside upon arrival. Because he was carrying a cicadeer on his back, Xiangyang drew quite a few stairs as he walked. He made his way directly to Old. At that moment, there was no one at Old Yan's counter. He was bowing his head, listlessly fiddling with an abacus. Xiangyang put down his bamboo basket and called out softly, Brother Yan. Old Yan heard the voice, looked up, and saw Xiangyang standing across the counter. He quickly replied, it's Brother Xiangyang. I was just thinking about you. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Old Yan was exceptionally warm, likely because Xiangyang had given him quite a few. As they spoke, Old Yan noticed Xiangyang's still dripping pant legs and quickly asked, Brother Xiangyang, what happened to you? What's the matter? How did you end up like this? Xiangyang, regardless of whether Old Yan's concern was genuine or not, replied, I accidentally slipped and fell into the water. I just got my pants wet, nothing serious. Old Yan nodded. Good that you're fine, good that you're fine. Xiangyang said politely, thank you for your concern, Brother Yan. Also, I need to trouble you again. I hunted a deer today and want to sell it. Old Yan had naturally already seen the large cicadeer placed in front of the counter. He had simply avoided mentioning the deer earlier because he noticed Xiangyang's wet pants. Now that Xiangyang had brought it up, Old Yan quickly said, we're like brothers, there's no trouble at all. Follow me. Xiangyang hoisted the basket onto his back again and followed Old Yan into the same room as last time. Once inside, he immediately began untying the vines binding the cicadeer. Old Yan took the opportunity to get a good look. To be able to hunt such a large cicadeer, Brother Xiangyang, you are truly remarkable. Xiangyang continued his work without pausing. Not at all, it was just luck. Old Yan then said to Xiangyang, Brother Xiangyang, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you. I don't know if. By this time, Xiangyang had untied all the vines and put the deer down. He turned to look at Old Yan. Brother Yan, just say it if you have something. There's no need for such formalities. Old Yan chuckled, sheepishly rubbed his hands together a little awkwardly, then leaned in close to Xiangyang and said softly, well, it's just, I was thinking if I gave you 20 yuan, could Brother Xiangyang sell the deer's penis to me personally? As he spoke, Old Yan gave Xiangyang a knowing look that any man would understand. Then he quickly added, Brother Xiangyang, don't worry, it will definitely be higher than the cooperative's purchase price. If you don't believe me, I can show you the price list. Xiangyang finally understood now. This Old Yan had been beating around the bush and complimenting him. It turned out he had his eye on this deer's penis. But since Xiangyang was selling it anyway, who he sold it to didn't matter. Besides, Old Yan was offering a higher price than the cooperative, and selling it to him would earn his gratitude. Xiangyang immediately said, I thought it was something serious. It's just a deer's penis. You don't need to pay extra, Brother Yan. Just the market price is fine. Old Yan quickly waved his hand and continued, no, that won't do. How can I let you suffer a loss? Let's stick with what I said. 20 yuan, not a penny less. Xiangyang didn't refuse. He nodded and said, all right, well, do it your way, Brother Yan. Old Yan couldn't wait any longer. He pulled 20 yuan from his pocket, counted it out to Xiangyang, then quickly grabbed a small knife from the shelf, cut off the deer's penis, and put it away. Every part of a sick deer is valuable. Next, old Yin found a basin to drain the deer's blood. Although the deer was already dead, not much time had passed. A large basin of deer blood was still collected, and Xiangyang didn't lose much money on this item. Next came cutting off the antlers and skinning the deer. After calculating the prices for these two items, old Yin looked at the remaining deer meat and was a bit troubled. Well, I was too excited just now and forgot to tell you. Our cooperative doesn't purchase deer meat. So, old Yin couldn't even bring himself to look at Xiangyang as he spoke. He had just bought a deer's penis from Xiangyang, and the man had agreed without a second thought. Now he was the one dropping the ball. After speaking, old Yin thought for a moment and then added, "How about this? I have some acquaintances here. Wait for a moment and he'll go ask around to see if anyone wants to buy deer meat." Xiangyang understood that the cooperative didn't buy deer meat, and old Yin wasn't qualified to make decisions for them on this. Besides, it was currently June. If he took all this meat home, it would spoil within 2 days. His only option was to let old Yin go ask and sell as much as he could. Xiangyang was about to nod when he heard then a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit a few years older than old Yin walked in from the doorway. A young woman stood behind the middle-aged man. It was the woman Xiangyang had just rescued from the river. She had now changed into a white floral print dress. This outfit, combined with her still damp hair, made her look as fresh as a lotus flower just emerging from the water. When the young woman saw Xiangyang, she gave him a slight smile as a greeting. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had already walked. As soon as he entered, the middle-aged man said to Xiangyang, "Young comrade, I just heard at the door that you're selling this deer meat. I happen to need some deer meat. I wonder if you could sell it all to me." Xiangyang had just saved that woman. Now, as he was selling sick deer at the supply and marketing cooperative, he encountered a problem. Soon after the woman he rescued arrived with a man claiming they also happened to need venison. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Xiangyang naturally understood what was happening. They had come to repay his kindness. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The middle-aged man truly had a masterful grasp of social graces. At that moment, the middle-aged man gave a warm smile and continued, "Comrade, rest assured, I will purchase all this venison at 10% above the market price. You won't suffer a loss." Xiangyang reminded him, "All the most valuable parts of this sick deer have already been. Only the venison remains. Are you sure you still want it? Besides, the weather is warm now. Even if you sold it to make cured meat, it may not keep for long." The middle-aged man replied, "No matter. The military factory cafeteria feeds so many workers every day. A single deer's worth of meat wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth." With that, he let out a hearty laugh and continued, "This venison, if put in the cafeteria, could only make a pot of soup." Hearing this, Xiangyang no longer declined. "I can sell you the venison, but I'd like to keep one leg to improve my family." The middle-aged man waved his hand generously. "No problem, choose first." Xiangyang picked up his knife and selected the smaller front leg. It wasn't that he was stingy. Even a front leg weighed 20 or 30 jin. Even if his family ate to their fill, it would take several days to finish. So keeping one front leg was already the limit. Xiangyang skillfully cut the leg off. Old Yin took the initiative to bring out a steel yard to weigh the meat for Xiangyang. Feeling a bit awkward for not having helped earlier, he was now quite eager. Unfortunately, when whole, this deer had weighed over 200 jin. Even after skinning, bleeding, and removing a front leg, it was still too much for Old Yan's lean frame to handle alone. In the end, with Xiangyang's help, they completed the weighing. Although the cooperative didn't buy venison, Old Yin, as a member, knew the market price quite well. After rattling away at the abacus, Old Yin announced the price. Venison currently goes for about 1 yuan and 20 fun per jin, with little fluctuation. Let's calculate at 1 yuan and 20 fun. We weighed it at 151 jin just now, but that includes the organs. So the final price should be 20 fun. That brings the total to 151 yuan. As soon as Old Yin finished, the middle-aged man said, "I'm fine with that." Then the middle-aged man sought Xiangyang's opinion. "Comrade, what about you?" Since it was the market price, Xiangyang naturally had no objection. "I'm fine with it too." The middle-aged man unbuttoned his shirt, took out a stack of cash, counted it, and handed it to Xiangyang. "Comrade, count it. 151 yuan in total." Xiangyang verified the money. "The amount is correct." "Good, no issues then. Need me to help deliver it?" Since the middle-aged man had bought the entire deer, saving Xiangyang a lot of time, he didn't mind lending a small hand. The middle-aged man smiled. "Then I'll trouble you, comrade." Xiangyang tied the venison back onto his bamboo basket. After bidding farewell to Old Yin, he shouldered the basket and followed the middle-aged man. Xiangyang had been busy with the deer meat all this while. The young woman hadn't found a chance to speak. Now that the deal was done and they had left the cooperative, she finally had an opportunity. "Hello, my name is Wan Yuling. Thank you for saving me earlier." She then pointed to the middle-aged man and introduced him. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically and said to Xiangyang, "How my memory's failing me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wan Jingping. May I ask your name, comrade?" Xiangyang replied, "I'm Xiangyang, and this is my third sister, Yaya." Seeing Xiangyang's calm expression, Wan Jingping felt a flicker of surprise, but his face showed nothing, remaining full of smiles. "Comrade Xiangyang, you rarely come around here, do you?" Xiangyang nodded. "Yes, this is only my second time selling mount." Wan Jingping pressed on. "Where do you live, comrade Xiangyang? Is it far from here?" Before Xiangyang could answer, Wan Yuling interrupted, displeased. "Oh, Dad, what are you doing? He saved my life, and you haven't even thanked him properly." You're interrogating him like a criminal. Luan Zhengping felt a bit awkward being scolded by his daughter, but Li Xiangyang didn't mind. This Luan Zhengping had casually pulled over 200 yuan from his pocket. He spent over 100 on venison without batting an eye. That amount of money was equivalent to several months' wages for an ordinary worker. Combined with what Head said at the cooperative, Li Xiangyang guessed he was likely a leader in the military factory's cafeteria. Li Xiangyang currently relied on trading mountain goods for money. Although Old Yen at the cooperative could buy some items, just like today, there were things not on the purchase list that Old Yen couldn't help. If the military factory cafeteria could absorb that portion, it would undoubtedly save Li Xiangyang a lot of unnecessary trouble. Given his daily harvest, it would be a trivial matter for the vast factory cafeteria. Li Xiangyang waved his hand and said, "It's nothing really. My home is not too far from Qingshi Bay, but not too close either, about a 2-hour walk." Luan Zhengping rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked him, "About 2 hours away. Is that near Shixiao village?" Li Xiangyang nodded, "Yes, Shixiao village." As they spoke, the group had already reached the entrance of the military factory. Luan Zhengping walked to the guard post, gave a few instructions, and then said to Li Xiangyang, "Thank you for your trouble. Just leave the venison with the guards. Someone will come to collect it later." There was still a distance from the guard post to the cafeteria. Since it saved him some effort, Li Xiangyang naturally agreed. He unloaded the venison and placed it at the guard post. Then Luan Zhengping said, "Comrade Xiangyang, you saved my daughter today, and I haven't properly thanked you. How about joining us for a simple meal at home?" Li Xiangyang shook his head and declined. Saving her was just a small gesture. No need to be so polite. As for dinner, maybe another time. I need to get back before dark. Luan Zhengping insisted. The factory has a guest house. If it gets late, you can stay there. Li Xiangyang shook his head again. My mother is waiting for me at home. If I don't return, she'll worry. Luan Zhengping had to relent. I see. Then I won't keep you. But next time you come to the factory, be sure to let me know. Then I must properly express my gratitude. Li Xiangyang nodded, then turned and left with Li Yaya. Luan Yuling watched Li Xiangyang's retreating figure and complained to Luan Zhengping. "It's all your fault. You were interrogating him nonstop. Now we couldn't even invite him to a meal, and he left without wanting to say another word. How dare you speak to your father like that?" Luan Zhengping's words carried a tone of reproach, yet his eyes were brimming with affection. After all, she was his only daughter. Knowing her father's temperament, Luan Yuling pressed on. "I haven't even mentioned how you drove away my savior. I haven't even had a moment alone with him." Luan Zhengping's lips twitched uncontrollably. "What's this all about? You've only just met him, and you're already defending him. He saved your life, but haven't I raised you all these years?" Still unconvinced, Luan Yuling was about to retort. Luan Zhengping waved his hand and continued, "Enough. I've already got his address. Are you afraid you won't find him?" This remark sparked an idea in Luan Yuling, and she exclaimed with delight, "Then I'll go to his village tomorrow to find him. He saved me, I must properly thank him." The usually composed Luan Zhengping was once again caught off guard. His eyelids twitched several times as he said irritably, "Don't you dare go. I've already made arrangements. Just wait." Meanwhile, Li Xiangyang, after placing the venison at the guard post, didn't linger. He took Li Yaya and set off on the road back to Shixiao village. As for the mushrooms still in his basket, he had no intention of setting up a stall to sell them. Today's haul from a single sick deer was considerable. The venison fetched 151 yuan, and the deer penis. Old Yen also appraised the deer blood antlers and hide as top grade, purchasing them at the highest price, which added up to another 85 yuan. Altogether, it came to 266 yuan. The earnings from just this one day could rival most people's in. So rather than wasting time selling the mushrooms at a stall, it was better to take them home and make a mushroom soup to improve the family's meal. The last pot of wild mushroom and chicken soup was an unparalleled delicacy. Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya walked for nearly 2 hours. As they descended the mountain, they could see villagers earning work points in the fields from afar. The faint sound of the brigade's loudspeaker announcing the time reached Li Xiangyang's ears. "It's just 4 o'clock. We're back quite early today. I can get back in time to cook the venison for a feast." Li Yaya had never tasted venison in her life, but she had seen Li Xiangyang cook twice before. Just thinking about the deliciousness of his cooking made her mouth water. Swallowing eagerly, she said excitedly, "Brother, are you—" Li Xiangyang nodded. "Mom's still in the field, so of course I'm cooking. And Big Brother is coming back today, so we can cook a—" "Hooray!" Li Yaya cheered, raising her hand. After their father's death and the family's efforts to nurse Li Xiangyang back, coupled with Zhao Shui's scheming, Li Yaya had endured much hardship over the years. She had grown accustomed to a life of alternating between full and empty stomachs. Being able to have a full meal was enough to make her cheer. Li Xiangyang walked on until he reached the village's tractor path. In the fields on both sides, work was bustling with activity. Suddenly, voices reached Li Xiangyang's ears. "Oh, educated youth, Chun, I've told you what's the use of studying. It's better to stay home and cut pigweed to feed the pig. Enough, stop bothering me. If you're not working, I am. Otherwise, the team leader will deduct my work points." Li Xiangyang looked toward the source of the voice. The speaker was his neighbor. The person addressed as educated youth Chun was Chun Yu, who had been assigned to the brigade 2 years ago. When she first arrived in the village, she knew nothing. Li Xiangyang's mother Zhang Guifeng had personally mentored her for a time. Chun Yu had a strong will, and in no time she worked harder than many male educated youths. At that time, Li Xiangyang's mother had tried to set them up, but his former self was fixated on Zhao Shui, so it wasn't a matter of whether Chun Yu agreed or not. His former self had already rejected the idea. As Li Xiangyang looked at Chun Yu, she also noticed him and Li Yaya. Chun Yu ran toward Li Xiangyang, calling out, "Li Xiangyang, wait up." Li Xiangyang stopped. Educated youth Chun what? Chen Yu halted in front of him, glancing at the basket on his back. You went up the mountain with Yaya to gather wild goods, didn't you? Since Shixiao village was near the mountains, it was no secret that people occasionally went up to forage. Li Xiangyang didn't see the need to hide it. Yes, I've just come back from the mountain. Chen Yu looked at Li Yaya again, hesitated, and finally said, I recall Yaya is 7 this year. It's not right for her to follow you up the mountain all day. So, I wanted to ask you to talk to Aunt Zhang about letting Yaya attend school in the brigade. Li Xiangyang smiled. Is that all? There's no need to ask my mother. I agree. Chen Yu was stunned. She had prepared herself for rejection. After all, the concept of education wasn't deeply rooted in people's minds back then. In the city it was fine, but in rural areas, especially in a poor mountain village like Shixiao, as Li Xiangyang's neighbor had just said, sending children to school was a loss, while feeding pigs brought profit. Don't laugh, studying cost money, but pig farming made money. So cases like Li Xiangyang's cousin Li Xiangmin were rare. Now that Li Xiangyang had agreed outright, all the arguments Chen Yu had prepared were useless. She confirmed Li Xiangyang had been troubled. As his physique grew stronger, his explorations deeper into the mountain made it less suitable to bring Li Yaya along. Chen Yu's proposal solved this problem. Naturally, Li Xiangyang had no objection. Of course, I'm sure. Having been rejected countless times today, Chen Yu encountered someone as agreeable as Li Xiangyang for the first time. She still couldn't believe it. Don't you want to ask Aunt Zhang? Li Xiangyang smiled. No need to ask my mother. I can decide this. Hearing his firm reply, Chen Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing her awkwardness, Li Xiangyang added, How about this, educated youth Chen? If you're unsure, you can come home with me and ask my mother yourself. Then you can stay for dinner. Hearing Li Xiangyang invite Chen Yu, Li Yaya made an exaggerated expression. Wow, second brother, you finally wised up. You know to invite sister Chen Yu home for dinner. Li Xiangyang's face was covered in dark lines. This was all nonsense. He had racked his brains over this girl's schooling, and now she just blurted out something like that. Li Xiangyang grabbed Li Yaya by the ear in annoyance. Yaya, are you itching for trouble? Li Yaya quickly begged for mercy. Second brother, let go, it hurts, it hurts. Though Li Yaya pleaded, the sly smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Li Xiangyang couldn't be bothered with this mischievous girl anymore. He turned to Chen Yu and said apologetically, Chun Jiqing, this girl is talking nonsense. Don't mind her. Chen Yu looked at Li Xiangyang, her gaze flickering. She hadn't taken Li Yaya's words to heart. After all, the girl was just a child. But at that moment, she felt a spark of curiosity about Li Xiangyang. When Chen Yu first arrived at Shixiao village, Li Xiangyang's mother had taken her under her wing for a while. So Chen Yu was well aware of the Li family's financial situation. Most parents would be eager for their children to help with chores, especially in this era where the idea of valuing boys over girls was widespread. Yet Li Xiangyang, despite being the worst off, didn't hesitate to agree to let Li Yaya go to school. This made Chen Yu steal a few more glances at Li Xiangyang. Noticing her in a daze, Li Xiangyang spoke again, Chen Jiqing. Chen Yu snapped back to reality and quickly said, it's nothing. Yaya usually loves to chat with me. I know she was just joking. Li Xiangyang nodded and continued, that's good. With that, Li Xiangyang shot a glare at Li Yaya before adding, this girl has no sense of propriety. They'll have to trouble you to look at. Since Chen Yu was willing to teach in the village, she didn't find it a bother. It's no trouble at all. I'm already delighted that you're letting. Li Xiangyang glanced at the sky and decided to drop the formalities. It's getting late. Why don't you come to my place for a bit? Wait for my mother and eldest brother to come back, and we'll have dinner together. That would be too much trouble. Chen Yu hesitated. There's no need for dinner. She knew the Li family's circumstances. Going to their home would mean extra food for them. Li Yaya, whose ear had long been released, bounced over to Chen Yu, took her hand, and said, Sister Chen, you don't be so polite. My brother hunted a sika deer today. We're having venison tonight. A sika deer. Chen Yu was stunned. She now found Li Xiangyang completely incomprehensible. It was no secret that Li Xiangyang had poor health, and Chen Yu had worked alongside Zhang Guifang for a while, so she knew exactly what Li Xiangyang was like. But now Li Yaya was telling her that he had hunted a deer today. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel surprised. Noticing her confusion, Li Xiangyang smiled and explained, Chen Jiqing, don't listen to this girl. She's just trying to make me look good. I was just lucky today. The sika deer ran into a tree and died. With that, Li Xiangyang turned around and showed, see, I went to Qingshi Bay today, and there's still one deer leg left. Li Yaya didn't think it was luck and said proudly, see, Sister Chen Yu, I wasn't lying, was I? My brother is really amazing. Chen Yu paid no attention to the boastful Li Yaya. Instead, she looked seriously at Li Xiangyang and warned Li Xiangyang, how could you tell people about this? Some people might get jealous and try to cause trouble. Li Xiangyang wasn't surprised by her reminder. After all, though Chen Yu wasn't close to him, she had a decent relationship with his mother. But Li Xiangyang hadn't stopped Li Yaya from mentioning the deer. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of anyone's envy. With Li Guangkai's example fresh in mind, anyone thinking of causing trouble would have to think twice. As for going up the mountain to compete with him for wild goods, there was no need to worry. Just the fact that Li Xiangyang could improve his physique through the panel and venture deep into the mountains was enough to exclude 99% of people. Still, Chen Yu meant well, so Li Xiangyang said politely, thank you for the reminder, Chen Jiqing. He'll be careful. Li Yaya chimed in, Sister Chen Yu, don't worry. My brother only told you about this. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have said a word. Chen Yu shook her head and said to Li Yaya, the fewer people who know about you gathering wild goods to sell, the better. It's best to keep it a secret even from me. Li Yaya wagged her head and said dismissively, Sister Chen Yu isn't an outsider. What's there to keep secret? Chen Yu said nothing, just lowered her head and pursed her lips, her mind wandering. The three of them had been chatting as they walked, and since the distance wasn't far, they arrived at the Li home in a few minutes. Once inside, Li Xiangyang put down his basket and began preparing dinner. The main ingredient for tonight's dinner was venison. Although venison was nourishing, it had a gamey smell. To make it delicious, one had to use plenty of spices. So Li Xiangyang prepared 2 dishes: stir-fried venison with scallions and charcoal-grilled venison. He took the venison from the basket, washed it, and began the next step. With a swift motion of his knife, Li Xiangyang cut the venison into evenly sized pieces. Chen Yu was stunned by the sight. She had originally planned to help since Li Xiangyang rarely did any chores at home before. But seeing his skilled knife work now was a big surprise. Li Xiangyang moved quickly. While Chen Yu was still in a daze, he had already finished the preparations and started cooking the stir-fried venison. Smoke rose from the chimney, and the aroma burst forth. Li Yaya had been listening intently to Chen Yu telling a story from a book. But now, lured by the smell, even the most exciting tale couldn't hold her attention. Though she still sat before Chen Yu, her mind had already flown to Li Xiangyang's side. As for Chen Yu, despite being an educated youth from the city with a well-off family, since arriving in the remote mountain village of Shixia, she couldn't remember the last time she had eaten meat. Now she too couldn't help but keep glancing at Li Xiangyang. After a while, just as Li Xiangyang finished the second dish, Zhang Guifang and Li Xiangqian returned home. Chen Yu is here, too, Zhang Guifang greeted warmly. Chen Yu quickly stood up and replied, "And Zhang, you're back." Zhang Guifang nodded, took Chen Yu's hand, and said, "I just got off. I was thinking about you just a couple of days ago. I didn't expect you to come visit me today." Li Yaya pouted and said, "Mom, don't fly. Sister Chen Yu was invited by my brother for dinner." Invited by Xiangyang. Zhang Guifang murmured momentarily, but there wasn't a hint of displeasure in her heart. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of relief. If she had to put it in, it was as if her foolish son had finally wised up and learned to court a girl. So there was no telling how happy Zhang Guifang was as a mother at that moment. Zhang Guifang's face was wreathed in smiles, deepening the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She had long wished to bring Li Xiangyang and Chen Yu together. Back then, however, Li Xiangyang's heart remained fixated on Zhao Shui. But now, to Zhang Guifang's delight, Li Xiangyang had not only severed all ties with Zhao Shui, but had even taken the initiative to invite Chen Yu home for a meal. Zhang Guifang held Chen Yu in high regard. Although the girl had a somewhat strong-willed nature, she was grateful and appreciative, a quality alone that won Zhang Guifang's approval. If Li Xiangyang could marry Chen Yu, Zhang Guifang would gladly trade 10 years of her life. Yet a flicker of unease lingered in her heart. After all, Chen Yu was an educated youth rumored to have come from the capital. Whether she would even consider Xiangyang remained uncertain. Still, since Xiangyang had managed to invite her for a meal, Zhang Guifang believed Chen Yu at least didn't dislike him. Perhaps there was. With this thought, Zhang Guifang glanced at the busy Li Xiangyang and said to Chen Yu, "Chen Yu, take a rest. He'll help Xiangyang with the cooking." Chen Yu quickly replied, "Aunt Zhang, you've been working in the fields all day. Please rest, we'll go help instead." Hearing this, Zhang Guifang's satisfaction with Chen Yu only grew. She promptly said, "Consider this your home when you're at Aunt Zhang's. There's no need to be so polite." Their exchange left Li Xiangyang speechless. "Mom, Chen Jiqing, both of you come inside. The meal is ready, only this last dish of charcoal-grilled venison remains. We can eat and grill at the same time. And big brother, don't just stand there. You've walked a long mountain path. Wash your hands and come eat." Hearing Li Xiangyang's words, the two finally ceased their polite banter. They all entered the house. Inside, an even richer aroma than outside wafted into Chen Yu's nostrils. It made Chen Yu's mouth water uncontrollably. At that moment, Li Xiangyang sat on a small stool, before him a clay pot with charcoal burning brightly. Li Xiangyang held several skewers of venison, roasting them over the charcoal. Occasionally, drops of fat sizzled as they fell onto the coals. As the temperature rose, the venison turned a golden brown under the Maillard reaction. Li Xiangyang sprinkled some chili powder and fine salt, and it was done. Rising to his feet, Li Xiangyang handed a skewer to Chen Yu. "Here, Chen Jiqing, see if it suits your taste." Chen Yu took the skewer. At that moment, the evenly cut chunks of venison were still oozing oil, forming tiny bubbles. In those days, there was no talk of dieting or losing weight. Food rich in fat was the most comforting. Chen Yu couldn't help but swallow secretly before bringing the skewer to her lips. After blowing a gentle breath of cool air, she bit down lightly. The crisp texture of the skin made Chen Yu's eyes widen in surprise. As she bit further, the texture shifted dramatically, no longer the crispness she had imagined. The venison in the center was juicy and incredibly tender. At that moment, Chen Yu felt as if every cell in her body was rejoicing. It was the primal human craving for fat. She took several more bites, forgetting all decorum, and praised Li Xiangyang between chews. "This tastes wonderful. Crispy on the outside, tender within, spicy and aromatic. It has it all." Li Xiangyang was both amused and exasperated, having expected the strong-willed Chen Yu to be aloof. But this single skewer of charcoal-grilled venison had turned Chen Yu into an ardent admirer, showering him with praise. Truly nothing touches the heart like good food. Li Xiangyang handed Chen Yu another skewer, saying with great generosity, "Have another, there's plenty of venison today." Li Yaya couldn't resist and bounced over to him. "Second brother, I want some too. I want some too." Li Xiangyang then handed a skewer to Li Yaya. "What's the rush, little girl? Did you think I'd forget you?" "Thank you, second brother." Li Yaya took the skewer, thanked him quickly, and opened her small mouth wide, taking a big bite. Li Xiangyang warned, "Slow down, it's hot." But before he could finish, Li Yaya winced from the heat. Still, she refused to spit out the meat. Instead, she kept blowing cool air from her mouth. Hiss, hiss. As soon as the temperature dropped slightly, Li Yaya couldn't resist chewing again, swaying her head, and Li Xiangyang smiled and handed skewers to his mother and elder brother. "Mom, big brother, try the venison skewers." The scallion fried venison was rich with onion aroma. The stir-fried wild mushrooms were intensely savory. The charcoal-grilled venison was also thoroughly satisfying. After the meal, Li Xiangyang began clearing the dishes. Chen Yu didn't act like a guest. Rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms, she stood beside Li Xiangyang and helped. Zhang Guifeng watched the scene with a beaming smile. There were only a few dishes, and the two finished quickly. Having been absorbed in the delicious meal, Chen Yu suddenly remembered the real purpose of her visit. She promptly asked Zhang Guifeng, "Aunt Zhang, there's something I'd like to ask your opinion on." Without a second thought, Zhang Guifeng replied, "What opinion could I have? As long as you two have no objections, I agree." Chen Yu, without overthinking, continued, "All right, thank you, Aunt Zhang." Then turning to Li Xiangyang, she said, "Then it's settled." Zhang Guifeng interjected, "Settled? Have you chosen the date?" "Set for tomorrow morning," Chen Yu replied. "So soon?" Zhang Guifeng murmured, then couldn't help glancing at Li Xiangyang. Her son had been quiet, yet had, and she as his mother was kept in the dark. But Zhang Guifeng had no objections, as she was overjoyed. "The timing is rather tight. I need to prepare quickly." Li Xiangyang was nearly rolling his eyes. His mother's overactive imagination left him speechless. Seeing her ramble on, he quickly said, "Mom, what is there to prepare? Chen Jiqing and I have already agreed early tomorrow morning I'll send Yaya to her place to study." Zhang Guifeng was momentarily stunned. She felt her old face flush with embarrassment. Oh, I see. Then I have no objections." Zhang Guifeng also knew that letting Li Yaya roam the mountains with Li Xiangyang all day wasn't ideal. Now that Chen Yu could teach Yaya to read, Zhang Guifeng was completely at ease. Chen Yu, slow to catch on, finally realized the earlier conversation might have been ambiguous. The usually strong-willed girl, Li Yaya, watched from the side, snickering and covering her mouth. The atmosphere inside the house was lively. But then a jarring shout came from outside. "Li Xiangyang, you bastard, get the hell out here. Let me teach you a lesson." Hearing the commotion, Li Xiangyang's face darkened. He was the first to step outside and saw Li Xianghu standing in the yard cursing. Li Xianghu was the second son of the eldest uncle, standing over 6 feet tall. Though unremarkable in the north and western Sichuan, he was considered quite tall. Working at a slaughterhouse, he was no stranger to meat weighing well over 200 pounds, burly and imposing. Accompanying Li Xianghu was Li Xiangyang's grandmother, Zhao Laotai. Li Guangcai was nowhere to be seen, presumably too ashamed to show his face after the apology letter incident. So they had sent Zhao Laotai and Li Xianghu to stir up trouble. By now everyone inside had followed him out. Li Xiangqian, fearing Li Xiangyang might be at a disadvantage, quickly stepped in front of him. "Li Xianghu, if you have a problem, take it up with me." Li Xianghu shoved Li Xiangqian hard. "Who do you think you are? Take it up with you." Li Xiangqian hadn't expected him to resort to violence. Caught off guard, he stumbled backward. Li Xiangyang quick. Once his brother was steady, Li Xiangyang fixed a cold glare on Li Xianghu. "What are you looking at? Got a problem?" Li Xiangyang remained silent in the face of the provocation. Li Xianghu sneered. "Ha, I thought you were something special. Weren't you so tough yesterday? Chickening out today? Let me tell you, backing down won't save you. Today I'm going to—" A sharp slap rang out as Li Xiangyang struck Li Xianghu across the face. Li Xiang's tirade came to an abrupt halt. Then he erupted in a furious roar. "Li Xiangyang, you dare hit me? I'm not done with you." Slap. Another resounding slap landed on Li Xiang's face. His left cheek swelled visibly at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. Combined with the previous slap from Li Xiangyang, Li Xiang's cheeks were now perfectly symmetrical. After receiving another slap, he stood there stunned for a moment. Was this still the Li Xiangyang he knew? He acted with such decisiveness. Even the force behind his strikes was completely unlike the frail invalid he used to be. Before Li Xianghu could dwell on it, the searing pain on both cheeks brought him back to reality. Tui. He spat out a mixture of blood and saliva along with a large tooth. Losing a molar did not deter Li Xianghu in the slightest. On the contrary, it ignited his ferocity. Li Xianghu had always been hot-tempered, and after years of slaughtering pigs at the abattoir, he exuded a certain ruthlessness. At this moment, old lady Jia, standing nearby, spoke up. "Xianghu, don't go too far. After all, he's your cousin. Just break his leg and knock out a few teeth, that should be enough." The tone of old lady Jia's voice seemed to have already sealed Li Xiangyang's fate. In her eyes, Li Xiangyang had merely gotten lucky with a cheap shot. Once Li Xianghu got serious, dealing with Li Xiangyang would be a breeze. Li Xiangqian's expression shifted upon hearing this. Fights were not uncommon in these times. In years of drought, when the people's canal ran dry, villages would clash over irrigation water and deaths were frequent. Li Xiangqian knew Li Xiangyang had recovered somewhat, but how long had it been? There was no way he could match Li Xianghu. If things got serious, Li Xiangyang would surely suffer. Li Xiangqian quickly stepped forward, shielding Li Xiangyang behind him. "Xiangyang, be careful, stay behind me." Li Xiangyang had no intention of letting his elder brother stand in front. Although he was of similar height to Li Xianghu, he was at a disadvantage in terms of weight. Today, however, Li Xiangyang had earned a fortune of over 200 yuan. With his cautious nature, Li Xiangyang had already summoned the panel and allocated points to level up before making a move. Thus, even with Li Xiang's towering stature of over 6 feet and weight exceeding 200 jin, he posed no threat to Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang reached out and stopped his brother. "He'll handle this." Li Xianghu watched them wipe the bloody foam from his mouth and sneered. "Oh ho, so you're deciding who goes first. Don't worry, neither of you is getting away today." With that, Li Xianghu raised his fist and lunged at Li Xiangyang. Seeing this, Li Xiangqian lunged forward to block the blow. Zhang Guifeng and Li Yaya both cried out simultaneously, "Xiangyang, second brother, Old Lady Jia narrowed her eyes as if she could already envision Li Xiangyang's fate. After the humiliation she suffered yesterday, today was finally payback. But to everyone's astonishment, Li Xiangyang merely raised his hand and caught Li Xiang's fist. Without a word, he kicked Li Xianghu square in the chest. The kick was immensely powerful. It struck Li Xiang's body, sending ripples through his fat before the full force landed, sending him flying several meters backward. Li Xiang's 200 frame hit the ground with a dull thud. Everyone's faces froze at the sight. It all happened so fast that no one had time to react. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. "Ah, my hand is broken." A wretched howl snapped everyone back to reality. The smile vanished from Old Lady Jia's face, replaced by a loss of her earlier smugness. She rushed to Li Xiang's side. "Xianghu, are you alright?" Li Xianghu, sent flying moments ago, now had a face covered in scrapes from the ground. He struggled to push himself up with his uninjured left hand, but the slightest movement aggravated the ribs that Li Xiangyang hissed. Li Xianghu sucked in a sharp breath. The intense pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, his face contort, and cold sweat pour from his brow. But the pain wasn't the worst of it. He had never suffered such a loss before. With his build, he was always the one dishing out beatings, never receiving them. Especially since it was Li Xiangyang, the frail invalid, who had done this. A wave of humiliation washed over Li Xianghu. He glared at Li Xiangyang with a murderous look, as if wanting to devour him alive. On the other side, Zhang Guifeng and Li Yaya gathered around Li Xiangyang, asking with concern, "Xiangyang's second brother, are you?" Feeling their genuine concern, Li Xiangyang smiled and said, "I'm fine. I'm not the one who got hit. No need to worry about me." As he spoke, Yu rushed out of the Li family house. Earlier, when she saw a fight was about to break out, she had turned and gone inside. It wasn't that Yu was scared and hiding. The girl had gone straight in to find a hoe. Don't underestimate a hoe in village brawls. It was practically a weapon of mass destruction. One swing of the hoe could cripple even the toughest opponent. By the time Yu found the hoe, she heard screams. She dashed out in 3 quick strides, only to find Li Xianghu lying on the ground. Yu stood frozen in place. As Li Xiangyang's family turned to look at her, she felt a bit awkward. The hoe in her hands felt misplaced. She didn't know whether to hold it or put it down. She fumbled with the hoe, unsure of what to do with it. Li Xiangyang's lips twitched at the sight of the hoe in Chunye's hand. This girl really. One swing of that hoe would make this more than just a brawl. It could easily turn fatal. Zhang Guifeng carefully examined Li Xiangyang, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she notice the hoe in Chunye's hands. Her gaze toward Chunyu softened even more. Technically, Chunyu wasn't a member of the Li family. She had no obligation, yet Chunyu had chosen to help without a second thought. This only confirmed Zhang Guifeng's belief that she had judged the girl correctly. If only Li Xiangyang could put in some effort and marry Chunyu. If the situation weren't so inappropriate, Zhang Guifeng would have started discussing it right then. She resolved to talk to Li Xiangyang about it later. While some were pleased, others were not. Old Lady Jia, seeing Li Xiang's pitiful state, wore a cold expression. Supporting him with one hand, she demanded in an accusatory tone, "Li Xiangyang, how could you be so cruel? You've beaten Xianghu like this. After all your cousins. What gives you the right to be so ruthless?" Old Madame Jia could utter such words without a shred of shame. Li Xiangyang was not surprised in the least. In his memory, even Li Guangcai possessed a modicum of decency compared to her. Old Madame Jia's unreasonableness was renowned throughout the entire Shixiao village. In recent years, ever since Uncle's 3 sons each fared better than the last, and could command respect, Old Madame Jia had somewhat restrained herself, refraining from making scenes as often. But in earlier years, she had committed countless shameless acts. Sneaking out at midnight to steal vegetables and grain from others' private plots, borrowing grain in various odds and ends under false pretenses only to never return them. These were merely routine for her. She would even pilfer 2 bundles of firewood from piles left at doorsteps. She had even schemed to snatch snacks right out of. Even when caught red-handed, she would simply retort, "I just picked these up. They were lying on the ground, so I thought nobody wanted them." If that excuse failed, she would resort to even more extreme measures, throwing herself to the ground in a tantrum and falsely accusing others of bullying her. Afterward, she would spread malicious rumors claiming women were adulterous or men wore the horns, constantly scheming behind the scenes to disrupt their peace. It was astonishing to Li Xiangyang that someone like her had not been beaten to death, but had survived and thrived to this day. However, this was all directed outward. Internally, Old Madame Jia took favoritism and bias to the extreme. When Li Xiangyang's father was still alive, many of the injustices the Li family suffered ultimately stemmed from her. These thoughts flashed through Li Xiangyang's mind as he strode toward Old Madame Jia. Seeing this, she glanced at Li Xiang's pitiful state. She involuntarily shrank back, but soon realizing she had shown weakness before Li Xiangyang, her anger flared. "What? Li Xiangyang, don't tell me you intend to hit me too. Fine. Go ahead, beat me to death." Li Xiangyang stopped right in front of her. Old Madame Jia began to shout again, "Go on, Li Xiangyang, aren't you tough? Let's see if you dare to strike me." She was certain that as his elder, Li Xiangyang would not dare to lay a hand on her unless he was foolish. That was why she was so. In that regard, her assumption was correct. Out of respect for her status, Li Xiangyang could not bring himself to hit her directly. But that did not mean he was out of options. He lifted his foot and stomped directly onto Li Xiang's right hand. Li Xianghu, who had collapsed on the ground and was still catching his breath from the earlier pain, felt a fresh wave of agony as Li Xiangyang pressed down on his injured hand. His face twisted in torment, beads of sweat as large as beans streaming down. Seeing this, Old Madame Jia's heart ached, and she burst into a furious tirade. "Li Xiangyang, you wretch. How dare you strike Xianghu so viciously?" Li Xiangyang sneered. "Why? You weren't concerned when he attacked me just now. Now you're in a hurry. You told him to break my leg, so isn't it only fair that I break his hand? Never having been mocked like this, old Madame Jia roared. Li Xiangyang, how dare you? Li Xiangyang said nothing. Instead, he increased the pressure under his foot, eliciting a scream from Li Xianghu. Oh! Li Xiangyang let go. Realizing she could not stop him, old Madame Jia turned to Zhang Guifeng and shouted, Zhang Guifeng, make Li Xiangyang On other matters, Zhang Guifeng might have compromised. But when it came to her children, she would fight tooth and nail to protect them. Moreover, it was old Madame Jia who had come to cause trouble with Li Xianghu in the first place. Now that Li Xiangyang had the upper hand, Zhang Guifeng simply pretended not to hear her. Old Madame Jia was so furious she felt her soul leave her body. Her breathing grew rapid, and even the fingers she pointed at Zhang Guifeng began to tremble. Zhang Guifeng, don't think you can be smug now. With a son as Blackheart as Li Xiangyang, you'll see your retribution when you're old. Your comeuppance hasn't arrived yet. But Li Xiangyang grinned, my mother will be just fine. You, on the other hand, should take care of your health. Otherwise you won't be around to see us live well. What a pity that would be. Old Madame Jia had clearly reached the peak of rage. Pointing at herself, she raised her voice and demanded Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang spread his hands and gave a slight shrug. You're my elder, I wouldn't dare. But if you insist on seeing that her tactics had no effect on Li Xiangyang, she resorted to her ultimate weapon. Abandoning all pretense of dignity, she threw herself to the ground, rolling around and pounding the earth. She wailed, bullying me. Oh my son, why did you have to die so young? Open your eyes and see how your mother is being tormented by the bastard you brought into this world. Life holds no meaning for me anymore. I might as well join you. Had this been Li Xiangyang's elder brother, he would have been at a loss dealing with old Madame Jia's antics. But unfortunately for her, she had chosen the wrong target. Without even looking at her, Li Xiangyang raised his hand and slapped Li Xianghu across the mouth. Li Xianghu was completely stunned. What the hell? Another slap. Before he could react, Li Xiangyang ground his foot even harder into his right hand. Old Madame Jia was still wailing enthusiastically, but Li Xianghu could not take it anymore. By now he understood clearly the more she made a scene, the more severely Li Xiangyang would punish him. In the past, Li Xianghu had always welcomed old Madame Jia's tantrums because they usually resulted in some gain for the family. But now for the first time he found her cries unbearably grating. He roared at her in frustration, can't you just shut up and stop wailing? Old Madame Jia's wailing ceased abruptly at his shout. Both were grandchildren, but the treatment Li Xiangyang and his siblings received was worlds apart from that of uncle's 3 sons. From childhood, Li Xiangyang and his siblings had never been favored by old Madame Jia or Li Guangcai. In contrast, Li Xianghu and his brothers were showered with affection. Now Li Xianghu was actually venting his anger at her. Old Madame Jia stared at her grandson in disbelief. Xianghu, what are you yelling at me for? Old Lady Jia's eyes were practically blazing with fury. But Li Xianghu at this moment could no longer afford to care. He felt as though his hand was about to be crushed under Li Xiangyang's foot. Li Xianghu racked his brains, but couldn't fathom how Li Xiangyang with his frail frame could unleash such terrifying strength. The searing pain left him no room to dwell on it, as Li Xiangyang still showed no sign of letting up. It was abundantly clear if old Lady Jia didn't stop her hysterics, he would keep stomping away without mercy. Li Xianghu, regardless of what was going through old Lady Jia's mind at that moment, pleaded with her again. Grandma, please stop causing trouble. Can't you just keep quiet for a bit? Old Lady Jia instantly flew into a rage. Li Xianghu, who do you think I'm doing all this for? Isn't it because you were beaten by Li Xiangyang? Li Xianghu felt like crying, but had no tears. How could he possibly explain the real reason? He couldn't very well admit that he couldn't stand being beaten by Li Xiangyang, could he? He would rather die than admit that. After all, it was common knowledge that Li Xiangyang was a sickly weakling. Though he had just been thoroughly thrashed by Li Xiangyang, he could at least stubbornly claim it was a sneak attack while he wasn't paying it. But if he personally admitted that he was afraid of being beaten again and thus told his grandma to shut up, how would others mock him once that got out? How could he ever hold his head high again? Li Xianghu could only desperately wink at old Lady Jia. But thanks to Li Xiangyang's slaps, his face was already so swollen that it betrayed no expression. Old Lady Jia waited for a long time, but Li Xianghu offered no explanation. She finally snapped, humph. Li Xianghu, since that's your attitude, I wash my hands of this. With that, old Lady Jia turned and left. As she departed, she didn't forget to hurl a threat at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, sooner or later you'll see you come to ruin. Li Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly. Then take your time waiting. Her threat having failed, and having been subtly mocked by Li Xiangyang in return, old Lady Jia now couldn't bear to. She shot Li Xiangyang a venomous glare, then turned and left his home without looking back. As for Li Xianghu, once he saw old Lady Jia was far away, he could no longer hold back. Li Xiangyang, are you going to let me go now? Li Xiangyang cast a cold glance at him. Let you go? Who said I was going to let you leave? Li Xianghu was furious and humiliated. Li Xiangyang, I'm warning you, don't go too far. Too far. Li Xiangyang delivered a resounding slap to Li Xiang's face without hesitation. When you came here to cause trouble, did you think that was going too far? Struck again, Li Xianghu was beside himself with rage. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Li Xiangyang's grip. All he could do was roar. Then what else do you want? It's simple. Pay up. Li Xiangyang said with a grin. I get beaten by you, and I still have to pay, eh? Li Xianghu stared at him in disbelief, certain he had misheard. Li Xiangyang slowly shook his head and said flatly, you've got it wrong. I didn't beat you. You attacked my elder brother first. I was merely defending myself. With that, Li Xiangyang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course, if you don't want to, you can choose not to pay. Li Xianghu felt deeply unsettled under Li Xiangyang's gaze. At this point, he couldn't possibly believe that Li Xiangyang would really let him off without compensation. Li Xianghu glanced around, and once he was sure old lady Jia was long gone, he whispered to Li Xiangyang, "Let me go. I have money in my pocket. He'll give it to you." It was no wonder Li Xianghu was so cautious. The family's financial reins were firmly in old lady Jia's hands. All household income had to be handed over, and every expense required her approval. That was why Li Xianghu didn't want her to know he had stashed away some private money. But Li Xiangyang shook his head and emphasized, "Let's get this straight in front of educated youth Chun. This isn't a gift, it's compensation." "Got it." Li Xianghu, too flustered to care about such details, nodded frantically. "Compensation? Yes, it's compensation to you. Can you let me go now?" Only then did Li Xiangyang withdraw his foot from Li Xiang's hand. Li Xianghu scrambled to his feet. He fumbled with his shirt pocket, pulled out some money, and handed it to Li Xiangyang. "Is that all?" Li Xiangyang counted it and said with some disdain. Li Xianghu couldn't contain his anger. "10 yuan, and you're complaining it's too little. It took me over half a month to save that much." Li Xiangyang was well aware of old lady Jia's tight grip on the finances. Seeing the expression on Li Xiang's face, he realized there was no more oil to be squeezed from this turnip. After all, something was better than nothing. Having suffered such a heavy loss, Li Xianghu didn't want to stay a second longer. Seeing that Li Xiangyang had accepted the money, he quickly said, "Can I go now?" Li Xiangyang waved his hand impatiently. Li Xiang's gaze darkened. After walking out of Li Xiangyang's yard, he turned back and couldn't resist hurling a threat. "Li Xiangyang, just you wait. Your day of tears will come." Li Xiangyang turned his head and glanced at him. Li Xianghu, fearing that Li Xiangyang was about to strike him again, cut his threat short, and ignoring the pain from his injuries, after putting a good distance between them and confirming that Li Xiangyang wasn't following, Li Xianghu finally stopped. Damn, today had been the worst luck for him. He had barely returned on leave to relax when old lady Jia told him about the apology. With his fiery temper, how could he let that slide? He brought old lady Jia along to teach Li Xiangyang a lesson. The result, of course, was obvious. Li Xiangyang came out unscathed. Not only had he been brutally beaten, but he had also ended up paying Li Xiangyang 10 yuan. The thought of it still stung. Li Xiangyang, however, couldn't care less about what Li Xianghu was thinking. He handed the 10 yuan he had just received to his mother. "Mom, keep this money to help with household expenses." Zhang Guifeng looked at the money with some concern. "This is it?" Li Xiangyang smiled and said, "Just keep it without worry. There won't be any problems." His firm stance today was, the law of survival in these times was simple. You had to be ruthless to make others fear you, especially in a poor mountain village like Shixiao village. Fistfights were an everyday occurrence. As for Li Xiang's 10 yuan, there was nothing to worry about. Li Guangcai, old lady Jia, and his uncle's family could use the excuse of blood relations and family matters to endlessly cause trouble and take advantage of his household. Naturally, Li Xiangyang could use the same pretext to fight back. Even if it went to the production brigade, there was nothing to fear. After all, Li Guangcai and old lady Jia had used this very excuse countless times before. This was merely Li Xiangyang turning their own tactics against them, at best collecting a bit of interest. Though Li Xiangyang didn't spell it out, Zhang Guifeng still chose to trust him. Over the past 2 days, Zhang Guifeng had come to see Li Xiangyang as the pillar of the family. Chen Yu, watching the matter resolve from the sidelines, finally put down the hoe she had been gripping tightly. Curious, she walked over to Li Xiangyang and asked, "Li Xiangyang, since when did you become so formidable? Even someone built like Li Xianghu is completely under your control." Li Xiangyang smiled faintly and explained, "You know that Taoist master Su from the back mountain, right?" Chen Yu nodded but remained puzzled. "I know him. What does that have to do with anything?" Li Xiangyang continued with a smile. "I've been learning martial arts from him these past few days, which is why I have this skill." Chen Yu sounded uncertain. "Is martial arts really that powerful?" Li Xiangyang nodded, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Of course. You wouldn't understand since you don't practice. We martial artists are all like this." Li Xiangyang paused, then continued, "By the way, educated youth Chun, I still have quite a bit of venison left. Wait a moment, they'll cut some for you to take home and improve your meals." Chen Yu shook her head and quickly declined. No. I already feel embarrassed enough for having eaten at your place. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're going to teach Yaya to read, aren't you? Consider this a token of thanks." Without giving Chen Yu a chance to refuse, Li Xiangyang turned and walked into the house. Zhang Guifeng watched the scene unfold from the side. A smile couldn't help but spread across her face, a sense of maternal pride welling up within her. It seemed Xiangyang had truly come into his own. The deer leg Li Xiangyang brought back weighed nearly 30 jin. Even after debiting it yielded close to 20 jin of meat. The amount he had just used for cooking was at most 6 or 7 jin. Even that much had been consumed only because the 5 of them had eaten their fill of venison. From the remaining 10-odd jin, Li Xiangyang cut off about 3 jin. He wrapped it in oil paper and stepped outside. "Comrade, Chen, the weather's warm these days. Don't keep the venison too long. Take it back and eat it soon." Chen Yu was taken aback by his thoughtful reminder. She couldn't recall how long it had been since someone had cared for her so sincerely without any ulterior motive. She lowered her head, pursed her lips, and after a moment of silence looked up with a radiant smile. "Li Xiangyang, thank you for the meal today. I really enjoyed it." At that moment, a cool evening breeze swept by, brushing her soft hair across her cheek. Li Xiangyang, having lived through an era of information explosion, had seen his share of beautiful women. Yet he had to admit that Chen Yu, even by those standards, could outshine most so-called beauties. After a moment of reflection, Li Xiangyang smiled. "No need to be so polite. If you enjoyed it, feel free to come by any time." Yu nodded slightly, let out a soft and continued, tomorrow's the first day of class, so I need to prepare. So, I won't keep you any longer. I should head back. Zhang Guifeng, who had been eavesdropping nearby, quickly interjected, Xiangyang, it's getting dark. It's not safe for Yu to walk alone. Why don't you see her off? Xiangyang glanced at the sun, which had yet to fully. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. The sky was still bright. How was it unsafe? His mother's matchmaking intentions were all too obvious. But since she had spoken, Xiangyang had no choice but to ask politely, well then shall I walk you? He was merely being. After all, in that era relations between men and women were quite conservative. To avoid gossip, they rarely stayed alone together. He and Yu had no special connection. If others saw them, rumors would inevitably spread. Xiangyang didn't care much about others' opinions, but Yu was a young. To his surprise, Yu nodded without a second thought. Then he'll trouble you. Even the usually unflappable Xiangyang was taken aback. What was this girl thinking? Had she lost her mind? All right then. He ventured a tentative question. Shall we head off now? A flicker of mischief flashed in Chunye's eyes as she looked at his expression. Let's go. With that, she stepped forward. Zhang Guifeng quickly shot Xiangyang a look, urging him to follow. Even Li Yaya gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Xiangyang pretended not to notice their hints and simply fell in a step behind Yu. He remained silent the entire. Of course, he understood his mother's intentions, but he was well aware that Yu was an educated youth from the capital, while he was just a boy from the poor mountain village of Shixia. True, he had earned some money by gathering mountain goods and hunting, a fortune by local standards. But in the capital, a mere 200 yuan was nothing. What was that worth? Less than nothing. The gap in status and background was immense. Whether she would even consider him, his invitation to dinner today had been purely for Li Yaya's schooling. Even if hypothetically he and Yu were to become. When the college entrance exams came, if she passed, she would surely leave this small mountain village behind. Or even if she failed, it was already 1977. By next year, policies allowing educated youths to return to their cities would be enacted. Would she stay or go? It was likely a futile endeavor. Why waste his energy? Noticing that Xiangyang was walking 2 or 3 steps, Yu slowed down to walk almost shoulder to shoulder with him. She glanced at him nervously and suddenly asked, Xiangyang, have you ever thought about going to university? The news of the reinstated college entrance exams was no secret. Many educated youths had already begun intense review. Xiangyang slowly shook his head. Comrade Yu, flatter me. Someone like me going to university. Xiangmin would have a better chance. But Yu shook her head firmly. I think you can. Xiangyang smiled. Why do you think so? Her gaze fixed on his face, she replied seriously, I didn't think so before, but now I'm certain you can. After a long pause, she added hesitantly, I don't know why. Maybe it's just intuition. In that regard, her assumption was correct. Out of respect for her status, Xiangyang could not bring himself. In truth, she wasn't wrong. His former self had no chance of passing the exam. But the current Xiangyang was different. A graduate from a prestigious university, passing the exam would be no challenge. Moreover, after so many years since the last exam, the difficulty of each subject was low. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He quickly snapped back to reality. Haha, comrade Chen, you're too kind. But even if, as you say, I could get in, I don't plan to attend university. Yu bit her lip, pondered, and asked why. Xiangyang glanced back at the path they had walked. Even if university offers a bright future, it would take years to bear. I'd rather stay home and give my family a better life. That's more practical. Yu fell silent at his answer. Xiangyang thought she understood. But to his surprise, she looked up and continued, I don't plan to take the exam either. Not take the exam. He wondered if his earlier guess was correct. Had this girl lost her mind? His own decision not to attend university was partly due to his system panel. Going would just be a waste of time. But what about Yu? He asked, puzzled. Comrade Chen, I've heard you're excellent in your studies. Why not take the exam? A brilliant smile bloomed on Chunye's face. Guess. Guess. A phrase involuntarily surfaced in Xiangyang's mind. You guess whether I guess or not. This thought flickered through Xiangyang's mind. What followed was still the previous notion. Could it be that this girl had eaten his venison and turned foolish? Did she not understand the significance of a college student now? Although the difficulty of this college entrance exam was immense, with an admission rate in Xiangyang's memory of only about 4%, it was practically hellish compared to the over 80% admission rate more than 40 years later. However, since the exam was being reinstated after so many years to accommodate many candidates who had gone to the countryside or were already working, many questions were only at the junior high school level. Based on what Xiangyang knew, Yu undoubtedly had a huge advantage. First, Yu had spent a short time in the countryside, so her studies hadn't been neglected, making reviews simpler compared to those who had been sent down for years. Second, Yu came from the capital, and the educational resources she had enjoyed were absolutely crushing compared to those from smaller cities or rural areas. From this, it was easy to see how difficult it was for Shixiao village to produce a college student, and why Xiangmin was praised. Xiangyang had no mind-reading ability, so naturally, he couldn't see through Chunye's thoughts. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. Since Yu had said so, Xiangyang naturally asked no more. Whether Yu took the exam or not was ultimately her. Xiangyang asked no more. On the road ahead, Xiangyang remained silent, focusing his attention on the panel. When Xiang, who had come to cause trouble earlier, Xiangyang had already allocated a point. Now the information on the panel had naturally changed. Name Xiangyang. Status villager. Level 10500. Skills stakes standing 10500. Harvesting 7100. Money 152. although only his personal level and stake standing skill had increased by 1 level. But with the combination of both, Li Xiangyang's physique had undergone a earth-shattering transformation compared to when he first crossed over. Just 1 personal level and 1 stake standing level were enough to overwhelm Li Xianghu. The benefits of point allocation were obvious. Of course, the drawbacks were also very apparent. The fortune of over 260 yuan Li Xiangyang had earned from selling the Cicadere today had already been reduced by nearly half. And this was only because stake standing could supplement his physique, thereby increasing his personal level. Otherwise, the cost of this upgrade would have been much higher. Li Xiangyang gazed at the panel in his mind and couldn't help but sigh. It was still about money. Though he still had over 100, that wasn't even enough for him to level up again. Moreover, each time he leveled up, the experience required for the next level multiplied several times. Hunting and gathering mountain goods every day alone could never keep up with the panel's expenses. He had to find more ways to generate income as soon as possible. Speaking of ways, Li Xiangyang's eyes flickered. There was still that vast open-pit coal mine on the back mountain. Unfortunately, as good as the coal mine was for now, Li Xiangyang didn't have the qualifications to monopolize it. The brigade headquarters wasn't far from Li Xiangyang's home. As he pondered, he could already see the only 2-story building in the entire village, the brigade headquarters, in the distance. Looking at the building, a flash of inspiration struck Li Xiangyang. Given the current domestic policies for now and for a long time to come, Li Xiangyang couldn't contract the coal mine and become a wealthy coal baron. But what if he brought the entire Shixiao village along? Developing the coal mine under the village collective's name would face far less resistance than if Li Xiangyang tried to monopolize it alone. Although developing with the whole village meant sharing many benefits, it was still better than just staring at it. It was like a eunuch. Even if he possessed the most beautiful woman in the world, what meaning did it have? Better for a normal man to marry an ordinary woman. That was the most practical. As the saying goes, it's not about having the best, but what suits you best. However, even if he brought the brigade along to develop the coal mine, there were still many details to carefully consider. First, the leadership of the development and the distribution of benefits. These were things Li Xiangyang had to think through. Although cooperative development of the coal mine was still very complex, Li Xiangyang had some ideas. For now, his top priority was to elevate his status in the village. Only by gaining sufficient influence could he secure greater benefits. It was a long story, but these thoughts had only lingered in Li Xiangyang's mind for a few minutes. Li Xiangyang and Chen Yu were about to reach the brigade headquarters when they spotted a familiar figure. That figure was Zhao Shui. She was riding a shiny Phoenix brand lady's bicycle parked by the roadside in front of the brigade. Zhao Shui had a fashionable perm, and she was wearing her favorite floral dress, the hem just above her knees, revealing her fair calves as she pressed the pedals. Zhao Shui's outfit was very stylish and bold compared to the village girls. When Li Xiangyang saw Zhao Shui, she also saw. The moment Zhao Shui saw Li Xiangyang, she averted her gaze. She had already decided to ignore Li Xiangyang for a week, so naturally Zhao Shui wouldn't give Li Xiangyang a good look. But as her gaze swept over Li Xiangyang, she suddenly noticed Chen Yu walking beside him. Although Zhao Shui worked at the supply and marketing cooperative in the commune, she lived in Shixiao village and returned every day. Naturally, she knew Chen Yu. Moreover, because Chen Yu was beautiful and from the capital, she was often compared to Zhao Shui. Being compared was one thing, but in many people's eyes, Zhao Shui couldn't measure up to Chen Yu. To get the upper hand over Chen Yu, Zhao Shui often made small moves behind the scenes. Now seeing Li Xiangyang and Chen Yu so close, one was her archenemy, the other her most loyal suitor. Zhao Shui felt a surge of agitation, as if betrayed. She needed an explanation. Why was Li Xiangyang with Chen Yu? Zhao Shui stayed where she was, pretending not to see Li Xiangyang, waiting for him to come over and explain himself. The distance was short, and soon Li Xiangyang and Chen Yu reached the brigade headquarters entrance. Li Xiangyang stopped and said, "Educated youth, Chen, I'll see you here. I want go into the brigade headquarters. Get some rest early. Tomorrow I'll have Yaya come for lessons." Chen Yu nodded and agreed. "You've had a tiring day too. Get some rest early." Their conversation wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to reach Zhao Shui's ears. Seeing that Li Xiangyang not only didn't come to explain immediately, but was cheerfully saying goodbye to Chen Yu, Zhao Shui grew increasingly restless and aggrieved. Why? Why was Li Xiangyang ignoring her and chatting so happily with Chen Yu? What had she done wrong? It was you, Li Xiangyang, who liked me, not the other way around. Besides, she had given him a chance. She just added a small condition: if Li Xiangyang got into college, she would consider him. Even if this requirement was too difficult, and even if Li Xiangyang actually achieved it, she might not agree to be with him. But that was no reason for Li Xiangyang to suddenly stop liking her. Zhao Shui bit her lip, leaving a mark. The sound of Li Xiangyang and Chen Yu's laughter still reached her ears. The more she thought, the angrier she grew, and she could no longer hold back. She shouted at Li Xiangyang. "Li Xiangyang, what do you mean?" Though she had brought back an old hen and 10 yuan from the Zhao family, compared to the years of devotion Li Xiangyang had given her, these were merely a pittance of interest. These past 2 days, Li Xiangyang had been busy earning money and leveling up to resolve the hidden thunderbolts lurking within his body, leaving him no time to deal with the Zhao family. But now this woman was actively provoking him. What did she mean by shouting at him? Li Xiangyang had yet to say a word. Zhao Shui strode directly to Li Xiangyang's side and snapped angrily. "Li Xiangyang, what exactly do you mean by this? What's going on between you and her? You have to explain yourself to me today." Zhao Shui finished standing still and staring at Li Xiangyang. She wondered whether she would accept his apology if he offered one. Accepting it would let him off too easily, but refusing might cost her a devoted suitor like Li Xiangyang, whom she had never. No one else had ever treated her so well. At this thought, Zhao Shui finally made up her mind. If Li Xiangyang apologized and clarified the situation, she could respond coldly, keeping him on a string without appearing. Zhao Shui was indeed skilled at calculation and manipulation. But Li Xiangyang was no longer the man he once was, so events always took an unexpected turn. This time was no exception. Li Xiangyang's face bore none of the panicked expression she anticipated. He asked calmly, "What, and why must I explain to you?" Zhao Shui replied matter-of-factly, "Yes, don't you owe me an explanation for today?" Li Xiangyang was amused by her logic. "What have I done that requires an explanation?" Zhao Shui still hadn't received his explanation or apology. By now she was growing impatient. "Why were you walking with Qinyu? You have to explain this. Otherwise..." Li Xiangyang interrupted with a disdainful expression. "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise he'll never talk to you again," Zhao Shui declared as if it were obvious. "Haha." Li Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't your last line say you'd never speak to me again?" "Change the script this time." His words struck with force. Instantly Zhao Shui's fair face flushed crimson. What did Li Xiangyang want? Even if it was a game of playing hard to get, she had already given him plenty of chances to back down. But why wasn't he satisfied? Li Xiangyang had no intention of wasting time on Zhao Shui. After speaking, he turned to Qinyu and said, "Chen Jiqing, you'll head back now." Hearing this, Zhao Shui looked at Qinyu and suddenly thought she understood. "Li Xiangyang, do you really think Qinyu would fancy you? A poor country boy like you and her, an educated youth from the capital, should take an interest in you. Dream on." Li Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I don't think Chen Jiqing would fancy me. But by the same token, what makes you think I'd fancy you?" Zhao Shui was stunned. That line sounded so familiar. It was exactly what Li Xiangyang used to say to those who tried to dissuade him from pursuing her. Now those identical words were turned on her. Only this time the person he defended was no longer her. A crushing sense of loss washed over her, as if the air around her had been sucked away, leaving Zhao Shui breathless. Neither the last time, nor just now, had she felt so miserable. But these words alone shattered her completely. Zhao Shui raised a trembling hand, pointing at Li Xiangyang. "Li Xiangyang, I was so wrong about you. Don't think you'll never be together. You'll regret this someday." Li Xiangyang, eager to return home, while daylight remained to study the booklet Master Su had given him, and quickly form a skill on his panel, was truly unwilling to waste more time on Zhao Shui. He coveted Master Zu's medical expertise. Though Zhao Shui had taken much from the Li family over the years, Li Xiangyang had no intention of letting her off easy. But mere words beyond breaking her spirit served little purpose. It would be more meaningful to deliver a fatal blow at the right moment. So ignoring Zhao Shui, who was already hysterical, he turned and walked back the way he came. Zhao Shui, stunned by his dismissal, grew even more frantic. With Li Xiangyang gone, she had no outlet for her anger. She mounted her bicycle and prepared to leave the brigade headquarters. Just then Qinyu blocked her path. "What? Haven't you had enough of my misery?" Zhao Shui said coldly. Qinyu shook her head slightly. "I'm not here to mock you. I just want to correct a few mistakes you made earlier." "Correct?" Zhao Shui was puzzled. Was Qinyu being kind? They had often vied with each other in secret. Now that Qinyu had lured Li Xiangyang away and claimed not to mock her, how could Zhao Shui believe it? Without a second thought, she said, "Don't play the saint with me. Do you think I don't know why you're cozying up to Li Xiangyang?" Qinyu's expression remained as calm as before. "What you think doesn't matter. What matters is that I want to tell you, being an educated youth from the capital doesn't make one noble. And being born in a small mountain village isn't as lowly as you claim. What are you getting at?" Zhao Shui urged impatiently. Qinyu smiled without irritation. "Don't you see? I'm saying there's no gap, no distinction of high or low between an educated youth from the capital and a poor boy from a mountain village. So why look down on anyone?" Zhao Shui scoffed disdainfully, clearly unconvinced by Qinyu's words. "No difference. Don't tell me you're actually thinking of being with Li Xiangyang." Zhao Shui said this, sneering with contempt, and mocked. "I don't know what's on your mind. You're just planning to string Li Xiangyang along, using him to your advantage. After the college entrance exam, he'll be the first to be kicked to the curb, right?" Zhao Shui sneered as she looked at Qinyu. Qinyu was still too inexperienced. These little schemes of hers were nothing but tricks she herself had long abandoned. "Who said I plan to take the college entrance exam?" Qinyu tilted her head and looked at Zhao Shui. "Not taking the exam." Zhao Shui stood frozen, muttering in a daze. Qinyu nodded seriously. "Exactly, I don't intend to take the college entrance exam. I want to stay here." In an instant, Zhao Shui felt as though the worldview she had cultivated over so many years had crumbled. Zhao Shui had grown up in this small mountain village, and she had always dreamed of escaping it. Even now, having secured a job at the supply and marketing cooperative that others envied, Zhao Shui's thoughts had never changed. In fact, after working at the cooperative and having more opportunities to glimpse the outside world, her desire to leave the small mountain village and become a city dweller had only grown stronger. And Zhao Shui was self-aware enough to know that becoming a city dweller was impossible to achieve on her own. So upon learning that the college entrance exam was about to be reinstated, she latched onto Li Xiangyang's cousin Li Xiangmin without a moment's hesitation. But now Qinyu was telling her she didn't plan to take the exam. This meant Qinyu was giving up her chance to return to the city. In an instant, Zhao Shui became as frantic as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Why won't you take the exam? Don't you know that if you get into university, you'll have a chance to go back to the city?" Zhao Shui suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Li Xiangyang, who had already walked far away, now just a speck in the distance. "Don't tell me it's because you've taken a liking to Li Xiangyang. How could he possibly be worthy of you?" This wasn't Zhao Shui offering friendly advice to Qinyu. It was entirely because Qinyu's words had left her utterly baffled. She couldn't understand how Li Xiangyang, a sickly fellow she used to summon and dismiss at will, could from the sound of Chun Ye's tone now be placed on equal footing. What right did he have? Zhao Shui still couldn't fathom it. In contrast to Zhao Shui's agitation, Chun Ye's expression was calm and composed as she retorted, "Why is it that he's not worthy of me and not the other way around?" With that, Chun Yu gazed into the distance at Li Xiangyang's retreating figure and continued, "Besides, how do you know he'll stay in the countryside forever? Who can say what the future holds?" Zhao Shui stood there forgetting to maintain her usual composed image. The expression on her face had turned somewhat ferocious. Chun Yu must be lying to her. As for Chun Ye's talk about the future, Zhao Shui dismissed it with utter contempt. Didn't she know Li Xiangyang inside and out? Wouldn't he just rot away in this impoverished mountain village until he grew old and died? How could he possibly end up in the city? What gave him the right to make Chun Yu say such things? Chun Yu, you're insane. You're throwing away your chance to return to the city, and all for Li Xiangyang choosing to stay in. You're beyond saving. You'll regret this. Chun Ye's decision to stay in Shixiao village wasn't entirely, for certain reasons she had harbored this intention long ago. However, Chun Yu had no intention of explaining this to Zhao Shui. From the start, she only wanted to correct the things Zhao Shui had just said about Li Xiangyang. Whether Zhao Shui would listen or not was beyond Chun Ye's control. Chun Yu looked at Zhao Shui, who seemed utterly dejected, and shook her head. Without saying another word, she turned and walked toward the sent-down youth point. Zhao Shui felt as if the world was spinning, standing frozen in a daze. How could everything have changed so quickly in just 2 short days? Chun Yu held Li Xiangyang in such high regard. What was it about Li Xiangyang that had captivated Chun Yu? These were questions Zhao Shui would never find answers to. By now, Zhao Shui's hysterical shouting had already drawn the attention of many. Someone pointed at Zhao Shui and murmured, "Isn't that Zhao Shui? What happened to her looking like that?" Another person replied in a low voice, "No idea, but it looks like she was just with Chun Yu. They must have had a fight, right?" Then someone beside them chuckled lightly. "Zhao Shui always loves to compare herself to Chun Yu, but she can't match her in looks, knowledge, or anything else. From the looks of it, she probably got shown up by Chun Yu again in some way." Someone nodded and chimed in, "I've long been fed up with Zhao Shui's arrogant attitude. So what if she works at the supply and marketing cooperative? It's nothing special." The harsh whispers from the crowd reached Zhao. In the past, Li Xiangyang would have been the first to jump out and defend her. At the thought of this, Zhao Shui's heart ached once. Hadn't she only rejected him once? But it wasn't the first time, and she hadn't even been definitive. She had even offered him away. Yet Li Xiangyang hadn't followed her lead at all. Oh, instead, he seemed to despise her even more. That damn Li Xiangyang, why was he so ungrateful? Meanwhile, Li Xiangyang had long left the village office. Naturally, he was unaware of the events that followed. By now, the sky had already darkened. On other days, Li Xiangyang would have gone to bed by now. But this morning, Taoist Su had given him a booklet recording information about medicinal herbs. Li Xiangyang was quite envious of Taoist Zu's medical skills. He now sat on the edge of the bed, lit a candle, and slowly began flipping through the booklet. Perhaps due to his level up, Li Xiangyang felt his memory had improved significantly. Simple content only needed to be read once to be etched into his mind. Even for more complex material, after reading it a few times, he could commit it to memory. And so he burned through several candles until late into the night. Only then did Li Xiangyang put away the booklet and lie down to rest. The next day, Li Xiangyang got up as usual, washed up, ate breakfast, and then set out with Li Yaya. However, this time, Li Xiangyang wasn't taking Li Yaya up the mountain. Instead, as promised to Chun Yu yesterday, he was bringing Li Yaya to attend school with her. So the two of them headed toward the village office. Li Yaya had never been to school before and asked Li Xiangyang curiously, "Second brother, do you think school is fun?" Li Xiangyang recalled his own childhood school experiences and couldn't help but smile as he said, "Whether it's fun or not, you'll find out when you get there." As Li Xiangyang walked along, he saw a figure in the distance rushing toward him. Upon spotting Li Xiangyang, the person waved and called out, "Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, come here, I need to talk to you." Li Xiangyang recognized the man as Lu Baofu, the village accountant responsible for managing the village's expenditures. Li Xiangyang led Li Yaya closer. "Uncle Baofu, what do you need me for?" Lu Baofu had been running urgently and was still panting, hands on his knees. After catching his breath a little, Lu Baofu smiled broadly at Li Xiangyang and said, "Haha, it's good news." Li Xiangyang was taken aback. "What good news?" Lu Baofu replied, "What good news? You don't know." Li Xiangyang shook his head and looked at Lu Baofu waiting. Lu Baofu looked at Li Xiangyang a little exasperated and said, "You really keep things close to your chest. The military factory has sent praise to the village for your heroic deed, and you still ask me what the good news is." At Lu Baofu's mention, Li Xiangyang suddenly recalled the young girl named Yuan Yuling he had saved yesterday. "Yes." Lu Baofu quickly slapped his thigh and urged, "Good, that's settled then. The people at the military factory are all waiting. We should head over right away." Li Xiangyang nodded and followed Lu Baofu toward the brigade headquarters. In no time, the three of them arrived. 2 military green jeeps were parked in the small square in front of the building. They continued inward, crossing the small square to the 2-story building of the brigade headquarters. Lu Baofu led the way there on the 2nd floor. "Old party secretary is entertaining them now. Let's go up quickly." Li Xiangyang followed Lu Baofu up the stairs. Previously, the 2nd floor of the brigade headquarters had always been locked. It was usually closed, only opened when higher-ranking officials came on business. So Li Xiangyang had never been up there before. He ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Unlike the Spartan 1st floor, the 2nd floor's walls were not bare red bricks. They were plastered with cement and sand, then painted in a sanitary style, white on top and green below. led by Lu Baofu. Li Xiangyang entered the reception room on the right. There Luan Jingping, whom he had met yesterday, was seated. All the village cadres, from the old party secretary, the village chief, to the women's director, were in the reception room. However, only the old party secretary managed to sit beside Luan Jingping, chatting and laughing. The others hadn't earned a seat. They all stood against the wall on the sidelines. Seated at the head of the reception room was Luan Jingping, whom Li Xiangyang had met yesterday. Since he faced the door, Luan Jingping spotted Li Xiangyang the moment he entered. He immediately rose and walked toward him. "Comrade Li Xiangyang, you finally arrived." Li Xiangyang had initially guessed that Luan Jingping held a position like a cafeteria leader at the military factory. But now, given the grand display Luan Jingping had orchestrated, even if the military factory was impressive, would a cafeteria leader go to such lengths? As Li Xiangyang pondered, the old party secretary spoke. "Xiangyang, this is Secretary Luan from the military factory. You two have met before, I believe." Li Xiangyang was taken aback. This was somewhat unexpected. He hadn't imagined that Luan Yuling, whom he had casually saved yesterday, was the daughter of the military factory's party secretary. At that moment, Luan Jingping waved his hand and continued, "This isn't the military factory. Being so formal would be too distant. Today I've come as a father to thank Comrade Xiangyang. So please don't feel constrained." The old party secretary was shrewd and understood perfectly. He saw that although Luan Jingping claimed to come as a father, the thank you letter he had just handed over was not signed in a personal capacity. The implication was clear without words. So the old party secretary simply smiled and nodded, saying nothing. After a pause, Luan Jingping continued, "Time is tight, and there are no banners or anything. I could only write a letter of thanks to express my gratitude. I hope Comrade Xiangyang won't mind." The old party secretary then took out the thank you letter and handed it to Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang accepted the letter, tucked it away, and said, "You're too kind. It was just a small effort on my part." Luan Jingping slowly shook his head and replied, "It may have been a small effort for you, but it means the world to me. Yuling is my only daughter. Her mother passed away early and on her deathbed urged me to take good care of her. If you hadn't happened to pass by yesterday and something had happened to Yuling, I would have lived in guilt for the rest of my life." Li Xiangyang smiled slightly and answered, "Secretary Luan, it was my duty. I believe that if anyone else had passed by yesterday, they would have done the same." Luan Jingping shook his head again and said, "All I know is that the one who passed by was you. And that's enough." Since Luan Jingping insisted, Li Xiangyang didn't press further. Fortunately, he wasn't the only. There was also a crowd of village cadres. The military factory was a deputed departmental unit, and as its party secretary, Luan Jingping held the same rank. He was half a rank higher than even the top leader of Peng County. He was the highest-ranking official most of them had ever seen. So the atmosphere naturally couldn't cool down. As soon as Li Xiangyang stopped speaking, someone else quickly picked up the conversation. After a bit more polite exchange, Luan Jingping glanced at his wristwatch and prepared to leave. Before departing, Luan Jingping said to Li Xiangyang, "Comrade Xiangyang, a great kindness doesn't need words of thanks. I want to say more. If you ever need help, come to the military factory and find me. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse." The moment Luan Jingping said this, Li Xiangyang immediately felt the village cadres looking at him differently. If Luan Jingping hadn't still been there, they would likely have surrounded Li Xiangyang. This was a promise from a deputed departmental leader. After speaking his final words to Li Xiangyang, Luan Jingping, surrounded by the crowd, descended the stairs and got into. As the roar of the jeep's engine faded, the village cadres could no longer contain themselves. Regardless of whether they usually interacted with Li Xiangyang, they crowded around him and began chattering. "Xiangyang, you've really helped Secretary Luan this time. With Secretary Luan's favor, your future is limitless." The speaker was Lu Baofu, who had come to notify Li Xiangyang. Then another voice chimed in. "Lu Baofu, stop talking nonsense. Do you think Xiangyang is like you, scrambling to be an official?" This time, it was the village's militia company commander Su Mingyi. He was burly and had been on the battlefield a few years earlier. After rebuking Lu Baofu, Su Mingyi smiled at Li Xiangyang and said, "Xiangyang, autumn harvest is coming up soon. Every year wild boars come down from the mountains to destroy the crops. Could you ask Secretary Luan to upgrade the militia company's equipment?" As soon as Su Mingyi finished, the village women's director Ma Yulan shoved him aside. "Su Mingyi, it's only June. Autumn harvest is still far off. What's the rush?" Then walking over to Li Xiangyang, she said, "Xiangyang, you're not seeing anyone yet, are you? Tell Annie which girl catches your eye, and he'll make sure to matchmake you." The village cadres babbled on, encircling Li Xiangyang. At this point, the old party secretary could no longer stand it. His face darkened as he shouted, "Look at all of you. What kind of behavior is this? Disperse immediately." The old party secretary commanded great authority, and most of these cadres were of his nephew generation. At his roar, the crowd around Li Xiangyang finally dispersed. Li Xiangyang finally found some peace. "Thank you, old party secretary. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, he prepared to take Li Yaya to find Xinyu. But the old party secretary spoke up. "Well, Xiangyang, there's actually something I'd like to discuss with you." Li Xiangyang had only been making a polite remark, so he was surprised to find the old party secretary truly had something to say. He stopped and asked, "Old party secretary, what is it?" The old party secretary, who had just sent the other cadres away, now approached Li Xiangyang alone, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, it's like this. Our village doesn't have the conditions of nearby villages with quarries or sandpits. We have nothing, and we're the poorest around. As you know, growing grain depends not only on the weather, but also on people. The guys at the commune grain station are all stuck up. Without some favors, you can't get a good price. Since you saved Secretary Luan's daughter, I was thinking, could you ask him if the military factory with all its people could buy grain from us? The old party secretary felt it was a bit presumptuous, but for Li Xiangyang, it was just the opportunity he needed, a chance to start developing the coal mine as soon as possible. Li Xiangyang had some understanding of what the old party secretary said. Shijia village, unlike its neighboring villages, lacked other resources and could only rely on farming for survival. Farming was exhausting and unprofitable. After a year of hard work in the fields, once the collective grain quota was handed over, each household was left with barely enough for basic rations. In good years, when heaven smiled upon them, a bountiful harvest might yield a few extra gene of fine grain. But the most frustrating part was that the toil was merely the beginning. Every time they delivered public grain, the grain station would find fault. Even first-class grain would be downgraded to second class if you didn't offer bribes. This was still before the land was distributed to individual households, so the grain was delivered collectively by the entire brigade, with village cadres handling the negotiations. Once the land was later divided among households, the grain station staff would likely become even more arrogant. In short, compared to the wealthier neighboring villages, Shijia village was pitifully poor. In other villages, the pigs raised each year were fat and robust, never sold, but slaughtered at year-end and distributed to the commune members. This single benefit alone was enough to make the commune members of Shijia village drool with envy, let alone their quarries and sand pits. After a moment of silence, the old party secretary continued, "Xiangyang, if it's too difficult for you, forget it. You'll think, after all we've endured for so many years. Grit our teeth a bit longer, and things will eventually improve." For Li Xiangyang, having coincidentally saved Secretary Luan's daughter yesterday, it was indeed awkward to ask for a favor the very next day after the promise was made. Yet as awkward as it was, wasn't this also an opportunity? Li Xiangyang was just pondering how to elevate his standing in the village to develop the coal mine in the back mountain. Wasn't the old party secretary's proposal the perfect solution? What better way to gain influence than by boosting income? Li Xiangyang then said, "Old party secretary, I can give it a try." The old party secretary hadn't expected Li Xiangyang to agree so readily. "Good lad, Xiangyang, I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Li Xiangyang added, "Old party secretary, it's best you keep this confidential for now. After all, I can only offer suggestions to Secretary Luan. The final outcome remains uncertain." Li Xiangyang didn't overpromise, knowing the final decision wasn't his to make. Whether it would succeed depended on Luan Zhengping's attitude. The old party secretary was already satisfied that the old party secretary patted Li Xiangyang on the shoulder and said, "Man proposes, heaven disposes. Even if it doesn't work out, don't burden yourself." With that, the old party secretary looked at Li Xiangyang, his gaze growing complex. He pulled out a tobacco leaf, rolled it, placed it in his pipe, lit it, and took a puff. "This should be our concern as village cadres, yet here I am asking for your help." Li Xiangyang smiled. "Old party secretary, don't say that. I'm a part of this village too. Besides, if it weren't for your decision back, then my mother wouldn't have earned the same work points as the men." He then patted Li Yaya's head and continued, "Who knows my sister, and I might have starved to death." The old party secretary slowly shook his head. "That's different. Your mother earned every work point through her labor. If I had raised her points without reason, people would have gossiped. Think about it. Has anyone ever said a word against it?" Li Xiangyang shook his head with a smile. "Old party secretary, let's not stand on ceremony. They'll keep your request in mind." The old party secretary bent down, tapped his pipe against his shoe to knock out the ash, and said, "All right, I won't keep you any. That young lady has been waiting for you for quite a while." He gestured with his hand toward a distance. Li Xiangyang followed his gaze and saw Chunyu standing where the old party secretary was pointing. Go on, go on. She's been looking this way with eager eyes." The old party secretary raised an eyebrow at Li Xiangyang, urging him, "Don't keep the girl waiting." Li Xiangyang touched his forehead in exasperation. "Old party secretary, Comrade Chun is waiting for Yaya to attend class, not for me." The old party secretary took a satisfying puff from his pipe. "I'm just an old man, none of my business. Why explain to me? Now get going." Li Xiangyang shook his head helplessly. There was no reasoning with this old man. Without another word, he led Li Yaya toward Chinyu. Approaching her, Li Xiangyang said apologetically, "Sorry for the delay. Something came up." Chinyu shook her head. "It's fine. Let's get Yaya into the classroom for her lesson." Li Xiangyang stood at the door and peered inside. A few children were already seated in the room, all around 5 or 6 years old, even younger than Yaya. Shijia village had a sizable population, so there were naturally more children than this. As for why only these few even younger than Yaya had come to school, Li Xiangyang could guess. Children this age were too young to help with farm work at home and still required adult supervision. It was easier to send them to Chinyu free from worry. As for this room, when Li Xiangyang had brought Li Guangcai to the brigade a couple of days ago, it had been used for storing odds and ends. It had clearly just been cleaned out to serve as a classroom. Yet calling it a classroom was generous. There wasn't even a blackboard, only an old washed door panel hung on the wall with characters sketched on it using charcoal. Even so, the writing on the board was remarkably neat and elegant. Li Xiangyang caught a glimpse of Chunye's right hand stained black with charcoal and felt a pang of admiration. These conditions were truly harsh. For Chinyu to be determined to become a teacher in Shijia village was no small sacrifice. She noticed his gaze, but unlike most girls, didn't shy away. Instead, she smiled openly and said, "It's a bit rough for now, but don't worry. The quality of the lessons won't suffer." Li Xiangyang smiled back. "I have no doubts about your teaching." Chinyu nodded. "The children are waiting for class, so I can't." "That's fine. It's getting late anyway. Go ahead." He then turned to Li Yaya. "Yaya, listen to Comrade Chin while I'm gone, or Mom will deal with you tonight." This was Li Yaya's first day of school, and everything was new and exciting for her. She waved her hand carelessly, still full of enthusiasm. "Don't worry, second brother. ID never disobey, sister. Watching Li Yaya follow Chenyu into the classroom, Li Xiangyang didn't linger. It was getting late, and he still had to visit. Turning his medical skills into a tangible ability was the top priority. It was not just about medical skills. The task of foraging for mountain goods in the hills could not be delayed either. This was Li Xiangyang's sole source of income now. Improving his family's circumstances and his own panel, all of this required money. Additionally, the matter of selling grain to the military factory, as mentioned by the old party secretary, needed to be discussed with Secretary Yuan as soon as possible. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to talk to him today. After all, this matter was tied to the development of the coal mine in the back mountain. Li Xiangyang had no choice but to take it seriously. Thinking of this, Li Xiangyang let out a soft sigh. Time truly was insufficient. With his body strengthened, and Li Yaya attending Chun's lessons, his pace was considerably faster than before. After about 20 minutes or so, Li Xiangyang finally arrived at the gate of Qingshu Temple. Li Xiangyang strode straight through the mottled gate and saw Taoist Su drying herbs in the small courtyard. Yang, where you're here. I thought you might have given up and decided not to come. Taoist Su set down the winnowing basket and spoke to Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang smiled and in turn set down the empty basket on his back. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Taoist Su. I had some business at the brigade that delayed me, so I arrived a bit later. Since Li Xiangyang had not given up, Taoist Su asked no further questions. Come, Xiangyang, practice the stance I taught you yesterday. Let me see it. At this, Li Xiangyang assumed the posture and began to demonstrate the movements one after another. Initially, Taoist Su stood casually by watching the practice, ready to correct any imperfections. But as Li Xiangyang moved, Taoist Su could not help but grow serious. By the time Li Xiangyang finished the entire set of stance training, Taoist Su found no flaws in his movements. On the contrary, they were remarkably proficient. As a connoisseur, Taoist Su naturally understood that to reach Li Xiangyang's current level, an ordinary person would need at least 2 or 3 years, if not more. Taoist Su gazed at Li Xiangyang with a solemn expression. Yang, when did I teach you this stance? Li Xiangyang gave a slight smile. Taoist Su, didn't you teach me just yesterday? Taoist Su was somewhat startled. He had only taught Li Xiangyang yesterday, yet today he had already reached such a level. Could it be that Li Xiangyang was truly a martial prodigy? Taoist Su stared at Li Xiangyang, momentarily lost in thought. Taoist Su, what's wrong? Nothing. Taoist Su shook his head slightly and let out a silent sigh. What a pity. If Li Xiangyang had started learning martial arts 10 years earlier, he would surely have achieved great success. But unfortunately, his body in previous years simply could not withstand it. Pushing too hard could even damage his foundation. Thinking this, Taoist Su continued, Yang, you have already mastered this stance. From now on, you don't need to come here specifically for this. Li Xiangyang knew that Taoist Su possessed extraordinary martial skills and had already witnessed the benefits of the stance training. Moreover, the stance was merely the most basic part. How could Li Xiangyang be content with learning just one set of stances? Taoist Su, I have learned the stance. But compared to you, I still have a long way to go. The fist technique I saw you practice yesterday was far from simple. You want to learn it? Taoist Su asked. Li Xiangyang knew Taoist Zu's temperament, straightforward and averse to beating around the bush. He replied candidly, Taoist Su, I do want to learn. Taoist Su sighed again. Given the talent Li Xiangyang had just displayed, if he wanted to learn, how could Taoist Su not wish to teach him? Besides, Li Xiangyang had grown up under his watch, and he knew him inside out. Now that Taoist Su was advanced in years, he had no one to inherit his skills. Ordinary health-preserving techniques were one thing, but true combat arts had extremely strict age requirements. Li Xiangyang noticed Taoist Zu's hesitation and asked, Taoist Su, is there some inconvenience? Taoist Su shook his head and voiced his concern. Yang, your talent is indeed remarkable. But at your current age, your bone structure has already set. You won't achieve much progress. In the end, you'll only endure hardship for little reward. Li Xiangyang had thought it might be some trivial reason like sectarian bias, but it turned out to be about bone structure. He realized he had misjudged Taoist Su. Li Xiangyang was not familiar with what Taoist Su meant by bone structure. He assumed it referred to ligaments, bones, and physical flexibility. This would be a problem for others, but for Li Xiangyang, if it could be solved with money, was it really a problem? Taoist Su, I still want to give it a try. Few people were willing to practice martial arts these days. Martial arts required painstaking effort, demanding perseverance day in and day out for years. At the highest level, like Taoist Su himself, even in his old age, 7 or 8 strong men could not get close to him. But what use was that? Now every brigade had militiamen with guns. No matter how high your martial skills, could you outrun a bullet? A single cheap bullet could outweigh over a decade of hard training. Thus, many were unwilling to continue practicing martial arts. It was rare to encounter such a promising student as Li Xiangyang, who grasped things instantly. How could Taoist Su not want to teach him? But, Yang, are you sure you want to learn? Taoist Su confirmed. Li Xiangyang nodded, firmly speaking with conviction. Taoist Su, I am willing to learn. Seeing Li Xiangyang's determination, Taoist Su finally relented. Enough, you stubborn mule. Since you want to learn, Li Xiangyang quickly said, thank you, Taoist Su. Taoist Su waved his hand and continued, Yang, since I have no other demands, only that you carry on my skills and not give up halfway. This requirement was not difficult for Li Xiangyang. He nodded and said, Taoist Su, rest assured I will. Taoist Su was always decisive in his actions. He then said, very well, let's begin now. With that, he assumed a stance and began demonstrating for Li Xiangyang. Unlike the stance training he had previously taught Li Xiangyang today, Daoist Su demonstrated practical combat technique. Every move was aimed at the throat, eyes, groin, and joints. In a word, treacherous. Yet Li Xiangyang did not disdain them. Though these methods appeared unsightly, even despicable, their practicality was undeniable. Simple, easy to learn, and quickly effective in battle. Li Xiangyang possessed a system panel that allowed him to master even the most difficult skills rapidly, but he had only a little over 100 yuan left. While that sum seemed substantial enough for daily expenses, it was but a drop in the bucket for upgrading his abilities. Without sufficient funds, everything else was mere talk. To truly unleash his potential, he would have to wait until the coal mine began operations. Daoist Su then guided Li Xiangyang through the techniques Hansen several more times. A new skill subsequently appeared on his panel. Name Li Xiangyang Identity Villager, Level 10 500 Skills, Stance Training 10 500 Gathering, 7100 Coiling Silk Capturing Hand, 1100 Money 152. Following yesterday's experience, Li Xiangyang spent a few yuan to add a bit of experience to his newly acquired skill. After he demonstrated the moves several more times for Daoist Su, the old man's eyes twitched at Li Xiangyang's terrifying. Daoist Su, is there something wrong with my practice? Li Xiangyang asked, noticing the change in the old man's expression. Even with Daoist Zu's cultivated composure, he couldn't help but twitch his lips at Li Xiangyang's humble inquiry. It had taken him over half a month to reach this level back in his day. Daoist Su cleared his throat lightly and said, Passable. I have nothing more to teach you for today. Go about your business and practice on your own. Li Xiangyang nodded slightly. All right, I'll head up the mountain to gather wild goods. He picked up the bamboo basket he had set on the ground and added, Oh, by the way, Daoist Su, I read that little booklet you gave me yesterday. They'll gather some herbs for you on my way up the mountain. Daoist Su waved his hand. Young boy, you've only looked at it for a day. What could you possibly remember? Stick to gathering your mountain goods for now. Don't waste your time. After leveling up, Li Xiangyang's thinking and memory had improved. Though he wasn't yet blessed with a photographic memory, reading something twice was enough to commit it firmly to mind. But Li Xiangyang couldn't reveal this secret, so he simply said, Daoist Su, rest assured. Don't you trust me? Daoist Su stroked his graying beard with a hint of pride. You think you're as talented in martial arts and medicine as I? With that, Daoist Su looked at Li Xiangyang, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. For once he felt he had regained a shred of dignity. You have to eat your rice one mouthful at a time and walk your path one step at a time, Daoist Su said as he headed into the courtyard. Li Xiangyang watched his retreating figure, smiling without rebuttal. Having been to war and killed many Japanese soldiers, Daoist Su carried an intimidating aura that made others keep. But once you got to know him, you'd realize this old man was actually quite endearing. Time was pressing, so Li Xiangyang wasted no more of it. He slung his basket over his back and set off for the mountain. The two tasks that morning had taken a bit longer than yesterday, but now strengthened, and alone Li Xiangyang had no further. Without these constraints, his pace was noticeably faster than the day before. In just over half an hour, he had reached the area where he had foraged yesterday. Li Xiangyang pressed on without stopping. The path deeper into the mountain was seldom traveled and even more secluded. The dense vegetation made progress difficult, but it also promised greater rewards. After advancing for about another half hour, Li Xiangyang halted. He crouched down and gently parted the bushes before him. Not far ahead, a leopard was sprawled on the ground, voraciously tearing into a goat. Typically, leopards were nocturnal creatures. Encountering one in broad daylight caught Li Xiangyang by surprise. He fixed his gaze on the leopard, gripping his machete. This was the first time he had come across such a ferocious carnivore during his trips into the mountains. A single leopard pelt was worth as much as the sika deer from yesterday. Of course, hunting a leopard came with far greater risks than hunting a deer. Li Xiangyang continued to study the beast. The leopard was small, only about a meter long, and appeared to be a juvenile, making it considerably less dangerous than a... Despite his assessment, Li Xiangyang remained cautious. Armed with only a machete and facing such a predator for the first time, he couldn't afford to be careless. To be safe, he called up his panel and upgraded his newly learned coiling silk capturing hand to level 1. With the few dozen yuan he had left, it was enough to restore his stamina. Preparations complete, Li Xiangyang hesitated no longer. He crept up behind the leopard, stooping low, and picked up a stirrup. He moved cautiously until he was 10 meters from the leopard. The thick underbrush of the mountain forest concealed him well. Even the leopard, a predator itself, failed to notice him. Holding his breath, Li Xiangyang crept closer, inching within 10 paces. A gentle breeze rustled through. The leopard, happily feasting on its kill, suddenly paused. From Li Xiangyang's unseen angle, its nose twitched several times. An unfamiliar scent reached the leopard's nostrils. It instantly realized that a strange creature had intruded upon. Tracing the source of the smell, the leopard whirled around and spotted Li Xiangyang sneaking up on it. As an apex predator at the top of the mountain's food chain, it understood full well what this meant. It was being hunted. The leopard let out an enraged roar at Li Xiangyang. Realizing he had been discovered, Li Xiangyang rose to his feet and shifted into an offensive stance. The leopard hadn't expected its roar to fail to intimidate him. Feeling its dominance challenged once more, the leopard fixed its gaze on Li Xiangyang, its hind legs coiling with gathered. In the blink of an eye, it sprang toward him. Although the leopard was not yet fully grown, the instinct to hunt was already deeply ingrained in its bones. It was merely 10 meters away from Li Xiangyang. In a hunting state, it reached Li Xiangyang in less than a second. The leopard lunged directly at his neck. Even a seasoned hunter without a hunting dog would find such speed difficult to fend off. But Li Xiangyang was his reaction was swift. He sidestepped to dodge the leopard's bite, while swinging the wooden stick in his hand with force, striking the leopard on the head. A crisp crack rang out as the birch branch as thick as a bowl snapped. But every action has an equal reaction. Though birch is a softwood, the solid blow left the leopard dazed. Strike while the iron is hot. Xiangyang dropped the stick, clenched his fist, and delivered another heavy punch to the leopard's head. The leopard let out a furious roar. Its front claws swiped at Xiangyang's abdomen. In its rage, the leopard's speed was even faster than before. Even Xiangyang, caught off guard, couldn't dodge completely. A tearing sound echoed. His already patched-up shirt was ripped open with a large gash. Several shallow, bloody scratches appeared on his abdomen. Xiangyang had no time to mind the superficial wounds, as the leopard's front paws hadn't yet landed. He mustered all his strength and kicked the leopard squarely in the belly. The abdomen, unprotected by bones, is the most vulnerable spot for both humans and leopards. After this kick, Xiangyang could clearly feel the leopard weaken. Seizing the opportunity, he dealt several more heavy blows to its head. Sustaining repeated heavy strikes, even a fierce leopard could not endure. It collapsed to the ground, whimpered a few times, and then fell silent. Though brief, the fight was intense. Xiangyang panted slightly. To avoid any mishap, he quickly summoned his panel and restored his stamina. Just as he closed the panel, a cool breeze brushed against him, and he felt a chill on his abdomen. I was careless just now. After all, it was a leopard, even if not fully grown. Its danger cannot be underestimated. I was nearly disemboweled, but high risk brings high reward. Xiangyang hadn't used a knife, so the leopard's pelt remained intact. It would fetch a much higher price. With the leopard secured, Xiangyang decided not to continue hunting. After all, this area was the leopard's territory, and no other valuable animals would be found. Xiangyang found some vines, fastened the leopard to his backpack, and headed down the mountain. Nothing particularly noteworthy. However, he had gathered quite a few of the herbs that Taoist Su had requested. Taoist Su had unconventional methods, and his prescriptions used herbs that were not typical in traditional Chinese medicine. These herbs were rarely bought on the market, and thus held little value. But even if someone wanted to buy them, Xiangyang had no intention of selling. He followed the same path back for over 20 minutes, casually using his hatchet to cut through branches blocking his way. Suddenly, he heard a sharp call. Who goes there? Xiangyang didn't expect to encounter anyone in these deep woods. After a moment of surprise, he replied, just passing through. After hearing his voice, two men emerged from the bushes. One was around 40 with a thick beard and a waterproof bag slung over his back. Upon seeing Xiangyang, the bearded man smiled and called out, Young man, these deep woods aren't safe. What are you doing out here alone? As he spoke, another man who bore a resemblance to him, but with a deep scar at the corner of his eye, stepped out from behind. He looked a few years younger than the bearded man. The scar-faced man stopped and didn't even glance at Xiangyang. He called directly to the bearded man, Big Brother. But the bearded man ignored him, only smiling warmly at Xiangyang. Young man, my brother, and I have matters to attend to. Be careful on the mountain by yourself. Xiangyang glanced at them, said nothing more, and continued walking. After he had gone, the scar-faced man couldn't help but speak up. Big brother, that was a perfect opportunity. Why did you? The bearded man shook his head. The main task comes first. Don't create unnecessary trouble. The scar-faced man said dismissively, what's the big deal? What are you afraid of? In these deep woods, it's just him alone. Can he really take on the two of us? The bearded man glared fiercely at him. Can't you use your head? Didn't you see what he had in his backpack? What? The scar-faced man muttered, subdued by the reprimand. The bearded man snorted. Oomph. When will you ever learn to be careful? That man had a leopard in his backpack. Didn't you see that? Isn't that perfect? A leopard's worth a lot of money. The scar-faced man said regretfully. We can still catch up to him if we go now. The bearded man slapped him across the face. You fool. Do you think just anyone can take down a leopard? When he was talking to me, he kept his side facing me and was always He's clearly a trained fighter, and he was on guard against us. After seeing that the scar-faced man had fallen silent, the bearded man spoke earnestly. It's just a leopard. If we pull off this job, we'll be set for life. The waterproof bag that the bearded man and the scar-faced man carried was no ordinary gear for hunting or gathering. Xiangyang had noticed this as well. Since the two men hadn't done anything out of line, what they were doing in the mountains was none of his concern. Xiangyang wasn't one to meddle. After that minor incident, the rest of the journey was uneventful. Xiangyang emerged from the woods and followed the mountain path to Qingshigu. Thanks to his improved physique, he arrived even earlier than the previous 2 days. Carrying his backpack, he walked into the supply cooperative. It was just mealtime, and Old Yen was sitting behind the counter happily eating from his bowl. Brother Yen, Xiangyang called out. Old Yen immediately put down his chopsticks and said warmly, Oh, no wonder my left eyelid has been twitching. It's Brother Xiangyang who's come. Right at mealtime. Come have a meal first. As he spoke, Xiangyang set down his backpack and gently pushed aside the herbs covering it, revealing the leopard inside. The moment Old Yen saw the leopard, his body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening into perfect rounds. Then he quickly pushed up his glasses, leaned forward, and bent over the counter. Brother Xiangyang, is this a leopard? Xiangyang curled the corners of his mouth slightly and nodded faintly. Old Yen, your eyes do not deceive you. Old Yen, still holding the rice bowl in his hand, didn't even have time to set it down before hurrying around the counter. Brother Xiangyang, come inside with me quickly. Xiangyang followed Old Yen. It was the same room as before. The moment Old Yen stopped, he couldn't resist examining. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Aside from blunt force injuries to the head and abdomen, the leopard had no open wounds, and its pelt was remarkably intact. Old Yin hadn't been this shocked at his first glance. After all, though leopards were fierce beasts, gun control was lax back then, and many people owned firearms. Even many villages held annual target practice drills, sparing not even children. Hunting a leopard with a gun while challenging wasn't too outrageous with good coordination. But this leopard appeared to have been beaten to death with sheer force. Old Yan's eyes were filled with horror. Just how ferocious was this younger brother of his? Old Yan glanced again at the leopard, then at Xiangyang, swallowing hard. Brother Xiangyang, you're just two. The words inhuman nearly slipped out, but Old Yan bit them back just in time. This leopard has no bullet holes, no knife wounds. How on earth did you do it? Xiangyang remained composed, his expression modest. It's not as exaggerated as you say, Old Yan. It was all luck. Plus, I've learned a bit of martial arts which came in handy. Old Yan habitually pushed up his glasses, eyeing Xiangyang suspiciously. Really? Sensing his own awkwardness, Old Yan quickly waved his hands. Brother Xiangyang, don't misunderstand. I'm just utterly amazed, so. Xiangyang didn't mind smiling as he said, Old Yan, that's how martial arts training is. You wouldn't know since you don't practice. Since Xiangyang dared to bring the leopard for sale, it was naturally something he could justify. The feat of hunting a leopard with bare hands, though astonishing, was indeed something some people could achieve, even quite a few. For instance, in certain internal guard units with red shoulder patches, such superhumans were not uncommon. Thus, Xiangyang's displayed combat prowess remained within reasonable bounds. As for Old Yan, Xiangyang was merely there to sell goods, not to be interrogated. Old Yan let out a dry chuckle. How in ancient times there was Wu Song slaying the tiger, now we have Brother Xiangyang hunting a leopard barehanded. Truly admirable. Xiangyang was self-aware. Not only was this leopard not fully grown, but even a full-grown leopard was far inferior to the South China tigers that roamed western Sichuan. For one thing, with South China tigers weighing nearly 300 to 400 gene, a leopard was simply not in the same league. Besides, Xiangyang was there to sell the leopard, not to listen to Old Yan's awkward flattery. Old Yan, let's talk about the leopard. Old Yan slapped his forehead and quickly said, oh, how silly of me. My fault, all my fault. With that, Old Yan glanced around, lowered his voice, and continued, Brother Xiangyang, I have something. Xiangyang, seeing Old Yan's cautious demeanor, had a fair guess, and responded, Old Yan, we've done business many times. We're family. Speak your mind freely. Old Yan then said, since we're brothers, I'll be blunt. Brother, selling this leopard to the supply and marketing cooperative would be convenient and hassle-free. But you'd take a big hit on the price. Why not look for other connections? The other connections Old Yan referred to were naturally not within the cooperative, but the black market outside. Back then, the planned economy dictated uniform allocation of all goods, banning private trade. But human nature being what it is, with enough profit, people would even risk their heads. Xiangyang then asked, Old Yan, do you have a way? Old Yan grinned, thumped his chest, and said, you underestimate me, brother. If you're willing, I can move not just one leopard, but even 10 for you. As a procurement officer for the cooperative, Old Yan was well connected in that regard. But it wasn't his call alone. He then looked at Xiangyang. I just need to know your thoughts. Since Old Yan brought it up, it meant had done this many times before without risk. So Xiangyang wasn't worried about. There was just one thing Xiangyang cared about. How long will it take? Old Yan was momentarily taken aback, had expected a barrage of questions, and had prepared a whole speech. But Xiangyang asked something so simple. Old Yan paused briefly before answering. Not long, very quick. There's a lot of mountain produce here, so King Sichuan has many folks specializing in this trade. Since it wouldn't take long, and would fetch a better price, Xiangyang had no objections. He nodded and replied, then it'll trouble you, Old Yan. With Xiangyang's agreement, Old Yan rubbed his hands together. Brother Xiangyang, there's another thing I'd like to discuss with you. He paused, then continued, that deer tendon from last time. I tried it, and the effect was excellent. So, I was wondering if I could buy the leopards. Xiangyang looked at Old Yan's gaunt frame and couldn't help but roll his eye. Why was this guy so obsessed with that stuff? Wasn't he afraid of overnourishing himself into trouble? I thought you were going to say something serious. Is that all? Of course, no problem. Old Yan pushed up his glasses, then said, since Brother Xiangyang is so straightforward, I naturally can't let you lose out. He'll give you 10% above the market price for the leopards. How about that? Xiangyang shook his head and said, just go with the market price. If you hadn't warned me earlier, I'd have sold it for much. Compared to the total price of the whole leopard, the extra 10% on the leopard's part wasn't worth not doing Old Yan a favor. Old Yan's face lit up with a grin. Haha, Brother Xiangyang, you're a real stand-up guy. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. With Xiangyang's permission, Old Yan skillfully removed the leopard's part. After weighing the leopard and its parts separately, he fiddled with an abacus for a while, then said to Xiangyang, Brother, they'll give you 40 yuan for the leopard's part, and I've appraised the leopard at 480 yuan. Old Yan directly counted out 40 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Xiangyang. Brother, count it first. He'll write you a note. Later, when you leave the cooperative with your basket head right, and someone will come to ask you, just give him the note. Xiangyang watched Old Yan, who was busy writing, his eyes flickering. Never mind whether Old Yan could casually pull 40 yuan from his salary. This note, and the earlier appraisal, suggested that even if this business wasn't Old Yan's own, he had deep ties to it. Xiangyang wouldn't call him out on it. If the man could make a profit, that was his skill. As long as the price was higher than what the cooperative offered, that was enough. Old Yan quickly wrote the note. Xiangyang took it and glanced over it. The note contained only a few cryptic phrases of jargon. A cautious move by Old Yan, even if discovered, it could hardly serve as evidence. After tucking the note away, Xiangyang asked Old Yan to purchase some daily necessities. In the past, the Li family sustenance relied entirely on his mother Zhang Guifang. Now that Li Xiangyang could earn money, it went without saying that he would take care of such matters. Of course, Li Xiangyang did not forget to buy a few boxes of chalk and some age-appropriate books. These items cost little and were simply meant to create a better learning environment for Li Yaya. The variety of items was considerable, which might have been troublesome for others. But with old Yan's help and money, he could procure most things for Li Xiangyang. Having done all this and repacked the leopard, Li Xiangyang left the supply cooperative. Following old Yan's directions, he turned right and had not gone far before someone approached him. As old Yan had said after the man examined the note and the leopard, he led Li Xiangyang to a secluded spot. Without superfluous words, it was a straightforward exchange of money for goods. The efficiency surprised even Li Xiangyang. After counting the money, Li Xiangyang quickly left the scene. That morning, the old village head had asked him to inquire with Yuan Jingping about grain procurement. This matter was crucial to coal mining, so Li Xiangyang took it very seriously. The military factory was heavily guarded, and only its employees could enter. Li Xiangyang planned to go to the guard post where he had delivered venison yesterday. If the same guard was on duty, he might ask him. Just as he returned to the small square in front of the supply cooperative, he heard someone calling him. Li Xiangyang, you're here. The voice was crisp and tinged with delight. Li Xiangyang recognized the voice without turning around. It was Luan Yuling, whom he had rescued from the river yesterday. Then came the sound of running footsteps approaching. I knew you'd come today, so I came to the supply cooperative to find you. They said you had just gone out on business and asked me to wait. I didn't expect you back so soon. Luan Yuling stopped beside Li Xiangyang and continued, My dad talks to. I hope you don't mind about yesterday. Li Xiangyang was not so petty. His hasty departure yesterday was purely due to the. Li Xiangyang smiled and said, You misunderstand Secretary Luan. He came to our village today to deliver a. This was Luan Yuling's first time initiating a conversation with a young man. After Li Xiangyang saved her yesterday, she couldn't sleep well all night. She had thought of many words of gratitude and was eager to see Li Xiangyang. But now face to face with him, she didn't know what to say. An awkward silence fell between them. Luan Yuling lowered her head, twirling her long hair with her fingers. Finally, she mustered the courage to look up and say, I. Li Xiangyang also spoke at that moment as he had something to discuss with Luan Jingping. Luan Yuling's cheeks flushed. You go first. Li Xiangyang, still preoccupied with the grain matter, didn't notice. I need a favor from you. Hearing this, Luan Yuling's eyes sparkled. Tell me. If I can help, I definitely will. Li Xiangyang continued. I need to discuss something with Secretary Luan. The military factory is off limits to out, so could you help me get a message to him? Luan Yuling's face fell slightly when she realized he wanted to see her father. But she nodded and agreed, no problem. After a moment's thought, she added, Why don't you wait at my place? He'll go find my dad. Li Xiangyang considered that he couldn't enter the factory, and discussing matters outside seemed inappropriate. So he nodded, Follow me. Luan Yuling led Li Xiangyang into the military factory's residential area. Li Xiangyang had passed by the wall every day, but this was his first time actually entering. The buildings here were mostly four-story with red bricks exposed. Though not as refined as the architecture from before Li Xiangyang's transmigration, they were quite decent for this era. Compared to the bustling small square, the residential area was much quieter. Apart from children playing by the concrete and brick ping-pong tables, there were only family members basking in the sun along the roadside. Life here was leisurely in stark contrast to the bustling workshops. Li Xiangyang followed Luan Yuling to a single-story house with a small courtyard of several dozen square meters where various flowers and plants were planted. This is my home. Luan Yuling opened the door and said to Li Xiangyang, Please come in. Li Xiangyang followed her. Once inside, Li Xiangyang realized they were alone. The furnishings were simple, but the television and radio in the living room, Li Xiangyang was a bit speechless. This girl was really trusting, bringing him home with no one else around. Luan Yuling hadn't thought much about it earlier. Now being alone with him, her face flushed with embarrassment. She hastily brewed a cup of hot tea for Li Xiangyang. Have some tea. He'll go find my dad right away. With that, she hurried out without daring to meet his eyes. Li Xiangyang looked at the steaming teacup, even more speechless. Was this girl really so trusting that she wasn't afraid? After Luan Yuling left, Li Xiangyang was alone in the room. He lifted his gaze to survey the interior decor. Though the Luan family's layout was simple, it was not something an ordinary person could achieve. The calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, while not masterpieces, exuded a certain artistic charm. Li Xiangyang was not seated on the wooden stools common in commoners' homes, but on a plush leather sofa. Even the floor beneath his feet was made of the fashionable terrazzo. On the red lacquered solid wood coffee table before him, a cup of steaming Maojian tea released fragrant vapors. The tea leaves had unfurled, and the clear bright liquor filled the air with a rich aroma. Li Xiangyang picked up the teacup, gently blew on it, and took a shallow sip. The tea's fragrance instantly permeated. Though Li Xiangyang was no connoisseur of tea, he could tell this was something extraordinary. As a deputy department-level cadre, Luan Jingping earned at least 200 yuan a month in basic salary alone. Given his means, this was perfectly normal. The Luan family was well off, but the talk of stripping the house bare was merely a joke. After drinking some tea, Li Xiangyang sat quietly on the sofa waiting. The dormitory area was not far from the office. Before long, Luan Jingping returned home. As he entered, he said with a smile, Xiangyang, you're here. Li Xiangyang stood up and greeted him. Secretary Luan. Luan Jingping nodded in response, then turned to Luan Yuling beside him and said, Yuling, why did you leave our guests sitting here idle? Why didn't you turn on the TV or radio? Luan Yuling looked apologetically at Li Xiangyang. My fault, I completely. Li Xiangyang would not dwell on such a trivial matter. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Secretary Luan, don't blame your daughter. She just brewed this cup of tea for me." Luan Jingping looked at the teacup. Li Xiangyang pointed to his eyelids, twitching several times. He recognized it at once. It was his treasured Xiangyang Maojian. He usually couldn't bear to drink even a sip. Yet his precious daughter had brewed such a large pot for Li Xiangyang. What? She really knew how to squander his precious stash. The corners of Luan Zhengping's mouth twitched involuntarily. In front of Li Xiangyang, he couldn't say much. He feigned nonchalance, though his heart ached with regret. After sitting down, he silently poured himself a large cup of tea and asked Li Xiangyang. "Xiangyang Yuling said you came to see me about something." That morning, Luan Jingping had visited Shixiao village and made a promise in front of many village cadres. Though he had anticipated Li Xiangyang would come to him, he hadn't expected it so soon. Luan Jingping was curious about what Li Xiangyang truly sought. He took a sip of tea, squinted his eyes, and waited for Li Xiangyang sat upright on the sofa, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Secretary Luan, I apologize for the abrupt visit today. But this matter can only be resolved with your help." As the secretary of the military factory, Luan Jingping was no ordinary man. His instincts were sharp. Li Xiangyang continued. "Yes, this time it's not for myself, but for our Shixiao village." Luan Jingping straightened up slightly. Li Xiangyang's answer genuinely surprised him. He had assumed Li Xiangyang's visit was to solve a personal problem. After all, as secretary of the military factory, if Luan Jingping were willing arranging for Li Xiangyang to work, there would be as simple as a word. "Shixiao village. Tell me more." Luan Jingping didn't commit, merely prompting Li Xiangyang to continue. "Secretary Luan, you visited Shixiao village today, so you must have some idea. Shixiao village is not like other villages rich in resources. It can't quarry stone or river sand. It relies solely on farming for a livelihood. The annual harvest depends on the weather, and on top of that, the grain station often suppresses prices. The military factory has many workers and a huge daily demand for grain. So, I was hoping you'd consider purchasing grain directly from Shixiao village. While it might not save the factory much for the villagers who scratch a living from the soil, it would mean a significant increase in income." Luan Jingping listened without comment, then changed the subject. "Xiangyang, I'm grateful you saved my daughter. And I promise to help you within my means. But favors are favors. Use them once, and they diminish." He paused, then his expression turned serious as he looked intently at Li Xiangyang. "Are you sure you want to use my help for Shixiao?" Before Li Xiangyang could speak, Luan Yuling interjected anxiously. "Dad, how can you?" Luan Jingping cut her off. "I'm talking with Xiangyang. Don't interrupt." Luan Yuling frowned, shooting a displeased glance at her father, but Luan Jingping ignored her, his gaze fixed on Li Xiangyang. For Li Xiangyang, Luan Zhengping's favor was indeed precious, but using it for Shixiao village was far from a loss. Selling grain to the military factory would boost the villagers' income, a tangible benefit that would earn Li Xiangyang their goodwill. This would make it easier for him to secure the lead in the coal mining project. The potential gains made it well worth using up Luan Zhengping's favor. Li Xiangyang nodded firmly. Secretary Luan Jingping suddenly laughed heartily, stood up, and patted Li Xiangyang on the shoulder. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Putting personal gain aside, "Xiangyang, you're a good comrade." "So, Secretary Luan, you agree?" Li Xiangyang asked. Luan Jingping stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then replied, "Technically, there's no precedent for direct grain procurement. But at its core, it's still a public-to-public transaction, not involving resale of supplies. They'll bring it up at the meeting tomorrow. It shouldn't be a problem." Though Luan Jingping didn't give a definitive answer, Li Xiangyang knew the matter was as good as settled. For the military factory, purchasing grain of acceptable quality was no issue. It would also help boost Shixiao village's income, fostering a civil-military partnership that could be seen as political achievement. More importantly, with Luan Jingping, the factory's top leader, backing the initiative, who would dare oppose him on such a minor matter? "Xiangyang, when you return, have your village officials finalize the details regarding grain types and prices. Bring them to me on your next visit." Luan Jingping lifted his teacup, took a sip of the cool tea to moisten his throat, and spoke. "No problem, I'll handle it as soon as I get back." In truth, Luan Zhengping's words were unnecessary, for the significance of this matter was not lost on Li Xiangyang. He was naturally highly attentive. After receiving Li Xiangyang's response, Luan Jingping continued, "By the way, there's another matter." Li Xiangyang asked, "Secretary Luan, please go ahead." Luan Jingping waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need to be so formal, it's nothing major. What I mean is, once the cooperation is settled, I want you to be the one in charge. I wouldn't trust anyone else." Luan Jingping intended for Li Xiangyang to lead the partnership, citing his lack of trust in others. But there was a deeper consideration. Li Xiangyang was young and had never suffered a setback. Luan Jingping, having risen to such a high position step by step, was well aware of this. Handling the sale of the entire Shixiao village's grain, its benefits and merits, would inevitably tempt some to covet the fruits of labor. However, Luan Jingping did not voice this too bluntly. In his view, young people still needed to experience some hardships. Even if someone tried to steal the credit, Luan Jingping could still protect Li Xiangyang. After settling the matters, the two chatted idly for a while. Li Xiangyang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 3 in the afternoon. If he left now, he would arrive back in Shixiao village just in time. Li Xiangyang stood up and said, "Secretary Luan, thank you for your trouble with the grain procurement. I need to head back now. I won't impose on you any longer." Luan Jingping smiled and replied, "All right, take care on the road. I won't see you out." After a polite farewell, Li Xiangyang walked out of the room and followed the path he had come from, heading out of the residential area. Luan Jingping sat on the sofa watching Li Xiangyang's retreating figure, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had visited Shirshiao village today and learned of some circumstances. Li Xiangyang's family lived in extreme poverty. If anyone else in Li Xiangyang's situation had come to him, they would undoubtedly have sought help with employment. Even Luan Jingping initially thought that Li Xiangyang's visit today was for that very reason. But to Luan Jingping's surprise, Li Xiangyang never once mentioned any personal issues. His sole purpose today was for the villagers of Shirshiao village. At this moment, Luan Jingping felt increasingly satisfied with Li Xiangyang. However, while Luan Jingping was pleased, there was another person in the room who was far from happy. Luan Yuling complained to Luan Jingping, "Dad, how could you let Li Xiangyang leave like that? You didn't even ask him to stay for dinner." Luan Jingping shot Luan Yuling an exasperated look. "Girl, I haven't even scolded you yet. You were glaring at me earlier. Are you rebelling against heaven?" Luan Yuling stuck out her tongue and said, "That's because you spoke so harshly just now. He saved my life and you immediately started talking about favors. That's too mercenary." Luan Jingping felt his blood pressure rising. He pointed at himself and said, "Immercenary. You wasted so much of my treasured Xiangyang Maojian tea and I said nothing, and now you're lecturing me." Luan Yuling pouted indifferently and replied, "It's just a little tea. The rainy season is coming soon. If you leave it, it might get moldy." "I'd rather it get moldy than let you waste it," Luan Jingping snorted. Luan Yuling chuckled and retorted, "Oh, come on, you seem to enjoy drinking it just now. Don't be so stingy." Seeing that Luan Jingping had nothing more to say, Luan Yuling continued, "Oh, and you interrupted me earlier. I almost forgot. Li Xiangyang saved my life yesterday, and I wanted to treat him to my cooking. You didn't even think to ask him to stay." Luan Jingping turned his head away. "Why didn't you say so yourself? Why leave it to me?" Luan Yuling was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. How could she be so bold as to invite Li Xiangyang to dinner at home? At Luan Jingping's remark, she sat on the side with her arms crossed, ignoring him. Left with no choice, Luan Jingping finally spoke. All right, Xiangyang still has important matters to attend to back home. Next time he comes, he'll make sure he stays for a meal." Luan Yuling's eyes narrowed into crescents, a look of triumphant scheming on her face. "Really?" Luan Jingping couldn't help but twitch at the sight of her rapidly changing expression. "Are you saying you don't believe me?" Luan Yuling, ignoring her father's resentment, replied cheerfully, I believe you. But if you break your word, I won't talk to you anymore." On the other side, Li Xiangyang left the residential area and headed to the supply cooperative. Old Yin was indeed reliable. In just a short while, he had prepared everything Li Xiangyang needed. Previously, due to Li Xiangyang's health and Zhao Shui's situation, the family had always lived in poverty. Now that Li Xiangyang had cut ties with Zhao Shui and earned a fair amount of money, it was only natural to improve the family's living conditions. From fabric for clothes, rice, flour, oil, various seasonings, daily necessities, to chalk and books, all sorts of items filled Li Xiangyang's bamboo basket to the brim. Among them, the most important was a box of pekoe and cream. Li Xiangyang had never forgotten his mother's wrinkled cheeks and rough hands. All these items together cost over 30 yuan. For most villagers in Shirshiao village, this was an absolute fortune. Even in the military factory, it would amount to more than most people's monthly wages. But for Li Xiangyang now, it was hardly. The leopard he sold today had earned him a full 520 yuan. Adding his original funds after deducting expenses and enhancements, Li Xiangyang still had 540 yuan left. Despite carrying such a large sum, Li Xiangyang did not let his guard down. This money was sufficient for daily living, but for enhancements, it would only allow him to level up once more. The interface had been immensely helpful to Li Xiangyang, but it also consumed money at an alarming rate. He still had to work hard to earn more. Li Xiangyang followed the mountain path back to Shirshiao village. First, he went home to put away his belongings, then headed. Of course, Li Xiangyang did not forget to bring the prepared chalk and books. Li Xiangyang walked all the way to the brigade headquarters. At this moment, only the old party branch secretary was in the office. The other village cadres were all busy with their own work outside. Li Xiangyang stood outside the door and gently knocked. "Secretary." The old secretary, hearing Li Xiangyang's voice, replied, "Is that Xiangyang?" "No need to knock, come in and sit down." Seeing Li Xiangyang enter and sit down, the old secretary asked with a smile, "Xiangyang, what brings you to see me at this hour?" "I came to talk to you about the grain procurement," Li Xiangyang replied. The old secretary hadn't expected this at all. He had only mentioned it to Li Xiangyang that morning. It was now just past 3 in the afternoon, not yet 4. Li Xiangyang had come to find him so soon. Could it be that Li Xiangyang was unwilling to help? Thinking this, the old secretary's expression dimmed. Though disappointed, he understood in his heart what Luan Jingping's. With just a few casual words, Luan could arrange for Li Xiangyang to enter a military factory. That would mean a monthly salary of at least 30 yuan in hand. It would be more than enough to support Li Xiangyang's family with plenty left over. Why would he bother to exhaust himself solving Shirshiao village's problems? After all, Li Xiangyang wasn't even a village cadre. The old secretary sighed and replied, Xiangyang, you don't need to say more. Putting myself in your shoes, I can understand your choice. I get it." Li Xiangyang was bewildered. What did he get? Get what? "Secretary, what are you talking about?" "I mean, I understand your decision not to handle Shirshiao village's grain sales. After all, given Secretary Luan's position, having you waste his favor for nothing is indeed hard to justify." Li Xiangyang was speechless. He hadn't said a word yet, and the old man had already concocted a whole story in his mind. "Please hold your understanding. I went to King Shigu and have already spoken with Secretary Luan." The old secretary shot up from his seat. The sudden movement was so forceful that he knocked over the stool he was sitting on, sending it clattering to the ground with a loud smack. Paying no attention to such details, the old secretary stared at Li Xiangyang and quickly asked, "So soon?" What did Secretary Yuan say? Xiangyang didn't keep him in suspense and said directly Secretary Yuan agreed to bring it up at tomorrow's internal meeting of the military factory. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through the old secretary's mind. From now on, Xiao village would no longer have to endure the grain station's arrogance. No longer would they have their necks choked. A smile spread across the old secretary's aged face, but then a trace of worry. After all, Xiangyang had only said that Secretary Yuan agreed to raise the matter. What if it didn't pass? The usually composed old secretary found himself feeling anxious and uncertain. He couldn't help asking Xiangyang, how sure are you that this will work? Could there be any unforeseen problems? Xiangyang understood the old secretary's feelings. But there weren't that many surprises. He shook his head. Secretary, just put your mind at ease. Secretary Yuan gave me a task today. He wants us to quickly prepare a detailed proposal with specifics and pricing for it. When someone puts it that plainly, it's practically a done deal. The old secretary's lips trembled, his excitement beyond words. Xiangyang, you are the great benefactor of our entire Xiao village. You've solved such a huge problem for us. I must find a way to properly thank you. Xiangyang slowly shook his head and declined. I am also a member of Xiao village. This is what I should do. The old secretary clearly wasn't listening. He shook his head and muttered to himself, No, this is a great achievement. Saying this, the old secretary fell into deep thought again. How should he thank Xiangyang? Offering money, aside from whether it was vulgar or not, Xiao village was utter. Xiangyang probably wouldn't even care for that small amount now. He had heard about Xiangyang foraging in the mountains these past 2 days, and that every evening his family had meat for dinner. In those days, the aroma of meat could waft a long way. The old secretary's face was already lined with wrinkles, and now it scrunched up even more. After thinking for a long while, the old secretary still couldn't come up with a good idea. Just then, several of Xiao village's cadres filed noisily into the office. As soon as he entered, the militia company commander, his face full of indignation, slammed his fist against the wall and said bitterly, Damn it, those bastards at the grain station are going too far. Village accountant Lu Baofu shook his head and said helplessly, When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. They said if we don't agree, no matter how good our grain is in the future, they'll grade it all as second or third class. Calculated that way, we'd lose a lot. Su Mingyi, upon hearing this, strode directly to Lu Baofu and snapped, Lu Baofu, are you saying we should just let those bastards have their way? Su Mingyi was tall and burly, standing before Lu Baofu like a mountain, exuding an oppressive presence. Lu Baofu wasn't intimidated, however, and retorted, Su Mingyi, what are you yelling at me for? I'm just a messenger. What can I do? Don't I want to get back at those bastards too? But what good would it do? You know as well as I do that everyone at the grain station is connected by ties of kinship. Even if you report them, the replacements, even if they don't demand bribes, will only retaliate against us even more harshly. Women's director Ma Yulan said reluctantly, so we really just have to agree. If they dare to make such demands this time, there will definitely be a next time. If this goes on, who can stand it? Ahem. The old secretary coughed lightly and said to the three, What's all this? Is it such a big deal that you're this troubled? Xiangyang will laugh at you. Hearing the old secretary's words, Lu Baofu hurried over to him and poured out his grievances. Secretary, you don't know. When I went to deliver grain to the station just now, those bastards said that from now on we have to give them a 10% cut. Otherwise, they'll buy our grain at second or third class prices. Xiao village was located at the junction of plains and hills with relatively fertile land. As long as there was no famine year, most of the annual grain output was first class, with even a small portion reaching the highest. If the grain station bought it all at second or third class prices, Xiao village's income would drop by 20 to 30%. That was why the station had the audacity to demand a 10% cut of the village's grain revenue as a kickback. Though Xiao village was designated as a poverty-stricken area, it still boasted a population of several hundred. These villagers toiled in the fields year-round, collectively generating an annual output value that at the very least exceeded 10,000 yuan. Even if the total output were merely 10,000 yuan, a 10% share would amount to 1,000. The appetites of those at the grain station were truly insatiable. In the past, upon hearing such news, the old party secretary would have inevitably erupted into a torrent of curses. Yet now the old party secretary's reaction was one of profound calm. He first cast a glance at the three individuals, betraying no urgency to respond. Instead, he retrieved a roll of tobacco leaves from his breast pocket, meticulously rolled it, lit it, and took several slow, deliberate puffs. Only then did he turn his gaze upon them and utter two words with an air of serene indifference. Is that all? Su Mingyi, the militia captain and a battle-hardened veteran with the most impatient temperament, could no longer contain himself upon hearing the old party secretary's words. He spoke urgently. Old party secretary, how can you say this isn't serious? Don't you understand what a 10% cut of our income means? The old party secretary glanced at Su Mingyi and said flatly, Su Mingyi, do you take me for a doddering fool who can't even solve a simple arithmetic problem? Before Su Mingyi could answer, the astute accountant Lu Baofu seemed to discern something. Old party secretary, seeing how utterly unconcerned you appear, could it be that you've already devised a solution? Lu Baofu's words instantly alerted the other two. Su Mingyi and Ma Yulan both fixed their eager gazes upon the old party secretary. If the old party secretary could resolve this troublesome affair, it would be an immense boon for Xiao village. But the old party secretary slowly shook his head. Seeing this, the hope in their eyes instantly dimmed. They reasoned that if the old party secretary could solve it, would he have waited? But before they could speak, the old party secretary continued, I don't have the ability to solve it, but that doesn't mean no one else does. Someone else. Su Mingyi muttered in confusion. Lu Baofu, as if guessing the truth, looked towards Li Xiangyang, who was standing beside the old party secretary. At this moment, the old party secretary spoke again. Stop guessing. Xiangyang has already resolved this for us. I was originally planning to send someone to inform you all. Since you're all back now, it saves us the trouble of wasting time. As soon as the old party secretary finished speaking, the three individuals whose attention was focused on him all turned to look at Li Xiangyang, exclaiming in unison, Xiangyang solved it for us. This time, the old party secretary did not rebuke their loud exclamations. Instead, he patiently explained, Xiangyang used the favor owed to him by Secretary Yuan to request that the military factory purchase grain directly from our village. Upon hearing this, the way the three looked at Li Xiangyang changed completely. As village officials, they were not fools. They understood precisely what the favor of Secretary Yuan, a deputy department-level cadre, signified. To expend such a significant favor to help the entire Shixiao village overcome its difficulties. Su Mingyi was the first to shout out, Xiangyang, such righteousness. Lu Baofu also sidled up to Li Xiangyang, giving him a thumbs up. Nephew, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I've always thought you had great potential since you were a child, and now you've proven it. Ma Yulan said nothing, merely looking at Li Xiangyang with a face full of benevolent ant-like smiles. In her mind, she was constantly calculating which family's daughter would be a suitable match for Li Xiangyang. The old party secretary watched this scene with a silent smile, puffing contentedly on his tobacco. Why had he gone to such lengths, creating suspense and beating around the bush just now? It certainly wasn't for his own self-aggrandizement. It was entirely to highlight Li Xiangyang. Judging by the current effect, it was quite good. The old party secretary exhaled a plume of smoke and said, all right, stop crowding around Xiangyang with all this insincere flattery. Xiangyang has rendered such a great service to our village. You all need to come up with an idea on how to thank him properly. Ma Yulan was the first to speak up. Old party secretary, this is my specialty. Just tell me which girl Xiangyang has his eye on. The old party secretary slowly shook his head and uttered two words. Not enough. Before Ma Yulan could respond, the burly Su Mingyi interjected, not enough. How about we introduce Xiangyang to several girls? Su Mingyi felt quite pleased with his suggestion and chuckled to himself. Haha, that's a great idea. The conversation was taking an increasingly absurd turn, and Li Xiangyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he didn't say something soon, heaven knows how ridiculous it would get. Old party secretary Yuan said, we need to finalize the details and pricing as soon as possible. I think you should focus on that first. The old party secretary waved his pipe and said, this matter is not urgent. Even if we have to stay up all night, we'll get it sorted out. The pressing task now is to decide how to thank our great benefactor. The old party secretary's words immediately drew agreement from the three village officials. Yes. The variety of grain and vegetables in our village isn't extensive. We three can sort it out in no time. But figuring out how to thank Xiangyang, that's something we need to think over carefully. Faced with their resolute attitudes, Li Xiangyang, though a bit speechless, had no choice but to let them have their way. After only about 10 seconds, Lu Baofu slapped his forehead and said, I have an idea. Spit it out, stop being so mysterious. The old party secretary said to Lu Baofu. Lu Baofu smiled and continued, how about we commission a stone tablet for Xiangyang inscribed with his contributions to our village? Old party secretary, what do you think? The old party secretary, holding his pipe and stroking his chin, said, this idea is not bad. I think it's feasible. The idea was Lu Baofu's, so naturally he had no objection. As for Su Mingyi and Ma Yulan, what could they possibly say? Leaving aside their genuine gratitude towards Li Xiangyang, even if they had other thoughts, they wouldn't dare voice them. Not only were the three of them nephews and nieces of the old party secretary, but even the village chief was his nephew. In effect, the entire Shixiao village was under the old party secretary's sole authority. It was simply that he had no such ambitions. In ordinary times, major village affairs were discussed collectively. The old party secretary looked around at the three, then his gaze settled on Lu Baofu. Since this idea was yours, you will be in charge of carrying it out. Once it's engraved well, erect the tablet at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Lu Baofu thumped his chest in assurance. No problem, I'll take care of it all. Tomorrow I'll head to the Tongxin village quarry to buy a fine piece of stone. As the accountant of Shixiao village, Lu Baofu had never made any significant mistakes over the years. The old party secretary felt relatively at ease entrusting this matter to Lu Baofu. He merely nodded at Lu Baofu. Then turning to Li Xiangyang, he said earnestly, Xiangyang, in principle your reward should have been far more than this. But the village's accounts currently have little surplus. This is all I can do for now. Rest assured, once the first batch of grain is sold, I will make it up to you. The old party secretary's words sounded somewhat like empty promises. However, Li Xiangyang didn't dwell on it. The rewards the village could offer were nothing more than some money. Given the current state of Shixiao village, even after the grain was sold, the income might still be less than what he earned from a single day of hunting in the mountains. Though Li Xiangyang was short on money, he wasn't lacking such a paltry sum. Moreover, his original goal was never this, but the shallow coal mine behind the mountain. Li Xiangyang declined. Old party secretary, as a member of Shixiao village, this is what I ought to do. The old party secretary shook his head with unwavering resolve. No. Xiangyang, you've made such a great contribution to our Shixiao village, you must receive due recompense. Li Xiangyang had to refuse again. Old party secretary, it's really unnecessary. The old party secretary waved his hand decisively. Xiangyang, this is settled. Say no more. With things put this way, Li Xiangyang looked helplessly at the stubborn old man and could no longer persist in refusing. Just then the old party secretary continued. Now that everyone is here, let me address the second matter. I propose that Xiangyang be put in full charge of the grain sale. Having said this, the old party secretary turned to Lu Baofu and the other two, asking slowly, do you have any objections? Lu Baofu and the other two understood clearly. Though the old party secretary appeared to be asking for their opinions, his tone had already made the decision. Entrusting such an important task to Li Xiangyang was almost like declaring him the successor right in front of them. Of course, Lu Baofu and the others harbored no dissent. Li Xiangyang was young, had the village's interests at heart, and most crucially his relationship with Secretary Yuan was evident. If Shijia village were truly managed by Li Xiangyang, it would surely shed its label as a poverty-stricken village in the near future. Old party secretary, I fully support your decision. Since Xiangyang was the one liaising with Secretary Yuan about the grain sale, he is the most suitable person for this task. Ma Yulan was the first to speak. After her, Lu Baofu chimed in. I have no objections either. I've always said that I feel at ease with whatever Xiangyang does. Having heard from both, the old party secretary turned to Su Mingyi. Su Mingyi, who was never quick-witted, now felt that the village's pressing crisis had been resolved. He gave a simple-minded smile, scratched his head, and said in a gruff voice, why ask me about this? I'm better at training the militia. I have no experience in such matters. You all decide. Apart from the village chief, also the brigade leader, who was away on official business, these were all the village cadres of Shijia village. Now that everyone had voiced their support, the old party secretary slapped the table and declared, then it's settled. Xiangyang, from now on the task of liaising with the military factory is yours. Any problems? Li Xiangyang naturally had none and immediately nodded. Old party secretary, no problems. With Li Xiangyang agreeing to take on the responsibility, the old party secretary proceeded to discuss the details of the grain sale with the other village cadres. Li Xiangyang listened for a while, but found it rather dull. After greeting the old party secretary, he slipped out of the office. Standing on the small square of the brigade headquarters, Li Xiangyang felt that the most urgent matter had been resolved, and now they awaited the official sale of the grain. Li Xiangyang was in a very good mood at the moment. Having spent some time in the office, he glanced at the sky. It was almost time for Li Yaya to be dismissed from school. Holding the chalk and books he had bought at the supply cooperative, Li Xiangyang headed toward the classroom. The two places were not far apart. Li Xiangyang reached the spot in just a few steps. School had just ended, and as Li Yaya walked out of the classroom, she spotted Li Xiangyang approaching. Li Yaya's eyes lit up instantly, and she dashed over, throwing herself into Li Xiangyang's arms. Second brother, you finally came to pick me up. Li Xiangyang smiled and patted the little girl's head, saying to her, Yaya, did you listen to the teacher in class today? As he spoke, he pulled out a few pieces of milk candy from his coat pocket and handed them to Li Yaya. In the impoverished mountain village of Shijia, children who could even have malt candy were considered well off. This more premium milk candy was incredibly precious. Li Yaya's eyes sparkled as she looked at the candy in her hand. She quickly peeled the wrapper off one, popped it into her mouth, and chewed eagerly. Savoring the sweetness, Li Yaya's eyes narrowed into crescents. Even as she ate, she didn't forget Li Xiangyang's. Second brother, have you had any? She held out her little hand, offering him some candy. Li Xiangyang smiled faintly. I've already eaten. These are all for you. After a pause, he continued. By the way, what did you learn in class today? Tell your second brother about it. Li Yaya counted on her fingers excitedly. So many things. Sister Qinyu taught us to recite ancient poems and do arithmetic today. Li Xiangyang nodded, and then said, how about your second brother test you? Hearing this, Li Yaya's face immediately. She hemmed and hawed for a long time before saying, oh, second brother, what's there to test? Don't you trust me, or don't you trust Sister Qinyu? Li Xiangyang could tell from her expression that the girl hadn't paid attention in class. Don't try to bluff your way out. Well, but tomorrow when you get home, I'll test you on arithmetic. Li Yaya's small face scrunched up in dismay. Second brother. Arithmetic is so hard. Li Xiangyang was exasperated. Basic arithmetic, like 1 plus 1, what was so hard about that? If she couldn't learn even this, she must have been daydreaming in class and not paying attention. All right, stop complaining to me. First, come with me to find the educated youth Chun. Li Yaya shrank her neck and looked at Li Xiangyang pitifully. Second brother, you're not going to tattle on me, are you? Li Xiangyang gave her an exasperated look and then shook his head. Li Yaya immediately reverted to her mischievous self. Second brother, I know what you're up to. You go on ahead. Sister Qinyu is still in the classroom. I won't go with you, so Li Xiangyang gave Li Yaya a flick on the forehead in exasperation. What are you thinking? Li Yaya covered her head, pouted, and muttered softly. I'm just thinking about your future marriage. Li Xiangyang caught her muttering. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wondered why this girl who didn't take her studies seriously was so preoccupied with such matters. Chalk and textbooks in hand, Li Xiangyang had just arrived at the classroom door. At that moment, Chunyu was wiping down a worn wooden plank that served as a blackboard with a piece of old cloth. From the faint traces of writing, one could see it had been elegantly and neatly inscribed. Standing beside Chunyu was another person. Li Xiangyang recognized him. Lin Jinxiang, another educated youth from the village. He always flaunted his city origins and education, loved to pontificate, and carried an air of superiority, looking down on everyone. However, Lin Jinxiang had little to do with Li Xiangyang. Just then Lin Jinxiang said to Chunyu, what's the point of teaching here? It's a complete waste of time. The college entrance exam is coming soon. You'd be better off using this time to study. Chunyu finished wiping the board, set down the cloth, picked up a broom from beside the podium, and began sweeping the floor. Seeing that Chunyu was completely ignoring him, Lin Jinxiang couldn't help but speak again. Chunyu, do you realize how rare this opportunity is? Do you really plan to stay in this poor mountain village for the rest of your life? Without looking up, Chen Yu continued sweeping and said, That's my own business. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Jinxiang urged. I'm thinking about your future. Why won't you listen? Pointing to the books in his hand, he added, Look, I've already prepared the study materials for you. I went through a lot of trouble to get these through connections. Stop teaching tomorrow and study with me. We'll get into the same university. Chen Yu paused, finally lifting her head. Lin Xiangyang's face brightened. Have you come around? Chen Yu looked at him calmly and said, First, I won't study with you, nor will I go to the same university as you. Second, please leave now. Don't disturb my work. Rejected again, Lin Jinxiang persisted. Don't refuse me so quickly. Think it over. Chen Yu ignored him and continued cleaning. Lin Jinxiang stood there, his face dark and gloomy, fingers clutching the study materials so tightly that his knuckles. Just then Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya entered the classroom. Li Yaya ran over to Chen Yu and called out cheerfully. Hearing her voice, Chen Yu stopped and gently patted Li Yaya's head. Yaya, why aren't you home after school? Is something wrong? Li Yaya pointed behind her. It's not me. It's my second brother who needs to see you. Only then did Chen Yu notice Li Xiangyang, who had already entered the classroom. A smile softened her usually cold expression. Li Xiangyang, what can I do for you? Li Xiangyang placed the books and nothing much. I noticed this morning you didn't even have chalk for your lesson. I had some business at the supply cooperative today, so I brought you some chalk and teaching books. Chen Yu quickly said, How can I accept this? I already had dinner at your place yesterday and took so much meat. And now you've bought me chalk and books. Wait, let me pay you. Li Xiangyang waved his hand. No need. These things don't cost much. Seeing that Chen Yu wanted to say more, he continued. You're teaching the village children here. I can't do much to help, just these. Li Yaya chimed in. Sister Chen, you just take them. My second brother is rich now. With Li Xiangyang around, Chen Yu seemed to transform completely. Gone was her icy demeanor. Watching this, Lin Jianqiang's eyes twitched with irritation. Hearing Li Yaya's boast, Lin Jinxiang couldn't hold back and sneered. Huh, a country bumpkin. How much money? Don't pretend to be rich when you're not. You might end up not even affording your next meal. Before Li Xiangyang could respond, Chen Yu frowned and said coldly, Lin Jinxiang, you're not welcome here. Get out. A shadow of malice flickered in Lin Jianqiang's eyes as he pointed at Li Xiangyang. He's just a country bumpkin. Why do you care so much? Who I care about is my affair. It has nothing to do with you. With that, Chen Yu shot Li Xiangyang an apologetic glance. Lin Jinxiang noticed how differently Chen Yu treated Li Xiangyang compared to himself. He gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, his hands clenching the books until they crumpled. Chen Yu, why do you always reject me? What about me isn't good enough for you? We're both from the city. We both graduated high school. What am I lacking? Chen Yu had already made herself perfectly clear. She had never harbored any feelings for Lin Jinxiang. She had never even accepted any of the gifts he brought. Now, as Lin Jinxiang refused to give up, Chen Yu said coldly again, You're not welcome here. Please leave. Lin Jinxiang was unwilling to go, especially seeing how differently Chen Yu treated him and Li Xiangyang. He couldn't just walk away. He strode up to Chen Yu and reached out to grab her arm. No, you have to explain yourself today. I'm not leaving until you do. As he spoke, his hand was almost on Chen Yu. At that moment, Li Xiangyang stepped forward, blocking Chen Yu. He raised his hand lightly and stopped Lin Jinxiang. Without another word, he kicked Lin Jinxiang squarely in the stomach. With a thud, Lin Jinxiang was sent flying backward. He crashed into the door with a loud bang before finally stopping. The force was heavy. Lin Jinxiang lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, curled up in pain. Li Xiangyang walked over and crouched beside him. Didn't Chen Yu already make herself clear? Can't you understand plain language? Lin Jinxiang lay on the ground, feeling as though his intestines were twisted into knots. After groaning for a long while, he finally managed to catch his breath. He angrily raised his hand, pointing at Li Xiangyang, and roared, You hick! How dare you hit me? Li Xiangyang crouched beside Lin Jinxiang, replying with keen interest, I hit you, so what? Why at how dare you? Lin Jinxiang was rendered speechless, whether from pain or fury. He hadn't expected Li Xiangyang to be so audacious. Not only had he been beaten, but he was also being taunted as if nothing had happened. Li Xiangyang, don't get cocky. I'm an educated youth. You dared to lay hands on me, and I'll report you to the village cadres right away. Li Xiangyang stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and said indifferently, Then you'd better hurry up, otherwise I might just have to give you another kick. Lin Jinxiang struggled to his feet and began to spew threats at Li Xiangyang. Fine. Li Xiangyang, just you wait. I'm going to find the village cadres right now. With that, Lin Jinxiang clutched his stomach and limped out of the classroom. Chen Yu bit her lip. To rescue her from the situation, Li Xiangyang had suddenly struck out and beaten Lin Jinxiang. She now felt a mix of guilt and worry. She feared it might cause trouble for Li Xiangyang. You hit him, will there be any repercussions? Li Xiangyang gently shook his head. What could happen? I hit him, and that's that. Chen Yu, still uneasy, insisted, No. I need to go explain the situation to the old party secretary right now. This is entirely my fault. I can't let you be implicated. Li Xiangyang shook his head again. Dealing with Li Guangcai and Granny Jia was constrained due to their status as elders. If he treated Lin Jinxiang the same way, Li Xiangyang might as well forget about thriving in Shishao village. Lin Jinxiang was merely an outsider, an educated youth. Normally, they could get along cordially on the surface. But if it came to a dispute, beating him would amount to nothing. Just then, Li Yaya tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve and said, Sister Chen Yu, try the chalk my second brother bought you. He walked a long mountain path just to bring you this gift. Chen Yu was still preoccupied with the earlier incident, but since Li Yaya had said this, Yu had no choice but to open the chalk box, take out a piece, and test it on the wooden board. Although the chalk still slipped a bit, overall it was much better than charcoal. At least it was sturdier and wouldn't crumble with slight pressure. Moreover, the handwriting appeared much clearer. Yu's eyes sparkled as she said to Li Xiangyang with surprise, "Thank you. I really like this gift." Li Xiangyang looked at the delicate handwriting on the blackboard. Although the effect had improved, it still wasn't enough in his eyes. Most people in Shixiao village were still impoverished and many children didn't attend school. But once the regular supply of grain to the military factory began and the coal mine he had discovered started operations, it would provide a large number of jobs for the villagers. It was foreseeable that living conditions in Shixiao village would improve. More and more children would come to study here. As the numbers grew, this old door panel would no longer suffice. Those sitting farther away couldn't see the writing clearly. He would need to find a way to make a dedicated blackboard. Of course, the desks and chairs in the classroom also needed to be replaced. But for now, nothing had been set in motion, so it could wait. Now that the books and chalk had been handed over to Chun, Li Xiangyang had no reason to stay. Educated youth Chun, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Oh, and if you run out of chalk, just let Yaya tell me. Yu shook her head repeatedly. No, I can't let you keep spending money. Li Xiangyang had already turned and walked toward the door, saying nothing, only waving his hand in response. To him, a little chalk and some books didn't cost much. In contrast, Li Xiangyang deeply understood the importance of education for the children in a poor mountain village like Shixiao. It truly had the power to change one's fate. As for any return or reward, Li Xiangyang didn't give it a thought. After all, Shixiao village was where he had grown up. Apart from people like his uncle's family and Zhao Shui, most of the villagers were extremely simple and sincere. Since his father had passed away, he had often received help. His mother Zhang Guifeng was busy earning work points in the production team, often too occupied to tend to their private plot. Many times the neighbors helped look after it. So while Li Xiangyang aimed to improve his own family's life, he didn't mind contributing to Shixiao village whenever convenient. On the other side, after being beaten by Li Xiangyang, Lin Jinxiang rushed into the village office. Clutching his stomach, he approached the old party secretary and said, "Secretary, I need to report something." The old party secretary was still discussing the details of grain sales with several village officials. Upon hearing Lin Jianqiang's words, he furrowed his brow. He was quite familiar with Lin Jinxiang. The young man often came to talk and offer suggestions, though most were impractical and hadn't been adopted. However, because Yu had agreed to teach in the village, the old party secretary was more courteous to these educated youths, hoping more might volunteer to teach. "Lin Jinxiang, what do you want to report?" Lin Jinxiang lifted his shirt, pointing at the large bruise on his stomach, and said, "I was beaten. Secretary, you need to get justice for me." The old party secretary, busy with the grain sale details, waved his hand and said to Su Mingyi beside him, "Su Mingyi, go with him." As the militia captain in charge of village security, Su Mingyi was the perfect person to handle this matter. He had been struggling with the detailed discussions, which were torture for a burly man like him. Now that the old party secretary asked him to deal with the fight, Su Mingyi quickly nodded. "No problem, I'm on it." With that, Su Mingyi strode quickly out of the office. He moved as if afraid of being called back. Lin Jinxiang hurried to follow. "Tell me who hit you." Lin Jinxiang quickly replied, "Captain Su, it was someone from your Shixiao village. You can't cover for him." Su Mingyi looked at Lin Jinxiang. "Don't worry, I've never covered for anyone. Whoever it is, I'll handle it fairly." Hearing Su Mingyi's words, Lin Jinxiang was about to flatter him when he saw Li Xiangyang walking out of the classroom. Lin Jinxiang immediately raised his hand, pointing at Li Xiangyang, and said, "Captain Su, it's him. He's the one who..." Lin Jinxiang, watching Li Xiangyang and Li Yaya already walking out of the classroom, quickly added, "Company Commander Su, hurry, this kid is trying to run." Lin Jinxiang then turned and shouted at Li Xiangyang, "Li Xiangyang, weren't you just acting all tough? Now I've brought Company Commander Su here. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance." A smirk had already crept onto Lin Jianqiang's face as he stared at Li Xiangyang. If it had been any other village cadre, he might have worried they'd go easy on Li Xiangyang because he was a local. But Su Mingyi was a retired soldier, upright and impartial in handling such matters. Lin Jinxiang could already envision Li Xiangyang's fate. Yet Lin Jinxiang completely failed to notice the expression on Su Mingyi's face. Su Mingyi was visibly taken aback the moment he saw Li Xiangyang. Then as Li Xiangyang's gaze met his, Su Mingyi felt utterly troubled. How was he supposed to handle this? He was fair, but not a fool. Li Xiangyang had just made a major contribution to the village, and even the old party secretary was grooming him as a successor. If he actually punished Li Xiangyang, the old party secretary's pipe would surely leave a few lumps on his forehead. Getting scolded by the old secretary was the least of his worries. The real issue was that if this wasn't handled well, and Li Xiangyang had second thoughts and backed out, wouldn't all their joy be? What a predicament, truly a predicament. He should have just stayed in the office instead of coming out. Su Mingyi's face shifted through expressions like a Sichuan opera performer's. Li Xiangyang, however, walked over with great ease and naturalness, even greeting Su Mingyi. "Company Commander Su." Su Mingyi gave an awkward smile. Xiangyang." Oblivious to the underlying situation, Lin Jinxiang urged Su Mingyi, "Company Commander Su, why waste words with him? He's right here. Have him arrested and thrown into confinement." After Lin Jinxiang spoke, Li Xiangyang added, "Helpfully, confinement is too lenient. Shouldn't we deduct some work points too?" Lin Jinxiang was stunned. He had never met anyone like Li Xiangyang in his life. Was there really someone who thought their punishment wasn't severe enough? But Li Xiangyang's words did remind Lin Jinxiang. Without dwelling on the reason, he quickly added, right, deduct work points. If he doesn't work and earns no points, deduct his mother's." With that arrogant attitude of his, at least 100 work points from his family. With that, Lin Jinxiang shot a provocative glance at Li Xiangyang. How about that? Is that enough now? Let's see if you can still be so cocky. Idiot. Li Xiangyang let the words slip lightly from his lips. The smile froze on Lin Jianqiang's face before he could even complain to Sumingyi. Li Xiangyang raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face. A crisp sound rang out. Lin Jinxiang spun like a top before collapsing to the ground. At first, Lin Jinxiang felt no pain, only a dizzying sensation. It took several seconds for him to realize he had been hit again. Li Xiangyang had dared to strike him in front of the village cadres. Lin Jianqiang's face was a mask of disbelief. How could Li Xiangyang be so bold? Only when his swollen cheek throbbed with intense pain did Lin Jinxiang snap back to reality. At that point, he abandoned all pretense of dignity. Right in front of Sumingyi, he began to wail at the top of his lungs. Assault. Murder. Yu, who was tidying up the classroom, heard Lin Jianqiang's voice. Her heart leaped. She knew Li Xiangyang and Lin Jinxiang had clashed again. Looking out the window, she saw Li Xiangyang stood calmly nearby. Relieved that he hadn't come off worse, Yu breathed a little easier. But then she spotted Sumingyi. Yu realized Lin Jinxiang had gone to tattle. She dropped her broom and rushed out. Reaching Sumingyi, Yu shielded Li Xiangyang behind her and said, Company Commander Su, the conflict and the fight between Li Xiangyang and Lin Jinxiang were all because of me. If you need to punish someone, punish me. Confinement deducting work points. I have no objection. Su Mingyi's eyelids twitched, his expression shifting constantly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. If it weren't inappropriate, Sumingyi would have been tempted to applaud. He finally understood. So Li Xiangyang was putting on a show of wrath for the beauty all along. Yu was indeed loyal and devoted. But had anyone asked for his opinion? Damn it, you two are both the village's treasures, and you are putting me right in the middle. Li Xiangyang's importance went without saying, and the old party secretary had specially cleared out a room for Yu to use as a classroom, even scraping together a subsidy from the village's meager budget as her salary. This showed how much the old secretary valued Yu and education. Su Mingyi's face was scrunched up like a bitter gourd. He didn't know whether to speak or stay silent. After wailing on the ground for a while, without Sumingyi stepping in to uphold justice, Lin Jinxiang only saw Yu defending Li Xiangyang. Lin Jinxiang nearly ground his teeth to dust, almost spitting blood. Company Commander Su, what are you waiting for? Didn't you see Li Xiangyang hit me again? With that arrogant attitude, even 10 days of confinement isn't enough. Don't think confinement just means restricted movement and no work. Confinement meant going hungry, maybe one sweet potato a day with even water strictly limited. Eating, drinking, and relieving oneself all in one room. And in summer the stench was indescribable. The confinement cell in Shixiao village didn't even have a window. In winter the wind howled and unbearable. Even in summer it was no picnic. Shixiao village was near the hills, swarming with mosquitoes and bugs. After one night, you'd be covered in lumps on your forehead. Bad food, bad shelter, bad sleep. After 10 days of that, even an Iron Man would lose weight. It would take at least half. So Lin Jinxiang had no other request. He just kept urging Sumingyi to confine Li Xiangyang. The brigade headquarters was bustling with people. Lin Jianqiang's shouts had already drawn a crowd of onlookers. Seeing Lin Jianqiang's swollen cheek, murmurs began to spread among them. Is that Li Xiangyang? Wasn't he always sickly before? How did he manage to beat Lin Jinxiang like this? Another person chimed in saying, I don't know what happened, but Li Xiangyang did beat him up like this. Isn't that a bit too much? A bystander nodded and agreed. Indeed, Li Xiangyang hit Lin Jinxiang right in front of Company Commander Su. I wonder how Su will handle Li Xiangyang. Someone else added, didn't Lin Jinxiang just ask Company Commander Su to confine Li Xiangyang? I think so. Among the crowd was Li Xiangyang's cousin Li Xiangmin. Lately, he had been spending much of his time at the brigade headquarters studying with the educated youths for the college entrance exam. Seeing Li Xiangyang assault someone in public, Li Xiangmin didn't join the gossip, but inwardly he was secretly delighted. Over the past couple of days, his family had suffered several major setbacks at Li Xiangyang's hands. Earlier, Li Xiangmin had thought Li Xiangyang was a tough opponent, but now it seemed that Li Xiangyang was nothing but a reckless fool who had stumbled into a huge pitfall. In the center of the crowd, Sumingyi felt an unprecedented pressure, even greater than facing a hail of bullets on the battlefield back in the day. He glanced at the ever-growing crowd and stood there utterly perplexed. Then, gritting his teeth, he cautiously sidled up to Li Xiangyang and whispered with a wry smile, Xiangyang, this was a bit impulsive. It would have been fine if you'd done it in private, but now with so many watching, giving Lin Jinxiang another slap is going to be hard to smooth over. Li Xiangyang's face remained calm, as if he weren't the subject of the gossip. Company Commander Su, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. Su Mingyi's face fell at the explanation. Even if Li Xiangyang was willing to accept punishment, he really didn't want to After speaking to Sumingyi, Li Xiangyang didn't stay put. Instead, he walked over to Lin Jinxiang again. Are you really eager to see me confined? Lin Jinxiang covered his face, glaring angrily at Li Xiangyang. Wasn't that obvious? Had been beaten like this, so of course, he wanted Li Xiangyang locked up. No, in Lin Jianqiang's view, confinement was too lenient. Li Xiangyang, spare me the nonsense. No matter what you say, you'll be punished today. Having said that, Lin Jinxiang looked around at the gathered villagers, showing off his injuries to garner more sympathy. Li Xiangyang didn't stop him. Instead, he grinned and said, since you're so set on seeing me punished, then I'll give you another beating and see if I get confined. Sumingyi, hearing this, felt his heart skip a beat. Oh heavens, it was already hard enough to handle, and now he wanted to strike again. Su Mingyi frantically signaled Li Xiangyang with his eyes, urging him not to be rash. Lin Jinxiang was so angry he laughed. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Li Xiangyang. Go on, hit me. Try it. I don't believe you dare with so many people watching. Li Xiangyang broke into a radiant smile. All right, I'll oblige you. Lin Jinxiang immediately sensed something was off, but before he could say anything, he saw Li Xiangyang's palm flying toward his face. Lin Jianqiang's pupils contracted, and he instinctively tried to dodge. But Li Xiangyang had spent so much money to boost his abilities. If Lin Jinxiang dodged, wouldn't that money be wasted? Slap. A palm landed on Lin Jianqiang's face. Li Xiangyang didn't stop. He delivered several more slaps in quick succession, each with such force that Lin Jinxiang was nearly sent flying. Lin Jinxiang felt dizzy, sensing something fly out of his mouth. When he recovered from the sharp pain and focused, he saw several blood-stained teeth on the ground. The pain in his cheek and mouth made it hard for him to feel clearly, so he quickly touched his mouth with his hand. Sure enough, Li Xiangyang had knocked out several of his teeth. Lin Jinxiang glared at Li Xiangyang in fury and roared, "Li Xiangyang, I'm not done with you." The pain was drowned out by rage. He went up to Su Mingyi and demanded, "Company Commander Su, Li Xiangyang committed assault in public. Why aren't you arresting him? Is it because he's from Shixiao village that you want to cover for him?" Su Mingyi indeed had that thought, but he couldn't admit it in front. It would be hard to win over the crowd. Su Mingyi was at his wit's end. Just then a voice rang out. "What's all this commotion?" Su Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. With such a ruckus, the old party secretary had finally come out. This was beyond his ability to handle, but the old secretary could handle it. Seeing the old secretary, Lin Jinxiang stopped arguing with Su Mingyi and went straight to him, saying, "Old secretary Li Xiangyang has hit me multiple times. He even knocked out my teeth in front of everyone. You have to deal with him, or I'll report this to the commune's educated youth office." The old secretary looked at Lin Jianqiang's cheek, now even more swollen than before, and was somewhat surprised. Li Xiangyang wasn't usually so impulsive, was he? Last time, when facing Li Guangcai, who was so arrogant, Li Xiangyang had remained restrained. Why had he beaten Lin Jinxiang? The old secretary found it hard to believe, but Lin Jinxiang couldn't be lying in front of so many people. He pondered. First, Li Xiangyang had to be protected. With his prestige in the village, no one would dare object. But Lin Jianqiang's threat to report to the commune was tricky. The old secretary planned to make Li Xiangyang his successor, and this incident might give the commune a different impression, but that was a concern for later. First, solve the immediate problem. What are you all standing around for? Do you have nothing better to do? Scram. After scolding the onlookers, the old secretary instructed Su Mingyi, "Don't just stand there. Take Lin Jinxiang to the clinic first. They'll cover the medical expenses later." Finally, the old secretary turned to Li Xiangyang. "Xiangyang, come with me." With that, he turned and walked toward his office. The old secretary handled things methodically, first dispersing the crowd, then calming the injured Lin Jinxiang, and finally, calling Li Xiangyang aside to question him privately. If Li Xiangyang had truly acted on impulse, the old secretary's approach was indeed the best course. But was Li Xiangyang the type to lose his head? Li Xiangyang didn't follow the old secretary, but stood his ground and said, "Old secretary, I accept punishment for hitting him. But shouldn't Lin Jianqiang's harassment of a female educated youth also be dealt with?" The old party branch secretary, who had already started walking, paused once more. He had been pondering earlier that it didn't seem like Li Xiangyang's style to beat Lin Jinxiang so severely without a valid reason. Now Li Xiangyang's words finally confirmed the old secretary's suspicion. With this explanation handling the matter, the old secretary then turned around and walked back toward Li Xiangyang and Lin Jinxiang. Meanwhile, Su Mingyi felt the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart finally drop. As he breathed a sigh of relief, Su Mingyi cast a resentful glance at Li Xiangyang. With such a reason behind it, why didn't he just say so earlier? He had been racking his brains for a solution, and his already limited brain cells had probably perished in droves. Li Xiangyang noticed Su Mingyi's look, but remained completely unruffled. His reason for striking first and explaining later was simple. The first time he hit Lin Jinxiang, it was nothing. But hitting him a second and third time in front of so many people, this was Li Xiangyang's way of gauging the true attitude of the old secretary and the village cadres toward him. Only then could he decide whether Shixiao village was worth his dedication. Judging by the outcome, Li Xiangyang's choice had been correct. It wasn't that he was overly cautious. After all, there was a coal mine in the back mountain. If the village cadres weren't aligned with him, it would cause numerous troubles once the mine was developed. If that were the case, he would rather leave the mine untouched than reveal its existence. The old secretary hadn't walked far, and after a few steps he was back where he started. Seeing the villagers who had begun to disperse gather again, he said nothing. Now that things were turning in Li Xiangyang's favor, the more people who knew the better. The old secretary asked Li Xiangyang, "You said Lin Jinxiang harassed the female educated youth." Lin Jinxiang, seeing that the situation wasn't going his way and had instead circled back to him, quickly shouted, "Secretary, don't listen to Li Xiangyang's nonsense. He's just trying to exonerate himself by framing me." Then Lin Jinxiang yelled at Li Xiangyang, "Don't think you can escape blame by slandering me." Unlike Lin Jianqiang's roaring, Li Xiangyang said calmly, "You harassed educated youth Chun in the classroom just now. Forgot so soon." Lin Jinxiang retorted anxiously, "I was courting Chunyu. How can you call that harassment?" Li Xiangyang sneered, "Since you won't give up, let's hear what educated youth Chun has to say." The only female educated youth with the surname Chun in Shixiao village was Chunyu herself, and she was present. As Li Xiangyang's words fell, everyone's gaze turned to Chunyu. Unlike cases in past life news where a victim refused to testify after a good Samaritan injured an assailant, Xianyu stepped forward without hesitation when Xiangyang mentioned her. The old secretary looked at Xianyu and asked educated youth, Chun, is what Xiangyang said true? Xianyu nodded and said softly, Xiangyang is right. Just now Lin Jianxiang brought review materials and asked me to study with him. When I refused, he tried to get physical with me. Xiangyang stopped him for me. Lin Jianxiang was utterly panicked. If the charge of harassing a female educated youth was confirmed, no matter how powerful his family connections were, his life would be ruined. There would be no chance of redemption. Lin Jianxiang quickly shouted, Xianyu, how can you say that? I brought you review materials and you're ungrateful. Now you call it harassment. Xianyu looked at Lin Jianxiang with an extremely indifferent expression. Lin Jianxiang, I've rejected you many times before. You kept harassing me again and again. Just now you tried to get physical, and luckily Xiangyang was there to help me. With Chun Yes words, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Jianxiang, and a wave of indignation swept through the crowd. Lin Jianxiang, you bastard, how shameless can you be? Huh? Someone spat at Lin Jianxiang. I was just thinking how arrogant Xiangyang was, and I even sympathized with Lin Jianxiang being beaten like this. I never expected Lin Jianxiang to be such a scumbag. Now I realize I was wrong to blame Xiangyang. Had the old secretary not yet spoken, the villagers would have eagerly beaten Lin Jianxiang to a pulp. Lin Jianxiang, seeing the situation, forgot to wipe the spit off his face. He hurriedly shouted at Xianyu, then you can't say I harassed you. Without pausing for breath, Lin Jianxiang then said to the old secretary, I was just rejected again and wanted to pull Xianyu aside to ask why. How can that be called harassment? The old secretary gave Lin Jianxiang a cold look and said indifferently, Xianyu has said she rejected you many times. You kept pestering her and tried to pull her. If that's not harassment, what is? Do you need to do something more? Lin Jianxiang tried to defend himself. Secretary, I didn't mean it that way. I really. Before he could finish, the old secretary waved at Sumingi. Sumingi, what are you standing there for? Have someone lock Lin Jianxiang up, then report to the commune Lin Jianxiang misconduct, harassing a female educated youth. Lin Jianxiang immediately shouted, I won't accept this. On what grounds do you say my conduct is improper and I harassed a female educated youth? The old secretary snorted coldly and continued, if you're not satisfied, you can explain yourself slowly when the commune's educated youth office sends someone. Take him away. With the old secretary's order, the village militiamen came forward, one on each side, and bound Lin Jianxiang's hands behind his back. By this point, Lin Jianxiang's legs had given way and he was dragged away by the militiamen. In the distance, Li Xiangmin saw Xiangyang completely turn the situation around. His face turned ashen. He had finally seen a chance for Xiangyang to suffer, only to find Lin Jianxiang was such a useless fool, caught red-handed without even realizing it. He deserved the beating. At the same time, Li Xiangmin felt relieved that he hadn't gotten involved, otherwise he wouldn't have come out. Li Xiangmin's face darkened, but he noticed Li Xiangyang staring at him. He quickly changed his expression and forced a smile back. Standing in the crowd, Li Xiangyang could easily see what his cousin was thinking. He bared his teeth at Li Xiangmin, showing a full set of gleaming white teeth. His expression seemed to say, I know what you're thinking, but what can you do about it? Li Xiangyang didn't pay much more attention to Li Xiangyang. Just then the old secretary spoke again, now that everyone's here, it saves me the trouble of going door to door. Let me announce some good news. As soon as the old secretary spoke, someone immediately asked, old secretary, what good news? The old secretary didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, the good news is that from now on our village's grain will be supplied exclusively to the military factory. Apart from the public grain portion, the rest no longer needs to be purchased by the grain station. At this moment, the small square of the brigade headquarters was crowded with onlooking villagers who had been engaged in a noisy discussion. But as the old party branch secretary announced this news, the scene instantly fell silent, so quiet that only the sound of their breathing remained so still that the drop of a needle could be heard. After a full few seconds, someone finally came to their senses. Hastily, they sought confirmation from the old secretary. Old secretary, do you mean we no longer have to sell our grain cheaply to the grain station? The old secretary smiled faintly and nodded to the crowd. Upon seeing the old secretary's affirmative answer, the villagers still dared not believe it, quickly pinching their own thighs. Only after feeling the pain from the pinch did they finally come to realize. They were not dreaming. All of this was real. The villagers exchanged glances, some so excited that their lips trembled. Soon someone exclaimed in surprise, damn it, we never have to put up with the bullshit from those guys at the grain station anymore. I've long been sick of those bastards. Someone replied, exactly, the neighboring villages all have other products, but our village can only grow grain. Over the years, we've paid no small tribute to the grain station. Another villager chimed in, tribute aside, you don't know. When I went with accountant Lu to sell grain, those people looked down there. The villagers spoke one after another, venting the anger that had accumulated over many years. The old secretary watched this scene without stopping them, allowing the villagers to discuss freely. A few minutes later, the villagers had somewhat released their resentment towards the grain station. At that moment, another question arose in their minds. The military factory had no connection to their Stonebox village. At most, some villagers would pick mushrooms to sell in Greenstone Gully for money. But how could this be related to the military factory suddenly starting to purchase their grain? Someone asked the old secretary, how did our village suddenly get in touch with the military factory? We never had any dealings with them before, did we? Even if no one had asked, the old secretary had intended to explain this matter. Now that someone had raised the question, saving him the trouble, the old secretary directly explained, the military factory's willingness to purchase our village's grain is all thanks to Xiangyang. So we must thank Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang. The villagers murmured in confusion. They didn't understand what this matter had to do with Li Xiangyang. After all, they had never heard of Li Xiangyang knowing anyone from the military factory. At once all eyes turned to Li Xiangyang, their faces filled with bewilderment. At this moment, the old secretary continued. Yesterday, Xiangyang saved the daughter of Secretary Yuan from the military factory in Greenstone Gully. Secretary Yuan specially came to our brigade today to thank Li Xiangyang. This incident had occurred in the morning with only village cadres present, so the news had not yet spread. Only now, as the old secretary spoke, did the villagers learn of this development. The villagers' gazes darted back and forth between Li Xiangyang and the old secretary. The old secretary then further explained. At that time, Secretary Yuan stated that he owed Xiangyang a favor, and if Xiangyang ever needed any help in the future, he could come to him. Everyone must have heard of Secretary Yuan's rank as a cadre. So the significance of Secretary Yuan's favor goes without saying, doesn't it? Stonebox Village was closer to Greenstone Gully than to the county town. When villagers needed to purchase many large items, they would choose Greenstone Gully. Thus, without the old secretary's explanation, the villagers understood the value of this favor. The old secretary glanced at the crowd's reaction, nodded with satisfaction, and continued. It seems everyone knows so. Xiangyang did not use Secretary Yuan's favor for himself. Instead, he exchanged it for an opportunity for our Stonebox Village to sell grain directly to the military factory. After the old secretary finished speaking, the villagers' gaze towards Li Xiangyang changed. With a life-saving debt, if Li Xiangyang said the word, he could surely enter the military factory. Yet Li Xiangyang had not considered himself at all, instead helping them secure such a great benefit. Immediately someone took the lead and said, Xiangyang, you are truly our Stonebox Village's great benefactor. From now on, we won't have to kowtow to those people at the grain station. Another person added, it's not just about not having to kowtow, our future income will increase significantly. Don't forget how many benefits and advantages have those people at the grain station taken from us. And now selling grain directly to the military factory. A large entity like that combined with Xiangyang's connection will never take advantage of us. Not having to kowtow might not stir everyone's emotions. But the increase in income was definitely what everyone cared about. In these times, many sought only an extra portion of grain to stave off hunger. By helping them increase their income, the villagers were genuinely grateful to Li Xiangyang. Old Secretary Xiangyang has done such a meritorious deed for our village, we cannot treat him poorly. The old secretary beamed with a smile, clearly satisfied with the crowd's reaction. Rest assured, we village cadres have already discussed it. Tomorrow Lu Baofu will go to the neighboring village to buy a fine piece of stone and find a skilled stonemason to carve a merit stele for Xiangyang. Once it's done, it will be erected in the ancestral hall. As for other thanks, after the grain is sold and the village's accounts are in better shape, we'll discuss it further. After the old secretary finished, someone immediately agreed. This is a good idea. Our Stonebox Village never mistreats those who have rendered service. Yes. The old secretary speaks very wisely, though I agree wholeheartedly. I also agree. The old secretary nodded with satisfaction. He had taken such a roundabout path just to build up momentum for Li Xiangyang. After all, Xiangyang had made such a great contribution, it couldn't be brushed off lightly lest Xiangyang feel disheartened. And most crucially, the old secretary was also paving the way for Li Xiangyang. He was old now and often felt inadequate. Perhaps he could still hold on with the last breath of his spirit, but there would come a day when he could not. And the brigade captain, village head of Stonebox Village, though his nephew by clan. This nephew was too upright and honest, just like Su Mingyi, lacking flexibility. He was adequate for maintaining the status quo, but not for forging ahead. In another village that might suffice. But Stonebox Village was already the poorest village in the vicinity. What status quo was there to maintain? Without striving for progress, life would only grow poorer. Li Xiangyang was different. This morning, the old secretary had to swallow his pride to ask Xiangyang for help. By afternoon, Xiangyang had handled the matter smoothly. Though a favor played a part in the old secretary's view, its role was not as significant as imagined, at least in this matter. Given the vast disparity in their statuses, simply making a request using a favor, whether it was granted or not, was entirely up to the other party. Even if out of face saving, they couldn't refuse outright. A token compensation after declining would suffice. After all, it was only a personal favor. Li Xiangyang managed to accomplish this task smoothly, at least half, due to his own abilities, earning the appreciation of the old party secretary. Was not privy to the specific details, but in his view, even if there were minor discrepancies, they were on the other side of the small square. Li Xiangmin watched from afar, as Li Xiangyang was surrounded and faded like a star by the crowd, his face ashen and his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. Not long ago, when the news of the resumption of the college entrance examination first emerged, these villagers had gathered around. But now, even though Li Xiangmin had stood there for so long, not a single person had greeted him, let alone offered any word. How could Li Xiangmin bear such neglect? He was a future university student with boundless prospects. How could he be inferior to someone everyone had always seen as a frail invalid? Li Xiangmin ground his teeth in frustration. He felt envy, but even more so jealousy. Let him have his moment of glory. Once I pass the college entrance, I will definitely surpass him. Li Xiangmin no longer gazed at Li Xiangyang amidst the crowd. Withdrawing his gaze, he silently walked back to the educated youth point to resume his studies. After a long while, Li Xiangyang finally left the village committee office. Walking home with Li Yaya, he let out a long sigh. Being surrounded by a group of villagers had made Li Xiangyang feel quite uncomfortable. Although he knew the old party secretary was building up his reputation, couldn't he have given a heads up so he could prepare? Soon Li Xiangyang arrived home. The two previous errands had taken care. Li Xiangyang returned home a little later than usual today. By then his mother Zhang Guifang was already back and busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. The news of Li Xiangyang helping the village sell grain had already spread. Zhang Guifang had heard about it from others while she was still working in the fields. Although Zhang Guifang was slightly puzzled as to why Li Xiangyang hadn't secured a job for himself at the military factory, she still wholeheartedly supported his decision. As soon as Li Yaya entered the door, she happily bounded over to Zhang Guifang. "Mom, I'm home." Zhang Guifang smiled and asked, "Did you listen to Chunyu in class today?" Li Yaya nodded emphatically. "Of course I always listen to Sister Chunyu." Zhang Guifang tossed a bundle of firewood into the blazing earthen stove and then asked Li Yaya, "So tell me, what did you learn today?" The smile on Li Yaya's face instantly vanished, replaced by a grimace. "Mom, why are you like second brother, always asking?" As she spoke, Li Yaya wrapped her arm around Zhang Guifang's, coaxing. "Why do you care what I learned? They'll just make sure to listen to Sister. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Seeing Li Yaya's expression, Zhang Guifang knew she hadn't paid attention in class today. "Don't change the subject. Don't think I don't know you weren't serious in class. They'll let it slide today, but if you don't study hard tomorrow, just wait and see how I deal with you." Although Zhang Guifang was a rural woman, she understood the importance of education. Her two sons were now adults, and only Li Yaya was still young. Since Chunyu was willing to teach in the village, Zhang Guifang naturally had to urge Li Yaya to study hard. Li Yaya stuck out her tongue. I know." While they were talking, Li Xiangyang had already taken out the specially purchased Peichaling cream from his backpack. He walked over to his mother and handed it to her. "Mom, this is for you." Zhang Guifang stared blankly at the Peichaling in Li Xiangyang's hand. It wasn't that she didn't. Back when Li Xiangyang's father was alive, the Li family had enjoyed good times. "Oh Xiangyang, why did you buy this?" "What a waste." Li Xiangyang smiled. "How can this be a waste of money? Mom, after all these years of hard work, the skin on your hands has cracked. Applying this will be very effective." Zhang Guifang shook her head. "In this old, what use do I have for this? Take it with you when you go to King Shiga tomorrow and see if you can return it." After a pause, Zhang Guifang continued. "Mom knows you can earn money now, but you haven't started a family yet. Keep this money for finding a wife later. It didn't cost much. Just use it, and when it's finished, you'll buy more." Zhang Guifang was about to say more, but Li Xiangyang directly stuffed the Peichaling into her hand. Then he brought over the backpack. "Mom, look at this cloth I got from the supply and marketing cooperative today. Don't go out to earn work points for the next couple of days. Stay home and make each of us a new set of clothes." Zhang Guifang looked at the fully packed backpack. Although she verbally told Li Xiangyang to be more frugal, her heart was filled with unspeakable comfort. After dinner, Li Xiangyang had just drawn a bucket of water from the well and was about to carry it home to wash the dishes when several loud explosions came from the direction of the back mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xiangyang immediately looked toward the source of the sound. Although it was already dark, based on the direction, Li Xiangyang could tell that the loud noises were coming from the very place where the leopard had been hunted during the day. He instantly recalled the two men he had encountered on his way down the mountain. The bearded man and the scar-faced man. Normally, almost no one ventured deep into that mountain range. Because of the many ferocious beasts, the villagers only gathered wild produce in the hilly areas near the village. Even when hunting, they would organize the village militia and go up the mountain in groups. Even then, encountering a thick-skinned wild boar often resulted in injuries. Wild boars living on the mountain all year round constantly rubbed their shoulders and backs against sand and pine resin. Over time, the sand and resin formed a thick armor on the boar's body, known as wild boar armoring. Not even knives and sometimes even low-powered guns could penetrate it. Therefore, the villagers rarely took the initiative to hunt in the mountains. Coupled with the fact that the two men's backpacks covered with waterproof cloth likely contained explosives, Li Xiangyang's first thought upon hearing the explosions was of those two men. A series of thunderous roars were heard by more than just Li Xiangyang. Many people stepped outside, gazing toward the rear. Before long, Su Mingyi led a squad of militiamen, rifles slung over their shoulders, hurrying up the gravel path toward the mountain. As they passed Li Xiangyang's house, Su Mingyi spotted him standing in the yard and took the initiative to greet him. "Xiangyang, have you had dinner yet?" Li Xiangyang raised the bucket in his hand. "Just finished. I'm fetching some water to..." He then asked, "Company Commander Su, are you heading up the mountain to check things out?" Su Mingyi nodded. Someone set off blasts on the mountain, causing such a commotion. Since we're near the military factory, the old party secretary suspects saboteurs. He sent me to investigate. Su Mingyi offered an apologetic smile. "I need to hurry up the mountain. Let's chat when I'm free." Li Xiangyang shook his head. "No worries, Company Commander. Official business comes first." Su Mingyi then led the militia onward, ascending the mountain. The direction of the noise differed from where Li Xiangyang had discovered the coal mine, so he paid it no further mind. After Su Mingyi departed, Li Xiangyang carried the bucket back inside. The earthen stove still held embers from the burn. He poured water into the pot, washed the dishes with warm water, then pulled up a chair by the door. Sitting down, he took out Taoist Zus booklet to continue his study. But barely had he settled and turned a few pages when a fierce gale struck him, heat slamming the door against the wall with a bang, shaking down a shower of dust. Li Xiangyang closed the book, its pages rustling in the wind. The bamboo grove behind the house swayed, producing a soft rustling sound. Soon the sky darkened visibly. Li Xiangyang looked up. Thick clouds had completely obscured the last ray. Then an even stronger gust swept through the village, scattering countless straws into the air. Clearly someone's roof had been torn open by the wind. Before the gale subsided, lightning flashed through the clouds. A muffled thunderclap followed, and then raindrops as large as beans came crashing down. The fierce wind accompanied the torrential rain. Xiangyang quickly rose. Since his father's death, the house's roof had not been repaired in a long time. He inspected each room. True to his fears, many spots were leaking. He immediately sprang into action using basins. When those weren't enough, he used bowls as temporary receptacles. After a flurry of activity, they managed to place containers under most of the leaks. Even then, there was no time to rest. Xiangyang gathered the items soaked by rain while his mother watched over the buckets and basins catching the drips. Xiangyang hadn't noticed before, but the storm reminded him the house needed repairs. Summer had just begun, and today's rain wasn't even the worst. When the heaviest rains came, the house would be uninhabitable. Xiangyang and Li Yaya went from room to room tidying up. Entering his elder brother's room, they found a basin placed on the bed to catch water. But the rain was so heavy that water splashed out, soaking the bedding. Xiangyang set the basin aside and rolled up the bedclothes. Before he could put them somewhere safely, Yaya said, "Second brother, look, there's a letter on Big Brother's bed. Keep it for Big Brother or it'll get soaked again." Xiangyang placed the bedding in a dry spot, then took the letter from. It was his brother's personal item, and Xiangyang had no intention of reading it. But there was no envelope. Only as he held it, he couldn't help but glimpse the content. It was a love letter, the paper still fresh, likely received just a few days. The signature at the bottom read Xiangyang. Xiangyang had never heard of that surname, near Xiao village. He guessed that Xiangyang was someone his brother met after starting work at the military factory. From the letter, she seemed deeply. She was ready to marry at his mere nod. But his brother had never mentioned this at home. Xiangyang understood why. It was because of him. The Li family was poor, spending much each month on his past self's medical treatment. And that past self, ungrateful, had blindly obeyed Zhao Shui, wasting money on her. Xiangyang's eyes flickered. That was the past. Now things were different. No longer did his brother need to delay his marriage. He would be going to the military factory anyway. He could inquire about the woman. If she was good, and his brother agreed, then he would settle the matter. He couldn't let his brother keep putting it off. Li Yaya, seeing him staring silently at the letter, asked curiously, "Second brother, what does it say?" Xiangyang tucked the letter away. "A love letter. Our big brother's love letter." Li Yaya's eyes lit up with excitement. "Aunt, really? Read it to me, second brother." Xiangyang chuckled. "See, this is why you should study hard. Now you know the value of literacy, don't you? If you don't study, don't expect me to read your love letters for you." Li Yaya linked her arm through his. "I'm not getting married. You're so good to me, second brother. He'll stay by your side forever." Xiangyang tapped her head playfully. "You little imp, forever with me. Don't think I don't know your game. You're just buttering me up for some snacks. I can't afford to keep you." Caught out, Li Yaya showed no embarrassment. Instead, she put on a pitiful look. "Second brother can afford me. I eat so little. Besides, you're making good money now." Xiangyang was used to her mischievousness. He heard her out, but didn't respond. Just then shouts came from the yard. "Xiangyang! Xiangyang!" Xiangyang stepped out, standing under the eaves. "Company Commander Su, why are you back down so soon?" Su Mingyi stepped onto the eaves, wiping the rain from his face with his hand. "We arrived at the spot, but the person who set off the explosion was long gone. But after checking, I don't think it's spies." "Not spies. Could you elaborate, Company Commander Su?" Xiangyang was somewhat intrigued. Su Mingyi wrung out his pant legs while explaining, "There's nothing secret about it. At the scene, the explosives had blasted a crater. Judging by the inside of that pit, it looked like an ancient tomb to me. Our men went down, but didn't get a chance to inspect it closely before the heavy rain started. The downpour was so fierce I was worried something might go wrong, so I ordered everyone out, and we came down the mountain together. We'll bring more people tomorrow to take a closer look." Although no one in Xiao village had ever heard of an ancient tomb on the back mountain, Su Mingyi's guess couldn't be dismissed outright. Combined with the attire of the two strangers Xiangyang had encountered earlier, the possibility of tomb raiding was indeed high. At that moment, Su Mingyi continued, "Well, after that strange gust of wind and the heavy rain, your roof hasn't been repaired in years, so I came by to see if you needed any help." As he spoke, Su Mingyi glanced into the house. He immediately noticed the mess inside, clearly the result of scrambling to deal with the leaking roof. "Xiangyang, if you need anything, just say the word." Xiangyang smiled and shook his head. "I've just tidied up, nothing much to do now. Company Commander Su, you've just come down from the mountain. Please sit and catch your breath." Su Mingyi declined. "No need to rest. I have to go to the brigade headquarters to report to the old party secretary." He paused to think, then added, "By the way, well, check the situation on the mountain tomorrow. If there's no problem up there, I'll send a couple of men to help fix your roof. Otherwise, it'll be a real problem once the rainy season sets in." With that, Su Mingyi plunged back into the rain, trudging through the muddy path toward the brigade headquarters. Su Mingyi's plan to help Xiangyang repair the roof was indeed thoughtful, but for Xiangyang, the roof alone wasn't enough. His house was still built with mud bricks mixed with straw. Even if the roof was fixed, the entire structure remained unstable, especially since Xiao village was located in the Longmen Mountains where earthquakes were frequent. To be safe, it needed to be built with cement and red bricks. Xiangyang even considered spending extra money to build a reinforced concrete house. If he succeeded, it would be the first such house in all of Xiao village. Even the brigade headquarters wasn't that extravagant, having only used cement, red bricks, and precast slabs. However, building a house of that standard in those days was no easy feat. Even with money, it wasn't always possible. Concrete was manageable, but steel supply was far from what it would be in later years. But Xiangyang thought of one place, the military factory. Steel shortages might plague other places, but never a... The next day, Xiangyang got up and went to the brigade headquarters, first dropping off Yaya at school, while also picking up the detailed grain purchase documents from the old party secretary. Then he headed toward the back mountain. The day before, Luan Zhengping had promised to discuss the matter at the military factories. At this early hour, Luan Zhengping was likely presiding over the meeting. Even if Xiangyang rushed over now, it would still be too early. So he took his time and first went to the Qingshu temple. Their Taoist Su was practicing a set of boxing techniques as usual. After completing the final move, he finally looked at Xiangyang. You're early today. Xiangyang set down his basket. Taoist Su, I gathered these herbs on the mountain yesterday. Do you think they're usable? Taoist Su smiled dismissively and waved his hand. It's good that you have the intention, but I only gave you that booklet 2 days ago. How many herbs could you possibly recognize? Don't go picking a bunch of weeds for me. Despite the teasing, Xiangyang kept smiling. Taoist Su, please take a look first before you judge. Ha ha ha, I knew you were stubborn. Alright, I'll take a look. With that, Taoist Su began to examine the contents. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but as his eyes swept over the herbs in the basket, his gaze sharpened, and he finally... Xiangyang, I've never taught you to identify herbs before, have I? Xiangyang shook his head. Taoist Su, didn't you give me that booklet just 2 days ago? Taoist Su was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm getting old. I can't even remember so... Xiangyang replied with a smile. Taoist Su, though you're advanced in years, your health is far better than many young people. Taoist Su shook his head. How old is old? Don't try to cheer me up, Xiaoyang. Since you've gathered so many herbs... Xiangyang nodded. No problem, Taoist Su. Go ahead. Taoist Su picked up a random herb. What's this? Xiangyang answered. Wood needle seed, used to promote blood circulation and dispel blood stasis. Dosage should not exceed 3 qian. Taoist Su looked at him in surprise. He had only asked for the name. He hadn't expected Xiangyang to accurately state both the use and dosage. And this, coin grass treats wind cold colds. 5 qian can be steeped in water for a day's dose. Seeing Xiangyang answer correctly again, Taoist Su grew more interested and had him identify all the herbs in the bag. Xiangyang made no mistakes accurately naming the use and name of every herb. After finishing the basket, Taoist Su then had him identify the herbs drying in the courtyard. Those herbs were already half-dried, making identification much harder. Xiangyang didn't decline and began identifying them directly. Without any hesitation or pause, Xiangyang smoothly identified the last herb. By then, the look in Taoist Zu's eyes had completely changed. His medical knowledge was distinct from other traditional Chinese medicine, with little overlap in the herbs used. For Xiangyang to identify them so accurately meant it couldn't be from prior learning. Only 2 days had passed. Xiangyang's memory was simply astonishing. Taoist Su recalled that when he had studied, even under his master's direct guidance, it took him a full year. Even then, his master had praised him greatly. But compared to Xiangyang, the gap was immense. Taoist Zu's heart was in turmoil. Yet on the surface, he remained impassive, stroking his beard and speaking without a hint of flush or shortness of breath. Your performance is acceptable, though it still falls slightly short of my own in my prime. But to grasp it so clearly in such a short time is truly exceptional. Xiangyang knew his own situation well. His terrifying memory was entirely the result of spending money on the panel. Even so, it wasn't photographic. It took him 2 full days to thoroughly familiarize himself with the contents of that small booklet. As for Taoist Zu's claim that he still fell slightly short, Xiangyang was skeptical. Taoist Su caught Xiangyang's suspicious glance. His aged, sallow face reddened slightly, and he coughed twice before glaring at Xiangyang and saying ahem. Young boy, what kind of look is that? Do you look down on this old Taoist, thinking I would deceive a mere child like you? Xiangyang rolled his eyes helplessly, truly wondering who was actually the younger one. Despite his inner complaints, Xiangyang coaxed Taoist Su, my meager skills are far inferior to yours. How could I possibly look down on you? Flattery never fails, and Xiangyang's words were greatly appreciated by Taoist Su. He stroked his beard and said with satisfaction, at least you have some conscience, knowing to say some nice words to please this old... With that, Taoist Su paused and continued, alright, I know you're a busy man now. Let's not waste words. First, show me the grappling technique I taught you yesterday. Xiangyang wasted no time and began to demonstrate. When he left Qingshu Temple yesterday, the experience points for the grappling technique on his panel were only 2. But later, when he encountered the leopard on the mountain, he directly leveled up the technique. The gap between these 2 states, if one were to measure it, was roughly the difference between someone who had just memorized the moves and someone who had practiced the grappling technique unceasingly for several years. So when Xiangyang began his demonstration, Taoist Su was completely stunned. Not only did Xiangyang have such a terrifying memory, but his martial arts comprehension was also this strong. Although he had witnessed it once yesterday, Taoist Su was still astonished by Xiangyang at this moment. Xiangyang paid no attention to Taoist Zu's reaction. Instead, he focused entirely on practicing the grappling technique. Every move and gesture faintly produced a sound of piercing through the air. Xiangyang moved with incredible speed, and in just a few moments he completed the entire set of grappling techniques from beginning to end. Taoist Su, is there anything I need to correct? Xiangyang showed no trace of complacency and humbly sought advice from Taoist Su. Although any skill that appeared on his panel could be leveled up by spending money, having an expert like Taoist Su to guide him could also increase experience points, thus saving a considerable amount of money. Ultimately, the problem was still not having enough money to spend. His elder brother's marriage and the family house were both issues that needed to be resolved immediately. It was necessary to save where possible and spend where necessary. Daoist Su had been startled by Li Xiangyang's performance just now, but only because of Li Xiangyang's rapid progress. Daoist Zu's martial arts and medical skills were accumulated bit by bit on the battlefield. For Daoist Su to be unable to guide Li Xiangyang would probably need to level up his skills by 2 more levels. Then Daoist Su said to Li Xiangyang, although this martial art is called grappling, it places no small demand on the lower. When you demonstrated just now, your upper body technique was very fierce, but your footwork lacked a bit of agility. With that, Daoist Su personally demonstrated for Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang didn't remain idle either. He followed Daoist Zu's movements and learned step by step. Silk Reeling Grappling Technique Experience 1. Experience 2. Experience 1. Li Xiangyang paid no attention to the string of experience increase notifications and focused on practicing with Daoist Su. Finally, the entire set of grappling techniques was completed. The values on the panel had quietly changed. Silk Reeling Grappling Technique LV1 33500. When Li Xiangyang arrived, the experience points for the grappling technique were still 1. In just over half an hour, it had gained more than 30 experience points. Indeed, with Daoist Zu's guidance, he could save a significant expense. Li Xiangyang had just closed the panel when he heard Daoist Su speak. "Young boy, come with me." Daoist Su led Li Xiangyang into the room where he usually saw patients. "I never thought that at my age I would encounter a talent like yours. Not only do you have high comprehension in martial arts, but you also possess a terrifying memory." Daoist Su paused, and then continued, "I wonder if you would be willing to inherit my medical skills." In the past 2 days, whenever Li Xiangyang had free time, he had been flipping through the booklet recording various medicinal herbs. Enduring its tedium and boredom, wasn't he waiting for precisely these words? Others didn't know the terror of Daoist Zu's medical skills, but Li Xiangyang had a deep understanding. If it weren't for Daoist Zu's help in regulating his constitution over the years, he wouldn't have lived to hear Zhao Xue's words. The grass on his grave would have been long overgrown. A rough estimate suggested it might be as tall as a person. No, that wasn't right either. Given his mother's care for him, the grass on his grave would never grow that tall. This wasn't the time for such jokes. Li Xiangyang cast these thoughts out of his mind. "Daoist Su, of course I am willing." "Very well, then let's begin now." Daoist Su was always decisive in his words and actions, and having finally encountered a promising seedling like Li Xiangyang, he wasted no time and began explaining directly. Daoist Su spoke endlessly, covering various acupoints of the human body and some simple ailments. Thus, unknowingly, over an hour passed. "That's enough for today. Go back and digest what you've learned. They'll test you again tomorrow." Daoist Su knew that Li Xiangyang's memory was exceptional, and he had likely already remembered most of what he had just said. He then warned solemnly, "Learning medicine requires even more caution than learning martial arts. With martial arts, at worst you hurt yourself, but with medicine, if you don't learn well, you become a quack. A quack can cost lives." Without Daoist Su needing to say more, Li Xiangyang was already well aware of this. Medicine can be classified as an empirical discipline. All of a doctor's treatment methods are accumulated bit by bit through experience. Even with an exceptional memory, time is needed to accumulate and persevere before one can ultimately become a qualified doctor. But that was only referring to an exceptional memory. Li Xiangyang's advantage had never been his exceptional memory. Li Xiangyang's advantage lay in his interface. With it, any skill once he gained a basic grasp and it appeared on the panel could be enhanced by spending points. Thus, Master Zu's concerns were inevitably superfluous. However, since Master Su meant well, Li Xiangyang naturally did not contradict him. He simply nodded, indicating he had taken note. Then, after exchanging a few more words with Master Su, he took his leave. A heavy rain had fallen the previous night, making the mountain path exceptionally treacherous that day. The slippery, muddy trail required careful footing, each step sinking deep. Before he had walked far, Li Xiangyang's shoes and pant legs were caked with yellow mud. Even for him, it was impossible to move, since he needed to go to the military factory to finalize the grain purchase. With Yuan Zhengping, Li Xiangyang had no time to venture deep into the mountains for hunting or gathering today. Otherwise, the pathless terrain in the forest would have been even more difficult to traverse than the muddy road beneath his feet. He arrived at Qingshigu around 10 o'clock. The roads here were all paved with cement, making the journey considerably easier. After simply cleaning the mud from his shoes, Li Xiangyang proceeded to the military factory's residential area. Because Luan Yuling had brought him into the residential area the day before, Li Xiangyang was able to enter smoothly after merely registering at the gate. After walking a bit further, he finally arrived at Luan Zhengping's doorstep. At that moment, Luan Yuling was busy in the small garden out front. Though it was called a garden, most of it was planted with scallions, eggplants, chili peppers, garlic sprouts. It seemed the age-old habit of cultivation was alive and well. Even Luan Zhengping, an official of the military factory's party committee secretary rank, was not immune to this. Given a bit of land, he always felt compelled to plant something. "Comrade Luan Yuling," Li Xiangyang called out from the entrance. Hearing his voice, Luan Yuling quickly set down her small hoe. "Ah, Li Xiangyang, you're here. With such a heavy rain last night, the mountain path must have been difficult. Come inside and rest." Although he had already cleaned his shoes once some yellow mud remained, Li Xiangyang pointed at them and said, "I'd better not come in. He'll just wait here for Secretary Luan to return. It would be a bother to dirty the floor inside." Luan Yuling was displeased. She grabbed Li Xiangyang's arm and led him. In this era, while relations between men and women were not overly feudal, such direct physical contact was still not. Li Xiangyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could this girl be so bold, bringing him home when she barely knew him? But now she was getting handsome. It was only after they entered the house that Luan Yuling belatedly realized how audacious her fair face and neck flushed a rosy pink. Her heart raced, and she dared only to steal a sidelong glance, as a man Li Xiangyang was naturally not as thin-skinned as Luan Yuling. Either way, what did he have to lose? After sneaking a look at Li Xiangyang and seeing that he seemed unfazed, Luan Yuling forced a calm demeanor and said, "What's the trouble? If it gets dirty, you'll clean it up." Then after inviting Li Xiangyang to sit down, she busied herself again, turning on the radio and brewing tea. Luan Yuling handled these basic courtesies quite well. Once Luan Yuling had finished her tasks, Li Xiangyang finally had the chance to ask, "I came today to continue discussing the grain purchase with Secretary Luan. Do you know when Secretary Luan might be free?" Luan Yuling thought for a moment and replied, "Their meeting probably won't end until noon. Sit here for a while. He'll go buy groceries. When he gets back, we can have lunch." Luan Yuling had already agreed with Luan Zhengping the day before to invite Li Xiangyang for a meal, whether or not Luan Zhengping's meeting would actually end by noon. Even if it finished early, he would have to drag it out until noon to come home. Li Xiangyang, unaware of these details, simply assumed that meetings in such a large military factory naturally took a long time. He also planned to ask Luan Yuling about the person who had sent a love letter to his elder brother, seizing this opportunity. Otherwise, once Luan Zhengping returned, it would be harder to inquire. So Li Xiangyang said, "I'll come with you." Luan Yuling initially wanted to refuse, but considering it might be inappropriate to leave Li Xiangyang alone at home, she nodded in agreement. After locking the door, Luan Yuling led Li Xiangyang out. In the Qingshigo area, several military factories were clustered together, the largest being Factory 157, where Luan Zhengping worked. The combined permanent population of these factories numbered tens of thousands, ensuring a plentiful supply of various goods. "By the way, I'd like to ask about someone from your factory." As the supply and marketing cooperatives gate came into view in the distance, Li Xiangyang suddenly spoke up. "From our factory," Luan Yuling murmured. Li Xiangyang nodded in response. "Her name is Xiangyang. Have you heard of her?" At the sound of this name, Luan Yuling's heart skipped a beat, and a look of obvious panic crossed her eyes. She lowered her head, unconsciously twisting her slender fair fingers, and asked softly, I know her." Li Xiangyang noticed the strange expression on Luan Yuling's face, but preoccupied with his elder brother's marriage prospects, didn't dwell on it. He replied, "Well, it's like this. My brother works in your factory's cafeteria, and Xiangyang sent him a love letter. So, I wanted to ask you about her. If it's inconvenient for you to say, forget it." Hearing this explanation, Luan Yuling breathed a long sigh of relief, and the usual sparkle returned to her eyes. She said with some surprise, "Oh, I see. It's no trouble. Sister Xiang is the daughter of our factory cafeteria director. She's a very kind person, and we usually get along well. If you want to meet her, I can ask around for you later." Li Xiangyang thought about it. Given his brother's taciturn nature, he wouldn't be able to get 3 words out in a row. If he didn't step in, this good thing was sure to fall through. It was better to follow Luan Yuling's suggestion and first meet the woman to express his intentions. Whether it was acting first and seeking permission later or not, at least he could secure the situation. After all, given his brother's reserved personality, if he didn't have feelings, he wouldn't have kept the love letter so well. The reason he had put the matter aside was because he was worried about the family's heavy burdens and wanted to take care of them first. That was in the past. Now that Li Xiangyang had the means, how could he let his brother continue to delay for his sake? Alright, upon realizing that Li Xiangyang's inquiries about Xiangyang were not what she had feared, Luan Yuling's face broke into a smile. She spoke to him crisply, "No problem, leave it all to me. Just wait for my good news." As they spoke, the two had already entered the supply and marketing cooperative. It was still some time before noon, and the cooperative was bustling with activity, crowded with people coming and going. Li Xiangyang and Luan Yuling had to exert considerable effort to squeeze their way inside. In an inadvertent moment, an elderly woman shopping shoved Luan Yuling directly into Li Xiangyang's arms. This was the first time Luan Yuling had ever experienced such close contact with a member of the opposite sex. Feeling Li Xiangyang's warm breath against her delicate earlobe, Luan Yuling's entire body tensed up. The fair skin of her face flushed a rosy pink at a visible rate, and even her breathing became rapid and shallow. Noticing her distress, Li Xiangyang used his arms to create a little space and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Luan Yuling's face was bright red. Only after Li Xiangyang managed to give her some breathing room did she feel a bit better. She quickly changed the subject, stammering, It's nothing. By the way, now that we're at the cooperative, I haven't asked what you'd like to eat." Li Xiangyang shook his head and said, "Just get whatever you usually like. I'm not a picky eater." The outer counters displayed candies and daily necessities. The counters for vegetables and meat were further inside. With Li Xiangyang's help, Luan Yuling continued to push her way deeper into the crowd. At this time of day, when people were rushing to prepare meals, it was the busiest period for buying groceries and meat. Of course, this was also due to the ample supply of goods at the military factory. Outside, if one wanted to buy some meat for a special treat, they had to get up early and queue at the butcher shop or cooperative before dawn. And even after all that effort to get the best cuts, one had to be acquainted with the sales clerk. Otherwise, no matter how early you lined up, you could only get some lean meat. That's right, lean meat. Life in those days was not like later years. Everyone's stomachs lacked oil and fat. People desperately wanted to buy fatty meat. The fattier the better. Made into twice-cooked pork, it was not only satisfying and delicious, but also yielded plenty of lard. Lard in later times was considered a pure fat bomb, something people watching their figures wouldn't touch. But back then, a scoop of lard, a dash of soy sauce mixed into a bowl of white rice. The taste was simply indescribable. The cooperative was so crowded that even with Li Xiangyang clearing the way, they still couldn't reach the meat counter. Just then a voice called out, stopping Li Xiangyang. "Brother Xiangyang." Li Xiangyang turned around, and saw old Yan's face wrinkled with smiles. Brother Yan. Upon hearing Li Xiangyang's reply, old Yan beckoned him over, signaling for him to follow. Li Xiangyang then led Luan Yuling to follow old Yan. They went into the same room used for purchasing goods. It was much quieter here compared to the noisy chaos outside. Brother Xiangyang, you're quite early today, old Yan said with a grin. Li Xiangyang replied, Brother Yan, I'm really sorry. It rained heavily last night, so I didn't go into the mountains today. So I don't have anything to sell. Old Yan waved his hand, his smile unwavering. No problem, no problem. Brother Xiangyang is here to buy things right. Just tell me what you need and he'll take care of it for you. Li Xiangyang was just a guest in this matter. It was up to Luan Yuling to decide what ingredients to buy. So Li Xiangyang glanced. ID like 2 caddies of beef, 2 caddies of pork, some bean sprouts, asparagus, lettuce. Luan Yuling replied after a moment's thought. Old Yan nodded and said, all right, you sit and rest for a while. Brother Xiangyang, come with me to get the items. Old Yan walked ahead. As soon as they stepped out of the room, he teased Li Xiangyang with a laugh. Brother Xiangyang, you're quite something, aren't you? That girl is Secretary Luan's precious daughter. Things are moving fast, huh? Already accompanying her to buy groceries. Li Xiangyang shook his head and explained, I just happened to save Secretary Luan's daughter. She's inviting me to dinner to thank me. Old Yan curled his lip, clearly not buying Li Xiangyang's explanation. Then Old Yan looked around, and seeing no one else nearby, he lowered his voice and whispered in Li Xiangyang's ear, Brother Xiangyang, I heard that some grave robbers set off explosives on the hill behind your village last night. Li Xiangyang glanced at Old Yan, surprised that his news was so well informed. However, since Old Yan was in the black market business, it wasn't strange that he had his own channels for gathering information. Brother Yan, I have to admire your skill at gathering news, Li Xiangyang said, giving him a thumbs up in flattery. Old Yan chuckled and continued, compared to you single-handedly hunting down a leopard, Brother Xiangyang, this is nothing. Old Yan brought this up not just to show off his connections, but because he had another idea in mind. He then went on, Brother Xiangyang, yesterday's storm came suddenly. The rainwater must have flooded the grave robbers' tunnel. They probably couldn't carry out all the valuables. Your village's militia should have found some spoils. Old Yan stopped there, but it was enough for Li Xiangyang to grasp his meaning. He simply wanted Li Xiangyang to act as an intermediary and asked the village if they were interested in selling the hall. Indeed, Old Yan's connections were quite extensive. But in those days, domestic regulations on such matters were not very strict. Many people made fortunes in this trade, eventually going legitimate after the reforms. The truth was, it wasn't that the authorities didn't want to control it, but enforcement was extremely difficult. Li Xiangyang thought for a moment and replied, I can only ask about it when I get back. Whether it can be arranged is since Old Yan could get news about the grave robbers, he surely knew about Li Xiangyang's current standing in Shixiao village. Otherwise, why would he specifically ask Li Xiangyang instead of using his own connections to approach the village cadres directly? Now that Li Xiangyang had agreed, Old Yan felt the matter was half won. It's no trouble. Just you being willing to help me is already great. As for whether it works out, that can't be forced. But rest assured, brother, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Li Xiangyang wasn't particularly concerned about the reward Old Yan promised. What truly caught his attention was the implication of their conversation. Old Yan dealt in more than just mountain products. Perhaps in the future, if Li Xiangyang had anything inconvenient to sell, he could resolve it through Old Yan. This news came as an unexpected delight to Li Xiangyang. Although he currently had nothing beyond Wild Mountain, yet that did not mean it would always be so. Given the speed at which the panel consumed resources, having such an additional avenue would soon prove useful. Brother Yan, nothing is settled, yet so please hold off on the gratitude. Old Yan, though usually shrewd and stingy, possessed an exceptionally sharp eye. Given Li Xiangyang's demonstrated abilities, if Old Yan didn't seize the chance to invest and build a closer bond now, he would miss such a golden opportunity once Li Xiangyang rose to prominence. Brother Xiangyang, don't say that. Since you're helping me out, I can't let you suffer a loss. How about this? Since we were just talking about buying some meat, consider it on my tab. Li Xiangyang was about to refuse. Old Yan patted him on the shoulder and said in the tone of a seasoned veteran, Brother, don't tell me it's the lady who's treating you. This is your first time visiting her home. You must put on a good show. Leave a fine impression so you can strike while the iron is hot next. With that, Old Yan winked at Li Xiangyang. Then he turned around and busied himself with preparations, leaving Li Xiangyang. Before long, Old Yan had gathered everything, carrying it in his hands as he returned to Li Xiangyang's side. Brother, don't just stand there. She'll be waiting anxiously. Let's go. So saying, Old Yan led the way and Li Xiangyang followed. Since in any case it wouldn't cost him a cent, Li Xiangyang simply went along with Old Yan's plan. Entering the house, Old Yan placed the items on the counter. Luan Yuling handed over the money and ration tickets she had already counted. Thank you for your trouble. Please count them. Old Yan shook his head. No need for money. Take the things and go prepare lunch. Luan Yuling was dumbfounded, her outstretched hand frozen in midair. Old Yan explained with a smile. You came with Brother Xiangyang. How could I accept your money? It was only then that Luan Yuling understood what was happening. She looked at Li Xiangyang in utter astonishment. It was one thing to use connections to buy ahead without waiting in line. But how could they not even charge her? And it was no small sum at that. Just how capable was Li Xiangyang that he could make a supply cooperative employee go to such lengths? Curiosity about Li Xiangyang grew even stronger in Luan Yuling's heart. Yet this was not the time to dwell on such questions. Today she was supposed to thank him. How could she use his favors instead? No, I couldn't possibly. Luan Yuling shook her head repeatedly. Old Yan spoke with a genial smile. What's the big deal? He paused, then gestured toward Li Xiangyang before continuing. If you feel awkward, just find another chance to treat him next time. Luan Yuling was taken aback, mulling over old Yan's words. Suddenly her eyes lit up. This was a revelation. If it was charged to Li Xiangyang this time, then next time she could use that as an excuse to invite him for another meal. With this thought, she naturally ceased to refuse. Taking the items, Li Xiangyang led Luan Yuling back to the Luan residence. Li Xiangyang, have a seat for a while. He'll go prepare the meal. Luan Yuling carried the things into the kitchen. Li Xiangyang sat on the sofa where the radio was playing a folk song like mountain song, like spring river water. Before the song had even finished, a clattering racket came from the kitchen. Sensing something amiss, Li Xiangyang got up and, stopping at the door and peering inside, he thought, good heavens, is this a raid or cooking? The song hadn't even ended yet the kitchen was already in utter chaos. Li Xiangyang stepped into the kitchen momentarily at a loss for words. The meat slices had become chunks. As for the lettuce, it was even more tragic. The peels discarded outweighed what remained. Luan Yuling was clutching a cookbook, utterly absorbed in it, completely unaware that Li Xiangyang had entered. Boiled beef. Twice-cooked pork. The recipe looks so simple. So why? She muttered to herself, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This was the first meal she was treating Li Xiangyang to. If she messed it up and left a bad impression, Luan Yuling quickly shook her head at the thought. No, I absolutely cannot mess this up. I refuse to believe I can't make it with the recipe. Li Xiangyang, overhearing from the side, was covered in black lines. Given the current state of things, even if Luan Yuling dared to cook, he wouldn't dare to eat it. Maybe. Let me handle it. Luan Yuling was so engrossed in studying the cookbook that she hadn't noticed Li Xiangyang enter. When his voice suddenly sounded in her ear, she was startled. Oh no. Had he heard her muttering to herself? If so, this was utterly mortifying. At that thought, Luan Yuling wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. No, you're a guest. How can I let you cook? I'll manage on my own. Looking at the disaster before him, Li Xiangyang genuinely worried that whatever Luan Yuling made might poison him. You mentioned you wanted to make boiled beef and twice-cooked pork, right? Luan Yuling's mouth fell open, her eyes wide as she stood frozen in place. It was truly over. He had heard every word she had said. Luan Yuling felt as if her brain had nearly short-circuited, steam practically rising from her forehead. After a long moment, she finally felt the heat subside and hurriedly explained, I thought these two dishes were local specialties sure to suit your taste. If you don't like them, I can make something else. While she was already struggling so much with these two dishes, Li Xiangyang certainly didn't expect her to succeed with anything else. Having made up his mind, Li Xiangyang sprang into action. For twice-cooked pork, the pork first had to be boiled until 70 to 80% done. Li Xiangyang deftly cut the pork into appropriately sized pieces and blanched them in boiling water. Since Luan Yuling's home used honeycomb briquettes, there was no need to tend the fire. So Li Xiangyang then began preparing the boiled beef. The thick meat slices that Luan Yuling had cut were under Li Xiangyang's masterful knife skills, transformed into thin, evenly sliced beef pieces. His movements were swift and fluid, far more adept than Luan Yuling, who could barely manage anything. Watching Li Xiangyang's actions from the side, Luan Yuling finally accepted the truth. It seemed she was indeed utterly hopeless when it came to cooking. Luan Yuling was lost in thought, but Li Xiangyang paid no attention to her. After slicing the meat, he rinsed the beef in clean water to remove the blood. The conditions at the military factory were far superior to those at Shixiao village. Luan Yuling's kitchen at home didn't even have a water vat for storage. Instead, water was supplied by the tall water tower in the dormitory area. A simple twist of the faucet and water would flow. This water was mountain spring water cascading down from the hills. In this unpolluted era, it was a premier source, sweet and refreshing to drink. After rinsing the blood from the beef and draining it, the next step was to marinate the meat. As a deputy department-level cadre, Luan Zhengping's household conditions were naturally beyond the ordinary. In the kitchen, there was every seasoning one could desire. Li Xiangyang found cooking here exceptionally smooth. He sprinkled baking soda into the beef and mixed it well, ensuring the meat would be tender and silky. By the time the beef was marinated, the pork had just finished blanching. The honeycomb briquette stove was more convenient than an earthen one, but it had a drawback: the heat was considerably weaker. Thus, the blanching process was slower. After changing the water and letting it warm slightly, Li Xiangyang added the pre-prepared radish and pork into the pot to boil together. In this era, such a broth was an incomparable delicacy. The beef was still marinating and the pork was still stewing. Yet Li Xiangyang did not idle. Using another honeycomb briquette stove, he stir-fried red chili peppers until fragrant, then placed them on a cutting board. A rhythmic sound echoed. A crisp rhythmic knock that was quite pleasing to the ear. In no time, all the chilies had been reduced to fine flakes. Do not underestimate these chilies, they were the soul of the boiled beef. The success of a bowl of boiled beef hinged entirely on how red and glossy the chili oil was and how fragrant. Next, Li Xiangyang poured an appropriate amount of rapeseed oil into the twirled pot. After a brief wait, he extended his hand to test the temperature, sensing it was just right. He then added the pre-prepared chili flakes, Pixian bean paste, and minced garlic into the pot. Instantly, the pot sizzled. As Li Xiangyang stirred, the long-accumulated aroma finally burst forth. Luan Yuling stood beside him, and as the fragrance hit her, her eyes brightened. So fragrant. As she spoke, Luan Yuling's delicate nose twitched several times, greedily inhaling the scent. Li Xiangyang smiled faintly. It's still early, we're only halfway done. After a few more stirs, Li Xiangyang added hot water to the pot. Once it boiled, he dropped in the beef slices and lettuce. In a short while, the beef and vegetables were perfectly cooked. After plating, he sprinkled on green scallions and white minced garlic, followed by a handful of chili flakes. Finally, he drizzled hot oil over the top. In an instant, an even more intense fragrance surged forth, burrowing straight into Luan Yuling's nose and throat. Luan Yuling couldn't help but swallow. Li Xiangyang's culinary skills were astonishing. Whoever married him would be incredibly fortunate. With the most labor-intensive dish completed, the rest was much simpler. Twice-cooked pork, a simple stir-fried seasonal vegetable, and a radish and pork soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup were ready. By now, Luan Yuling, having faced reality, could finally lend a hand. She swiftly carried the dishes to the table and set out the chopsticks and bowls. Just then, Luan Jingping returned home. As soon as he entered, he caught the aroma permeating the room. Luan Jingping raised an eyebrow and glanced at Luan Yuling in surprise. Was this his daughter? After raising her alone for so many years, he knew her cooking abilities all too well. Usually, Luan Jingping did all the cooking at home, and even when he was busy, the neighbors would help look after Luan Yuling. It wasn't that Luan Yuling was spoiled, she simply had no talent for cooking. But the fragrance in the house was undeniable. Curious, Luan Jingping asked her, "Yuling, did you make these dishes?" Luan Yuling blushed and quickly waved her hands to explain. Li Xiangyang made all of these. I don't have such good skills. Her voice grew softer until it was barely a whisper. Luan Jingping's face stiffened. Didn't you say you wanted to thank Xiangyang? So you had him cook as a thank you. He then cast an apologetic glance at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang was not one to dwell on such trivialities, otherwise he wouldn't have helped with the cooking. He waved his hand with a smile and said, "Secretary Luan, please don't blame Comrade Luan Yuling. I offered to help on my own accord. Besides, she did contribute. She helped me with quite a bit of preparation." Speaking of help, Luan Yuling couldn't help but recall the meat slices she had cut compared to Li Xiangyang's. The contrast made her feel that her slices didn't even qualify as meat slices. Luan Jingping shook his head. "All right, Xiangyang, stop making excuses for her. I know her cooking skills all too well. As for her help, it's a blessing she didn't cause trouble." Li Xiangyang silently grumbled, "So you know your daughter's cooking ability, yet you still let her cook for me." Just then Luan Jingping slapped his forehead and continued, "How did we get on this topic? Come, Xiangyang, you've worked hard. Sit down quickly or the food will get cold." After they sat down, Luan Jingping picked up a slice of beef for Li Xiangyang with his chopsticks. "This is your first time eating at my home, so don't be shy. We don't have any strict rules here. The most important thing is to fill your stomach and not waste food." Li Xiangyang said nothing, merely nodded lightly, then picked up a slice of beef and chewed it. Luan Jingping then rose, picked up the kettle, poured a bowl of hot water, and placed it in front of Luan Yuling. "The beef is quite spicy, I'll rinse it in the water before eating." Li Xiangyang watched this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching. Such a high-ranking official, yet he acted like such a doting father. The military factory had been relocated from another province, so Luan Jingping and his daughter were not locals. Today, Luan Yuling had chosen boiled beef to accommodate Li Xiangyang's taste. Originally, Luan Yuling had intended to cook herself, but ideals were grand while reality was harsh. Today, all the dishes were made by Li Xiangyang. Even if Luan Yuling couldn't handle spicy food, she had to take at least one bite. Staring at the boiled beef drenched in red oil with the meat slices coated in bright chili, she felt a wave of heat wash over her. After a long hesitation, she mustered her courage and picked up a slice of beef. First, she rinsed it in the water, then brought it to her lips. Closing her eyes with the expression of a martyr, she bit into the beef with determination. The beef was exceptionally tender, yielding easily to her teeth. As she chewed, the numbing spicy and savory flavors burst across her palate. This sensation made Luan Yuling open her eyes. Then she picked up another slice, skipping the water rinse, brought it directly to her lips, blew on it gently, and bit down. A more intense stimulation than before caused tiny beads of sweat to form on her brow and the bridge of her nose. Yet Luan Yuling did not stop as she continued to pick up several more slices of beef. Savoring the deliciousness, Luan Yuling finally realized she wasn't incapable of eating spicy food, nor did she dislike. It was simply that the spicy dishes she had eaten before weren't delicious enough. A bowl of spicy and numbing boiled beef seemed to unlock a mysterious switch within Luan Yuling, awakening some special attribute. Even as tiny beads of sweat emerged on her delicate nose, she continued to pick up piece after piece with her chopsticks, utterly unable to stop. Luan Jingping watched Luan Yuling's actions, frowned slightly, and said, "Slow down, girl. Where are your manners? You've eaten so much by yourself, but Xiangyang hasn't even had a few slices yet." As he spoke, Luan Jingping cast an apologetic glance at Li Xiangyang. Previously, Li Xiangyang's family had been in poor circumstances, rarely seeing any meat for a long time. But over the past few days, he had managed to earn some money. Although it was still incomparable to Luan Jingping, the secretary of the military factory, the meals at home had improved considerably. At least there was no shortage of meat in every meal. So Li Xiangyang didn't take it to heart. Moreover, seeing his own cooking so well received filled him with a great sense of it. Li Xiangyang smiled and said, "It's fine. Her enjoying it so much is also a recognition of my cooking skills." Luan Yuling, overhearing their conversation, looked up and said to Luan Jingping, "Dad, you can't blame me. It's all because Li Xiangyang's cooking is so delicious. I've never tasted such amazing food before." Luan Jingping's eyelids twitched almost imperceptibly, so she was implying that his cooking was inferior to Li Xiangyang's. After raising her for so many years, why was she suddenly defending Li Xiangyang, whom she had only met recently? Although Li Xiangyang had saved his daughter's life as an old father, Luan Jingping still felt a pang of hurt. Yet seeing his daughter's expression, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Was this boiled beef really that delicious? With this thought, Luan Jingping finally picked up his chopsticks and took a slice of beef. The slice coated in chili flakes trembled in the air as the chopsticks moved. Even before it reached his mouth, Luan Jingping could smell an enticing aroma that seemed to burrow into his nostrils. When it was close enough, he blew a cool breath on it, and then unhesitatingly put the slice of beef into his mouth. As the chili stimulated his taste buds, Luan Jingping couldn't help but widen his eyes. At that moment, he had to admit that Xiangyang's culinary skills were indeed better than just as his daughter had said. As far as this boiled beef was concerned, Luan Jingping had never tasted anything so delicious. Considering he was the secretary of a military factory and had attended many work-related banquets, he had certainly eaten plenty of fine food. For him to give such high praise showed just how extraordinary Xiangyang's cooking skills truly were. Luan Yuling had been observing her father's expression ever since he picked up the beef. Now that Luan Jingping had tasted it, Luan Yuling quickly asked, "Dad, I wasn't wrong, was I? Xiangyang's cooking is..." Luan Jingping was now naturally convinced of Xiangyang's culinary prowess, but he didn't want to admit being inferior to him in front of his daughter. So he shamelessly said, Not bad, not bad. It's almost as good as my cooking." Luan Yuling responded with a big exaggerated roll of her eyes. "Oh please, don't flatter yourself. I haven't tasted Xiangyang's cooking, but I've certainly tasted yours." Luan Jingping bristled with indignation and said grumpily, "You girl, why do you always have to undermine me?" Luan Yuling pursed her lips. "I'm not lying. Xiangyang's cooking is genuinely better than yours." Luan Jingping's heart suffered yet another blow from his daughter. But with no way to refute her, he could only vent his frustration on the delicious food on the table. This scene only confirmed Xiangyang's assessment of him. He was nothing but a doting father. The meal was soon over. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiangyang and Luan Jingping sat down on the sofa. Meanwhile, Luan Yuling cleared the table and went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Although Luan Yuling had no talent for cooking, she had no problem with other household chores. Luan Jingping proactively brewed a cup of tea for Xiangyang, using the Xiangyang Maojian tea leaves from last time. Though Luan Jingping had complained last time about Luan Yuling wasting his precious tea, it was just harsh words from a soft heart. After setting down the teacup, Luan Jingping leaned back on the sofa and said, "Have you finalized the details for the grain?" Last night, the old village head and the village cadres had worked through the night to get it done. This morning, while Xiangyang was taking Yaya to school, they handed it over to him. So when Luan Jingping brought it up, Xiangyang pulled out a few pages of documents from his pocket. "Secretary Luan, please take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be changed." Luan Jingping took the documents and flipped through them. The prices set in the documents were fair and reasonable, ensuring neither the military factory nor Shixiao village would be at a disadvantage. "There's nothing that needs modifying. Let's proceed with this." After a pause, Luan Jingping continued, "Amendment was also approved by vote at today's meeting. You can prepare the grain tomorrow and well arrange for a truck from the factory to come and pick it up." Xiangyang smiled and replied, "How can we trouble you to send a vehicle?" Luan Jingping waved his hand and said, "Oh, don't thank me too soon. The quantities of flour and rice are large, and it would be troublesome for you to transport them along the mountain path. That's why I arranged for a truck. But for the vegetables and other produce from your village, you'll have to arrange for someone to deliver them to the military factory. After all, every truck in the factory has its own production tasks. We can't afford to make a trip to your village every day, so I hope you can understand." Xiangyang certainly understood. Luan Jingping had already done so much for Shixiao village, arranging for the transport of the staple grains, which were the most critical and bulky items. For the lighter vegetables, asking them to make a daily trip to Shixiao village would be pushing their luck too far. Xiangyang nodded and said, "Secretary Luan, rest assured. You've solved the biggest problems for us to the point where it's like you're practically feeding us. It would be inexcusable if we couldn't handle the remaining small matters ourselves." Luan Jingping smiled and continued, "Xiangyang, you don't have to thank me so much. In fact, purchasing your grain also benefits me. Doing a good job of it will be a notable achievement." Luan Jingping's frankness made Xiangyang feel even more favorable toward him. After all, Luan Jingping was the secretary of a military factory, a deputy department-level cadre. His status was vastly different from Xiangyang's. Being able to treat Xiangyang with such honesty was truly rare. The negotiation went unexpectedly smoothly. In truth, it was based on Luan Jingping's recognition of Xiangyang. After sitting for a while longer, Xiangyang prepared to take his leave. Before departing, Xiangyang once again entrusted Luan Yuling. He asked her to inquire with Xiang Shuomei to see if she could. His elder brother had delayed marriage until his late 20s for Xiangyang's sake. This would hardly be considered advanced age in later times, but in this era, especially in the remote mountain village of Shixiao, it was common for teenagers to have children. There was a saying, early planting yields early harvest, early childbearing brings early blessings. Xiangyang, acting as the younger brother to approach, Xiang Shuolan seemed to treat the matter lightly. But there was no helping it. Given his elder brother Xiangyang's taciturn nature, if Xiangyang did not assist him in marital matters, it might be delayed indefinitely. After receiving Luan Yuling's assurance, once more Xiangyang did not linger and set off back to Shixiao village. Early the next morning, the military factory would come to the village to pick up the first batch of grain, so the old party secretary needed to prepare thoroughly. The first collaboration must be executed flawlessly. Now only Luan Yuling and Luan Jingping remained in the room. Luan Yuling had finished cleaning the kitchen and entered the living room, finding Luan Jingping still seated on the sofa, looking as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Luan Jingping knew his daughter all too well. He picked up his teacup, took a light sip, glanced at Luan Yuling, and said with an air of composure, "If you have something to say, just..." Luan Yuling fidgeted for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally spoke, "Dad, I'm telling you this, but please don't get angry." The money for today's groceries was paid by Li Xiangyang. Luan Jingping immediately frowned. Inviting someone for a meal, yet the ingredients were bought by the guest, and the cooking was done by him as well. What kind of affair is this? Didn't I give you money and ration tickets? How could you let Xiangyang pay? In response to Luan Zhengping's two questions, Luan Yuling waved her hands repeatedly and said no, he didn't pay either. A sales clerk at the supply cooperative covered the cost out of respect for him. Luan Yuling brought this up not to explain, but to continue. "Dad, what I mean is that we truly treated him poorly this time. So I thought next time I'll buy the ingredients myself and invite Li Xiangyang for another meal." Another invitation. Luan Jingping muttered, then asked another question, "And who will cook the meal?" Luan Yuling's culinary skills were so poor she could barely assist, and Luan Jingping was too busy with work. Waiting for him to find time to cook would take who knows how long. After pondering for a while, Luan Yuling said then, "How about we ask Li Xiangyang to cook again?" "Nonsense," Luan Jingping scolded. "Letting Xiangyang cook this time is bad enough, and you're thinking of a next time." Luan Yuling was well accustomed to her father's temper, loud thunder, but little rain. She just pouted and said Li Xiangyang isn't petty. Cooking is no big deal, he'll find a way to compensate him. Besides, you didn't hold back on those dishes just now, did you? You. Stung by the retort, Luan Jingping was about to scold her, but then he recalled the dishes he had just eaten. To be honest, Li Xiangyang's cooking left a lingering impression. Luan Jingping was tempted, but for the sake of his paternal dignity, he couldn't readily agree with Luan Yuling. He could only rise and walk toward the door, tossing a few words over his shoulder. "Humph, I won't argue with you. Just make sure you don't interfere with Xiangyang's important matters. I have to go to the factory." Luan Yuling shrugged indifferently and muttered, "Stubborn as a mule, but he clearly enjoys Li." Luan Jingping was not deaf. He heard her complaint clearly from that close distance. His mouth twitched several times as he quickened his pace out of the house. Staying another minute, he feared this rebellious daughter might infuriate him to illness. Meanwhile, Li Xiangyang had no other business in Qingshigu. After leaving the residential area, he followed the path he had taken to return to Shixiao village. Though it was past noon, the muddy mountain path had been baked by the morning sun. But only the surface had dried. When stepped on, the crust crumbled easily, revealing the soft, muddy slush beneath. Thus, despite Li Xiangyang's improved physique, his return journey was no faster than usual, indeed somewhat slower. By the time Li Xiangyang reached the village, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After walking a bit further, he could see his house in the distance. He spotted militiamen busy on the roof, led by none other than Su Mingyi, the village militia captain. Last night, Su Mingyi had mentioned he would send people to help repair Li Xiangyang's roof. Li Xiangyang hadn't expected Su Mingyi to come personally. As he entered the yard, Su Mingyi crouched on the roof, called out, "Xiangyang, you're back." Li Xiangyang nodded and smiled. "Captain Su, I'm sorry to trouble you to fix my roof personally." Su Mingyi waved his hand. "Ah, Xiangyang, no need to be so polite. You helped the village find a market for the grain bin, just doing this small favor. It's nothing compared to what you've done." Li Xiangyang replied, "I'm also a part of Shixiao village, it's my duty. By the way, Secretary Luan sent word that a truck will come early tomorrow to pick up the first batch of grain." Hearing this good news, Su Mingyi excitedly pumped his fist. "That's great. Finally, we don't have to put up with those bastards at the grain station anymore. Xiangyang, let's hurry and tell the old party secretary this good news. He needs to make arrangements and prepare tomorrow's grain supply." As he spoke, Su Mingyi turned to the 2 militiamen still working and instructed, "You two keep at it. Xiangyang and I are going to the village office." With that, Su Mingyi jumped down from the roof. After landing steadily, he said impatiently to Li Xiangyang, "Xiangyang, come with me to the village office." Though Li Xiangyang's house was only 1 story, jumping from the roof was still a drop of 3 or 4 meters. It showed how thrilled Su Mingyi was by the news Li Xiangyang brought. Li Xiangyang said nothing more and followed Su Mingyi toward the village office. He also hadn't forgotten what old Yan had meant. Halfway there, Li Xiangyang casually inquired, "Captain Su, did you go up the mountain today? What's the situation in the cave that was..." Although entrusted by old Yan, Li Xiangyang was still uncertain about the village's stance, so he only casually mentioned it. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyi spoke up eagerly as if seeking credit, rattling off the words without hesitation. "Hey, you've come to the right person. Early this morning, I led the village militia up the mountain to take a look, and sure enough, there were a few items left behind in the I reckon that because we went up the mountain last night followed by a rainstorm, the grave-robbing crew didn't have time to clear out everything. So what does the village plan to do with those items?" Li Xiangyang pressed on. Without a second thought, Su Mingyi waved his hand and replied, "What else can we do? For now, they'll just gather dust in the brigade office. This is our first time dealing with something like this, we have no experience. So even if those things are valuable, we have no place to sell them, and for now, we can only stare at them helplessly." After a pause, Su Mingyi continued, "However, this morning the old party branch secretary sent Lu Baofu to the county town to inquire if there are any channels to offload these items. We won't know the specifics until Lu Baofu returns." Hearing this, Li Xiangyang stopped pressing further. The two walked towards the brigade office, a journey that took about a few minutes. Li Xiangyang then spotted his grandmother, old Madame Jia, and his aunt by marriage, Qin Cuihua, walking along the road. Qin Cuihua carried a bamboo basket with tightly woven strips, making it hard to see what was inside. However, old Madame Jia held a bamboo basket covered with a layer of weeds, yet mushrooms were still faintly visible. Given the yellow mud caked on their shoes and pant legs, it wasn't hard to deduce that the two had gone to the back mountain to pick mushrooms. Indeed, after last night's rain, the mushrooms had popped up abundantly. When old Madame Jia saw Li Xiangyang, She immediately pulled the weeds tighter over the bamboo basket to conceal the mushrooms, then shot him a glare. What are you staring at? Don't think you're the only one who can pick mushrooms on the mountain. We've picked more than you. Li Xiangyang had been thinking that old Madame Jia was doing well living with his uncle's family. But upon hearing her words, he finally understood. She was envious of the money he had earned on the back mountain. Yet how much could picking mushrooms really earn? Even if his aunt's basket was brimming with mushrooms, it wouldn't fetch much in total. Selling them was time-consuming and laborious. Li Xiangyang had long stopped relying on picking mushrooms for money. Besides, it was a skilled task. After a night of rain, so many mushrooms sprouted on the mountain. One careless mistake could lead to picking poisonous mushrooms. No one could be absolutely certain. Even when Li Xiangyang first started picking mushrooms, he conservatively chose only the most common edible varieties, discarding the majority. Thinking of this, Li Xiangyang couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. He had spotted quite a few colorful mushrooms in the bamboo basket old Madame Jia was carrying. Although Li Xiangyang hadn't invested any skill points in this area, and couldn't identify the specific type of mushroom, those vibrant colors hardly looked like safe, legitimate mushrooms. So Li Xiangyang ignored old Madame Jia, merely casting a glance before continuing towards the brigade office. Seeing that Li Xiangyang paid her no heed, old Madame Jia spat in his direction. What's there to be so proud about? Don't think that just because you helped the village connect with the military factory, you can swagger forever. Wait until you've been used up, then you'll be kicked aside. Her Aunt Qin Suihua chimed in with a smile. Mother, if you ask me, Li Xiangyang is a fool. He had such a golden opportunity to secure a job for himself, but foolishly used the favor for the village. At this thought, old Madame Jia beat her chest and sighed regretfully. What a wonderful opportunity wasted by Li Xiangyang. Qin Suihua still remembered how her second son had lost several teeth at Li Xiangyang's hands last time. As a mother, Qin Suihua had been heartbroken. Seizing the chance to stir things up, she said, Mother, why don't you find an opportunity to teach Li Xiangyang a proper lesson? Old Madame Jia cast an impatient glance at Qin Suihua. Are you ordering me around now? Do I need you to tell me how to handle? Having suffered losses at Li Xiangyang's hands before, old Madame Jia wasn't about to rashly confront him. She knew that her status as his grandmother held no sway over him. That brat simply didn't take her seriously. However, having been domineering all her life, old Madame Jia didn't truly believe she couldn't outmaneuver a younger generation member like Li Xiangyang. She just needed to ponder a strategy further, not act impulsively. Otherwise, if that little wretch Li Xiangyang outsmarted her, she would lose tremendous face. Although Qin Suihua was somewhat displeased after being scolded by old Madame Jia, she dared not show it on her face. Otherwise, if old Madame Jia kept nagging about it at home, her husband would surely beat her black and blue. Qin Suihua masked her embarrassment with a smile. Mother, what are you thinking? You're the head of our household. How could I dare to order you around? Old Madame Jia shot Qin Suihua a glance and said impatiently, Less nonsense. Hurry home and cook. We've gathered plenty of mushrooms today, we can't finish them all. Tomorrow come with me to King Shigu to sell them for cash. That little wretch Li Xiangyang can do it, and so can we. The mountain path was tough to traverse, and Qin Suihua knew well that old Madame Jia insisted on going to King Shigu not to help, but because she didn't trust her and feared she might hide away private savings. For years, old Madame Jia had held the family's financial reins. Any expenses had to be approved by her. Though Qin Suihua had long harbored resentment, she dared not voice it. She could only nod in agreement. Mother, I'll follow your arrangements. Meanwhile, Su Mingyi had heard a thing or two about the discord between Li Xiangyang and his grandparents and uncle's family. Especially last time when Li Xiangyang had posted his grandfather Li Guangkai's apology letter on the brigade office bulletin board. It had caused quite a stir throughout the brigade. Although Su Mingyi didn't know why their relationship had soured so badly, he refrained from offering any advice. Despite his burly frame, Su Mingyi understood a fundamental truth: one should not judge another's suffering. Moreover, Li Xiangyang had selflessly saved someone from drowning and used the precious favor for the village's benefit. Li Xiangyang's attitude towards old Madame Jia and Li Guangcai was certainly not without reason. At the Stonebox village headquarters, before even stepping through the door, Su Mingyi called out from a distance, Old party secretary, great news, great news. What's all this shouting? Look at yourself. Do you seem fit to be a militia company commander? The old party secretary frowned and scolded, but then he noticed Li Xiangyang standing beside Su Mingyi. His brow instantly relaxed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, Xiangyang, you're back. Come in and sit down. I'll brew you some tea. The old party secretary was of Li Xiangyang's grandfather's generation. Li Xiangyang wouldn't presume to let him serve tea. He quickly waved his hand and said, No need, old party secretary, I'm not thirsty. The old party secretary waved his hand in refusal, then continued, What do you mean, not thirsty? After walking such a long mountain path, how could you not be thirsty? As he spoke, the old party secretary took out a clean enamel mug, placed tea leaves inside, then lifted a thermos from under the table and poured boiling water into the cup. The boiling water swirled the tea leaves and the cup, steam rising with a delicate fragrance. Though it couldn't compare to Luan Zhengping's treasured Xiangyang Maojian, it was still the finest tea the old party secretary had. Su Mingyi had been repairing the roof under the scorching sun at Li Xiangyang's house, and now his throat was parched to the point. Seeing the old party secretary brew tea for Li Xiangyang, Su Mingyi grinned and said, Old party secretary, I'm thirsty too. Before he could finish, the old party secretary waved him off and said, Go on. Don't you have hands to get your own water? Do you expect me to brew tea for you too? Su Mingyi's face fell. He dared not argue with the old party secretary. He had to do it himself, finding a cup and reaching for the tea leaves the old party secretary had just taken out. Quick as a flash, the old party secretary, before Su Mingyi could touch the tea leaves, raised the tobacco pipe in his hand and struck Su Mingyi's hand heavily. You drink like a cow gulping water. Don't waste my tea leaves. There's some cunning tea over there. Help yourself. Cunning tea made from holly leaves is slightly bitter but leaves a sweet aftertaste and has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. On a hot day when working hard and thirsty, a big bowl of cunning tea is utterly refreshing. More importantly, it's inexpensive, so it's very popular in Stonebox Village. But compared to real tea, it's a notch lower. Hearing this, Su Mingyi pouted and said, "Old party secretary, you can't be this biased, can you?" The old party secretary put on a stern face and said, "Can you compare to Xiangyang? Have you contributed as much to our village as he has?" Then the old party secretary continued, "And you're still being picky. If you don't want to go drink plain water." Su Mingyi grinned, shamelessly reached into the cabinet under the table, took out the old party secretary's cunning tea, grabbed a handful, and tossed it into his cup. "I am not drinking plain water. Cunning tea has flavor. Plain water has no taste at all." The old party secretary couldn't be bothered to deal with Su Mingyi anymore. Now that Li Xiangyang was back, the old party secretary was eager to know how the grain sale was progressing. "Xiangyang, did everything go smoothly today?" The old party secretary asked Li Xiangyang with a smile. Li Xiangyang replied, "Smoothly, of course smoothly. Secretary Yuan has arranged everything. They'll send a truck tomorrow morning to pick up the grain from our village." The old party secretary had thought it would take a few more days to get started. After all, such a large organization would surely have many procedures to follow. But it turned out Li Xiangyang said it would begin tomorrow, and the military factory would even send vehicles to Stonebox Village. This saved the village a great deal of effort. Otherwise, transporting the grain over mountain paths would take time and, more importantly, require a lot of manpower. The old party secretary was overjoyed. With Li Xiangyang's help, Stonebox Village had finally taken the first step. "Xiangyang, you've done a great thing for our Stonebox Village." Li Xiangyang waved his hand modestly and said, "Old party secretary, I'm also a member of Stonebox Village. So please don't say such words of gratitude. My ears are already worn out from hearing them." Then Li Xiangyang added a reminder, "By the way, old party secretary, you must arrange for people to be prepared. This first cooperation can't go wrong." The old party secretary took this matter so seriously that he had set aside everything else. So he didn't need Li Xiangyang's reminder to know what to do. "Xiangyang, rest assured on this matter. He'll oversee it personally. There won't be any mistakes." With the old party secretary's assurance, Li Xiangyang felt at ease. Just then a voice came from outside the door. "Old party secretary, what's got you so happy? I could hear your voice from afar." As the voice spoke, a person walked in through the door. It was the village accountant Lu Baofu, drenched in sweat, likely just back from the county town. Seeing Lu Baofu return, the old party secretary said to him, "You've come just in time. The military factory is coming tomorrow to pick up the grain. First prepare an inventory list, and when they arrive tomorrow we can just register directly from the template." Lu Baofu wiped the sweat from his face, his throat nearly smoking. Seeing the cunning tea on the table, he picked it up and downed it in gulps. After quenching his thirst, he assured, "No problem." Su Mingyi had brewed the cunning tea but hadn't taken a sip before Lu Baofu drank it all. He immediately yelled at Lu Baofu, "Lu Baofu, what are you doing? That's my cunning tea. Why did you drink it?" Lu Baofu glanced at Su Mingyi and said matter-of-factly, "I spent half the day running around the county without even eating, and then I came back under this scorching sun, drinking 1 cup of your tea. What are you complaining about?" Su Mingyi wanted to retort that he too had been under the sun repairing Li Xiangyang's roof, but before the words left his mouth, the old party secretary interrupted. All right, it's just a cup of tea. Do you want to make a spectacle of yourselves in front of Xiangyang? Just brew another cup." Su Mingyi hadn't been truly angry, it was just their usual banter to trade a few jabs. Now that the old party secretary allowed him to brew another cup, Su Mingyi quickly got up and cheerfully went to brew himself another cup of tea. The old party secretary knew that Su Mingyi and Lu Baofu were just teasing and joking. There was no real conflict between them, so he paid Su Mingyi no mind. Instead, he asked Lu Baofu, "You went to the county town. How did the inquiries you were sent to make turn out?" "I've scoured every corner of the county, but I couldn't find anyone willing to take it," Lu Baofu said with a rueful smile. The old party secretary furrowed his brow slightly and pressed on, "Not a single place in the entire county can accept it." Lu Baofu shook his head helplessly and explained, "It's not that there aren't any. I did hear of some who do this sort of work, but they only deal with regulars. Since we're not familiar with them, they're unwilling to take the risk. When I approached them, they simply told me there was no such thing. In those days, engaging in such activities carried immense risk. If caught, especially during a crackdown, it could easily escalate to a bullet, and one you'd have to pay for yourself." So their caution was understandable. Yet understanding didn't ease the old party secretary's disappointment. After all, selling those items would have added a tidy sum to the village's accounts. Shirshiao village was a poverty-stricken hamlet still owing a considerable debt to the commune. That money would have lightened the burden significantly, allowing each villager a bit more grain or cash during the year-end dividends. But with Lu Baofu hitting a dead end, the matter had to be shelved for now. The old party secretary waved his hand and said, forget it. If it can't be sold, so be it. Besides, the military factory is coming to buy grain tomorrow, and the commune debt will soon be repaid." Lu Baofu's face, however, showed concern as he said, "But one of the debts is coming due soon. I've calculated that even after selling the grain, it'll take a while to scrape together enough. What if the commune starts asking about it in the meantime?" The old party secretary fell silent for a long moment, then let out a deep sigh. He murmured, "Worst case he'll swallow my pride and make a scene to beg them for more time." As he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy. Su Mingyi and Lu Baofu both understood. Though Shixiao village was impoverished, it had never seen anyone starve to death. The root cause was the old party secretary's willingness to swallow his pride and raise a ruckus at the commune. The commune officials found him a constant headache, and over time had earned an unflattering nickname, the Teflon Man. The moment those commune cadres caught sight of him, they'd flee as if escaping a plague. But there was no other choice. It had always been the squeaky wheel that got the grease. And preserving face required a full stomach first. Without that, everything else was empty talk. "Old party secretary, let us handle these matters from now on," Su Mingyi and Lu Baofu said in unison. But the old party secretary waved them off dismissively. "You too. Forget it. If you go making a fuss, the commune cadres won't be afraid of you. Besides, I'm old now. Losing face doesn't matter anymore. You young ones still have long roads ahead." Su Mingyi and Lu Baofu stared at him in silence. They both knew how much this man, already past his prime, had sacrificed for Shixiao village. Li Xiangyang spoke up then. "Old party secretary, there's no need for such trouble. I happen to have a connection for selling those items." "You have a connection, Xiangyang?" The old party secretary's head snapped up. Li Xiangyang continued, "I've been selling mountain goods in Qingshigu these past days and got to know someone. Last night, when there was blasting on the back hill, he heard about it and specifically asked me to find out more. If you trust me, old party secretary, I can help." The old party secretary had long regarded Li Xiangyang as his successor. Of course he trusted him. He said in a deep voice, "Xiangyang, if you're not trustworthy, then who is?" Li Xiangyang added, "Before we proceed, I have a few questions I'd like to clarify." The old party secretary nodded for him to go on. Li Xiangyang then said, "Old party secretary, this is ultimately a shady business. My first question, are the militiamen who went up the mountain with company commander Su tight-lipped enough?" Su Mingyi chuckled and replied, "Xiangyang, you underestimate me. I may not excel at other things, but I know how to lead troops. The militiamen who went up the mountain yesterday and today are all trustworthy. You can rest assured." Li Xiangyang nodded and turned to Lu Baofu. "Accountant Lu, the items found in the Tomb Raiders' tunnel are likely worth otherwise the grave robbers wouldn't have made such a commotion. So I need to ask, with this sudden influx of money, can the village's accounts?" Lu Baofu didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment before replying. "If this had happened before, balancing the books with unexpected income would have been tricky. But now that our village is supplying grain to the military factory and cash is flowing, it'll be much simpler to manage." With both men's assurances, Li Xiangyang had no further concerns. "All right then. Tomorrow morning, after we finish our tasks, Accountant Lu, prepare the items and come with me to Qingshigu." He paused, then added, "Of course we don't have to sell to him. If the price isn't right, well, just hold on to the items for now." Lu Baofu was about to agree when the old party secretary interrupted. "Xiangyang, go alone." Lu Baofu, Li Xiangyang was taken aback. Did the old party secretary trust him that much? Wasn't he afraid Li Xiangyang would inflate the price and pocket the difference? Noticing his confusion, the old party secretary smiled and explained, "Xiangyang, you've already done so much for the village. Selling these antiques means you're taking on a huge risk. It would be unconscionable not to compensate you." The implication was clear. By keeping Lu Baofu away, the old party secretary ensured no one would know the true sale price of the antiques. Without knowing the sale price, no one else would know how much Li Xiangyang was supposed to turn in to the village. It was practically an open invitation for Li Xiangyang to take whatever he wanted as compensation from the proceeds. Given the village's current situation, Li Xiangyang had many expenses, but he wasn't desperate for this money. He was about to, but the old party secretary waved his hand, leaving no room for argument. "Xiangyang, say no more. The fewer people involved in this, the better. Lu Baofu is the village accountant. If he goes with you to Qingshigu without a good reason, it'll draw attention." Li Xiangyang countered, "Old party secretary who says there's no reason. Tomorrow the village starts supplying grain to the military factory. It's only natural for Accountant Lu to accompany me to Qingshigu, isn't it?" The old party secretary was left speechless, unable to argue. Unable to refute the logic, he simply resorted to stubbornness. Then asked Lu Baofu himself, "Does he want to go with?" The old party secretary had spoken so plainly that Lu Baofu was no fool. Moreover, he felt the village owed Li Xiangyang a great debt for such a favor, so offering some compensation was only right. Lu Baofu shook his head like a rattledrum. "Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. I just went to the county town today, or if I have to walk those mountain paths again tomorrow, it'll be the death of me." Li Xiangyang sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said, "Fine, I'll go myself, then all right." A sly smile of triumph crept across the old secretary's face. "Then well, trouble you." The old secretary paused, recalling something else, and added, "Oh right, one more thing. Lin Jinxiang, who clashed with you before, was sent to the commune's educated youth point by the militia this morning. In the afternoon, word came from the educated youth point Lin Jianqiang's harassment of a female educated youth was proven beyond doubt. He's been given a major demerit and confined for half a month." The old secretary's tone was calm, but the outcome for Lin Jinxiang was far from simple. Half a month's confinement was a minor matter, merely physical torment. But a major demerit was no trivial punishment. With the college entrance exams about to resume, Lin Jinxiang had been saddled with this stain at a critical moment. Even if his family had powerful connections to overturn the punishment, it would take at least 18 months. That meant Lin Jinxiang couldn't take the exams this year, nor even next year. He'd have to wait until the year after. And by then the exam difficulty would be many times greater than now. In a way, Lin Jianxiang had lost any chance of attending university in this lifetime. The punishment was undeniably severe. Hearing this news, Li Xiangyang felt not a ripple of emotion. Lin Jianxiang had brought it all upon himself. When Li Xiangyang first struck him, it was meant as a lesson and the matter should have ended there. But Lin Jianxiang showed no remorse. Instead, he insisted the village punish Li Xiangyang. This outcome was only fitting for someone who courted his own ruin. Li Xiangyang simply nodded at the old secretary, acknowledging the news. Some time had been wasted, and militia members were still at Li Xiangyang's home repairing the roof. Since they had been working hard, Li Xiangyang naturally wanted to show his gratitude. He still had several gene of venison at home, so he planned to share some with each of them as thanks. Rising, he said, "Old Secretary, Captain Su has arranged for militia to fix my roof. They're still busy. Since everything's settled, they'll head back now." The old secretary nodded. "You've worked hard these days tending to village matters while neglecting your own home. Go check on things. If you need more hands, have Su Mingyi assign a few more." Li Xiangyang replied, "Thank you, old secretary. He'll go see how it is first." With that, Li Xiangyang turned and left the brigade headquarters. Su Mingyi picked up his teacup, gulping down the bitter tea leaves, and all then set the cup down and followed. Soon Li Xiangyang and Su Mingyi arrived home. Initially, only 2 militia members were working on the roof, but with the addition of Li Xiangyang and Su Mingyi, the work sped up considerably. After about an hour, the damaged roof was finally repaired. Su Mingyi, as before, jumped straight down from the roof. "Xiangyang will head back now. If you ever need anything, just let me know and I'll send someone over." With people helping repair the roof today, Li Xiangyang's mother Zhang Guifeng naturally hadn't gone out to earn work points. She stayed home to assist. Now that mealtime had arrived, Zhang Guifeng had prepared dinner. Hearing Su Mingyi was leaving, she hurried out of the kitchen. "Captain Su, you've worked hard today. Don't rush off, sit and rest a while. Dinner will be ready soon." Su Mingyi smiled and shook his head firmly. "That's too kind. Xiangyang has done so much for the village. This is the least we can do." Su Mingyi continued, "Tomorrow morning the military factory will come to purchase grain. I need to go to the brigade headquarters to see if there's anything to help with." Li Xiangyang understood the importance of this matter and no longer pressed Su Mingyi to stay. Instead, he brought out the venison he had already cut and gave a portion to each of the 3 men. Su Mingyi held the heavy venison in his hands, about to speak, but Li Xiangyang interrupted. "Captain Su, don't refuse. The weather's been hot these days, and we can't eat all this venison. It'd be a shame if it spoiled." Su Mingyi had no choice but to nod. "All right, thank you, Xiangyang." After expressing his thanks, Su Mingyi led his men away from Li Xiangyang's home. Both Li Xiangyang and Zhang Guifeng had been busy today and hadn't picked up Li Yaya from school. Now that the work was done, Li Xiangyang was about to fetch Li Yaya when he saw her walking toward the Li family home with Chunyu. That saved Li Xiangyang the trouble. Li Yaya walked briskly, and spotting Li Xiangyang by the roadside, she sprinted toward Second brother. Second brother. Reaching him, she leaped into his arms. Li Xiangyang caught her laughing. "You're so big now, still want your brother to carry you. Aren't you afraid someone will tease you?" Li Yaya pouted dismissively. "Whoever teases me is just jealous that I have a brother to carry me." Li Xiangyang patted her head. "You little rascal, always so sharp-tongued." By then, Chunyu had drawn near, offering Li Xiangyang a faint smile as a greeting. "Educated youth Chen, thank you for bringing Yaya. Dinner's just ready. Why not stay and join us for a simple meal?" Chunyu looked a little embarrassed at Li Xiangyang's invitation. "I haven't even finished the venison you gave me last time. Do I feel awkward imposing on your family again?" Li Yaya jumped down from Li Xiangyang's arms and took Chinya's hand. "Sister Chinyu, please stay and eat with us." Zhang Guifeng, hearing the commotion, came out and said, "Yes, Chinyu, the village militia helped fix the roof today, so I made quite a few dishes. But now they're all gone, and we can't finish so much food. Please stay and help Annie Zhang out." Chinyu still shook her head. "No, really. Next time, they'll treat you all." Just as she finished, someone came running from afar shouting toward Li Xiangyang, "Bad news, bad news. Li Xiangyang, your grandparents and your uncle's family have been poisoned. Come quick." Li Xiangyang shook his head and well, so this was the trouble that had to come. Now no one would be eating dinner anytime soon. Although Li Xiangyang's family had long been separated from his uncle's household, when such an incident occurred, others still know. Had he remained unaware, it would have been fine. But now that he knew, Li Xiangyang's family felt obliged to go and see what was happening. However, Li Xiangyang was not averse to it. This was a rare chance to witness his uncle's family's misfortune. How could Li Xiangyang let such an opportunity slip by? For now, though, the meal would have to wait. Li Xiangyang turned to Chunyu and said, "Comrade Chun, I have to go to my uncle's place now, so this meal will have to be..." Chunyu quickly waved her hand and replied, "Don't worry about me. Go and see what's happening." Li Xiangyang then led his mother and Yaya toward his uncle's house. At Li Xiangyang's uncle's home today, apart from the eldest son, Li Xianglong, who served in the military and was as usual absent, the rest of the family was present. Even Li Xianghu, the second son, whose teeth had been knocked out by Li Xiangyang a few days earlier, had returned home on leave from the county slaughterhouse, bringing back 2 caddies of fatty pork. In those days, carrying 2 caddies of fatty pork made one walk with a swagger. Old Mrs. Jia, seeing the meat her grandson Li Xianghu had brought back, grinned so wide her face nearly split. With all the mushrooms gathered today, and the pork Li Xianghu had brought their dinner tonight would surely make countless others let them be envious. After all, her family had the means. Old Mrs. Jia sat on a small stool under the eaves, savoring the thought. A fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen. The umami of mushrooms mingled with the sweet scent of fat. Old Mrs. Jia's mouth watered, and she couldn't help calling out, "Qin Suhua, is it ready yet? We've been waiting for ages." Though two had gone to pick mushrooms, the brunt of the work had fallen on Qin Suihua alone. Qin Suihua was utterly exhausted. After returning, she had to rush to cook and stir-fry. In contrast, old Mrs. Jia had plopped down on a stool the moment she got home and hadn't lifted a finger. Even so, Qin Suihua dared not voice a single complaint. Why? Because she feared a beating. So facing old Mrs. Jia's nagging, she could only reply with a smile, "Mother, please wait. It'll be done soon." Old Mrs. Jia showed no kindness to Qin Suihua even in front of her grandson. "Look at you, such a waste. Is there anything you can do right? When I was young, I would have finished this task long ago. Unlike you dawdling around. I think you're trying to starve me to death." Li Xiang, who instead of refuting his grandmother's complaints, joined in urging Qin Suihua from the kitchen. "Mom, can you hurry up? I walked all the way back from the county and am starving." Qin Suihua alone had to stir-fry while keeping an eye on the firewood in the stove. She was already overwhelmed, let alone having to deal with old Mrs. Jia and Li Xianghu. In the room, Li Xiangmin, who was reviewing his lessons, didn't even look up, continuing to work on his exercises in his notebook. It seemed he had long grown accustomed to such scenes. After about half an hour, Qin Suihua finally finished preparing dinner. With a medley of various mushrooms, Qin Suihua had made 6 or 7 dishes. A full table of mushroom delicacies steaming with savory aromas. Then Qin Suihua set out the bowls and chopsticks, yet still had no time to rest. She stepped outside and called toward the private plot, "Dad, husband, time to eat." Although Uncle Li Fugua's family, relying on their 3 accomplished sons, seldom worked for work points on the collective farm, they still tended their private plot. After a minute or two, Li Guangcai and Li Fugue returned home carrying their hose. Li Guangcai had barely washed his hands and sat down when the aroma hit him. "This meal smells wonderful. Just the scent makes my mouth water." Qin Suihua quickly replied, "Dad, it's all thanks to Mother taking me up the mountain to pick such fresh mushrooms." Qin Suihua dared not take credit, or her mother-in-law, old Mrs. Jia, would surely make life difficult for her. Old Mrs. Jia, hearing this response, merely glanced at Qin Suihua and said nothing more. Raising her chopsticks, she picked up a slice of meat and put it in her mouth. Indeed, the meat stir-fried with the mushrooms was soaked in their juices, bursting with umami. Old Mrs. Jia, ignoring the heat, chewed vigorously a couple of times, swallowed without properly mashing it, and immediately reached for another slice. Old Mrs. Jia, who acted like the head of the household, had started eating, and the others followed suit. Li Guangcai picked up a mushroom and tasted it. He felt that today's mushrooms were several times more delicious than any. He wondered if it was his imagination or because after a long period of inactivity, a bit of labor made the food taste. Li Guangcai didn't dwell on it. Such delicious mushrooms were not to be missed. But soon he began to feel something was off. How had the chopsticks in his hand suddenly grown a mouth? And the mouth kept asking him, "Tasty. Give me some." Li Guangcai stared at this unbelievable sight and rubbed his eyes. Then he heard the chopsticks shout impatiently, "Don't be greedy. I've fed you enough." Helplessly, Li Guangcai picked up a mushroom and offered it to the chopstick's mouth. But the chopstick spat it out. "Tui, your hands are black as coal. Did you even wash them?" Li Guangcai flew into a rage. Damn it, he kindly fed the chopsticks only to be scorned by them in return. "Go to hell," he cursed, hurling the chopsticks away with all his might. As he did his second grandson, Li Xianghu, jumped. Flapping his arms, he shouted, "Look, I've grown wings. I've grown wings. I'm going to fly. I'm going to fly." Li Xianghu kept circling the courtyard, flapping his arms and repeating the same words. Then Li Fugue slammed the table and stood up, bellowing, "The table's trying to escape. Quick, help me hold it down." With that, Li Fugue strained with all his might to press down on the table, preventing it from fleeing. Meanwhile, Qin Suihua collapsed without a sound, convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. Li Xiangmin fared no better, his mouth twisted into a silly grin as foam began to dribble out. Old Mrs. Jia stared in horror, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Her hands trembling. Old Mrs. Jia didn't even notice the slice of meat that fell from her chopsticks. Suddenly, her stomach reacted violently, a sharp pain searing through her. She tumbled from her chair, writhing on the floor, and with her last ounce of strength screamed, "Qin Suihua, you dared to poison us." Old Lady Jia's cries finally drew attention. The neighbors gathered around, but in this situation, none of them knew what to do. Unable to help, the villagers went to the brigade headquarters to find the village cadres. At this hour, old party secretary was busy with Liu Baofu and Su Mingyi preparing tomorrow's grain supply. They couldn't spare a moment, so they sent Ma Yulan, the village women's director, to the scene. As soon as she arrived, she heard old Lady Jia still moaning, "Qin Suihua, you dared to poison us." Ma Yulan surveyed the scene. Aside from Li Xianghu, who was still running, everyone else lay collapsed on the ground, some unconscious, others blowing bubbles from their mouths. The only one still breathing and speaking was old Lady Jia. Of course, this wasn't because old Lady Jia had a strong constitution. It was simply because she was greedy and had eaten mostly meat, so her symptoms were the mildest. Even so, she was far from well. Her intestines felt twisted in knots, causing excruciating pain. Cold sweat soaked her clothes and hair and, rolling on the ground, had left her covered in dust, filthy and indistinguishable from a beggar. Ma Yulan approached and crouched beside her. "Old Lady Jia, how do you feel?" Seeing the village cadre, old Lady Jia cried out, "Oh, help me. I'm dying. That wretched Qin Suihua dared to poison the food. I was so good to her, and she's utterly heartless." Ma Yulan glanced at Qin Suihua, who lay on the ground still twisted. Her face darkened. Who would poison themselves so severely? Was it necessary? She then noticed the mushrooms scattered across the floor, many of them brightly colored. Ma Yulan immediately concluded that they had been poisoned by eating wild mushrooms. She felt troubled. Such a thing had never happened in Shixiao village before. Although the villagers often picked mushrooms from the mountains, no one had ever actually been poisoned in all these years. Moreover, most villagers were impoverished. Even when they gathered mushrooms, they usually sold them in Xiangyang. That place was an underground black market where people knew how to identify them. So a family as well off as old lady Jia's willing to eat the mushrooms they picked themselves was indeed rare. Though she had no solution as a village cadre, Ma Yulan possessed basic common sense. The first priority was to induce vomiting. The food was still steaming, indicating it had been eaten only recently. If they could vomit it out, the toxicity would be greatly reduced. Ma Yulan quickly arranged for soapy water to be prepared for emesis. Just then Li Xiangyang arrived with his mother and Yaya. Seeing Ma Yulan at the scene, Li Xiangyang approached and asked knowingly, "Aunt Ma, what's going on?" Ma Yulan pointed at the spilled food and said helplessly, "What else? Mushroom poisoning. Really, with your uncle's families, means why bother picking mushrooms from the mountains? It's just asking for trouble." Li Xiangyang understood perfectly. Old lady Jia had taken Qin Suihua up the mountain only because she was jealous of his earnings. But lacking any other skills, they could only target mushrooms. He asked further, "So what do we do now?" Ma Yulan replied, "I've already sent someone to find Taoist Su from the back mountain, and the soapy water is almost ready. Well, make them drink it to vomit first, then let Taoist Su take a look." Li Xiangyang merely nodded and stepped back to his mother and Yaya. Amid the flurry of activity, he remained still. Given the feud between their families, his restraint from kicking them while they were down was already more than generous toward his uncle's family. Soon the soapy water was ready. Ma Yulan directed the others to force it down old lady Jia and Li Guangcai. Only Li Xiangyang, still lost in his delusion of being a bird, ran wildly around the yard. When people tried to catch him, he truly believed he was a bird refusing to be captured, flapping his arms and charging recklessly through the courtyard. With his height and weight, he was like a fleshy ball, and once enraged, no one could subdue him. A group surrounded him, sweating profusely. Someone asked Ma Yulan, "Director Ma Li Xiangyang is still bouncing around like a wild boar. Can we just leave him?" Ma Yulan shook her head. "No. The mushroom poison is not simple. If we don't make him vomit, who knows what will happen?" Knowing this couldn't continue, she added, "Get more people. We must catch Li Xiangyang." With her command, several more villagers joined. They formed a circle, slowly closing in, about to capture Li Xiangyang. Still hallucinating, Li Xiangyang believed he was a bird. A bird's instinct at the sight of humans is to fly, but he couldn't actually take flight. So he chose a direction and charged headlong. As fate would have it, that direction was exactly where Li Xiangyang stood. Ma Yulan saw this and felt a sense of dread. Given Li Xiangyang's frame, being hit by Li Xiangyang would have serious. She regretted not leaving Li Xiangyang alone. Even 10 of him combined were not as important as a single hair on Li Xiangyang moved fast, leaving others no time to react. But that didn't mean Li Xiangyang couldn't. He could easily dodge, but his mother and Yaya were right beside him. If he stepped aside, they would be vulnerable. So he stepped forward, shielding them behind. By then, Li Xiangyang had already charged in front of him. Without hesitation or mercy, this was a perfect chance to hit a man when he was down. Li Xiangyang raised his foot and kicked Li Xiangyang square in the body. The kick sent ripples through his fat. Li Xiangyang paused, then flew backward. With a loud thud, he landed on the ground. He no longer cried about being a bird or wanting to fly. Instead, he clutched the spot where he was kicked, groaning incessantly. Still, his wish wasn't entirely unfulfilled. Li Xiangyang's kick had indeed made him fly through the air. Li Xiangyang was sent flying backward by Li Xiangyang's kick finally settling down. The surrounding villagers seized the opportunity to gather around and force soapy water down Li Xiangyang's throat. After a flurry of activity, everyone in the eldest uncle's household had been made to drink soapy water. Apart from those who were unconscious, only old lady Jia was the easiest to handle. She was quite afraid of death. Without needing anyone to urge her, she picked up the basin of soapy water herself and gulped down a bellyful of it. Logically, having consumed the soapy water, a reaction should have occurred soon. But strangely, no one knew what kind of mushrooms old lady Jia and Qin Suihua had picked today. With so much soapy water in their stomachs, not only did they not vomit, but not even a few bubbles emerged. Seeing that the soapy water was ineffective, Ma Yulan was momentarily at a loss. Just as Ma Yulan was in a panic, Taoist Su finally arrived at the scene. Halting his steps, he swept his gaze around, roughly assessing the situation. He then asked Li Xiangyang, "What's the current situation?" "We just forced them to drink soapy water, but it didn't work," Li Xiangyang replied. Taoist Su furrowed his brow, took their pulses, and then said to Ma Yulan, "The soapy water isn't working. Quickly arrange for some people to gag them and press on their stomachs. If they still can't vomit, the toxins will worsen." Old lady Jia, the only one still conscious, heard that it would worsen and quickly shouted, "Hurry, hurry, save me first." Ma Yulan promptly directed the surrounding villagers to act. Some gagged them, others pressed on their stomachs. Even Li Xiangyang stepped forward to help. However, Li Xiangyang crouched before Li Xiangmin and directly punched him in the stomach. Li Xiangmin had been pampered since childhood. He had rarely even worked, let alone been hit. His two older brothers combined didn't receive as much favor as he did. Li Xiangyang's punch to Li Xiangmin's stomach caused him to groan in pain, even while unconscious. As a natural bodily reflex, Li Xiangmin's face flushed red, and he curled up like a boiled shrimp. Old lady Jia was still awake, and had just seen Li Xiangyang kick Li Xiangyang flying. She had been too far away to bother with it earlier. Besides, it wasn't the first time Li Xiangyang had been beaten by Li Xiangyang, so now watching her most beloved Li Xiangmin being beaten like this by Li Xiangyang, she quickly shouted, "Li Xiangyang, what?" Li Xiangyang turned to look at old lady Jia, grinned, and said innocently, saving them what else? With that, Li Xiangyang delivered 2 more thumping punches to Li Xiangman's stomach. Whether from the mushroom toxin or anger at Li Xiangyang, old lady Jia trembled all over. Is this saving them or killing them? I think you're just taking revenge. Li Xiangyang ignored old lady Jia's cries and walked over to his eldest uncle Li Fugui. Following the same method, he crouched down and gave his uncle 2 punches. Seeing no reaction from Li Fugui, Li Xiangyang began looking for his next target. Old lady Jia couldn't hold back and shouted to Daoist Su, think of a way to save them quickly. Are you just going to let that brat Li Xiangyang mess around? What was Daoist Zu's relationship with Li Xiangyang? He hadn't known Li Xiangyang for just a day. He was well aware of the dynamics between Li Xiangyang and old lady Jia. Daoist Su glanced at old lady Jia and said if it didn't come out even with that, it's quite troublesome. Daoist Su was renowned for his medical skills in the area, and hearing even him say this. Old lady Jia panicked and quickly asked Daoist Su, with your excellent medical skills, how can you not find a way to save them? Think again. Daoist Su stroked his beard and said, Xiangyang, stop for a moment. Li Xiangyang ceased his actions upon hearing this. Daoist Su, please go ahead. Daoist Su then turned to old lady Jia. I do have one more method. It depends on whether you're willing. Seeing that Daoist Su had stopped Li Xiangyang, old lady Jia thought that at least he possessed considerable medical skill. Surely he was more reliable than that reckless lad Li Xiangyang. Old lady Jia quickly nodded to Daoist Su and said, Daoist Su, can't you see the state they're in? Use whatever don't waste time and delay the treatment. Old lady Jia's tone was somewhat rude, but Daoist Su didn't take offense. He merely nodded, faintly walked over to Li Xiangyang and whispered instructions. Xiangyang, fetch a bucket and get some manure from the outhouse. Li Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly what Daoist Su meant by fetching manure. Since the soapy water hadn't worked, Daoist Su intended to use manure to induce vomiting. This old man seemed upright, but underneath his heart was darker than his own. Others might not know the inside story, but Li Xiangyang was now studying medicine under Daoist Su. Even if the soapy water was ineffective, Daoist Su had at least several other methods to induce vomiting in the poisoned individuals. Yet he deliberately chose the most disgusting one. However, even though Li Xiangyang knew this, he chose not to say anything. Otherwise, he would be wasting Daoist Zu's good. Li Xiangyang picked up a wooden water bucket from the kitchen in his eldest uncle's house, casually splashed the water into the yard, and then walked into the outhouse. In those days, rural areas used dry latrines, and the smell was quite pungent. But Li Xiangyang had grown up in the countryside and was long accustomed to it. Setting down the bucket, he took the manure ladle used for watering crops and easily scooped up a good amount of manure. Then he carried the bucket back to the scene. Li Xiangyang placed the bucket in front of old lady Jia. With a thud, manure splashed from the bucket, nearly landing on. Smelling the odor, old lady Jia was dumbfounded. Li Xiangyang, what are you doing? Old lady Jia's voice weakened. She had no strength left, and she was genuinely afraid that Li Xiangyang would take revenge by dousing her with the bucket of manure. Li Xiangyang faced the blustering old lady Jia with a slight smile. Grandma, you say that as if I would harm you. Daoist Su instructed me to make you drink manure to induce vomiting. Otherwise, why would I bother fetching all this manure? As he spoke, Li Xiangyang disdainfully patted his clothes to dispel some of the smell, then added, if you don't believe me, ask Daoist Su yourself. After Li Xiangyang stepped aside, old lady Jia's heart raced with panic. She hurriedly looked at Daoist Su and stammered, thighs. Do we really have to pour feces water? Daoist Su nodded and replied, soapy water won't work. Even Xiangyang's several punches had no effect, so naturally this is the only way. His words were spoken lightly, but old lady Jia found them unbearable. She couldn't help but fume. Daoist Su, don't fool me. Is there really such a method to save someone? I think you're just taking the... Others feared old lady Jia's tantrums, but Daoist Su was not intimidated in the least. He said coldly, are you the expert, or am I? If we don't use the feces water and delay any longer, if someone dies, it's not my concern. Don't try to fool me. Old lady Jia still harbored doubts. Daoist Su's expression softened slightly, as he said calmly, of course, I'm only offering a suggestion. If you're unwilling, you can choose not to listen to me and send him to the county hospital or the military factory hospital at Qingshigu. Of course, no matter where you go, it'll take several hours on the road. If this delay costs a life, don't say I didn't warn you. It wouldn't take long to get to the commune clinic, would it? Old lady Jia retorted, but her voice was noticeably weaker than before. At this point, Ma Yulan couldn't stand it anymore and interjected, don't you know the conditions at the clinic? Can those doctors compare to Daoist Su? With Ma Yulan's added blow, old lady Jia's momentum completely deflated. She knew that Li Xiangyang had been declared hopeless by the clinic doctors, yet within hours before the funeral altar was even set up, he had come back to life. Now Li Xiangyang was bouncing around right before her eyes. With such a vivid example before her, old lady Jia fell. The good news before old lady Jia was that Li Xiangyang wouldn't seek revenge by splashing her with feces water. The bad news was that instead of being splashed, she would have to drink it directly. Old lady Jia stared at the bucket of feces water right in front of her. The pungent aroma lingered at her nostrils. She dared not imagine what it would feel like to have that stuff enter her stomach. Old lady Jia hesitated, but Li Xiangyang stepped closer and said, Grandma, don't hesitate. Look, cousin Xiangmin is barely reacting anymore. With that, Li Xiangyang paused and continued, don't worry, this manure all came from your own latrine. It's all from your own family, self-produced and self-consumed. No need to worry, it's from someone else. Li Xiangyang's words only made old lady Jia so nauseated that her breathing grew rapid. Seeing her reaction, Li Xiangyang prepared to press further. But old lady Jia, already sickened beyond measure, couldn't. Moreover, she could see that Li Xiangmin was lying on the ground, no longer even foaming at the mouth. That was her most cherished. If delays continued, and something happened to him, old lady Jia would truly regret it forever. Knowing she couldn't stall any longer, old lady Jia steeled herself and said, "Then pour it." A hint of a smile flickered in Daoist Su's eyes, and he said to Ma Yulan, "Now that the head of the household agrees, Director, Ma, please arrange the rescue. Also have someone boil some hot water, it'll be needed later." Ma Yulan waved her hand and called a few people to help. Li Xiangyang didn't idle either. He went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a large soup ladle, and returned to old lady Jia. "Grandma, since you're awake, you won't need my help, will you?" Old lady Jia's eyes widened. "What? Do I have to eat this stuff too?" Li Xiangyang barely suppressed a smile, nodded, and continued, "Of course. Your symptoms are the mildest, so vomiting early will yield the best results." With that, ignoring old lady Jia's reaction, Li Xiangyang shouted to those nearby, "Someone give me a hand." Since the news of the grain purchase spread, Li Xiangyang, standing in the village, had risen sharply. At his call, someone immediately ran over. Li Xiangyang directed the helper to pry open old lady Jia's mouth, then grabbed a rag used to wipe tables and stuffed it into her mouth. "Keep an eye on her. Don't let her spit it out." Then he scooped a full ladle and poured it into old lady Jia's mouth. After finishing one ladle, afraid she might not have enough, he followed with another. Meanwhile, others began mimicking Li Xiangyang. Compared to the unconscious ones, the only awake old lady Jia suffered terribly. Her heart was bitter. Why hadn't she fainted? If she had, she wouldn't know anything, nor would she have to endure this torment. Worse, Li Xiangyang was too heavy-handed. Ladle after ladle, old lady Jia hadn't even had a full meal, yet she was nearly full from this stuff. Admittedly, Daoist Su's method, though nasty, was clearly effective. Soon old lady Jia reacted. With a retching sound, she vomited a mix of substances. Quick as a flash, Li Xiangyang dropped the ladle and dodged aside at the sound. Not just old lady Jia, but the unconscious ones also began to react. Despite the stench filling the air, Ma Yulan couldn't help praising Daoist Su. "Daoist Su, your method really works." Ma Yulan and her people had struggled for a while to no avail. Daoist Su's method, though crude, was effective. Daoist Su waved his hand and continued, "Now that they've vomited, the hot water should be ready. Have someone make salt water and give them a few more rounds." Ma Yulan nodded and promptly arranged for it. After waiting for the salt water rinses, Daoist Su took out silver needles from his bag and inserted them one by one. Only then did the unconscious ones slowly come to. The first awake was the robust Li Xianghu, still dizzy. But soon he wondered why he was lying in the yard. Before he could figure it out, he saw many people gathered around. He quickly asked what happened. The moment he spoke, a foul stench hit him. He barely managed not to faint again. Suppressing his nausea, he asked those around him, "What did you guys feed me? Why does it stink so much?" What did they feed him? The helpers tasked with the heavy work listened to Li Xiang's question and struggled to suppress their laughter. They pinched their thighs, forcibly holding back their mirth, their faces flushed red. Li Xianghu received no response from the crowd and observed their reactions. Accustomed to bullying others, he growled angrily, "I'm asking you a question. Have you all gone mute?" Li Xiang's height and weight were quite intimidating among these malnourished villagers, coupled with the fact that so many had failed to subdue him earlier. The crowd dared not tell Li Xianghu the truth. If he were to fly into another rage, it would be difficult to handle. However, while most villagers feared Li Xianghu, not everyone did. Li Xiangyang, seeing Li Xiang's intense desire to know, decided he wouldn't mind playing the Good Samaritan and telling him the truth to satisfy his curiosity. With that, Li Xiangyang stepped forward and said, "You really want to know?" Tormented by the stench, Li Xianghu replied irritably, "No shit, why else would I ask?" Li Xiangyang shrugged helplessly and continued, "Since you're so eager, I'll tell you." He paused, then raised his voice and shouted at Li Xianghu, "You just ate shit. Now you know." Li Xianghu stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. But soon Li Xianghu snapped out of it and yelled at Li Xiangyang, "Li Xiangyang, you mother!" Before he could finish, his peripheral vision caught sight of the gourd ladle at his feet. The ladle still held half the manure water. The smell of the manure finally matched the taste in his mouth. Even unwilling to believe it, Li Xianghu had to accept reality. He had just been force-fed manure. The thought made his stomach cramp involuntarily. He bent over, hands on his knees, but there was nothing left in his stomach, so he only dry-heaved. After a long while, instead of feeling better, the stench grew stronger. Li Xianghu finally lost control and roared, "Damn it, who did this?" His eyes swept over the crowd. The villagers who had been snickering fell silent in fear. Li Xianghu was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. No one wanted to provoke him now. Getting no answers from the villagers, his gaze fell on Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, however, was unfazed by Li Xiang's murderous glare. Instead, he grinned, flashing 2 rows of white teeth, his smile radiant. Li Xiang's blood pressure skyrocketed, veins bulging on his forehead. "Li Xiangyang, was it you?" Before Li Xiangyang could respond, Ma Yulan, a village official, frowned. She snapped at Li Xianghu, "Li Xianghu, have you lost your mind? If you hadn't been poisoned by mushrooms, who would want to do this dirty work?" Li Xianghu deflated under Ma Yulan's scolding. He could bully ordinary folks, but dared not cause trouble with a village official, especially since what Ma Yulan said was true. Li Xianghu had no comeback. Just then the others who had been poisoned began, "Ouch, my head. It hurts. My stomach aches terribly. What happened to me?" Li Guangcai woke up, rubbing his temples with one hand and his stomach with the other. His headache was surely a side effect of the mushrooms, while the stomach pain was likely from the heavy punches Li Xiangyang had. Li Guangcai looked around in confusion. Wasn't he just eating dinner? What was going on now? And why did he and everything around him smell so foul? Before he could figure it out, Li Fugui and Qin Suihua also woke. Like Li Guangcai, they stared blankly, unable to comprehend what had happened. Li Guangcai rubbed his temples again and asked Granny Jia beside him, "What just happened? Why does my mouth stink?" Granny Jia had suffered more than the others. As the only one conscious while being force-fed manure, she still hadn't recovered her senses. Li Guangcai called her name several times, but Granny Jia remained unresponsive. Just then the ever-helpful Li Xiangyang volunteered, "Grandpa, you were poisoned by mushrooms. We gave you manure water to make you vomit, and that's why you woke up." He patted his chest in feigned relief and added, "I don't know what kind of mushrooms you ate. It took several bowls before you found manure water." Li Guangcai was dumbfounded. "Li Xiangyang, repeat what you just said," he demanded in disbelief. Li Xiangyang shrugged and reluctantly obliged. "I said we fed you manure water." He then began counting on his fingers. "Grandma, you Uncle Annie Xianghu." He paused, his gaze falling on Li Xiangmin, who was still lying on the ground. With each name Li Xiangyang called, Li Xiangmin's heart gave a violent lurch. When Li Xiangyang paused, he clung to a sliver of hope that he had been spared. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Xiangyang shouted, "And of course, Li Xiangmin, every single one of you was saved by manure water." At that moment it felt as if the air around Li Xiangmin had been sucked away, a suffocating pressure closing in on him. Li Xiangmin could no longer pretend. He sat up from the ground. He was destined to go to college with a bright future, and Li Xiangyang had singled him out. Li Xiangmin couldn't bear to imagine how others would look at him from now on. In an instant, countless scenes of mockery flashed through Li Xiangmin's mind. The thought of being pointed at and ridiculed wherever he went made him want to bash his head against the wall. Li Xiangyang, however, paid no attention to Li Xiangmin's inner turmoil. He had already walked over to him. Pinching his nose in disgust, he crouched down and said to Li Xiangmin, "Come on, look at that shocked face of yours. What's there to disbelieve? Can't you smell how foul you are?" After his taunt, Li Xiangyang kindly added, There, look at you all dejected. Where's your manliness? Isn't swallowing manure better than being dead, eh?" Li Xiangmin had always maintained the persona of a modest gentleman. Yet at this moment he was easily provoked into losing his composure by a few words from Li Xiangyang. Ignoring the many villagers watching and caring not for his own image, he in his fury directly shouted at Li Xiangyang, "I might as well be dead." Li Xiangyang's smile slowly faded as he folded his arms, watching Li Xiangmin with keen, "Then go die. You." Li Xiangmin was once again hit where it hurt. With his grades getting into university, he still had a bright future and a promising path ahead. How could he truly be willing to die? He had only said that because he was infuriated by Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangmin also knew that in this situation, he could not out-argue Li Xiangyang. Rather than bicker with him, it was better to just... So Li Xiangmin turned his head away, refusing to look at Li Xiangyang. Meanwhile, Li Guangcai finally caught his breath. The events that had just transpired left Li Guangcai's face still burning with shame. Not only had he suffered from mushroom poisoning, but worst of all, he had been forced to swallow a bellyful of feces in front of so many people. Li Guangcai, with one foot already in the grave, had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Even last time when Li Xiangyang posted his apology letter at the brigade office, Li Guangcai hadn't felt this terrible. This time it was a torment, both psychological and physical. The gazes of those around him were like knives stabbing ruthlessly into his face. Li Guangcai couldn't bear to stay a moment longer and quickly said, "Director Ma, we've all woken up. There's nothing wrong now, so please let everyone disperse." Ma Yulan looked at the faces of Li Guangcai and the others. They had regained some color, although she couldn't tell if it was from shame or anger. In any case, they indeed looked much better than before. Ma Yulan then nodded, about to speak. But just then Li Xiangyang suddenly said, "Director Ma, I think this incident is worth publicizing. Turn this into a case study to warn the people of Shixiao village not to casually pick and eat mushrooms from the back hills anymore." Ma Yulan looked at Li Xiangyang, momentarily stunned. After a brief thought, Ma Yulan found Li Xiangyang's suggestion reasonable. Why hadn't she thought of that? Luckily, they had discovered it in time. If later, Li Guangcai's family would have been in grave danger. A single meal of mushrooms could cause such a disaster. The thought still sent chills down Ma Yulan's spine. "Xiangyang, you really think of the villagers' welfare? They'll go back and discuss with the old party secretary to make this a case and present it to the villagers at the village meeting." Faced with the praise, Li Xiangyang scratched his head sheepishly and said modestly, "I'm not that thoughtful. It was just compared to what you do for the village, Director Ma, mine is nothing." Their conversation reached the ears of Li Xiangyang's uncle. They could no longer hold back. Being force-fed feces was bad enough, but to be made an example for public education. They would be infamous throughout Shixiao village. No, not just Shixiao village. Everyone has relatives and friends. During festivals and gatherings, these events would become prime topics of conversation. Before long, the story of their mushroom poisoning and rescue by being force-fed feces would spread far and wide. From then on, whenever anyone in the village saw mushrooms, they would immediately think of them being force-fed feces. How could they ever hold their heads up again? At this point, even old Madame Jia, who had been slumped to the side, ignored her. She sprang to her feet and shouted, "Li Xiangyang, stop pretending to be a good Samaritan, saying you're thinking of the villager. Don't think I can't see you're just trying to ruin our family's reputation." Even Li Xiangyang's uncle Li Fugui and Aunt Qin Suihua pointed at him and cursed, "Li Xiangyang, your heart is too black. This is utterly despicable." Li Fugui and Qin Suihua had taken advantage of Li Xiangyang's family many times, but always through old Madame Jia and Li Guangcai. The two had hardly ever interacted with Li Xiangyang before. Now, even they had stepped forward, clearly driven to desperation by him. Li Xiangyang indeed wasn't being so kind-hearted just to warn the villagers. His main purpose, as old Madame Jia had said, was to ruin their reputation. Li Xiangyang brushed his sleeves and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, Grandma, you're right. I'm pretending to be good, and I do want to ruin your reputation. In the despicable one, the Blackheart one, for helping to save you." Li Xiangyang's tactic of retreating to advance quickly before Li Xiangyang could finish, my Yuan interrupted him. She looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. She had seen all the hard work Li Xiangyang had put in. Now, for considering the villagers' welfare, he was being slandered by old Madame Jia and Li Guangcai. Ma Yuan had long heard rumors that old Madame Jia and Li Guangcai were biased. Now she was more convinced the rumors were true. Growing up in such an environment, yet Li Xiangyang still had such a good character. In the past it was one thing, but now that Ma Yuan was present, she couldn't stand by and let him suffer this injustice. Ma Yulan's face hardened as she cast a cold glare at Li Guangcai and the others. "Stop your nonsense. What Xiangyang said makes perfect sense, and that's how it will be done." Old Madame Jia's face changed instantly as she yelled, "Ma Yulan, what do you mean? Don't think I can't see you're just helping Li Xiangyang ruin our family's reputation." At that moment, Li Guangcai also shouted at Li Xiangyang, "Li Xiangyang, you're ruining our reputation. Don't forget you're still—" "Now you remember, Emily. Where were you before?" Li Xiangyang sneered coldly. Ma Yulan, a women's director known for her good temper, was also getting angry at Li Guangcai and old Madame Jia. Given Li Xiangyang's contributions to the entire Shixiao village, calling him a benefactor was not an exaggeration. Yet this was how he was treated by old Madame Jia and Li Guangcai. Ma Yulan couldn't bear to see Li Xiangyang suffer any more injustice. She quickly said to him, "Xiangyang, don't mind them. I'm in charge of the village's publicity anyway, so we'll go back and organize this. They'll try to broadcast it over the loudspeaker tonight." The moment Ma Yulan finished speaking, old Lady Jia cried out, "No, I disagree." Her voice was loud, but it failed to intimidate Ma Yulan. "Your agreement is not required." With that, Ma Yulan turned to the gathered villagers and continued, "Thank you all for your help. They are out of danger now. Starting tomorrow, the military factory will officially begin purchasing grain. There will be more work in the fields from now on, so you should all head back and rest. Don't falter at this critical moment." The villagers had long known that their grain would be sold to the military factory, but they hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Though Ma Yulan had warned of increased farm work, the villagers were not afraid of hard work. In fact, they feared idleness. With more work came more work points, and the grain sale price was much higher than before. This meant that when the year-end settlement came, they would receive more grain and money than in the past. Life now held far more promise than before. The villagers bid farewell to Li Xiangyang and Ma Yulan before dispersing. Li Xiangyang responded warmly to the villagers' enthusiasm. When most had left, Ma Yulan said to him, "Xiangyang, you're not robust yet. Don't wear yourself out for the village." Though Li Xiangyang's constitution had improved greatly, he simply nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Ma. They'll be careful." Ma Yulan's eyes crinkled with a smile as she added, "That's right. Take good care of yourself, and then I can introduce you to some nice girls." Li Xiangyang scratched his head awkwardly. "Aunt Ma, I'm still young. There's no rush for that." Ma Yulan looked him up and down, a playful smile on her lips. "Young? I'd say you're just the right size now." She then added, "It's getting late. I need to get back to the brigade. We'll talk more when I have time." As Ma Yulan turned to leave, old Lady Jia, unwilling to let her go so easily, remembered Ma Yulan's threat to make their family a public example. Old Lady Jia hurriedly called out, "Xianghu, stop her." Li Xianghu, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly blocked Ma Yulan's path. In a gruff voice he said, "You're not leaving." Though Ma Yulan was a woman, she had become the women's director of Shixiao village at just over 30, a testament to her capability. Thus she was not one to be intimidated by Li Xianghu. Her smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression. "What? Do you want to fight me?" Li Xianghu, accustomed to bullying his neighbors with his burly frame, knew better than to lay a hand on a village official. His momentum faltered. I don't." Ma Yulan shot him a contemptuous glance. "I thought working at the slaughterhouse made you something special. If you don't have the guts to fight, then stop putting on airs. Get out of my way." Li Xianghu didn't move, but he dared not argue. He could only look back at old Lady Jia, who was at a loss. Her usual tactics of causing a scene and spreading rumors worked, but they were useless against village cadres, especially Ma Yulan, the women's director in charge of propaganda. Ma Yulan was known for her sharp tongue. Old Lady Jia's face darkened like a storm cloud, but she could think of no way out. She finally realized that Ma Yulan was on Li Xiangyang's side. Nothing she said or did today would make a difference. With a frustrated stamp of her foot, she turned and went inside, slamming the door shut to vent her anger. Watching old Lady Jia retreat, Ma Yulan fixed a cold stare on Li Xianghu. Bereft of his leader, he stepped aside. After this brief interruption, Taoist Su had finished writing the prescription. The group had consumed many mushrooms, absorbing a significant amount of toxins. Though old Lady Jia and the others had been made to vomit with feces, it only prevented further absorption. The toxins already in their systems required medicinal treatment. Taoist Su approached Li Xiangyang, handing him the prescription with a knowing smile. "Have you cooled down yet?" he asked. Li Xiangyang knew Taoist Zu's medical skills were profound. There had been simpler ways to induce vomiting, but he had chosen the most unpleasant method, using feces, to vent Li Xiangyang's family's anger. After all, Taoist Su had watched Li Xiangyang grow up. Though not bound by blood, their bond was deeper than that of grandfather and grandson. Otherwise, Taoist Su wouldn't have so freely imparted all his knowledge to Li Xiangyang. In response, Li Xiangyang said, "This is far from enough. When my father died, they took advantage of us. using the pretext of dividing the family property to seize much of what was ours. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have worked herself to the bone looking 60 when she's barely over 40. Though Li Xiangyang had earned money recently and improved their meals, and Zhang Guifeng and Li Yaya looked healthier, it still wasn't enough for him. Yes, Li Xiangyang was that petty. He never forgot a grudge and always repaid it in full. Daoist Su looked at him with slight surprise. But he wasn't displeased. Stroking his beard, he smiled. Huh, your personality now is much more agreeable than before. I like it. He paused, then continued. I've lived my life with one principle: if someone respects me an inch, he'll respect them a yard. If someone takes a grain from me, he'll take 3 pecks from them. Li Xiangyang nodded. He'll remember your words, Daoist Su. Daoist Su patted him on the shoulder. No need to be so serious. I'm not a schoolmaster whose every word must be obeyed. Well, it's late. I need to get back to the temple. You can give them the prescription. Take care, Daoist Su. Li Xiangyang replied, then clutching the prescription headed toward his uncle's house. Li Xiangyang stepped into the house. At this moment, the Li family, led by Li Guangcai, sat inside with grim expressions. Meanwhile, his aunt Qin Suohua was tidying up the room, dragging her weakened body. Though the room had been roughly cleaned, erasing the earlier chaos, a lingering odor still permeated the air. The first to notice Li Xiangyang's entrance was his uncle Li Fugui. The moment he saw Li Xiangyang, he rose from his chair. Approaching Li Xiangyang, he barked, Li Xiangyang, what are you doing here? Come to mock us. Li Fugui's words were laden with hostility, yet Li Xiangyang still wore a faint smile as he calmly said, Uncle, your breath stinks. Could you not shout so loud? Li Fugui had initially been brimming with authority, intent on intimidating Li Xiangyang. But that remark threw him off balance. He froze for a moment, then instinctively cupped his hand over his mouth and exhaled. That breath, however, only worsened matters. As he exhaled, the foul odor rose from his stomach through his esophagus and into his mouth, only to be inhaled back into his nose. The recycled fermented stench nearly knocked Li Fugui unconscious again. It took him a long while to recover. Li Guangcai could no longer bear it. He demanded of Li Xiangyang, Li Xiangyang, whether or not you're here to gloat, this place doesn't welcome you. Get out now, or don't blame me for being rude. If not for Li Xiangyang's suggestion, my Yuan wouldn't have turned their family's mushroom poisoning and subsequent enema into a cautionary tale. Let alone Li Guangcai, who in this room didn't harbor hatred for Li Xiangyang. His words immediately struck a chord with the others, and all of them glared at Li Xiangyang with bloodshot eyes. Their hands clenched into tight fists, their teeth grinding audibly as if they wished to devour Li Xiangyang alive. They appeared formidable, but that was all. When it came to actual confrontation, they dared not act. After all, even when Li Xianghu hadn't been poisoned, he had been easily beaten black and blue by Li Xiangyang losing. Though none of them could fathom how Li Xiangyang had transformed from a frail invalid into such a formidable fighter in such a yet that didn't hinder their awareness of his combat prowess. In stark contrast to them, Li Xiangyang remained composed. He merely raised the prescription in his hand and said, Why so much anger? I'm here to deliver a remedy. Li Guangcai snorted coldly. Li Xiangyang, spare us your false kindness. We don't want your damned prescription. Li Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly and continued, If you don't want it, fine. But you've eaten quite a few poisonous mushrooms. There's probably still plenty of toxin left in your systems. If you don't continue treatment and something goes wrong, won't that enema have been for nothing? Li Xiangyang's words once again stung their already fragile nerves. Li Xiangyang, don't go too far. Li Guangcai's face flushed crimson, his blood pressure spiking, making him look like, after all, we are your elders. Is this how you treat your elders? Li Xiangyang put on an expression of feigned fear and said in a cautious tone, Grandfather, you misunderstand me. If I didn't respect you as an elder, why would I bring you a prescription? He paused, then added, Besides, after you were poisoned, I was busy running around. Even the dirty work of the enema, I personally administered it to you. Oh, and if you don't believe me, ask Grandma. She was awake at the time. Hearing Li Xiangyang bring up the enema again, everyone in the room was furious. Their eyes bore into Li Xiangyang. If looks could kill, his body would have been riddled with holes by now. But unfortunately, looks have no such power. Besides glaring helplessly, they could do nothing to him. When Li Guangcai and the others learned that old Madame Jia had been awake during her enema, they realized that while they had only experienced the aftermath unconscious, she had endured the entire process. By comparison, old Madame Jia's ordeal was far more wretched. People always envy those better off and take solace in them. So after Li Xiangyang's words, the others looked at old Madame Jia with different eyes. Uncomfortable under their gaze, she snapped, What are you looking at? What's there to see? She then turned to Li Xiangyang and grumbled, Enough, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You have no business here. Get out now. As she spoke, she snatched the prescription from his hand. She hadn't forgotten his mention of residual toxins. Old Madame Jia valued her life dearly and didn't want any less. It would be a great loss to live a few years less. Li Xiangyang showed no reaction as the prescription was taken. After all, he had already enjoyed the spectacle. He turned and walked out of the house. As soon as he was gone, old Madame Jia impatiently handed the prescription to Li Xiangyang, who hurried to the pharmacy at the commune and get several doses according to this prescription. Don't dawdle on the way, go early and return early. And make sure you keep an eye out so they don't fob you off with inferior goods. Li Xiangyang had also been poisoned by the mushrooms. Now being singled out by old Madame Jia to fetch the medicine, he grumbled, Why do I have to go? Old Madame Jia's face darkened. Li Xiangyang, do you think just because I can't handle Li Xiangyang, I can't handle you either? Seeing her anger, Li Xiangyang dared not argue further. He shrank his neck and said, Grandma, that's not what I meant. Old Madame Jia snorted, Then what do you mean? Li Xianghu quickly waved his hands and said, I want to go, but I have no money on me. Always asking for money. You've worked at the slaughterhouse for so long, and you don't even have enough for medicine. Though she scolded, old Madame Jia was somewhat satisfied inwardly. All the family's financial power was in her hands. At a time like this, Li Xiangyang's first reaction was that he had no money, proving he hadn't hidden any private savings behind her back. Old Madame Jia then took money from an inner pocket of her clothes and handed it to him. Go quickly and come back. Don't linger on the way. Li Xianghu took the money, nodded, and set off. After he left, Li Guangcai spoke again. That Li Xiangyang is getting harder to deal with. He's made us suffer such a big loss this time. What are we going to do in the future? Li Guangcai's words instantly tightened the atmosphere that had just slightly eased in the room. The matter of humiliation was secondary. What truly worried Li Guangcai was how closely Xiangyang had grown with the village cadres of Shixiao village. This made their chances of retaliation in the future exceedingly slim. Yet if Li Guangcai were to simply let this go, he could never swallow that bitter pill. But what could they do? Their entire family had suffered losses at Li Xiangyang's hands without any recourse. Even old Lady Jia, who usually made the most noise, sat silently in her chair. As for the others, they were even more subdued. Just then Li Fugui, who had remained silent all along, suddenly looked up. I refuse to believe there's no one who can take down that little brat, Li Xiangyang. Before Li Fugui could finish, everyone's eyes burned with anticipation as they turned to him. Even the usually composed Li Xiangmin couldn't help but ask, Father, do you have another plan? When it came to hatred for Li Xiangyang, no one in that room harbored it deeper than Li Xiangmin. He had once been the pride of the village. He was like the quintessential someone else's child many grew up hearing about, warm, polite, and well-mannered in his dealings. Regardless of his true nature, that was the impression he left on others. As for his academic excellence, it had limited impact before the news of the college entrance exams resumption spread. But now with the exams revival confirmed, everything had changed. Li Xiangmin was just one step away from leaping over the dragon's gate, transcending his social class. Yet all of this was tainted by Li Xiangyang. If not for Li Xiangyang, the incident of him being forced to drink feces would never have been held up as a cautionary tale. In fact, because Li Xiangmin was poised to enter university, the village would have gone out of its way to cover it up. After all, for a remote mountain hamlet like Shixiao village to produce a college student was akin to a village producing a successful imperial scholar in ancient times. But everything changed because of Li Xiangyang. Even if Li Xiangmin was still confident he could pass the exam, the shadow of that humiliation would haunt him forever. Li Xiangmin now yearned desperately to get into university, and once he graduated, he would sever all ties with Shixiao village without hesitation. Then no one would ever know of his past. For now, though, what Li Xiangmin most wanted to know was what plan his father had to deal with. Not just Li Xiangmin, but everyone in the room stared intently at Li Fugui. Old Lady Jia couldn't wait any longer and urged him, stop dawdling. If you have a plan, just say it. Li Fugui had no intention of keeping them in suspense. He pulled a letter from an inner pocket. I received a letter from our elder. He says he's been promoted for his merits. Old Lady Jia slapped her thigh in delight. Xianglong wrote, That's wonderful news. But then her expression dimmed. But no matter how high Xianglong's rank, he's thousands of miles away. He can't handle family matters, can he? Li Fugui shook his head and continued, the eldest also said that after settling into his new post, he'll come back for a family visit once things calm down. Li Fugui's lips curled into a smirk. Let Li Xiangyang strut around for now. When the eldest returns, we'll see if the village cadres can still protect him. Li Guangcai, who had been silent since sparking the discussion, suddenly spoke up. I recall Li Xiangyang once saved the daughter of the military factory's party secretary. He even got the factory to buy grain from the village. What if he intervenes? Indeed, the factory's party secretary held a deputy department-level rank. Could their eldest possibly outrank that? The group fell into silence. Li Xiangmin scanned their expressions and suddenly said, maybe we're overestimating Li Xiangyang. If Secretary Yuan's relationship with Li Xiangyang was as close as we imagine, why hasn't Li Xiangyang secured a job? Any position at the military factory would be far better than him wasting away as a farmer in this mountain valley. As his words, faded smiles crept back onto their faces. Old Lady Jia clapped her hands. As expected of Xiangmin, you're much sharper than the rest of us. Your grandmother didn't dote on you for nothing. Li Xiangmin, however, was only guessing. How could he truly know the depth of Li Xiangyang's connection with Secretary Yuan? He said this simply to convince old Lady Jia to have his elder brother Li Xianglong deal with Li Xiangyang upon his return. If it worked, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, how would it implicate Li Xiangmin? Oblivious to her grandson's true thoughts, old Lady Jia smiled and said, the college entrance exam is just a few days away. He'll have your second brother bring back some meat to nourish you. When you get into university, don't forget your grandmother. Li Xiangmin replied with a smile. How could I ever forget you, grandmother, when you've been so good to me? But beneath his smile, a flicker of disdain gleamed in his eyes. Once he was in university, why would he ever return to this impoverished mountain village? Meanwhile, Li Xiangyang left his uncle's house and headed home with his mother and Yaya. Li Yaya's face was still brimming. Uncle's family always bullies us. That was so satisfying. Zhang Guifeng quickly patted Li Yaya's head. Don't talk nonsense at your age. If others see you gloating, what will they think? Li Yaya pouted unconcerned. As long as we feel good, why care what others? Though Zhang Guifeng scolded her verbally, the crinkles at the corners of her eyes betrayed her own joy. When Zhang Guifeng married Li Xiangyang's father, the biased old Lady Jia claimed Li Fugui was struggling financially and provided nothing for the wedding. Most of their household items came from Zhang Guifeng's own dowry. Later, when times improved, old Lady Jia found excuses to take money and goods from them. To Zhang Guifang, as long as they could get by, these were trivial matters. What truly broke her heart was when old Lady Jia forcibly seized much of their property after Li Xiangyang's father passed away, using the pretext of dividing the family. Zhang Guifang had only warned Li Yaya because she feared others might overhear and form a bad opinion of her. So she simply reminded her and said no more. Li Xiangyang and the others continued walking home. Soon their house came into view. As they entered the yard, they saw someone sitting on their doorstep. Li Yaya immediately sprinted forward, shouting happily over her shoulder, "Mom, little uncle is here." Li Xiangyang followed Li Yaya's running path with his gaze. At that moment, the man crouching by the door, whom Li Yaya called her little uncle, had already risen to his feet. He wore a light green cotton linen short-sleeved shirt, a pair of light blue jeans leather sandals on his feet, and carried a canvas backpack on his back. Though he appeared travel-worn, his attire was not something an ordinary person could afford. The little uncle, named Xiangyang, looked to be in his 30s, and in Li Xiangyang's memory, it had been a long time since he last saw him. In the years before his father passed away, the little uncle had been wandering outside and rarely returned home. However, despite his infrequent visits, he never lost touch with Li Xiangyang's family. Even after learning of Li Xiangyang's father's death and the family's plummeting circumstances, the little uncle sent money every year to help support Zhang Guifang. Compared to Li Xiangyang's other two uncles, he was much closer. And children are the most pure. They treat well those. That was why Li Yaya was so excited when she saw her little uncle arrive. She dashed off, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Seeing Li Yaya rushing toward him, the little uncle couldn't help but smile as he scooped her up. "Yaya, you've grown so big." Li Yaya nodded emphatically, then said, "Little uncle, you haven't come back to see Yaya in so long." After speaking, she turned her head and called out to Zhang Guifang, "Mom, come over here quickly." By then, Zhang Guifang had also approached, a smile of indescribable surprise on her face. "Xiangyang, when did you get back? Why didn't you tell me?" Li Xiangyang also greeted him at that moment. "Little uncle." Zhang Yaoyang nodded at Li Xiangyang, then replied to Zhang Guifang, "I just came back today. I came to see you all as soon as I could. Have you been doing well lately?" Zhang Guifang smiled and answered, "Thanks to our Xiangyang, our family's life is much better. Even Xianxian is now working in the cafeteria at the military factory." Zhang Yaoyang slapped his forehead in sudden realization. "No wonder I didn't see Xianxian around. By the way, is Xiangyang's health all right now?" Li Xiangyang had already opened the door and spoke before his mother could. "Little uncle, I'm fine now." After saying that, Li Xiangyang turned to Zhang Guifang. "Mom, don't keep little uncle chatting for now. He just got back and probably hasn't eaten yet. Let's eat and talk." "Oh, it's all my fault. I get so excited that I don't know what to do." Zhang Guifang led Zhang Yaoyang inside and had him sit down. She took out the still warm food from the pot and continued, "A few days ago, Xiangyang hunted a deer on the mountain, and there's some venison left. Today I stewed the venison. Please have a taste." Li Xiangyang promptly brought out bowls and chopsticks, ladling a full bowl of venison soup for Zhang Yaoyang. "Here, little uncle, give it a try." Zhang Yaoyang instinctively wanted to refuse, but after glancing at the pot and seeing there was still a large amount of venison inside, he held back his refusal. He took the bowl in his hands, and before it even reached his lips, the rising steam carried the aroma straight to his nose. Having traveled a long distance, he was already ravenous by now. Zhang Yaoyang brought the bowl to his lips and took a large gulp of the venison soup. Instantly, a burst of savory fragrance filled his mouth. Then he picked up a piece of venison with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. The venison was cooked to perfection with no trace of gamey flavor upon entering his mouth. The venison, already stewed until tender, required little chewing. It dissolved at the slightest touch of his teeth. Finally, he swallowed it down with the broth. At that moment, as the delicious food settled in his stomach, Zhang Yaoyang felt every cell in his body rejoicing. After finishing the bowl in one go, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "This tastes great. It's been a long time since I've had such a wonderful dish." Li Xiangyang refilled his bowl. "If you like it, little uncle, have some more. There's plenty of venison left in the pot." Zhang Yaoyang took the bowl and asked, "By the way, Xiangyang, your mother said you hunted this deer?" Li Xiangyang nodded. "I got lucky a few days ago and hunted it while I was up the mountain with Yaya." Zhang Yaoyang, holding his bowl with one hand and sipping the soup, raised his other hand with a thumbs up. "Good kid. You've become capable. I was worried about your health, but now that I see you can even hunt a deer, there's no need for concern." Li Xiangyang merely smiled without speaking. At that moment, Zhang Guifang asked Yaoyang, "Since you're back, you should stay here and rest for a few days." Zhang Yaoyang shook his head, however. "I can't stay. I've already made arrangements, and I have to leave early tomorrow morning." Zhang Guifang was taken aback, then quickly asked, "So soon? Where are you going? Aren't you going back home?" Faced with a series of questions, Zhang Yaoyang patiently replied, "I want to go back home. You know I don't get along with the old man. In his eyes, I'm just a good-for-nothing loafer. If I go back, I'll only annoy him." As he spoke, Zhang Yaoyang glanced toward the door and lowered his voice. "As for where I'm going, my destination this time is. Oh, insist don't mention this to anyone. If anyone asks, just say you don't know. Otherwise, I'm afraid it might bring trouble to you all." Zhang Guifang and Li Yaya were both bewildered. They had never heard of the place called Xiangyang. As for bringing trouble, Zhang Guifang understood even less. But when Li Xiangyang heard the name Xiangyang, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The reforms and opening up had not yet begun, and in terms of development, not even the small mountain village of Shixia could compare. Even looking at major cities across the country, none could match Xiangyang. At that time, Xiangyang was a land of gold, and thinking this, Li Xiangyang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With his little uncle's character, perhaps he truly could make a name for himself in Xiangyang. Moreover, The most crucial point was that Li Xiangyang retained the memories of his past life. If his little uncle could truly gain a foothold in Xiangyang, combined with Li Xiangyang's memories, the future would surely allow them to carve out a place in Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang had a thorough understanding of Xiangyang, but his mother and Yaya were completely at a loss. Zhang Guifang couldn't help but ask, what exactly is this Xiangyang place? Is it far? Zhang Yaoyang shook his head with a smile and replied, I can't say exactly where it is. As for distance, it's probably several thousand li away. Zhang Guifang was stunned for a moment, carefully scrutinizing Zhang Yayang's face before saying several thousand li. That far? Will you be able to get used to living there? She paused, then continued, maybe you shouldn't go. What if you get hungry or cold over there with no one to look after you? Zhang Yaoyang directly shook his head and said, second sister, I'm not a little kid like Yaya anymore. I can take care of him. Seeing that Zhang Guifang wanted to say more, Zhang Yaoyang added, second sister, don't worry. I'm going to make a name for myself. When the time comes, I'll bring you all over to live a good life. In Western Sichuan, there was a saying that a nephew takes after his maternal uncle. Li Xiangyang sometimes had a stubborn streak. As the uncle, Li Yayang's temperament was even more pronounced. Zhang Guifang shook her head helplessly and said, enough, what do you mean by making a name? I just hope you have enough to eat and stay warm over there. Zhang Yaoyang chuckled and said, sister, you don't know what Xiangyang is. The buildings there are dozens of stories high. Even the cars that are so rare around here are everywhere. As for other things, there's no need to even mention them. Hearing Zhang Yayang's description, Zhang Guifang and Li Yaya were both. Even in the county town, the tallest building was only 6 stories. When that building was completed, they specially hired a gong and drum troupe for the ribbon cutting, and there was a huge crowd watching. Zhang Guifang had even taken the children to see the spectacle. But in Xiangyang, buildings could reach dozens of stories. What did that even mean? Zhang Guifang tried to imagine it for a long time, but couldn't picture the scene in her mind. Zhang Yaoyang wasn't surprised. After all, even he, after wandering outside for so many years, hadn't reacted much better than Zhang Guifang when he first heard someone describe Xiangyang. Just then Li Yaya suddenly asked, little uncle, if they build their houses so tall, wouldn't going home be like climbing a mountain? Zhang Yaoyang scratched his head. That question had stumped him. But since they were family, he wasn't here to put on airs today. He affectionately patted Li Yaya's head and said, little uncle doesn't know the answer to that yet. After I get to Xiangyang, he'll tell you, okay? Li Yaya nodded and answered crisply, all right, little uncle, you can't forget. Then she turned to Li Xiangyang and asked, by the way, second brother, do you know? Li Xiangyang looked at Li Yaya, who was staring at him with wide blinking eyes, and smiled helplessly. They don't use stairs to get up those tall buildings. They take elevators. Li Yaya heard another new term, and like a curious little one continued to ask, second brother, what's an elevator? You girl, you never stop asking questions. Li Xiangyang scolded playfully. Think of an elevator as a small room pulled by steel cables that can move up and down. Li Yaya didn't say anything after Li Xiangyang's explanation, but Zhang Yayang's look at Li Xiangyang changed. Haha, Xiangyang, I didn't expect you to know that. No wonder you didn't react much when I mentioned Xiangyang earlier. By the way, how do you know all this? Li Xiangyang rolled his eyes helplessly. He had just dealt with the curious little one Li Yaya, and now another one came along. Little uncle, I just happened to read about it in the newspaper. When Yaya asked just now, I mentioned, if you ask me anything else now, I won't be able to answer. Zhang Yaoyang didn't think much of this explanation and nodded. Then he reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, fumbled around, and pulled out something wrapped in old cloth. Zhang Yaoyang unwrapped the cloth, revealing the money inside. He handed the money to Zhang Guifang, while saying, I don't know how long I'll be gone when I go to Xiangyang. Hey, race 150 yuan. Keep it. The 150 yuan consisted of various denominations forming. Even though Li Xiangyang had earned several hundred yuan in just a few days, this 150 yuan was still a significance. Using a munitions factory worker's wages as a benchmark, even if they didn't eat or drink, it would take nearly a year to save that much. Zhang Guifang looked at the money and quickly waved her hand, saying, I can't accept it. You haven't even reached Xiangyang yet, and you don't know the situation there. Keep this money for emergencies. Unlike Zhang Guifang's serious expression, Zhang Yaoyang smiled and said, I've already made arrangements. Besides, I won't be able to spend our currency over there. Zhang Guifang still shook her head. I still can't take it. What if things don't work out there, and you want to come back? Then this money will come in handy. Zhang Yayang's stubbornness flared up. If I can't make something of myself there, then I won't come back. Besides, this money it's for the betrothal gifts and dowries for Xianqian, Xiangyang, and Yaya. Zhang Yaoyang shoved the money into Li Xiangyang's hands and said, Xiangyang, your mother won't take it, so you keep this money for now. When any of you siblings get married in the future, take 50 yuan from it. He paused, then continued, of course, that doesn't mean this is all I'm giving you for your wedding expenses. If I do well in Xiangyang, let me know when you get married. They'll find a way to exchange money and send it back to you to make your weddings grand and lively. Li Xiangyang held the heavy stack of money in his hand. For a moment, he felt a surge of emotion. The gap between people was sometimes bigger than the gap between a person and a dog. Both were family and relatives. His uncle was willing to give his all to Li Xiangyang's family, leaving the best for his nephew. Meanwhile, his grandfather and uncle's family racked their brains every day trying to squeeze benefits out of Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he counted out 50 yuan from a stack of bills and handed the remaining 100 yuan back to Zhang Yaoyang. Zhang Yaoyang did not take the money, but looked at Li Xiangyang in confusion. Li Xiangyang then explained, as for marriage, I haven't even got a clue yet, and Yaya is only 7, so there's no need to mention her. A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Xiangyang's mouth as he continued. As for the 50 yuan, I just withdrew. If things go smoothly, I believe it will come in handy soon. Come in handy soon. Xiangyang muttered the phrase to himself, then quickly caught on and said, "You mean Xiangyang is—" Indeed, it was none other than their eldest brother Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang had just explained why he and Yaya didn't need the money, leaving only Li Xiangyang unaccounted for. Zhang Guifang's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Li Xiangyang with delight. "Xiangyang, are you saying your eldest brother has someone? When did this start?" Li Xiangyang explained with a smile. "I only found out last night. It was raining and our roof was leaking, so I went to help him tidy up. That's when I saw a love letter tucked under his bed." With a sigh, Li Xiangyang continued, "Mother, you know how brother is. He kept it from us because he didn't want to burden the family with—" Zhang Guifang sighed in response. "Xiangyang has always been like that, keeping things bottled up since he was a child. Because of our family's circumstances, he's missed out on many fine young women." Li Xiangyang nodded in agreement. "If it hadn't rained last night, we might never have known about this engagement." To ease his mother's worries, he went on to share his plan. "I've already asked someone to arrange a meeting with her tomorrow. We'll talk things over and at the very least show them our sincerity. Otherwise, with brother's taciturn nature, this might just fizzle out." He paused before adding, "By the way, I haven't told him about— If he finds out, he'll start worrying about other expenses and will definitely refuse. Even though we have some money now, he's more stubborn than I am when he sets his mind to something. So I plan to act first and ask for forgiveness later." Zhang Guifang pondered for a moment and found the reasoning sound, nodding in agreement. "All right, let's do it your way." Hearing this, Zhang Yaoyang was overjoyed. Yet amidst his happiness, he couldn't help but say to Li Xiangyang, "Xiangyang's marriage is a good thing, but I still won't take this money back." His uncle Zhang Yaoyang hadn't gone into detail earlier, but Li Xiangyang knew that his uncle spoke lightly of going to Hong Kong, yet what year was it now? The country had not even opened up yet. Since the founding of the nation, only a few tens of thousands of people had left the country through official channels for personal reasons. 90% of them had relatives abroad and obtained visas under the pretext of family visits. Li Xiangyang knew his own family situation well. What relatives did his uncle have in Hong Kong? Wasn't it obvious that he planned to cross the river by boat to get there? Then Li Xiangyang continued, "Uncle, the journey to Hong Kong is long. If all goes smoothly, that's great. But if something unexpected happens, this money can help you through. Besides, the cost of living in Hong Kong is different from here. Money comes fast, but it goes even faster. So you should take more money to make it easier to establish yourself in Hong Kong." Zhang Yaoyang opened his mouth to protest. Li Xiangyang cut in, "Besides, if you make a name for yourself in Hong Kong sooner, we can bask in your glory earlier, right?" Although Zhang Guifang didn't know much about Hong Kong, she understood Li Xiangyang's implication and quickly chimed in. "Yaoyang, listen to your nephew and take the money back." Zhang Yaoyang looked at the earnest expressions of Li Xiangyang and Zhang Guifang. After a long pause, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Ah, you too. I'm a grown man, and you still worry I can't make it. All right, I'll take the money back." They had long finished their meal. After seeing his uncle put the money away, Li Xiangyang asked his mother to keep chatting with him while he cleared the table and washed the dishes. By the time Li Xiangyang finished, it was already dark. Since his eldest brother Li Xianqian was working the night shift at the canteen, Li Xiangyang settled his uncle in his brother's room. After a night's rest, the next day arrived. His uncle came and went in a hurry. As promised, he packed his things before dawn. Zhang Guifang looked at her younger brother, her eyes filled with reluctance. This journey was thousands of miles away. Who knew when they would meet again? Standing beside his mother, Li Xiangyang noticed her low spirits and comforted her. "Mom, don't worry. Look at how capable Uncle is. If he weren't, how could he have helped our family all these years? He's been out in the world for years. Even in Hong Kong, he'll do just fine." Zhang Yaoyang quickly added, "Sis, just as Xiangyang said, put your heart at ease. Once I'm settled in Hong Kong, you'll find a way to send word back." With that, Zhang Yaoyang didn't hesitate further. He shouldered his pack and strode off. After a few steps, he waved his hand behind his back to bid farewell to Li Xiangyang and Zhang Guifang. As for Li Yaya, Zhang Guifang feared she would be too upset to let him go, so she hadn't woken her. She was still asleep. It was still early, and there was some time before Li Yaya had to go to school. Li Xiangyang didn't go out, but stayed home to prepare. Soon a plume of steam rose from the kitchen and breakfast was ready. Just as he finished eating and set down his bowl, he heard Ma Yulan's voice from outside. "Xiangyang, are you up?" Li Xiangyang replied, "Director Ma, come in and join us for breakfast." Ma Yulan stepped inside and waved her hand, saying, "No need for breakfast. The people from the military factory have arrived. The party branch secretary sent me to fetch you to the brigade headquarters." Li Xiangyang had been wondering why Ma Yulan had come today. So the military factory people had arrived. The old secretary had to oversee the proceedings, and Lu Baofu, as the village accountant, was even busier. As for Su Mingyi, the militia captain, he was naturally occupied helping load the grain. Li Xiangyang promptly put down his bowl, took Li Yaya by the hand, and said to Ma Yulan, "Director Ma, let's go. Let's go